on the fence or mildly supportive of somewhat utopian sounding ideals, a sickle and a hammer. I think some of those people have had their eyes opened by the way this has happened, you know. So it's not that I mean to. I'm not sure anyone's really saying Russia is stupid or the Russian army is stupid or so on and so forth, but they have been incredibly incompetent on the battlefield, and the what's certainly been thrown into sharp relief is that their sort of self-proclaimed status as a superpower, as the second greatest military force on the planet, and so on and so forth, as something to be feared, has turned out not to be the case. It has turned out to be a paper tiger, as people have often said. And I think that's a cause for comfort, actually, that their power is not as great as they had advertised it to be. So I do hope that the previous speaker takes some comfort from that. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to say. Go for it, Jens.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I mean, this is, to those of us who have followed this, there has been prolonged periods of stress, even though some of us might not even be, directly affected. But so I just think it's important to manage these exposures to anxiety and try to recognize that it's stressful, and that maybe we also should try to not talk ourselves up, to continue to boost our own stress levels and anxiety levels. And I try to remind myself that I don't think Putin would have invaded Ukraine if he thought he would be met with this kind of response. I think he thought he had bribed himself and that they would roll over in a week, and then he would just have to suppress a few demonstrations. But he's stuck in this situation, and I think he I don't know, he shouldn't have gotten into this, and now he's just stuck and he'll have to, I don't know. So I just want to recommend, it's okay to feel stressed and anxiety, but try to manage it and take breaks. That's all.
Thank you, Jens.
I completely agree with taking a break. It's absolutely important because you hear about and see things that are absolutely horrific. And so, yeah, it's essential. Absolutely.
I think Brian was next, and then Knight.
Thank you. And I hope I can summarize my thoughts clearly here, and what everyone's saying about anxiety and stress, and sitting around and I think it's easy to sit around and maybe tear your hair out about some of these possibilities, but I think you can take some comfort. I think we all can, in the fact in the fact that if we look at Ukraine as a microcosm, right? Everyone sort of has been saying, well, Ukraine is a bit of a microcosm, or a symbol, or a sort of a concentrated symbol of. Sorry, I'm not saying this very well. What I mean to say is, I think it's important to focus on things that are more likely rather than less likely, and and this kind of comes back to all these nuclear threats and everything like that, that Russia makes. And if you look at what Zelensky and the Ukrainians their approach to Russia has been to basically dismiss all of Russia's empty threats and I think it's very important to remember that the Ukrainians and Zelensky know the Russians quite well. They've lived with the Russians for a long time. They have suffered at the hands of the Russians before. They know what the Russians are capable of. They are now suffering at the hands of the Russians very, very severely. But when it comes to these empty threats of like nuclear annihilation, and when the Russians start dicking around, their nuclear plants and everything, they haven't backed down. They haven't cowered in the face of that, right? And they have the most to lose from that. So if we look at their example, you see what I'm saying here? If we look at their example, and they know the Russians, they know them. And I just wanted to say, I think the Ukrainians know in their heart of hearts that Putin, and when it comes to this type of militarism and this saber rattling and all this empty nonsense, that they kind of toss out constantly, and it's constant, that the Russians are basically full of shit. They don't mean any of it. They'll say anything to get their way. They'll lie. They'll steal, and we'll see. When we've seen we've seen all the things they'll do. So so I think we should look to him as an example. I mean, he and the Ukrainians, all of them, have stood up solidly. Have not wavered, not even a little bit, and they have not cowered in the face of these threats. And I think we should stand behind them. And also, and I don't mean to say that people are being cowards when they're suffering from anxiety and stress over this. Of course, we all are. I just mean that we shouldn't let this overwhelm us. The least likely possibilities. Someone mentioned earlier. I'll just wrap it up by saying someone mentioned earlier that there were threats made. If you send HIMARS. Or whatever it was. I mean, we can all go back through all the threats. If you send HIMARS, it's just going to be, and they'll just say some, nonsense about how you'll never, the seventh circle of hell will look like heaven to you, or whatever. I don't know, but some kind of crazy crap. And then it was if Finland and Sweden join NATO, you will suffer consequences. And then now it's the gas. Oh, we're going to cut off your gas. Well, it turns out, Europe's going to make it. We're all going to make it. We just need to fight the guy, and do the thing we need to do. And I think what I'm trying to sort of focus on, crystal clear, the Ukrainians know who the Russians are. Zelensky knows who the Russians are. And look at how they've responded, and look at where they are now. And we will be right there with them if we just follow their example. And that's all I have to say.
You said it so much better than I could have. Thank you.
Well, wow. Thank you very much. I usually am not very good at saying things, but thank you.
You did pretty darn good that time.
That was well done.
Don't be so afraid of the mic in the future.
I do have to run. I threw the text and audio up in the top. Feel free to listen to it. I am trying this new thing out with the map. Let me know, if you want to take a chance and listen to it and follow along with the ISW map. Give me some advice. Feel free to share that. As always, it's not just because of my ego, but frankly, the more people that can read and listen to it, the more people I can have to send me, information, and that just makes this a lot easier, and it's a lot less me pulling my hair out trying to find all the resources. With that, I did throw up my Telegram link there. It's just a phone number. You can send messages to it if you feel for whatever reason you're uncomfortable sending information, hopefully about the war, on Twitter. Then you can send it there. Just don't spam it, please. Otherwise, have a good evening, folks, and thank you guys very much. See you tomorrow.
And can we all give Language a round of applause? Everyone just put their hands together. Language spends hours doing this. He gives his time. It's a completely voluntary. He does this because he supports Ukraine. And we just really appreciate everything he does. And give him a good send off. Thank you.
Thank you, the language. One minor complaint of mine was that virtual map, or the interactive map you shared, apparently overloaded my phone's processing capacity. So I started having audio issues while I was trying to follow along on the map and listen to the language learner update. Other than that, thank you again very much. Your time here is very much appreciated.
Well, thank you. And I don't know, go. I hear Cricket Mobile sells, nice flip phones. You can use one of those next time. I kid,
Yeah,
but I'll take a look into maybe finding something that's less processor intensive.
It's a problem on my end. I just need to log in from my computer next time while I'm listening on the space through my phone. Have a good evening. Much appreciated. Knight, go ahead, and then Eridanus.
Yeah, thank you. One thing I saw language retweet, I was hoping to catch him on here, is something about the Russians using helicopters to kind of herd some of the deserters back into positions or something. I thought that was it was amusing enough that it must be true. And also, like, if there's anything going on in Moscow, they said something about like the center ring was locked down. I don't know if that was because of like a celebration or if there was something going on there. And third question would be, if anyone knows what came out of this month's Ramstein conference, if there was any progress towards sending main battle tanks or really anything of significance outside of, I mean, it's significant, more ammo and, the stuff that's been coming before, but any progress on anything new that we're aware of?
Real briefly, I can speak to the reports of Russian helicopters being used on Russian forces who were trying to surrender or flee. And the reports that I've heard, and I have not seen the videos to confirm it, were not that they were trying to herd their guys back to their lines. I think it was much more sinister than that. There were some Russians who did not want to surrender or give up, and they decided to liquidate some of their fellow soldiers rather than allow them to surrender. As far as the
I don't know if anyone's ever noticed this before, but the Russians are dicks.
Understatement of the decade. As far as the outcome of the Ramstein conference, I don't know specifically. I was off of the space for a large part of yesterday, so I will defer to some of the other regulars here in the space who might have more information than myself. If anybody does have any direct information in response to Knight's questions, feel free to go ahead. If not, I will maintain the current speaker order and make Mr. Finance wait a little longer.
I think the only thing I didn't really follow it in detail, sorry, but the brief thing I picked up was a huge commitment from the US in terms of supporting Ukraine. It's very Googleable, like it's kind of immediately available sort of thing. So Lloyd Austin basically reiterated his firm commitment and outlined like a huge amount of money in terms of future support, and there was like an itemized list of munitions, etc., that would be available. That was my takeaway from what I followed off Ramstein.
Anything on those items?
I can't remember offhand, but I'm gonna have a wee look, and I'll try and post it in the nest if I find it.
And I may be crossing my wires here, but was that where we arrived at the 500,000 number as far as artillery shells being provided? Did they announce additional artillery shell deliveries, or am I completely mistaken on that?
You know, I don't recall that at all. So as I say, I just saw stuff in passing because it was all a bit of a blur for me yesterday. But I'll try and yeah.
It's been a whirlwind the last 72 hours. Information coming so fast, it's out of date almost as quickly as it makes it out to the Twitterverse or other media propagation sites.
But gosh, hasn't it been brilliant today? Wasn't today brilliant?
Fantastic.
It was a great day.
Go ahead, bloke.
No, I was just agreeing. It's been a brilliant day. It's a great day, and you know, our values over the past 6 months have led us here, even in the darkest times. And now we know that our steadfastness in supporting Ukraine is paying off, and we're seeing the success of Ukraine in the battlefield, and that's beautiful. So
Couldn't agree
carry
more.
on.
Eridanis, you're up.
I'm glad we were just talking about how great everything's been in the last couple of days, because that is exactly leads into my question, which is going to demonstrate exactly how ignorant I am of military and all of that. Assuming, since we've seen the Russians just fleeing in terror, assuming that they don't fight any more than that and that continues, how far can Ukraine go with their current momentum?
Briefly, and I'll give this answer with the caveat that I am not a military expert, but I would venture to guess that they don't want to outrun their resupply capabilities. So as quickly as the rear echelon support staff and equipment can follow along with the frontline fighters, I presume they will continue advancing. But Russia made precisely that mistake in trying to take Kyiv so quickly. It's a big part of how they got their backside handed to them so thoroughly when they attempted to take Kyiv and had to withdraw back into places like Belarus and take account of how badly they got their butts kicked by the Ukrainians back in February and March. Ukraine is not going to make that same mistake. They are a much more disciplined fighting force. They don't sell their fuel for vodka money, and they don't steal washing machines and household appliances as they're advancing through and retaking territory.
Thank you.
I think they will measure their advances and make sure any ground they take is can be easily reinforced and held by rear guard or territorial defense forces or national police or whomever it is. They've taken massive amounts of land. They've retaken as much in a couple of days as Russia managed to get their hands on in the last couple of months. So the comparison is striking, but again, they're not trying to outrun their resupply lines and get themselves encircled. They're much wiser than the Russians.
That's my major concern. And actually, I was looking at the map regarding the Bakhmut. The Bakhmut is actually, they are trying to trust, Russians are going to trust from the two flanks and surround the Bakhmut. That's exactly what I was seeing on the map when the language actually told me, and I took the time to analyze it. This is I believe the Bakhmut is actually the place we are going to, we should be focused in the next few days. I was looking at different maps, and that could be very, very interesting. Because the front line is so wide, honestly, I just cannot imagine that. I know that Ukraine is a big country, but the front line is so fucking wide. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Agreed.
And I believe that the Koreans actually probably on the east are going to just try to stabilize and get reinforcement and try to change the change of the units and the front and the first contact line, and that's the most important thing, just to stabilize that and try to shorten front as much as possible. This is the only thing that actually is logical.
If the Russians tried to stage some sort of counteroffensive, I think our friend on the space here, Finance Perception, could quickly arrange a delivery of Atacam's brand cigarettes for any Russians who were so foolhardy as to attempt something like that.
Sounds like this good job, but hopefully that they will not push the Ukrainians in the central front, which is probably now the most important thing. If they push them, they have a chance to encircle either Bakhmut, either area northern Bakhmut. That's what I can see. I said I'm not a strategist, and I have not that level of expertise, but at least I know how to read the maps.
Yep. And one of the things Yehuda said here before that was reassuring for me, and Yehuda is a military expert. He's an active duty military officer. His response to some of that when people were wondering about counteroffensives is, where are they going to find the resources with which to stage a counteroffensive? They couldn't even hold the line to begin with. So to assume that they would have the intestinal fortitude or the equipment or the trigger pullers to stage such a massive counteroffensive is unlikely at best.
From your mouth to the God's ears, what we say here in Bosnia. Hopefully that you're right, and that Yehuda is actually right as well.
I think the Russians are thoroughly demoralized at this point. They've been fighting a very difficult special military operation for over 6 months now, and they pretty much just got their teeth kicked in. So I don't know how or where they would find the ability to stage some counteroffensive like that. If they want to try, I wouldn't put that past them. But I think Ukraine has more than enough resources to repel any type of attacks. And they also have the morale on their side. Morale is a much bigger factor than people give credit for. And I would say any Russians who've been living for months in squalor in a dirt hole in a country that is not theirs are not going to have a whole lot of incentive to fight back very energetically.
And if I could just interject, and nothing travels faster in an army than rumors. So, troops everywhere will know what is happening right now in around Kharkiv, and they know that Donbass is threatened. So that is going to play into their decision making. If someone asks them to bang their head against the wall against Bakhmut again, when they know that there is an offensive underway in Kherson and in Kharkiv, you just have to put yourself in their shoes, right? It's not a winning proposition. And where is their resupply going to come from? They're thinking about this stuff. Rumors travel fast. We know their comms suck, but by carrier pigeon or by rumor, they will know that the Ukrainians are basically kicking their asses, and that will play into their morale and their ability to take Bakhmut. They've been trying to take Bakhmut for 5 months? They haven't managed to do it. We know that it's tough. We know that the defenders in Bakhmut are, in a tough fight, but they know what they're fighting for. And as for the Ukrainians outrunning their supplies, don't forget that it's absolutely a consideration. The Ukrainians will advance as much as they deem necessary, and you know, they will consolidate when they deem it necessary, and they'll bring in, you know, subsequent echelons to root out problematic areas. But the one advantage they have is they are liberating their territory. When they walk into a village, people are coming out to greet them, and to hug them, and they're in tears of happiness. It is not the same as the Russians trying to conquer a country and commit genocide. It's the opposite. So the Ukrainians do have several advantages. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
I just hope so that they have enough reserves in the Eastern Front, and that they will actually replace the fighting fist. Actually, the fighting fist on the Praklomena, because unfortunately, I just cannot believe that they have enough. That usually on the actions of this scale, that the best units actually gathered into and I just hope so that they didn't how to say in English make less
Guys,
good.
sorry to interrupt. I've just posted a
Yeah,
couple
that's
of
great.
links about Ramstein. Ramstein 5 is in the nest. I just wanted to say thank you very much for tonight. I'm going to try and get some sleep. So thanks again. All right. Good night, everyone. Cheers. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Good night. Carry on.
I just hope so that they have enough first call units in the areas that they are not on the Eastern Front, in the middle. I should say in the Central Front, that they have enough first call units to respond on this activity.
Well, you know what? Let's just simplify this, okay? The Ukrainian general staff has pulled off one of the best, most stunning advances
Exactly.
in modern military history. So we're going to have to assume that they know what they're doing, because, and I'm not saying assume, I'm saying there's evidence that they know what they're doing. They have absolutely pulled off a stunning advance, a stunning victory here. And so if they're able to do that, I mean, you know, while doing another offensive in Kherson, you know, I would put my money on the Ukrainian general staff. I am sure they've thought this out, and I have complete faith in the way they've prosecuted this war from the very beginning, from day one. Within the first 2 weeks, they managed to pull off a huge feat. There is no reason to worry that they haven't thought this through. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with Bakhmut? I mean, there is ebb and flow, but in the general terms, they have pulled off something absolutely breathtaking, that will be studied for years.
Okay. I don't want to sound as deficit, whatever the word is.
No, it's okay.
Actually,
Yeah,
okay.
I know what you mean.
I don't want to be that, honestly. I don't want to be just. I'm a cautious person, honestly. As I said, I stay with the Ukrainian general staff. I hope so that I just can repeat everything what you just said, and I agree with you. But I just. When I see the something is going too good, I'm always cautious, honestly. And this is the
Of
last
course.
thing this is the last thing I'm going to say, because I really don't want to be a pain in the ass. Because and I hope so that this is going to be fun.
Not at all. Not at all.
You're perfectly fine,
Yeah,
John.
perfectly fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, we absolutely hear where you're coming from, but
Honestly, the funny thing with me, I am a naval communication officer by my education, and there isn't but I spent all my military career in the hills of Bosnia, and that's something was strange. As I said, not. I have some experience, and as I said, to pull out actually operation like this one, you really have to take in your reserves very, very, very deep. And the most important thing now is to replace the first line with the second echelon to get those people sometimes to rest, and everything will be fine, hopefully. And Slava Ukraini. And may I say something in my language? And I hope so that the Korean people, Slavic-speaking people, will understand what I'm going to say.
As long as you don't talk about
As
me.
long as you're not swearing. Yeah.
No, of course not. Boj ne bije svjetlo oružje, nego srce u junaka. It is actually that the fight is not only the shiny weaponry, but the fight is in the heart of the heroes. And I hope so that is the true in this case as well. Okay, thank you. Dziękuję. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, John. Come back anytime. And with that, we will go to my favorite turncoat, Benedict Arnold, also known as Finance Perception or the Atacams brand cigarette ambassador.
Oh my God, Finance is here. I missed him. Hi, Finance.
Good morning, gentlemen. Have to say, are you kidding me? Right?
You gotta be kidding me, dude. Did you really do that?
It was a sound effect, by the way, just for Finance.
Okay. Oh, it was you, Ryan. You did that.
Oh, it was Ryan. He just waited until I was like started talking.
I've been waiting to do that for about 15 minutes now.
I want to hear an advert from Atacam cigarettes, please.
I mean, what can I say? Business is booming. To be fair, you know, it seems that technicals are doing more work than the Atacams brand cigarette company right now. Though in the People's Republic of Belgorod, large amounts of things keep blowing up. Can't really explain why. I guess lots of people are enjoying that full Atacams flavor. We like to say here at the Atacams brand cigarette company, you got to smoke them while you got them. At the rate the Russian army is collapsing, you really need to get your orders in now. We're kind of worried that there's just going to be no supplies left and nowhere near to deliver them to when Russia finally just fucking quits and goes home. But until then, business is still going to continue to be booming at the Atacams cigarette company. Atacams brand cigarettes, smoking kills, because in Russian occupied territory. With that, I have been passed out for almost 8 hours, and I was wondering what in the world Ukraine liberated while I did such a terrible thing like sleep.
Well, Language Learner did his update, and that was stunning. But we actually don't know what happened overnight because we've been co-hosting, and there are busy beavers working in the background somewhere, collating the latest information. And I don't have any insight. Do you, Ryan? What's happened? Have the Ukrainians, got to Moscow yet?
I'm not aware of that. I would certainly hope so. It appears the Russians have attacked a couple of places in Ukraine with some rocket attacks. I saw some immediate aftermath footage of that. Apparently, there were no deaths immediately reported, but I suspect there will be some in the coming hours, just based off of the video and damage that I saw on a Twitter post recently. But I've been a bit preoccupied with space management, so I have not had time to review all of the news sources that we typically monitor.
Nor have I. But Finance, in terms of your business model, I can say that several ammunition depots have been taken over by non-smoking Ukrainians. So, smoke them while you got them. because I don't know how long this is going to last. We'll see. Have you got
I'm
a business
currently
plan?
having questions from the Atacam cigarette brand marketing department. They're very concerned about having to get their resumes together because they're concerned that there's going to be significantly less demand for advertising in the coming months. I'm not as concerned as they are. I think that there's a lot of determination by the higher ups of the Russian elites to try to commit genocide, and they're just going to find new ways to keep losing for significant amounts of time.
Having said that, I would like to circle back with a discussion with you about finance, because finance, we've had someone who is a financial expert who was on earlier today saying that Russia is winning the financial war. And I sort of lost my temper, but I would like you to educate us on why that is not happening. And we'll go to speakers before then. I think it was Nightlight and then Robert, right, Brian?
Yes.
Sounds good to me.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I didn't hear the previous speaker about Russia winning the finance war, but I mean, you kind of have to define victory, and I think Russians are defining victory right now by just surviving it. So it kind of depends on what your metric is. I mean, if they don't have an economic collapse as a result of it, hey, victory, but it doesn't mean it went well. I imagine their economy is going about as well as their special military operation. In regards to Atacam's brand cigarettes and those kinds of things, it's interesting the territory expansion that's going on now, because every kilometer of advance is 1 kilometer more of targets that they can hit. So it opens up a wide variety of new opportunities. So that's been we haven't really seen a whole lot about that, but I imagine every Russian command center is taking a hit along the way during the advance, which is probably contributing to the route. In terms of someone before asking how far it can go, yeah, I mean the answer really is how far can the logistics support? It's really amazing to see, especially since this is probably the first time the Ukrainians have ever really done this. Yeah, but it's in terms of what that looks like, it's basically you have one armored formation or whatever formation move forward, takes an objective, they lock it down, and everyone leapfrogs ahead of them while they secure, and it's just basically one leapfrog after another. It's not just driving forward for 100 kilometers, shooting everything in the way. It's a big synchronized action with logistics coming up behind it. It's a very complicated dance, and it can only go as far as the logistics. But I mean, the Russians are running, so that's we'll see how far we can chase the route there. I think it's going to be interesting to see how far the Ukrainians get with that. I think the whole front is done, though, especially if they're cutting off the rail support. And without the logistics behind, the Russians, they got nothing. They can just die in place or go home.
Yeah, I can't argue with any of those points. Brian, comments?
I've got nothing to add to that. Robert, go ahead.
Thanks. I wish I had caught every word of listener's update, but unfortunately I have other stuff going on. I know that he mentioned Lysychansk, but I'm looking at the post about the Ukrainian flag being raised over Kreminna. I don't know if I pronounced that very well. And my observation is, as I look at the map, and again, I don't want to get ahead of anything, but as Yehuda eloquently told me yesterday, there is literally nothing between Lyman and the Russian border in terms of Russian forces. And so if the partisans are in Cremena now, then I hope that regular forces are coming behind them. And I think that the psychological impact of cutting around Severodonetsk and just cutting that off is friggin' amazing. So in my heart of hearts, I hope that we see that news in the next week and the impact on the mill bloggers. I think one of the problems that Ukraine has is they have this long left flank that's anchored on the Russian border, where the Russians are pretty much immune, so they can build up forces anywhere and attack south. So as much as I would love to see them go all the way up to the border, I think that the advantage, the benefit of taking Severodonetsk, it far outweighs the benefit of taking all that land up there that is undefended. There's nothing up there. Don't take it from me. Take it from, oh my God, I forgot his name, Yashuda. And so that would be wonderful. I think my other observation, and I was driving when I saw this discussion, somebody was talking about trading prisoners for kidnapped children and kidnapped citizens. And you had to pull me off the ceiling. And I think somebody responded to that very well. But that's not the trade that we want to make. The return of the displaced Ukrainians has to be an absolute criteria, independent of any prisoner exchange or independent of anything else. That has to be an absolute criteria for Russia ever moving back, getting out of sanctions and moving back into being a normal country. We don't need to trade prisoners for citizens. We can trade prisoners for prisoners. And I think there's something else I wanted to say, but as always, it's past my bedtime and I need to go back to sleep. Thank you so much. You guys do such great work, and I love you all, and you're keeping me sane in these times.
In Russia, everyone's a prisoner.
Yes, there is that, but they don't know it,
If you
or they
need
won't admit it.
Languages update, I believe he posts an audio recording of it. So if you want to go back and review that, it's something you can get access to that's not live, but it is recent.
Yeah, thanks for that. I see that for some reason, for every time I go there, what I see is the post for the first one is from May 25th. It's always the top one in Languages feed. I don't know why that is.
He may have that pinned as his first post in his profile, but I'm sure he's got a new tweet posted for tonight's Language Learner update. I've not been to his account in a few days or weeks, probably.
I'll go look. I'll go look. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Arvind was next. Go ahead.
Thank you all for all the wonderful work you do. The last couple of days have been great. I've been following this war, I think, in the first month, and then for a while I kind of tuned out. So I'm from India, and for most of you all would kind of be aware of the kind of quote unquote neutral stance that my government has been taking throughout this conflict. Frankly, I was kind of, I wouldn't say pro-Russian in the sense that I supported Putin or the United Russia Party, but as a nation, Russia and India have had very good relations since the Soviet times, and it disgusts me more than anything what Putin has reduced Russia to, and the conflict and the violence that has been perpetrated against Ukraine and the Ukrainian people just has shocked me, and it has broken my heart, because it has made me kind of reassess the manner in which my country and its government conducts international diplomacy. And of course, there is a delicate balancing act that has to be done. But the future of Indo-Russia relations, I hope, goes in a much different way than what it has been so far. That being said, I had an observation to make on the finance bit that was being discussed earlier. Now, I wasn't here when the person who claimed that Russia is winning the finance war, I don't know what his rationale was, but there are a few things that I have noticed have not been discussed a lot in the media. The media tends to look at things like, for instance, the exchange rate of the ruble, and things like Russia's current account surplus and balance of trade to proclaim that Russia is winning the quote unquote winning the finance war. But what is not really being discussed is the absolute collapse of imports into Russia. So there are two things that are happening. The first thing is that uh, the Russian government, the Russian central bank can no longer purchase euros and dollars to store its foreign exchange, and it is reliant on the Chinese financial system, the yuan, and a few other currencies to route those surplus export payments. Because of this, they are basically suffering the Dutch disease, where the exchange rate is being kept lower than what the moribund state of their economy really deserves the ruble to be at. And because of that, the Russian budget is suffering from lower revenues in terms of rubles. I have seen many theories on Twitter that uh, part of the logic that the Russians are suppressing gas exports is not only because they want to punish Europe, but also because they don't know what to do with the deluge of euros and dollars that are flooding the financial system, because they can no longer effectively save that revenue. Uh, Coupled with the fact that most foreign companies are leaving Russia, and Russian manufacturing and service providers in Russia who would import inputs from abroad and use euros and dollars to pay for those imports are no longer there. As a result, Russia's industrial economy is suffering a collapse in imports and subsequent reduction in demand for foreign currency. These interlinking forces are causing an artificial overvaluation of the ruble, an artificial reduction in imports, which is, accordingly leading to these, um, you know, things like a high current account surplus, a high balance of trade, which in a normal economy would be a good sign. But people tend to forget that imports are essential as well, especially to maintain healthy supply chains and to maintain a healthy industrial economy. And that is what is happening in Russia today, where they have commodities that they can export to China, and like some metals which are continuing to be exported to the rest of the world. But because they have been completely isolated by the global economy, there is no way to spend that money. And the only way to keep the exchange rate of the ruble stable is to reduce exports and to somehow balance that flow of foreign currency in the absence of a mechanism to save that foreign currency. So those were my comments. Long live General Zaluzhny, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Ukrainian nation and people.
That was really great. Now, to be clear, the person who was on before wasn't really a financial expert. I sort of made that up.
I think he's a stock trader who's fallen on hard times. I was
put it that
hoping for
way.
the opportunity to
Yeah,
ask,
I
but
actually had to mute his mic because it was so ridiculous. But we do have someone who can speak to financial matters much better than we can. Finance is not my forte. Ryan knows quite a bit about oil and gas and that industry, but we do have someone here named Finance who can speak to that directly. And I think he would agree with most of the points you raised. Number one, that the ruble is being propped up, it's not floating. The Russians can't import the things they need to import to keep their economy going. Like, put it this way, let's just break it down. Ryan, you're in the oil and gas industry, right? You understand that there are things like valves, and apparently they have to be machined properly. And Russia has to import that stuff. And if they don't import that stuff, they can't sell their oil and gas. Is that correct?
That is
Broadly speaking.
100% accurate, and much more important than the machining and the precision of the metalworks on those valves. They need things like, um, oh shoot, now I'm drawing a blank. I was going to list off all the different types of internal components, gaskets that are utilized in those valves. I want to say it's PETN or BUNA or a number of other things that they add in those. And you can buy valves from places like China that look and at least initially perform essentially the same as Western made components, but over time they will degrade, and some of the O-rings that they place in these valves will swell if they are exposed to hydrocarbons, and they will not perform as intended when you need them the most. Russia does not have the ability to procure or produce those items in the quantities that are needed within Russia. So they're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place over the long run. But back to the more financial things, Russia is now floating, as of about a week ago, the idea of settling cross-border transactions with cryptocurrencies. And if that should tell you everything you need to know about how desperate Russia is getting to resolve their financial transactions and handle some of their currency issues. They're in a desperate situation. I don't know why we lost finance. I hope he will come back up. But if Arvind, if you are going to be up and around in approximately the next 6 hours, we have a whole slew of people who are financial experts who will be doing a powerhouse panel. I think there are 5, if not 6, there's 5 of them. If you can go up into the nest, if you scroll up to the top of the speakers list, you'll see a series of tweets. The first one is from a guy named Finance Analysis. He's the one we were talking about. And if you slide over to the left one tweet, you will see the list of speakers that we'll have later on this morning who could very thoroughly discuss the topics that you've brought up. I suspect they'll be discussing them even without your questions or remarks. They would probably be covering this stuff all on their own. I unfortunately will be asleep for that conversation, but it's one I might actually tune into on our Spotify account and have to catch up on before I tune back into the live space once I wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. here as well, so I doubt I'm going to be awake, but it sounds good. It's something I'd love to check out on Spotify. Thank you.
Yep, we do have a Spotify account. If you don't already follow the Maria Aid account, the MriyaReport account. It's the top left one right next to my profile. If you scroll through there, or if you know how to search previous tweets for a particular Twitter account, I'm sure you can navigate to our spot. Actually, I'll just throw it up in the nest here in a second so you can easily find the Spotify account. We have a whole list of our featured guests that come on, a number of different topics and a number of different subject matter experts. I don't know how quickly they will get that particular discussion edited or chopped down and posted onto the Spotify account, but I'm sure they'll have it done in a couple of days, maybe 3 at the most. And I only put in that caveat because I don't want to put any additional pressure on some of our back end people who spend inordinate amounts of time doing all of the editing work. They really are some of the unsung heroes. We as co-hosts are featured a little more prominently in this volunteer effort, and we definitely don't put in the lion's share of the work. The back end people do, and they deserve all the credit.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everyone to please retweet the space because we don't do any advertising. No one here gets paid. It's just volunteer work. The only way we can get the word out is if you retweet the space. Even if you only have 10 followers, it's a way of spreading the word. We've been here since the war began, 24/7. We have people from all around the world who donate their time to support Ukraine. We do have a charity that we do support, MriyaAid.org. It's a registered nonprofit that delivers non-lethal aid to Ukraine. That includes everything from tourniquets to trauma kits to night vision goggles, body armor, and
Firefighting
drones.
equipment, drones.
Firefighting equipment as well. And we're rallying support for Ukraine in their fight for their freedom and ours as well, because their fight is ours, and that's why we're here, and that's why we've created the space, and that's why we volunteer our time. So please retweet the space, and if you can, $30 if you donate it to MriyaAid.org. You can forego a few Starbucks coffees, and that $30 will deliver a high quality tourniquet to Ukraine. That's the difference between life and death. You've seen what the Russians do. You've seen them collapse buildings, you've seen people get crushed, and they have severed limbs. If there is a high quality tourniquet, it will save a life because someone cannot lose more than 2 liters of blood before getting them to the hospital. Once you get them to the hospital, even if the limb is severed, that can be reattached, in certain circumstances, right? Depending on the situation, but save lives. You can donate to Maria Aid. All that money goes into Maria Aid, and everyone at Maria Aid is a volunteer. They don't get paid. You spend goes directly into that. We're here to support it, and we're here to spread the word about what's happening in Ukraine. So please support us by retweeting and donate if you can. Thank you. Ryan, carry on.
Perfectly said, Bloke. I was just going to reiterate that Maria Aid doesn't have any overhead expenses. Unlike many other charities, there are no paid officers, board members, employees, anything like that. Everyone that works at Maria Aid is working in a volunteer capacity, just like we are here on the MriyaReport. They also don't spend any money on advertising. They don't have any commercials on television. We are essentially their free advertising arm as the MriyaReport. We're not directly affiliated with them. We get no remuneration from them. We have all stood up and decided to volunteer and keep this space going 24/7 ever since the war began. Maria Aid sprung up shortly after that, but we know what good work they do. We know how valuable the aid they offer is, and that's why we're here doing the work we do. And just to reiterate what you were saying, if you appreciate what you've heard here, feel free to share that Spotify account or a specific interview with friends or like-minded individuals. And please share and retweet the space because we don't spend any money on promotional efforts. That's what we do here. And we've got a ton of hands, and I don't know who exactly was next, so I'll go B. Steve, Knight, Robert, Roy.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah. Oh, good. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to what that person spoke about before with the Russia strangling Europe on gas and, making a fortune on the economics, but more from the gas side. I just thought there was a few points that I'd like to have brought up. There's LNG ships queuing up at Milford Haven in the UK's terminals to unload. The Bacton pipelines are full capacity across. The UK is running its gas power stations and shipping 6 gigawatts of electricity to the continent. And even though even though Russia has turned off the gas pipelines, Germany's storage is still going up, and they're at about 88 to 89%. So they're well on track to be miles ahead of what they could potentially need if we have a mild winter. The biggest threat is French nuclear. As far as I can see, that half the French nuclear power stations are currently offline, and the French government are promising to put them back online before winter comes. And if that doesn't happen, then we will have a problem in Europe. But if they do manage to achieve that, it would need an extremely harsh winter for us to be knackered and actually run out of gas and have blackouts, as far as I can see, or people, struggling for a lack of gas. I just thought I'd put that out there, really. Also,
dead on track. And
yeah, I also wanted to mention that North Sea production is up 30%. Norway's production is up similar amounts. So the amount of gas being produced in Europe is up significantly. It's not like people have just sat there and watched it. And you already mentioned the temporary LNG terminals that are being put in place in Germany. So, as far as I can see, all hands to the pump. And although, yes, prices are high, Europe is well on track to surviving this winter.
Well, and I can add a little more color to that from our side of the pond here. Year over year, drilling activity as of February of this year, before the invasion began, was up approximately 69% in the United States, and it was up over 188% in my particular state, which is Oklahoma. That number has not gone down. If anything, it has gone up since this invasion began. And I suspect, I'm almost certain, that the United States is producing a record amount of oil and natural gas right now. And we would be more than happy to share that with our European friends. So in the event that there is a harsh winter, and in the unlikely event that France does not manage to turn back on their nuclear facilities, there will be LNG ships piling up in Europe and on the shores of Great Britain before anybody ever runs out of any gas. So the likelihood that European countries will have to do without is slim to none at this point.
I mean, I'm environmentalist by nature, and it slightly appalls me, but I can see it. I can see coal coming from Australia. I can see gas coming from Peru, from America. You can see the ships lining up, literally one after the other, and the pipelines flowing. So, it's quite clear that we should be all right. Let's put it that way.
Put it this way: Russia will not be able to use any form of blackmail to conduct this genocidal war. Yeah,
I think von der Leyen said only a couple of days ago that Europe will ban oil and gas from Russia in about 3-4 months' time, and I can see that. I can absolutely see that. And yes, our gas prices from here on in will be slightly more expensive because we won't be using cheap gas from Russia, but it will be a more secure supply, that's for sure.
Well, the price shocks that Europe has seen in the last 6 months are an unusual fluke, and they will normalize over time. It's a spot price issue. The long-term price of gas is trending downward, and it's not going to be as expensive as it is at the current moment for an extended period of time. It's just an imbalance in supply and demand that will be remedied because of those exorbitant prices that are being levied at the current moment.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I want to say. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. I wish you were here 3 hours ago. But
Yeah.
Much appreciated, Steve. And I forgot the order that I said was next, but I trust you three gentlemen know exactly what it was. So please go in the order that I mentioned previously. Go ahead, Robert.
I think we're all drinking, and I will be very quick. I will join Arvind on the Spotify, which I need to learn how to do for the 6 a.m. Eastern time, 3 a.m. my time conversation. That will be very interesting. A couple of more tidbits for our Russian misinformation spouting friend. In 2019, pipeline imports accounted for 0.75% of German GDP, and it hasn't changed much since then. So while the numbers are spectacular this year, from a GDP point of view, they are minuscule. In America, I will reinforce what Steve said, that America has definitively set natural gas production records for 2 months in a row. So the production is going up, and we have a liquefaction terminal that's been offline since January, coming back online in November. So the stars are lining up to protect European gas. And I will also point out that American and natural gas futures are coming down right now almost as rapidly as they went up. And these futures are less a reflection of reality and I'm not, and in my humble opinion, more a reflection of market, dare I say it, manipulation. So people who have the ability to push prices around will push them around, make money off of it, and then let them go back to their natural level. And so I'm thinking that they will continue to plummet because they are far, far above their natural level right now. And then the last question I have is, I am such a Twitter baby. How do I retweet?
There's a button at the bottom. It's like this little square with arrows on it. You just hit that and it'll retweet.
Okay, so I am looking at the 6 a.m. ET tweet from Mira, and the button, no, that's Android.
If you're on an Android device, I can't help you.
Okay.
Yeah, nor can I, and I can't do a screen share, but I would
It
love
should
to
be the
help
little
you, right?
little underline arrow on the
Oh,
right-hand side.
Oh, wait a minute. Robert meant how to retweet the space, right? Is that what you meant,
Well, I've
Robert?
tried to retweet a tweet, but how do I retweet a space?
Ah, okay, got it. Okay, so what you do is you go up to the top. I've got an iPhone. You go to the top, and you'll see this little sort of like upside down square bracket with an arrow going up, right on the top right hand side.
Yeah, and it just disappeared when I touched it. Let me try again.
Yeah, you hit that, and it's helpful if you add a few comments. Like whatever you want to say. And
I don't even know how to add comments. Okay, so I'm on the report. I'm looking at all the fine people.
So
okay.
Up at the top, there's 3 dots next to a leave button.
Yeah, I got that.
Just to the left of the 3 dots, there's an upward arrow.
Oh, that one. Oh my God. No,
there
that's copy link.
Yeah, that's
if
the
you
one.
click
Invite
the
via
upward
DM
arrow
or copy link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Below copy link, there's share via, and share via, I think, no, not share via. How do we? Good gosh.
Okay, I have
asking all the
invite
tough
and copy.
questions
I don't
tonight.
have share. Maybe that's my problem. I don't know.
Just share it via Twitter. It'll be fine.
Share
just press random, share via Twitter and press random buttons, and it'll probably all work out.
Yep.
If I had
And
via,
usually
life would be wonderful. I
we
will shut
have
up and you've given me enough information to do some research, and I will do that. Thank you so
Hey,
much.
but don't feel bad. I'm highly technical, and trust me, I didn't get onto Twitter until last year. So don't worry about it.
I believe we
It
always have
happens.
the most current version of the live space as the pinned tweet on the MriyaReport account. So if
Uh-huh.
you click that MriyaReport account on the top left and then go in, tap it one more time, it will bring up the MriyaReport Twitter account. And their very first tweet is the current space. I think the last one was shared 21 hours ago. And you'll hit that same upward arrow button on that fresh pinned tweet or the top tweet of the MriyaReport account. And that will allow you to share or retweet the space. You can also hit the circular button. There's a little comment bubble currently that says there are 3 comments on this particular tweet. Then there is it almost looks like 2 arrows that are moving circularly. And then there's the heart button so you can like the tweet. That middle one is how you retweet a tweet. I'll take a screenshot and send you a DM, Robert.
We'll
How about
send you a
that?
DM, Robert.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for retweeting the space, and
We'll go to
we're happy to help.
Dr. Paul and then Roy, and I will get Robert squared away on retweets.
Hey, Ryan. So the CEO of Pioneer Natural Resources at the onset of the war, which Pioneer Natural Resources has the largest natural gas reserves in the U.S., if my memory serves me right, from like 2014, last time I even looked at the energy sector. But he explicitly
Have you heard
said,
of a company called Chesapeake Energy?
Pioneer Natural Resources has more. They have more reserves.
I'm just thumping my
Yeah.
chest. Ignore me. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. No, but listen, he explicitly said they are not going to increase production. So Ryan, did something change? I really don't track it, but is there an explicit any sort of directive from the US government or otherwise to direct the energy sector to increase production? Because I haven't seen anything. I haven't been looking, but after the Pioneer Natural Resources CEO said that, I kind of walked away from the topic, quite frankly. And I don't blame the sector, by the way, because the president of the United States is trying to destroy the industry, right, for the whole green energy thing, which is fine. But just to say, in a time of need, why would you invest $100 million or $500 million towards something, right? It's a little bit risky if the energy policy of the United States does not support that in a sustainable way, except for this short-term need. But Ryan, am I wrong? Has anything changed within the energy sector, companies of increasing production?
When did you say he made those remarks? I'm thinking it was prior
February
to the war.
28th to March 7th, the first 2 weeks of the war, he explicitly said we will not increase production despite increased prices because they've been burned before, right? The last great spike and then big crash.
I would say, and I'm a more middle of the road person. I don't think the current administration was necessarily trying to kill off energy producers or E&Ps, exploration and production companies, as they're called in the business. They have been reticent to allow more federal leasing on federal lands, and a large portion of U.S. production drilling activity does not occur on federal acreage. There's almost no federal acreage inside the U.S. So that time frame I gave, or the percentage numbers I gave earlier, when I mentioned that drilling activity was up by 68% after the first year of the Biden administration, and it was up 188% here in Oklahoma after the first year of the Biden administration, is a perfect example of how some of the jargon and talk you hear in political circles does not align well with what those energy companies are actually doing. Those energy companies don't look nearly as much to any particular presidential administration as they look at their own balance sheets and the actual forecasts of commodity pricing moving forward in their industry. A lot of them who are very responsible with their capital expenditures are hesitant to go all in on any particular spike in pricing because they know that usually those things are short lived. And if everybody instantly ramps up production every time the prices go up, then the prices will inevitably come back down and they won't necessarily see the return on their investment that is expected. Partially, that is because there is a lag between when you start drilling a well and when you actually bring it online and sell your product at the wellhead or at wherever you deliver it to and receive your ultimate pricing. Um, I think there were a bunch of those companies who were on the ropes, so to speak, after the 2020 pandemic came through. A bunch of those companies kept drilling throughout the pandemic and delayed completions on the wells that they had drilled. So they all had a huge buildup of what are called DUCs, or drilled and uncompleted wells, that they had a backlog on, and they had millions and millions and millions of dollars of wells that they needed to complete that were basically sitting in reserve. They had done everything but go in and hydraulically fracture them, then drill out all the frac plugs and bring the wells online. Pioneer, I know, said that. I know a few other companies that made similar remarks, basically just saying, look, guys, we're not all going to run to one side of the boat and capsize this thing just because there is a short term spike in energy prices due to a war premium. Historically speaking, war premiums were brought on by political instabilities in the Middle East and fears that OPEC countries would be mired down in a war or something like that. We kind of stopped seeing wartime premiums, or at least Mideast war premiums, affect oil and gas prices about a decade or two ago. That's a thing of the 70s and 80s. And that's partially because a large chunk of oil and gas production that's consumed by the global market is not necessarily made in Middle Eastern countries any longer. I mean, a large chunk of it still is, but it's a
Right.
disconnect.
Yeah,
Another
yeah.
issue was supply chain. Um, in February and March of this year, oil and gas companies could not get more pipe. They could not get more frac sand. They could not get more frac crews. And a lot of the drilling rigs that are normally leased up or rented temporarily to drill oil and gas wells were already spoken for. So essentially, what those companies were communicating was that, hey, we've already made plans 6 months ago on how we're going to allocate our capital expenditures, and we're not going to throw away the old plan that we made very prudently and just completely start from scratch. We're not going to wipe the slate and start all over again just because something crazy has happened. We're not reactionary. We plan things. Even if they wanted to drill more wells back in February and March, they wouldn't have been able to do it because all of the orders for materials that are required to bring new wells online, all of the steel mills had already had orders placed through the end of this year. So even if they wanted to add more wells and more drilling activity to their operational plan, they didn't have the equipment to bring those wells online. They could go punch a hole in the ground if they had a rig to rent, but they wouldn't have the pipe to put in the ground to case the well. They probably wouldn't be able to procure the cement, and even if they could get the pipe and the cement, the frac sand was already sold. Some of those supply chain issues have evened out. I'm sure there has been a little more frac sand that has been procured in that time, but I doubt there's any more mill booking capacity from steel mills here in the US, steel mills in Canada, steel mills in Mexico, and even ones as far as Argentina. That is a global market. There is it's called oil country tubular goods, or OCTG, in the business. And yes, some of that stuff does come from far flung places around the world. There are mills all over Europe that produce it. But here in America, a few years ago, we put an import tariff on a bunch of stuff. So anything that is not produced here in America has a 25% surcharge tied to it. And that kind of made a whole bunch of those energy companies reconfigure where they were procuring their pipe from. I used to be in that business specifically, and I bought those oil country tubular goods. So at least in this one instance, I do know what I'm talking about.
So Ryan, if you don't mind, send me those production numbers or whatever information you're looking at, and I'll go back and check what Chesapeake is saying, Exxon, Chevron, transcripts, things like that. I'm very curious to see. It makes sense. I believe production's gone up for sure. I'm just kind of curious who's actually doing it and why they are doing it, as opposed to why some may not be doing it. And I was being overly extreme just to kind of make the point to drive that discussion about annihilating the energy sector. It's not true, obviously, to that extent. But yeah, if you have any links or sources you can share, let me know. I want to take a look, and I'll dig into this and come back to you in a couple of days.
Sure. Well, and I was being a little facetious about the Chesapeake thing. They're kind of a has-been. They used to be the number one driller in the United States 3 times over, but they've had a little financial issues since then, and I think they've gone into and come out of bankruptcy in that time.
Hey, Paul, I won't interrupt anybody else, but hey, Paul, I can help you with this.
June, I didn't even recognize you. I see you have joined the fellas. Please go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't asking to speak. I know people had their hands up. I just wanted to say that to Paul. But I'll wait my turn. And
perfect. That's fine too. Feel free to send Dr. Paul some additional info. I know you are well versed on this particular industry and finance more broadly. So I trust your information in the finance and energy markets. Thank you very much, by the way. Roy was next, and then Robert. And thank you for joining the fellows, June. Glad to see you in the squad.
Yeah, hey man, we were actually, most of us in here were fellows before we knew what fellows were.
Exactly.
But it's nice to start pounding on them, here and there. So yeah, it's cool.
Cathartic.
It's gonna go. It'll be in the history books. It's gonna be, you're gonna want to be a part of it.
I'm endlessly impressed with a Wookiee fella too. By the way, I love that.
Good
evening, everyone. All right.
Oh my gosh, I show up and Yehuda comes in. I just love this. It always happens this way. I love it. Welcome, Yehuda.
Look up to your left, smile and wave. Just kidding. I don't have a camera. I'm just kidding. Good evening or good morning, everyone.
Top of the morning.
Yes, I'm on a different sleep schedule with children. We were gonna. I was gonna collate some material and give a bit of an update, but I see that we're deep in oil country. So why don't we just clear some of the hands and then we'll get into that.
I did not bring up this topic. Dr. Paul forced me into talking about it.
I'm not blaming you. I know you can't. You're the oil version of Jingu, the CCP. And then once you say the magic words, it's like rubbing the lamp, and all of a sudden the oil genie comes out, and my brain shuts off. So we did get a lot of feedback today. I kind of wanted to, if everyone doesn't mind, I just wanted to jump in. Today we had some great speakers, and one of them was a good friend of mine, Natalia Kalmakova from Veterans Foundation, Ukraine. And also Chuck Fair came in, and Chuck shared with the audience what he's doing to help out Ukraine vis-a-vis these vignettes to highlight and showcase Ukrainian bravery, humanity, the everyday Ukrainian in the face of a genocide. And Natalia came to speak to us about the foundation and getting assistance. And during that time, we had probably the largest amount of people reach out to us, whether to myself or other hosts or the main account, offering to help. The veterans portion really touched a lot of people's hearts, and it struck a chord with people who wanted to help. Natalia discussed how veterans, and especially female veterans, the unique challenges they face in a new Ukraine. Obviously, we shouldn't put the cart before the horse. Victory isn't complete. It sure feels like this is the beginning of the end. But as a result, hundreds of actual people reached out to talk about helping, and through MriyaAid as well. So I do want to thank you for your interest and your concern. Natalia or one of her staff will be back on in the following week to discuss some of the programs they do, and overall go through the process again. Additionally, a lot of people reached out because Chuck came on, and Chuck and Natalia both have a shared interest in a particular plan, and I just want to clarify it. So ideally, this type of work is one that requires a large investor funding from people in the know. And I know a lot of people reached out and said, I'm a gaffer, I'm a this, or something to do with production. I don't think that's what they require. I think they have a team. And I think what they're looking for is, obviously probably a big name studio or producer or an investor who knows similar types of people to help produce a series of vignettes, short stories that can be amalgamated into a longer production, and to highlight and showcase basically Ukraine for the last 8 years, especially since February 24th. So thank you for reaching out. We're going to try to get back to everyone as soon as possible. And we have some people who've made some very generous offers to connect those in that business that do that thing. So I want to thank everyone again, and I want to try to get into a military update in as much as we can, considering the media blackout that's been requested by the government of Ukraine. So I will take a step back and collate some notes and flip it back over. I guess maybe it was Roy next.
Yeah, I think Roy was next. And thank you very much, Yehuda, for collating some information on Ukrainian developments. That is much appreciated. I'm looking forward to your update.
Great.
Take your time. It better be good.
Hey guys, real quick. So I was just you guys do the donation stuff for Ukrainians. So I think yesterday I think there was news that Stoltenberg just promised Ukrainian for 200,000 sets of the winter uniform for Ukrainian soldiers. So I figured that would be a good thing to do if we could set up something for the donation for the winter uniform for the Ukrainian soldiers.
Yeah,
some
that's
windbreaker stuff like that.
that's
Because
a great idea, and it's
yeah,
already underway.
yeah. One of the things that because NATO is giving Ukrainian like 200,000, but Ukrainian army currently operates at a strength over 300,000, and that's not even including the territorial defense force. And to be honest, in the wilderness, in the winter like that, it really sucks if you don't have any military grade thick uniform.
Yeah, I know, Maria. Look, we're talking about this through MriyaAid. If you do have any funds to spare and you're so inclined, do send a note to MriyaAid, or you can go to their links on the page, MriyaAid.org, and you can donate. Put a note in the message, interested in winter kit, and that way they get an idea of where your donation is desired, and they'll do their best. I'm not sure exactly what. Obviously they have needs specifically. They have a signature drone program. They also buy medical and medical equipment and other non-lethal aids. So I would highly recommend, and we'll hopefully get them on this week to discuss that. But yes, super important. All support is needed. Large support from countries and nation states and actors on that level, and then NGOs and smaller groups have a particular capacity to affect change. It's definitely not an argument of which one is better. I think all are required, and it's a noble cause. I do appreciate it, Roy. Thank you for that. And go ahead, Robert, and then Baza.
Thank you, Yehuda. It is
Thank you,
always a
guys.
wonderful thing. It is always a wonderful thing to go to sleep hearing your voice. I'm on the Pacific time zone. I know that you're in Canada, and I have no idea. Well, I do understand why you're up this early. And I do understand that you're not getting a lot of sleep these days. And I think you're not that young a man. So God bless you.
Well, thank you for the, I guess, underhanded compliment. I'm not that young and I'm not that old. How's that?
You're much younger than I am.
That's
Again, I'm not sure if you were online when we got that amazing Putin-esque tweet comment that somebody shot down very, very eloquently, but didn't quite hit the exact details that we've been hitting this evening in terms of German natural gas. So maybe you'll get caught up on that later, because I will be going to sleep soon. But I'm going to wait for your updates, because I've been Googling tweet. I've been searching tweet on Kremina, and I'm hoping that you'll have something on the latest rumors and updates about what's going on far beyond the current line of advance. And again, you said it. You jumped ahead of me, and you said the beginning of the end, and that's what Winston Churchill said in November or December of 1942, and that was Operation Uranus around Stalingrad, Operation Torch, where the Americans hit Morocco, and Second Alamein. So that was the German high water mark, and after that, everything was in reverse, and that's what I think. I think this is the beginning of the end, and all of it is, it's not going to be easy. It wasn't easy after all of those events. I mean, not only it wasn't easy, a lot of good people died. But it's the beginning of the end. It's downhill now. Thank you so much for being here and being what MriyaReport is. Oh, and the main reason I came online was to say I got my first retweet out. I am moving from a beginner to a journeyman Twitter person.
Well, thank you. Yes, when I said it's not the end, but it's the beginning of the end, I had no idea that Winston Churchill had said that. What a smart guy. No, I'm just kidding. I obviously stole it or borrowed it without permission, but it is true. I think a lot of people want to see or have hope, and I think it's a fair assessment. As we've talked about here, when we had some of our really intelligent friends like Alexander Vindman, General Hodges, talk about a Russian culmination. They're not wizards. They don't have crystal balls, but at the end of the day, they can count, and they know roughly they have a good assessment of what the Russians are capable of, what they have, how they operate, and most people suspected that there was not enough fuel in the engine to go much further, and at that point, it just happened to coincide with HIMARS and all sorts of interesting capabilities that the Ukrainians were in receipt of. And after shaking out and figuring out, how to use these weapons appropriately and effectively, and the most optimal way to deploy them, you saw the Ukrainians fighting the deep battle, limiting Russian abilities to sustain themselves. A series of ongoing shaping operations, and we discussed, where is the Ukrainian army? Are they just sat west of the Donbass, fixing or blocking a Russian advance? There's got to be more to it, and there was. And the Ukrainians showed us all. Kherson being the first phase of that counteroffensive, and people complained that it wasn't fast enough. And what did they do? But while they were doing that, the Russians were doing other things. The enemy always has a vote, people say, and as CJ, our artillery friend, said, in this case, it seems the Russians voted wrong each time, and they did, and that opened up an opportunity in Kharkiv Oblast. And then, then the dominoes started to fall. Then you saw Ukrainians exploit a vulnerability, which led to several other vulnerabilities. And it didn't hurt that the Russians seemed to not have conducted themselves pretty soundly. And I think it's, I'm not gonna say we called it, we kind of called it. It looked, just from all the evidence, and probably quite a few eager Ukrainian soldiers who shouldn't have been posting on the internet the city signs outside the towns they had visited. And next thing you know, I think it was pretty fair to say, because we're here 24 hours a day, because we have contacts, we do have, and the stuff that's obviously very obviously verifiable, it would only lead one to believe that a certain thing was happening, and that was the collapse of Russian forces in Kharkiv Oblast. So, we thank you for the compliments, but I think our bullish predictions were based on just probably more up to date data and information, and that's how we got to where we got to. So the military update is going to be a little difficult today because there's just so much to go through, and obviously there's stuff that there's a media blackout on, so we'll be as responsible as we can. But insofar as it gives hope, I guess, to our audience, we have no problem with that. I think it's clear to remember that every time certain advances are made, there has to be a period of consolidation, of reorientation of forces, and for some reason in Russian Telegram, anything that involves thinking, planning, prudence, and caution means a failure. We saw that in Kherson. The Russian Telegram was convinced this counteroffensive failed, when really, in fact, the Ukrainians were being prudent and going through the battle procedure and just stuff that normal professional armies do. Something the Russians haven't. A lot of people put the Russians out. Be wary. I suspect that no one on the Ukrainian side is underestimating the Russians. The Russians are underwhelming themselves and everybody, but they'll obviously continue to assume the worst, and they're obviously they're making gains. The proof is in the pudding. So overall, we're going to touch on a brief military update. I'm going to just go silent, go offline, kind of collate some notes, look at some maps, and then I'll come back with that, and maybe we can we'll dovetail into what does that mean. We'll talk about the political ramifications or the possible ramifications, and as usual, kind of our signature product here at MriyaReport will loop it back into Russian misinformation and disinformation, because the Russians made a series of pronouncements, mostly nonsense, as we all know, and it's quite. I think some of them are pretty funny. I'm just sad that we didn't hear that all of this was a gesture of goodwill to the Ukrainians, to give them Kharkiv Oblast. At any rate, I'm going to probably go offline. I don't want to tie up space here in the speakers panel, or I can just mute, and maybe Bloke wants to co-host again until I'm back, and we'll go through there. So thanks, ladies and gentlemen. And again, Natalia Kalmakova, really appreciated your interest. She knows that whilst we work offline on other things, I scurry off to our Twitter space land and go through this. So she was impressed as to the reach. We also had a few reporters from the Telegraph, British publication, who gladly asked her some questions and spoke to her, and that was an interesting endeavor. And then we have some other folks from other organizations that'd like to chat. think tanks in the United States. Apparently, something interesting to a lot of large think tanks is why did some people get it wrong, especially the paid specialists on the big networks. And there's a lot to unpack there. There could be the general like, fair assessment as I just don't think that they might say I went to West Point in 1980 and I know what the Russians had and I just expected this to be different. But there are a lot of people who would say maybe something similar, but then follow up with the Ukrainians are getting too much. They don't need any more. We shouldn't pay them. There's a lot of corruption. In effect, it's a death sentence. They're casting a death sentence on Ukraine. Those who try to swing public opinion to a perspective that says Ukraine isn't worthy, or they're not competent, or they're not able. And that's just not fair. So John Spencer, who was here earlier, had a particular bone to pick with people who did that, because the question is, why and on what authority have you said that? And now that you're wrong, are you willing to come up and say, man, culpa, we were wrong? Anyways, I doubt that'll happen. I hope it does. But at any rate, I'm going to jump into some writing some notes. It is 2 a.m. in the best coast of Canada, best part of Canada, and I'll get on top of that, and I'll be right back. Over to you, Ryan.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. I unfortunately missed her interview earlier this afternoon or this morning. I will have to go back and catch that on the Spotify. I hope it makes the cut. With that, we will go to Baza and then Dr. Phil. Dr. Paul, not Dr. Phil. Many apologies. I hope you don't resent me for that. Baza, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say there's a rumor going around that they're going to have to slow down the offensive because the Ukrainians have run out of flags for any new settlements that they liberate.
I can send them one from St. Javelin. I don't know if they post ones that have a patron saint with a Stinger missile or a Javelin missile on it, but I'll be happy to send mine over.
The way they're going to have to go into overdrive with the production of flags, I think.
Well, I think they're in no short supply of patriotism, so I suspect they will be able to get the textile mills running in short order to print up all the blue and yellow flags that they could possibly need. I suspect if they run low, St. Javelin would probably be happy to send them some pro bono.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Baza. Dr. Paul, not Dr. Phil, please go ahead.
I am here to fix everyone's problems. Okay. Okay. So Yehuda said the word culmination, and it's very interesting. The Ukrainians, I'm starting to piece together everything a little bit. They exercised, and I'm evoking here like all the great military experts like General McRyan, Hertling, Colonel Spencer, Major Giroux, etc. Strategic patience was absolutely like a key factor here because in my view, and this was a question for Yehuda, but I'll turn it into a comment, and if he's listening, he can maybe respond to it later. But they waited for Russia to shift forces to Kherson. They waited, it seems to me, for the Russians to culminate on their ammunition expenditure and start declining. I mean, and the reason I say that is the response from Russia to this offensive has been weak. The number of cruise missiles, I mean, they've probably fired 4,000, 4,500 by now. They are running out of ammunition, as evidenced by the intelligence disclosed by the president and DOD that Russia is seeking munitions from both Belarus and North Korea. So I find that very interesting. The word culmination to me means something new after all this in retrospect, as opposed to kind of how it was discussed by the experts. The maximum military capacity to conduct offensive operations. And what does that mean? To me, in hindsight, it was like, okay, you got tanks, you got artillery, you got your troops all these things. But what's interesting is what feeds all that to actually conduct offensive operations is ammunition. And I find it very curious that the timing of it aligned with that intelligence disclosure by the United States to that, that Russia was seeking to buy munitions from North Korea. So I was curious what Yehuda would have to say about that, to kind of school us and myself especially on culmination, and did Ukraine use that to their advantage? Did they time it based on that a little bit? So the shift of forces to Kherson, then Russians really running out of ammunition in general, helped by, of course, Attack of Cigarettes brand company and HIMARS. So that's all I was going to say. I was going to ask that as a question, but it's kind of more of a comment. It's just as well.
Well, I won't presume to have the information to even try and formulate a response to that. If I did, I wouldn't do it justice. And I know Yehuda will be coming back momentarily to provide his update, and I'm sure he will cover that topic among many others.
Sounds good.
I'm going to have to stay up for a couple more hours just so I can get the Yehuda update.
Yeah, and a quick comment about that, and again, if Yehuda's listening, what I think Yehuda, the nice thing about Yehuda's updates as compared to like languages updates, which I love also as well, right? Yehuda's are more tactical, or no, sorry. Languages are more tactical. Yehuda's are more like the order of battle of like, positioning of units and what they're doing. So maybe more strategic. It's a nice 1-2 punch, I think, on the overall picture.
Yeah, I'd say languages are more directed for the layman audience, and Yehudas are more for the well-versed military strategist audience. Even if you don't catch all of the lingo that he uses as a military professional, if you stick around here for very long, you will pick it up quickly.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Ryan, it's interesting. I've read a few military old books about World War II, and the type of maps that they discuss and go through and show are more like what Yehuda shows. And I'm always like, when I'm reading those books, I'm like, I want to know the tactical stuff, like which language provides. But what I'm much more familiar with is actually what Yehuda discusses, actually. And that's actually, for me, probably those who have read those types of books, probably even more familiar.
Absolutely. And I think we do have a couple of additional spaces on the speaker panel. So if somebody has a question or a comment pertaining to Ukraine, feel free to request the mic and we will be happy to bring you up. If not, Dr. Paul might bait me back into another energy question.
I'm going to do some homework on it, and I'm just curious for myself. The position that from February 25th, let's call it, of the energy sector of the United States, industry, into what it looks like over the past, 2 quarters now. So I'll go through transcripts and see what they have to say and how that sentiment has shifted over time.
I read quite a few of their quarterly earnings reports in the first quarter of the year, but I have been so preoccupied with the developments of the war and what's going on, I haven't paid much attention to U.S. domestic energy earnings or policy or any of that. It's kind of an afterthought as far as I'm concerned.
Same with me. I was going to say one interesting note from last week or so, maybe 2 weeks by now. DOD, they're allocating, I'm going to get the number wrong, so I apologize, $2.5 billion towards modernizing, I think was the language, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. So I don't know what that means, right? DOD is kind of always vague, but I found that very interesting and curious, which supports, I think, what you're kind of saying. So something to note.
Well, one of these days when the Russians pack their bags and finally retreat back across into their own territory, I will find the time to be concerned with domestic energy policy again. at the moment, I'm only interested in how much more we can ship to Europe to help alleviate their current economic concerns and basically quell the fears of the general public who has no idea how any of this stuff actually works. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit of fear mongering and misunderstanding, and the mainstream media, and some of it is just that the people who opine on these topics don't understand all of the intricacies of it, and nobody wants to watch Bloomberg because that stuff's boring.
I love Bloomberg.
I know, I do too. I was kind of making a joke, but we're the weirdos, not the normies. Robert, go ahead.
Thank you. Some of us in the universe are Order of Battle geeks, and all of us who are Order of Battle geeks and are following this conflict are living in an information void. Ukraine is doing a superb job of keeping the lid on it. I hope they are keeping the lid on it for us, for Russia, almost as well as they are better than they are for us, or almost as well as they are for us. I mean, and Constantine kind of alluded to a couple of battalions that were sitting in reserve that wanted to get into the fight, but still hadn't been able to get in the fight. Maybe that was yesterday or the day before. But the idea is that, and Yehuda talks about this endlessly, your ability to exploit what has happened so far is critically dependent upon the ability of who you have in reserve, and that can pass through and either relieve what you're doing now so that you can move on if you're kind of an elite assault unit, and these are second line, and I hate to say the word second line, but not as well trained, not as well equipped reserve units that can hold the shoulders and process POWs and move them to the rear, give them to the MPs and all that stuff. And I am sitting here and I just wish that I had the information that if I had, it would be bad. But next year we will all be looking at this order of battle information and saying, wow, and looking at what happened and saying, wow. And so I don't desperately hope. I kind of hope, since I'm staying up late, that Yehuda gives us a couple of tidbits that will be interesting in terms of what's going to happen, that will give us some some tidbits on what's going to happen in the next couple of days based on what the forces are now, what the state of the forces are now, based on the sources that he has that he can share with us. And I can fantasize about what I see with the group a couple of hours ago. Thanks.
We don't want to hear too much about your fantasies, Robert.
My fantasies are entirely military and have to do.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
And have to do with Severodonetsk. And you cannot make anything dirty out of that. I hope.
Perfectly acceptable. I think we share some of the same fantasies in that respect. So thank you very much. Alex, can you help me out for just 1 second? I need to let a dog out. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back.
Sorry, Ryan. Who let the dogs out?
Me.
Very good. That's the kind of content our listeners come here for.
I set that one up perfectly.
Everything's scripted here. Everything is 100% scripted here at the MriyaReport. No, that's not true. It's almost 100% unscripted, as you can probably tell by our amazing production values and comedy. Robert, go ahead.
Sorry for the substandard production value this evening. Please be reminded that we are all doing this on a volunteer basis, and some of us have children or small pets or other things that require our attention from time to time. But I am back now, and it looks like we have a new speaker request. We do have a couple of people up on the panel. Name, I see you're here, and I don't know what the name on the trophy. Question or comment about Ukraine?
Morning, Ryan. Yeah, I just wondered if there'd been any developments overnight. I think, yeah, just a general update if possible. It'd be great. Thank you.
Stick with us. Yehuda is currently up and awake because he has a very unusual sleep schedule, but he is currently collating some military update info, and he will be giving a comprehensive status update as to what has been going on the ground in Ukraine if you will just hang out for, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 minutes. I don't know how much.
I'll be here for the next 12, 14 hours, Ryan. Thanks.
Oh, then yeah, you're perfectly situated. We will have you taken care of in short order here. Just hang around, and people much more qualified than myself will be happy to bring you up to speed.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Robert, go ahead.
Just a quick Mykolaiv update. My mother-in-law and the mother of my goddaughter both report that activity is down in the city, even though as I look at the reports, there is a fair amount of bombardment in the oblast overall. For what it's worth, for the people I love, life is a little bit better today.
Well, I think I noticed someone had remarked yesterday that they were in the subway or the metro transit in Kyiv, and normally, like most people experience around the world these days, if you look around at people in a restaurant or on a subway platform, everybody is staring at their phones. But what they remarked the difference was, as far as observing the public in Kyiv, was that everybody seemed to have a smile on their face yesterday, and that made me beam with joy. I don't think anybody deserves to have a smile on their face more than the citizens of Ukraine right now, and I'm happy that they are succeeding beyond everyone's expectations in the last couple of weeks. Not to say that they weren't succeeding beyond everyone's initial expectations since February, but they're really taking it to the Russian invaders now, and that makes me extremely happy. Go ahead, Robert.
And so I am just overwhelmed with the absolute brilliance of the Ukrainian Kherson campaign. Of course, I have so many friends in Mykolaiv, but I would love to see everybody push on the other side of the river and then further. But the fact, and people say that it's not a diversion, it's not a thing, and it's not. It's a real campaign. But the fact that they have the intelligence and the wisdom to say, we don't have to do this very fast. As long as the Russians are pushing resources across the river and into our, it's a trap, okay? It's a campaign. It's a legitimate campaign to liberate Kherson. And people were saying, oh, well, I mean, ISW said this. They said, well, the Russians have moved too many forces in now for Ukrainians to be successful. This campaign has now proven to be so absolutely successful based on what's happening elsewhere on the front. And it's just amazing. The Kherson campaign is brilliant. It's amazing. And it is fantastically successful. And they are doing everything that they need to do to pin Russian forces, to hold Russian forces where they are now, to pull even more resources into the West Bank, which is an obvious trap. I understand why they're doing this, because Putin is fixated on Crimea, and that means he's fixated on the North Crimea Canal. and the North Crimea Canal comes into Nova Kakhovka. And so if it's like if he can't have Kherson, it's like a lot of this campaign doesn't, and I don't know if people know, but Crimea was in a drought through 2021, and probably with global warming, it will be in more droughts in the future. They desperately need Ukrainian water, and this has been a headache, at like a burr, like a drill in Putin's side, that he can't take care of his people in Crimea, because I mean they're rationing drinking water in Crimea. They were last year. I don't know if they are this year, and so this campaign is amazing. It has really enabled other operations elsewhere in the front. It's brilliant. I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, how long can the Russians really hold out on Crimea if they have to truck in their drinking water and they don't have the Kerch Bridge?
I'm not sure that they're trucking in. I didn't read that. I get a lot
They're
of my
not yet.
information about
I
Crimea
was thinking ahead.
from Jamestown Report, and Crimea has enough water for drinking, but it was a rich, beautiful agricultural area based on the North Crimea water and the North Crimea Canal water. And so Jamestown Report has a lot of information, but I admit that since I found this site, I haven't checked back with them for weeks now.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment and not one toward myself, because I'm certainly not adding the real meat and potatoes to this conversation. I think we do have a new speaker, Smurfy Small. Go ahead. Question or comment about Ukraine?
Yeah, and specifically to you, Ryan. I've got about 2,000 hours of listening time on this, and I'm just beginning to connect not names and faces, but names and voices.
Names
And
and
they kind of picked
fellas.
my names and fellas, and they kind of picked my ear when you said that not Dr. Phil had a question to you regarding energy, and I promise not to bombard you with those kind of questions. But I do recall somebody a while back. Are you familiar with the Bakken?
The Bakken Shale? Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm from that area, and I don't really care to divulge exactly who I am or where I'm from. I'm not that important, I promise you. But I just thought that was kind of interesting. And, on my third and fourth account being banned, because I'm a proud NAFO. I know my profile picture is a cat, but I kind of want to start with something called NACO with cats. But anyway, I just was trying to make sure I had the right connection there with the voice.
Yep. Yeah, I know quite a bit about the Bakken. I've spent more time up there than I ever necessarily wanted to, but it was a requirement of my job at the time. So I've been all over Western North Dakota and Montana and everywhere in and around, even up across the Canada border. So yeah, very familiar with the area.
Yeah. One of my first jobs when I was 15 was filling drilling rigs full of oil at the age of 15 in a little town nearby Williston, North Dakota. So,
yep, beautiful country. There's a pretty girl behind every tree up there is the joke, but you'll get that. But most of the listeners won't.
I live in the Twin Cities now.
There's actually plenty of pretty girls in North Dakota. That particular side of the state was overrun with oil and gas service employees for a lot of time. So the guy-girl ratio was extremely outnumbered. And the running joke was that there was a pretty girl behind every tree, because there aren't a whole lot of trees that grow that far north in North Dakota.
It's very true. And to bring it back to Ukraine, I appreciate all the insights that I've ever heard you say regarding the oil and gas industry. I find myself asking a lot of friends and family from back there rather, what would happen if this or that regarding the oil and gas industry in Ukraine and all the pipelines that run throughout.
Well, I have not been in contact with any of my friends or former colleagues who still work in that business in quite a few months. but I would safely guess that drilling activity is way up there. They probably need to get more of that gas captured and sold so they can bring it to market and send it to places like Europe, who would be happy to use it instead of allowing North Dakota operators to flare it off so they can get to the oil.
Absolutely. And
go ahead.
And just like with Nord Stream being shut down, I thought it was pretty comical that they call it. There's so many different types of maintenance required, and it's true on such a large pipeline. But I think a part of Russia's problem with it might be weaponized, energy weaponized for sure. But I think I don't think they realize the amount of effort it takes to turn something that big off and then turn it back on again. It's not how it works. You can't just shut the valve and open it.
Well, and that's what we've said in the space before. They're flaring off massive amounts of gas just over the border from Finland, precisely because they don't want to deliver it to Europe, because they want to use natural gas as a weapon. And people were inquiring about, well, why on earth would they do that? Can't they just, save it and sell it to somebody else? And I've explained 8 different ways that that's not exactly how it works. And if they shut in their wells, they're producing wells to try and capture that gas and save it for brighter days. As far as the Russian economy is concerned, they'll also be shutting off the oil that they desperately need for revenue. Yes, they make some money off of their gas. Yes, they would make infinitely more money off of their gas right now, but the only reason gas prices are that high in Europe at the moment is because they have stopped delivering that product, but they cannot just plug the well. And I say plug, that's not the proper terminology, but they can't shut in the well and save that gas for another consumer, because if they do, they're shutting in their oil as well, and they are extremely dependent on those oil revenues to keep their country afloat.
Yeah, and I also, not to hog the space too much, I'll almost shut up here. But when you shut things off like that on such a large thing, it breaks pieces and parts that I don't believe Russia has the ability to replace.
Exactly.
So they're really kind of shooting themselves in the foot, because
politically
it might sound good, but if you break that, you can't just fix it that easy.
No, you need a swabbing rig to go in and clean out that well bore under pressure and bring it back online. And those are exactly the types of service companies and service providers that come from not Russia. And those are the kind of people who have packed up and taken their products or their equipment and their technical expertise and moved it to other markets, and they won't be coming back soon. The former Soviet state, after they collapsed in the early 90s or late 80s, I don't even remember which it was now because it's super late here, they had an extreme downturn in their oil and gas production back then, and it was exactly American companies or foreign companies that came in and helped them bring their production back online. They're not going to have that option this time around, and they're keenly aware of that, even more than most people here in the West realize. So that's exactly why they're leaving their production running and flaring off the gas instead of shutting in the wells. They've shot themselves in the foot about 3 or 4 times now, and they know better than anybody that if you shut your wells in, you're going to be over a barrel, pun intended, when you try to bring them back online, especially if you don't have any friends that are willing to do business with you.
Appreciate it. Just glad to hear somebody that had even ever heard of the Bakken or worked there. So that's all.
Yep, I know it well. I never want to go back to some place that sees negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit temperatures in January and February. A little too cold for me.
Yep.
I know
I
those
didn't switch to be a social worker just because I was tired of the hard work.
Well, I don't have anything against hard work, but I'm not a big fan of those Canadian temperatures. Robert, go ahead, and then Shaggy.
Okay, great, thanks. I've long maintained that Russia invaded Ukraine in part because of Ukraine's natural gas reserves. And there were a number of projects that were going on from the majors in Ukraine in 2014, and they all stopped after Russia performed their first invasion. So my assertion is that Ukrainian gas reserves are a major inducement for Russia, just as, and of course they had substantial reserves in Crimea that Russia now controls. So I'm just going to read this. Ukraine does indeed control Europe's second largest known gas reserves, known reserves of natural gas, almost 80% of which are located east of the Dnipro River. However, these reserves amount to less than 3% of Russia's total natural gas reserves. And though Ukraine theoretically might have, money quote, considerable shale gas reserves, they remain largely unproven. And the table that I found that looked at Ukraine's proven shale gas reserves was last updated in 2013. And we all know what's happened with the technology since then. And then it goes on to say that Russia can't exploit shale gas anyway. I think that Ukraine will, coming out of this war and with help from the West, become a major gas supplier to the world. And of course to the European world, which is where it would all go. And that's all I have to say about that.
No, I think you're dead on there. The difference between proven and unproven reserves is drilling a test well and validating what you have on your 3D seismic preliminary reports. They kind of go around and use a big machine to thump on the ground and see what kind of things echo back at them. If you've ever seen anybody do like that seismic subsurface analysis looking for, graves or, stuff, archaeological sites, they can do almost similar things, but on a much larger scale to look for rock formations below the ground. I suspect if they know there's shale in Ukraine, they've probably already drilled a few test wells and have a real good idea of what kind of reserves are sitting there. The only response I would make with respect to Russia's ability or inability to develop shale gas versus any other type of conventional supply is that Russia doesn't really have the ability to harvest any of those resources without Western partners that provide them both the technical know-how, the deep bench of engineering and geologic experts, but also vast amounts of financial capital. The difference in Western companies that invest in and produce these kinds of resources is they are beholden to shareholders, and they return some of that money and capital back to people who have invested in them. And in Russia, typically that stuff gets scooped up and handed off in the forms of bribes and kickbacks to oligarchs. So they're essentially exploiting the resources of their state for the benefit of a very, very few people. And if the Russian partners steal all of their proceeds and the Western investors take theirs and return it back, Russia doesn't have any money in the bank, so to speak, to invest in and develop these giant capital projects. That's why they take on partners like BP and Shell and Exxon and everybody else. They don't just need them for their smarts, they need them for their deep pocketbooks. If Russia had the ability to develop and exploit these reserves all on their own, they would be more than happy to do it. And they haven't been doing that for decades. There's a reason for that. They steal all the money they make from it and use it to build giant palaces for people like Vladimir Putin, or enormous pleasure craft, instead of building warships like the Moskva. Putin's and some of the other oligarchs' giant yachts cost as much money as the Moskva did. So that's what they do with the rewards of their natural resource exploitation. And this is exactly where we're at now, is exactly where it's gotten them. They have corroded from the inside out, and their economy and their culture is basically rotten to the core.
And I'll just add to that prior to Biden leading the West's response to this invasion, Russia had no reason to expect that the required technology would not be forthcoming from Western companies had they conquered Ukraine. However, now we know different, so the value of conquering all of Ukraine has plummeted in the eyes of Putin, and hopefully that will affect some of his decision making going forward.
Good point. That's an excellent point. If he can never expect to capitalize on the captured natural resources that he was trying to steal from Ukrainians and the Ukrainian government, then it might reduce his desire to subjugate those people. I don't think that natural resources or energy supplies were a huge factor in his decision to invade Ukraine. I think it was much more complicated than that. I'm not going to say it wasn't a factor at all. It definitely was part of the calculus, but I think more than any specific natural resource or the financial proceeds that could have been provided from that, he felt threatened by a thriving democracy that shared a lot of cultural similarities with Russia. It basically was an example of what Russia could be sitting on Russia's doorstep, and all the average Russian had to do was look over the border and see a better way forward for their country and their children. And that in and of itself was an untenable situation for Putin and whoever his heirs to the throne happened to be. He wants to create a new czarist Russia, and he fancies himself the new czar, and nothing could be further from the truth. He's just a bully and a mafioso, and nothing more. Shaggy, go ahead.
Good morning from the UK. I woke up to somebody mentioning their fantasies, which was a little bit strange first thing, but then got on message. My question was, I had one from yesterday that I was thinking about. It's regarding, I don't know what's going on. I'm waiting for Yehuda's updates, which I'm looking forward to, so it won't be too long. But I'm wondering, when it comes to any kind of operational pause to refresh and recuperate, what kind of rest do the frontline soldiers get? Because I guess there's kind of different types of rest they can get. They can rest just behind the lines, maybe. I hear that sometimes they get they go a bit further back and they can spend a day with their families back wherever. I'm just wondering. I'm not a military person, so I'm just wondering what kind of rest the frontline soldiers can expect to be given during any if there is going to be one, I guess, any operational pause coming up.
I will defer to Yehuda's update on that one. I think, generally speaking, you pretty much nailed it on the head. Obviously, they can't have these people fighting endlessly or, manning watch post for days and days on end without some time in the rear to get some food and some rest and recuperate. But one benefit that Ukraine has in this current situation is that they're fighting on their own territory, and in some cases fighting to retake the towns that they originate from. So if they do get a 72-hour leave slip, they can quickly move across the country, go back and see their wife and their children or their mothers or whomever it is they care about, and get themselves back to the front and ready to continue in the fight, which I think is worth a lot when you're trying to keep up morale and keep your spirits up. So I don't know with the current offensive specifically what if any type of leave is being allowed. I think it's kind of an all hands on deck situation with the current two front offensive that's being engaged in, but some other people had mentioned, and they said that Constantine, our friend of the space here had mentioned that there were a couple of different units that are held back in reserves at the moment. I think Ukraine is probably being very wise with their deployment of human capital, and they're always going to have a few guys in the rear or a few units in the rear that are ready at a moment's notice to come and buttress the existing forces that are fighting in any particular area. So I'm very confident, and I trust in the knowledge and the capability of Ukrainian officers to not overcommit their troops and have enough people at any given moment to carry out the tasks that they're trying to achieve. I will wait for him. I think that's a great question for Yehuda. He knows a lot more about that stuff than I do. He's the military officer who would presumably be granting those leave requests and directing or redirecting traffic, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
There, we spoke to him 3 times and now he's coming up. Now, for some reason, I'm having trouble adding him. Give me just 1 second. We'll try to get Yehuda up here for you.
Okay. Yeah, try to keep an eye on that request there. I can't be up all night. Okay. No, I don't issue leave passes, and I don't deal with traffic. That's definitely.
You're not a traffic cop?
Nope. And there are certain policies in place about leave, and that's a standard operating procedure, and it's done by individual units, and they rotate and do what they need to do. From a planning perspective, planner will provide their commander with a planner and order or draft order that, after direction and guidance and working groups and back groups with the commander, reflects what the commander wants. The commander will then perhaps change everything or augment or shift a little bit based on what they want, what they desire. So my experience is limited. I'm okay with planning certain things. Can we get some maps up? May we, please? Looking for a map of Kharkiv Oblast, Western Donetsk, and Western Kherson, if we can. Or if you have a map and you want to follow along, it's 2:40 a.m. on the 11th of September. A heady day, an auspicious day for our American friends and for the world. It's day 5 after 4 days of some of the most sophisticated and complex fighting in the modern, in the history of modern warfare. And that means starting on the 7th of September in effect. And if we could scroll up some maps, I want to kick off with that. Maybe get a show of hands if anyone has maps available. And we can go from there. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, so there's 2 maps. I'm just gonna put them in that.
Let's clean up that nest if we can. There's way too much in there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'll get.
I've got 2 maps that Germany of the West has put out.
Okay, that is
in the last few hours. So I'll put them up.
Germany. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know who that was? Oh, maybe ISW map. Okay, that's fine. You know what? It's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's a little busy.
I can use that. We can put the ISW maps on.
Maybe the ISW map's a little more big picture.
No problem.
Thanks. Hope that wasn't too long. What was that? I thought it was 15 minutes. Probably was an hour.
It was 36 minutes, Yehuda. You're going to have to work faster from now on. I'm kidding. I have no idea how long a time frame that was. You did just fine. And thank you for clarifying that you are not a traffic cop.
No, I'm not saying I'm too cool for school. I'm just saying I don't,
not your wheelhouse.
Not my wheelhouse. It's an important job. I just don't do it. In fact, believe it or not, traffic cop in a situation like this is incredibly important. Very important. Helping determine where forces go and how they get there. You know, if it's in a permissive environment, it's the MPs, even non-permissive, but you might have engineers, help pioneers, marking terrain, marking the ground, marking routes, so that whoever's flying up through there knows where they're going. No confusion. People forget those little things, right? You see those movies in World War II. You see tanks and you see jeeps driving up somewhere, and it's almost like that boy from the Bronx knows a lot about you know, the Rhineland and which road to turn on. He doesn't. And he has MPs that have marked, created signs, have posts, right? So
No, incredibly important job. I was not at all belittling
no, I didn't say
the
you were. No, you. I
the
didn't
work
say
they're
you were.
doing.
Oh, you're extrapolating. You know my wife. No, I'm just saying that there are people might not be aware that there are very many important jobs that people aren't. They don't see. They don't even see exist. You know. That's all. Okay. So
Unsung heroes.
unsung heroes. All right. Here we go. Military update. Okay. You know what? That's good enough. Hey, let's go to the top of that map. Oh, not so happy with the blue there. Okay. Alrighty. Pardon me. I'm gonna use the same map you are. All right. Welcome to 2:45 a.m. 11th of September. This is the MriyaReport, broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 6 months plus. The war in Ukraine, subsequent genocide of the Ukrainian people by Russia. If we could please take the map that my colleagues have posted, courtesy of ISW. We have a map generally of east and southeastern Ukraine. The red denotes territory conquered by the Russians from 2014 until present. Obviously, Crimea was conquered in 2014, and the remaining red was conquered since the 24th of February. If you reference the top of the map, that is north. The blue is waterways and lakes and reservoirs, minus a pale blue, which Ukrainian land. I wouldn't have made them the same color as the rivers because it looks like a massive lake in northeastern Ukraine. But that is, in fact, those are the gains made by Ukraine in the last 4 days specifically. And also, if you reference the north there, you have line of control from you have a line of control there, 2014. Not the best map. Sorry, correction. You have the black indicates Donetsk, the red indicates Luhansk, and other oblasts. Okay, so moving and grooving. Can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear. Go right ahead.
All right. So now that I've situated the map, let's start by sector. I'll divide this map into 3: north, center, and south. We'll start with the north because that's the one that's everyone's piqued interest. That is Kharkiv Oblast. All right, so in Kharkiv Oblast, as you know, we'll scroll back up. On Balaklia was taken approximately the 7th of September, or just before consolidated secured 7th of September. In there was an enormous amount of what do we have? Give me one moment, please. Yeah, 7th of September, just on the outskirts. By the 8th, secured what we had was a large, previously controlled Ukrainian ammo stores, millions of rounds of Ukrainian military approved embedded ammunition, augmented by Russian, and that was taken for one day. There would have been a consolidation, a tactical pause, and Ukrainians began to shake out in a east-west and north-south configuration up the M03 and positioning themselves on a route to Kupiansk, spelled Kupiansk, pronounced Kupiansk. On the 8th of September, began a push north and east towards Kupiansk. Additionally, unbeknownst to many people at the time, Ukrainian forces also began moving along the P-78 highway, liberating Savinsky and working their way to Vesel, which is at the intersection of the M03 and the P-78. This is important because it's a straight route into Izium, where at the time you had the 2nd Guards Motor Division, 1st Guards Panzer Army, and the 4th Guards Tank Division, a force ostensibly heavy in armor, too heavy. That's due to the fact that the Russians had moved their infantry brigades away from this area in order to augment Kherson. The 9th led to another consolidation of Ukrainian forces that's readjusting, orienting, assessing the enemy, and they were able to then move to Shevchenkove and then eventually towards Kupiansk. Now, we've known all about this, right? On the 9th and 10th began the push down to Izium and a thrust upwards from Ozerna towards Liman. This was a bridgehead taken by the Ukrainians 2 weeks ago and secured over the course of the last 2 weeks and reinforced. So Liman became a target, and this was a natural route that could be taken. And this is definitely something that it's a small 2-lane road from Ozerne through Dibrova and Yampil. And this was done for the sole purpose of getting up to Liman in the least difficult ways suspected. The approaches to Liman to the southwest are bifurcated with all sorts of drainage swamps and ditches and canals. It's impassable or unrealistic. This is just northeast of Sloviansk. So the underbelly of Liman would be through Ozerne, through that access road through Yampil and Dibrova. Now, why this is important is that Liman is the 30th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade. There were more, but those were sent down to Kherson. And eventually, on the 9th and 10th, the forces from Liman were sent, the majority of them cut away and sent to Izium to reinforce Russian failure. This left a gap or power vacuum for Ukrainian forces to exploit and move up simultaneously. So this time, you have a thrust on the 10th of the Ukrainian forces heading down to Izium and also east to Kupiansk and into the northern environs around Kupiansk. Now, we can say this now, we hinted at it before, this generally is the start of the entire Russian collapse of the Kharkiv Oblast front. Why? The orientation of Russian forces in Izium was far to the west and facing west. There were no defensive battle positions to the north of Izium. It means they just didn't do their homework. They were completely caught off guard. They expected that there would be, this big forested area west of Izium, which would be some kind of natural buffer for them, and they'd be able to fight Ukrainians who apparently they thought would fight through 10 kilometers of forest with trees that are too big to run over with a tank. But at any rate, the Ukrainians came right down the highway, the same highway that the Russians resupplied on. It's a little silly, but it's what happened. So we're looking at 20,000 troops in the area, 5,000 killed in action, 10,000 surrendered or in preparation to surrender, another 5,000 skirted out and scattered. However, what's interesting is that as Izium began to be taken, Ukrainian forces from Ozerne pushed up to Liman, overran Liman actually. And as they overran Liman, they overran Izium. And then the news cables started coming out. The Russian propaganda machine ordered a general order to evacuate these cities, which is a little silly, considering the only people that would evacuate were the Russian occupiers. The citizens obviously would stay. However, the Oskil water reservoir plays into this as well. It looks like a lake or a river on a map. It's actually a reservoir. There's several bridges over that, and Gorokhovka, Gorohovatka, and it goes on the road there to Borova. If I'm not mistaken, that is the P-79. And Russians began to scatter. This would have definitely marked the beginning of the collapse, especially at the 201st Motorized Rifle Division was stuck in the middle of, didn't know which force to run away from. It would have been near Studenok, which is equidistant between Izium and Liman. So as forces from Liman were reinforcing Izium, 201st Motorized Rifle Division was to hold a line because there is a Ukrainian force near Doline on the M03 about 10 kilometers to the southeast. So they stayed put. When they knew Izium fell and Liman fell, their first reaction was to just filter off to the east because they were going to be hit from possibly three sides when in effect there was only two sides, the northwest and the southeast. So they fled and they broke. Now, what ended up happening at this point, this would be on the 10th, early on the 10th, Ukrainian forces had a situation. They had a lot of surrendering, thousands of surrendering Russians. What to do? Call up the military police, companies of them who were brought in reserve for this exact purpose, but they didn't have enough of them. Pardon me. And at that point, after capturing those areas, follow-on forces were pushed up on the Ukrainian side to conduct a clearing operation. What that means is, as the lead mount units do the fighting, destroy objectives, take territory, key terrain, vital ground, follow-on forces come up and will conduct a clearing operation. There could be a company-sized detachment or a platoon here or there that were bypassed, and at that point, the follow-on forces would clear those other forces, those Russian forces that were stragglers or left behind. So as Ukraine is moving forward, Russian morale is obviously dropping because they now feel that the Ukrainians are everywhere and they have no comms and they're bad at what they're doing as it is. So the Ukrainians at that exact time also move across the reservoir at that same river and they head to Borova. Now they take Borova. The Russians launch a counter move. At that point on the 10th, the Russians sent 4 Mi-6s, helicopters, and 4 Mi-26s. That's the largest transport helicopter there, to reinforce the bridges. This didn't work. The Ukrainians had moved across in strength. We're looking at a brigade's worth. They repelled the Russians, and the Russians retreated. At that point, Ukrainian forces effectively had an open road to the border of Luhansk Oblast. The Russians ordered a general retreat. That retreat was guised as an evacuation order to reinforce troops in Donetsk, and eventually, as well. Currently, we should let you know that the battle from Kupiansk up to Vovchansk is completed. Vovchansk is in Ukrainian hands. The provisional occupational government from Russia has been removed from Kharkiv Oblast completely. Follow-on forces in the north are conducting clearing operations to remove Kharkiv Oblast of any straggling Russian invaders. The Russian government has had all sorts of strange claims they've made. Anything short of a goodwill gesture. They've said that the Ukrainians have stolen Russian vehicles from Kupiansk and were driving up to Vovchansk after the Russians had already left. So the videos and images you see on the internet of Russian vehicles with Zeds on it fleeing north of Kupiansk to Vovchansk is actually Ukrainians who have stolen Russian equipment, and it's not in fact Russian regular units. So yeah, delusional for sure. But what does this mean? So let's just break this down. We've covered, I'm just going to go through this here, just key takeaway points within 4 days. Through a series of sophisticated maneuvers, the Ukrainians were able to drive a wedge into Kharkiv Oblast to exploit it eastwards and then southwards and then northwards at the same time. This broke Russian morale. It completely disturbed the Russian positions, and I would call it a rout or a complete breakdown, a collapse of Russian forces in Kharkiv Oblast. The Ukrainians immediately moved to consolidate their positions in the most advantageous areas for them. In the process, there's an estimated 5,000 Russian soldiers killed, another 5,000 unaccounted for or straggling, moving around the battle space, and 10,000 either already surrendered or in the process of surrendering due to the fact that they're just completely encircled by Ukrainian forces. Follow-on forces have poured in. I'm not going to speak about Ukrainian capabilities, but there are tens and tens of thousands in Kharkiv Oblast. As a result, now you've seen within a 2-day push from Balaklia has culminated in a 4-day rout of all Russian forces in the entire oblast. It's phenomenal. It's huge. You have to remember this took the Russians months to take, and the minimum 3-4 weeks to take some of these towns. They were lost within hours and days. The Ukrainians literally liberated their country in what took the Russians thousands of soldiers' lives, including thousands of Ukrainians' lives, fighting a delay. The Ukrainians were able to conduct a super effective counteroffensive, a robust counteroffensive, and a 2-day wedge turned into a 4-day collapse of the Russian forces. It's quite shocking. We're looking at RIP, Rest in Peace, 2nd Guards Motorized Rifle Division, 4th Guards Tank Division, 1st Guards Panzer Army, 201st Motorized Rifle Division, 30th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade is now separated from living. 20th Guards Army, all Army, Russian Federation. In addition, 237th Combined Arms, air assault, airborne air assault no longer ceases to exist. Ceases to exist and no longer is here. It's actually phenomenal the amount of casualties the Russians would have incurred and would have surrendered. That is the situational report on what's going on in Kharkiv Oblast today. The Ukrainians are in pretty much full control of the oblast, minus the stragglers, minus clearing operations that have to be conducted in order to make safe the area. However, we're not done. We're going to go to Donetsk next, but I do want to stop, take a pause, and ask the audience if you have any questions about what you've heard. Anything I can help with, or any of the panelists, please do go ahead. Ryan, if you could field those questions, I'm going to take some water. Ryan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was getting off
Sleepy?
mute.
Did I get you sleepy?
No, you didn't get me sleepy whatsoever. I was trying to catch up with Ghost in the back channel. We do have some questions, and I know we have a couple of speaker requests that will undoubtedly have some questions. Robert, go ahead.
Yehuda, I heard you say tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces in Kharkiv Oblast. I'm overwhelmed.
Okay, we'll take it as a comment. I don't know why you'd be overwhelmed.
The implications are incredible.
Why don't you extrapolate on that for the audience who might not know why?
Well, when you think about this situation where the Ukrainian lead forces, and I assume they're kind of the elite forces, their flanks are exposed. But if there are that many forces, second line forces, I mean, it doesn't matter that what the Russian throws at them, those forces will annihilate them. The Ukrainians don't have any flank problems with those types of numbers.
Right. So the first forces are not elite forces. They're standard Ukrainian army forces. Those are normal brigades that are just properly trained. The special forces component would be those that were, brought in through different means, without getting into details, to bridges, to secure bridgeheads across the Oxo water reservoir. They'd be the elite forces.
Okay, so I think back to World War II, and I'm comparing the 3rd Infantry Division to the 84th Infantry Division.
Let's not get too detailed on divisions from 80 years ago, just because the audience may not track it. So, but let's and not everyone knows as much as you. So just use maybe big picture, small hand.
Okay, so the lead forces are the best trained forces, but the follow-on forces are more than adequate to protect their flanks and allow them to rest, recuperate, resupply, and go on to do more amazing things.
Fair enough. Don't agree with the assessment. I would say the best trained, the best prepared for that mission, perhaps, because a commander doesn't know where on the battle space his troops are going to be when he needs them the most, or he or she needs them the most, right? So there's a standard, and they have met the standard. So I'd like to leave it at that. So the Ukrainians, yeah, and the front isn't so big, so their flank would be 20, 30, 40 kilometers, and that's it. And that's a brigade frontage anyway. So all a brigade has to do is orient south as a guard. Anyways, let's go next question.
Moose.
Yeah, I had a comment. I just want to bring up that keep in mind that the Kharkiv Oblast is the size of Michigan.
Okay, Michigan sized. Got it. Yeah, as I said, moving eastwards is about 20, 30 kilometers, 40 max, and then north about 20, 30 kilometers. So what that means, if you're moving up 2 brigades up, 1 back, and you've got a division in reserve, not in reserve, but I mean, they're follow-on forces. You have a different division as a different unit to be your follow-on forces, and your reserve would be that, possibly that 3rd battle group. Bottom line is the Ukrainians were good. They had it. The problem was the I would say is the prisoners of war, what to do with them, right? There's a lot of extra security required. So thanks, Balamus. Any questions about that in particular, Smurf?
Once this gets to the border of Russia, 2 questions really. What's to keep the Russians from continuing to shell the Russian-Ukrainian border over the border? And my second question would be, ideally, I guess I would assume that the Ukrainian forces would have enough restraint to not push it any further, but do you foresee any issues with that?
Sorry, I've broken off. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
No, I can hear you fine. I thought I was having glitching
Sorry.
issues
We
on
could
my
hear you
end.
fine. We heard Smurf fine as well.
Okay, so I lost Smurf at what would stop the Russians from using artillery. Nothing except Ukrainian counter battery fire and overwhelming precision accuracy. So I don't think that the Ukrainians are going to go unarmed right to the border and smile and wave at the Russians. They'll be strategically or tactically placed behind those positions. But yeah, I don't. There's very little that the Russians have on the other side that could probably play around with a couple of brigades of really switched on Ukrainian defenders who just kick the Russians out of Ukraine. I'm not sure that's a place the Russians want to go at this point. Hope that helps, Smurf.
It does, yeah. I'm just curious about once it gets to the scattered border areas, seems to be the case. That's where we're kind of going. That hopefully that they'd have some restraint not to go into Russian territory, but also I could see why they would.
There'd be that's a big no-no. There's no going into Russian territory. That's not the Ukrainians' goal, and that's not even a question. There's no requirement for restraint because there's no desire to invade Russia. I mean, could they? Sure, but to what end? The whole point is they just want Russia out of their country, right? So politically, that would be just like every NATO exercise, push the Russians out to the international border. That's it. No more, no less. Go away, Russia. No one likes you, and there's a reason. All right. Dominic.
What's the situation on the east bank of the Oskil Reservoir? How much do you know that the Ukrainians have managed to push across there, or from the south, from Oskil and Liman up north? Or is that just not as important? Borovo
is taken. There's not much between Borovo and the border of Kharkiv Oblast. I apologize to the farmers who live there. But for the most part, it's all secured. You're going to have brigade-sized group, fan out into the area, securing anything that needs to be secured. They're good to go. No issues there.
Okay, so Izium and Liman are liberated or being cleared out?
Listen, if they're completely liberated, but there are a couple bad guys floating around or platoon-sized guys, who cares? Long hair don't care. They're not waking up to go to the mess for chow tomorrow morning. They just might be struggling to survive. They'll surrender soon enough, or they'll escape. They don't have a tank with them, so that's fine.
Excellent. Shall we move to the east of Liman, towards Kremina, Lysychansk, Severodonetsk? What's the situation there? There's a lot of scuttlebutt.
Not yet. Not yet. Just any more questions about Kharkiv Oblast? Because Doman, that's another conversation. We're going to get to that. So, and Kremina is a very important part. Okay, so the occupational government, quote unquote, government of Russia in Ukraine did evacuate to Volchansk, and then they left Kharkiv Oblast altogether. That's probably the right thing to do. Good call, Russia. At least they do one thing right, which is run away. Again, the claims that were made are very spurious. The claims that were made were, Ukrainians. This is the funny one. If you look at a map, look at Kupiansk or Kupansk, and look at the fact that the Russians are saying on Telegram that in fact Ukrainians stole, which is funny, stole Russian equipment and drove it north to Volchansk, and apparently that was enough to explain away a reckless withdrawal under pressure, or retreat, or a rout, or whatever you want to call it. That's what the Russians did, and that's what they said. So I find it a little ironic, don't you think? Okay.
Sorry, Yehuda. Just before we go and move on, one thing that's sort of been circulating in the various Telegram channels is that citizens, in inverted commas, of the Luhansk People's Republic are being turned away from the Russian border as they try and flee the Kharkiv Oblast because of some customs issue that Russia has with them, despite the fact that many of them have been issued with nice new Russian passports. So there's a little bit of tension developing there as well. Yeah.
My heart aches for them. My heart aches for them.
Oh, yes. Mine as well.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about that. I try to track Russian silliness on Telegram when it comes to their military prowess or progress. Who do we have here? Phobia.
Xenophobia.
Xenophobia. Who's that? Xenophobia.
No, it's not a phobia. I think it's referring to Russophobia. And
okay,
I think that's.
Who knows? Did you connect? Okay, well, we'll bring everyone up. No problem. Chris, let's go ahead.
Yeah, Yehuda, I'm just hearing the last few days here how easy it is for Ukraine. Is there something you can pinpoint that they're having a tough time with? It's maybe a bit more of a challenge in all of this. Just seems way too easy. Is there something that they have to? Yeah.
I don't think it's too easy. I really don't think it's too easy. I think the challenge is PWs right now. The challenge is how to process prisoners of war. It's actually not a joke. It's a big problem. That's how many there are. Their flanks are good. Big picture would be Russian mobilization, and magically they all got brains and figured out how to fight, and that could be a problem. I don't see the latter as being an option. The former could be, but Putin might not be there to enjoy it. Look, this didn't happen in a vacuum. For 4 months at least, Ukrainians have been force generating. We actually have, a branch within a NATO structure that generates troops. They've been generating, calling people up, getting them trained, doing live fire exercises, putting them in mechanized brigades, putting them in combined arms maneuver exercises. They've been doing this for months. It's not like it just happened yesterday. This isn't magic. This is hard work. This is dedication. This is no drinking on the job. This is, hey, our country's at stake. Hey, our grandparents and our great grandparents call out to us from the grave. Don't let the Russians do this to us again. This is what it is, and this is for their children. Every Ukrainian soldier says, "I don't want my grandchildren to have to fight the Russians anymore. We're done. Today's the day. Now is the time. The line is here, and that's it." So, problems. Mitigating too much winning might be a problem for Ukraine. You'll see they fought the defensive. They fought those delayed battles, and not just once, twice, but everywhere. They're so good at it. They're so good at the profession of combat arms, and we saw it. A lot of people that, oh, they've lost Severodonetsk, oh, they lost Lysychansk, oh, blah blah blah. You know what? They lost it because they wanted to, and really, in effect, because they wanted to. They needed to, and they wanted to. Now. We're gonna go to one more question, step in, and I'm gonna fly over to Donetsk because it's a bit of a trip.
Oh, I guess the one thing I was thinking that this reminded me the most of was Operation Storm done by the Croatians and their War for Independence.
No problem.
Like,
Can
in
we
terms-
address that after? We're just because we're doing a
Yeah.
military update, but I'm asking questions specifically to Kharkiv Oblast, and I appreciate that it reminds
Oh,
me of
okay.
another event.
Well, yeah, I know, but I sorry, I had a question I was gonna follow up with.
Yeah, just follow up with the question.
Like, do you think they have the potential to continue this advance to cut off that second rail line that goes south through I think Starobilsk?
Starobilsk. Yeah, so that's Luhansk Oblast, but not in the cards right now. It could be before winter, but I doubt it right now. We'll see. Taking Luhansk in its entirety creates a larger front where whilst Ukrainians are acquiring those forces for Donetsk and for the rest of Donbass and for Kherson. So Luhansk could be put to the back of the line for now. That's my estimation.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, and it's not that it's not important. It's just that they're cautious, but they want to do it right. Okay. So basically, Borova captured, Russians fled, Kharkiv Oblast pretty much secured, minus the stragglers. Now, here's the important part. Look at that map. Simultaneously, Ukrainian forces have advanced on Lysychansk from the west. They're going east. Currently, as of now, Ukrainians are on the outskirts of Lysychansk. That's combined arms brigades. Ukrainian forces, at the same time, have reoriented in the vicinity of Liman, and they've moved to Kremina, which is on the P66. Why this is important is this is just like they did in Izium. They have now cut off the northern approaches to Severodonetsk, and by extension Lysychansk. This is huge. What I would suggest this looks like is Ukrainian forces that have moved eastward towards Lysychansk have fixed them, right? So they've limited their ability to do anything. They're engaged with them at Lysychansk on the outskirts, and simultaneously, Ukrainian forces, I would say 3 brigades, if you ask me, have now at least 2, one in the rear, 2 up, 1 back, have now moved on from Liman, have moved towards, have taken Kremina, and then the next tactical bound will be to go south and flank Severodonetsk. This is very bad for you, Russia. Why? Russian forces are busily engaging Ukrainian forces to their west, Ukrainians east, and their supply route, which is used to move things back and forth from Izium, now has a couple of 2 or 3 Ukrainian battle-hardened brigades flying down the road. that could literally wipe out Severodonetsk, because the majority of Russian forces were placed closest to the front. That would be Lysychansk. Severodonetsk, which was initially their first objective, and then followed on by Lysychansk, and Severodonetsk is mostly destroyed. Will now have Ukrainian forces hitting Russian forces that have amassed in Lysychansk on the other side. It's a big deal. It's a very big problem for Russia. And that's what's going on in the northern Donetsk, northern Donbass, in addition to this fixing force and flanking force. You have what was destroyed 8 years ago, the Donetsk airport. Appears, in my estimation, to be an objective of Ukrainian forces. They're advancing on the airport area, in the airport vicinity from Pisky, the same place that we've seen fighting going on and on and on. And I suspect that due to the rainy season, the Ukrainians will conduct these operations and more in order to gain the most advantageous ground in not Kharkiv, but Kharkiv positioning to Luhansk and south in Donetsk, and also in Donetsk, possibly taking Severodonetsk and Lysychansk before the winter, and pushing back the Russians to what was the line of control before. I suspect that is their play in Donetsk. Are there any questions about Donetsk right now? It's the least active at the moment, but it's very important. It's salient. The push towards Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and in effect, it's a similar operation as what they've done in Kharkiv, but inverted. The flank will come from the flank will come from the north actually, but the block is from the east, from the west. So, any questions about Donetsk and Crimea? Robert.
Thanks for this. This is incredible. And this is kind of what I hinted at a few days ago, but we couldn't predict the future. But the psychological impact of this move on the Russian mill bloggers after what it took for Russia to take Severodonetsk, and I hope I'm being a good straight man, is incredible. And I will share with the group that in 2015, I partied with a cyborg from the Donetsk airport. His squad actually trusted me enough to keep him under control, and he was huge and he was drunk, really, really drunk, that they left, and I kept this kid from getting arrested for the rest of the evening. But they were partying hard. But yeah, this is incredible.
I would tend to agree. Esperanza, I hope you have a good question. Get it?
I'll try to ask a good question. Is it?
Did you get it though? I said Esperanza. I hope.
Thanks. Do you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All
right. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay. The question is about the Donetsk airport. Is it too soon to ask, or is it? Do we know something about the Donetsk airport?
Well, as I said, Ukrainian forces are. I try to be coy sometimes. I said that's an intermediate objective, and you can extrapolate whether you think that means they've already taken it or it's a no-brainer. But we're trying to follow these requests to not share too much, although I'm sure the smartest of the Russian vatniks aren't listening to me right now. You see where it's going.
Thank you. I understood.
Thank you. Stepan, dubstep.
Well, in terms like you talk about them moving like either around or into Severodonetsk, but again you also talked about how it was basically near leveled earlier on. So in terms of like if they get to that position and defending it from attacks from the east, would they be able to like I guess used all the nearby heavily forested areas like they did in like along the Seversky Donetsk farther west, like to basically completely stop the Russians? or like would that make for good terrain for defending that?
You ask Major Giroux and Colonel Spencer, some of the best places to be defending are from rubbleized urban areas. Lots of cover, lots of weird places. And the reality is, as I said, the Russian forces and some of their best kit is actually in Lysychansk. Why would it be in a rubbleized terrain, right? If you want to have, they want to enjoy themselves a bit, you know, live in a house, sleep in a building. So they're over in Lysychansk, which wasn't as damaged as Severodonetsk. But Severodonetsk for them would be a weak link because there's nothing protecting them from the rear. In fact, the rear is where they get supplies from. So if Ukrainian forces are barreling down a corridor into Severodonetsk to hit the Russians from behind, the Russians are right now fighting Ukrainians on their west side. The Ukrainians are going east. So it's another situation where you could have another massive surrender. See where we're going with that?
All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, and just real quick, do you know about the status of those two bridges across the Seversky Donetsk? Or, well, the three of them, if you include the one in Rubizhny. Like, are they still
I would
intact?
suspect some are intact, some aren't, and that there are pontoons around. It's the ability to bridge them. Mobility there won't be an issue.
All right.
No worries.
Thanks.
Excellent. We have Mike that's come up. Did you have a question, Mike?
Yeah, so I got a quick question. So by, Kharkiv, whole front collapsing, and now they're coming in from, to Severodonetsk. So I'm hearing that the Zaporizhzhia, what is it, the number 6 nuclear plant or whatever, being shut offline. So by all this happening, do you think that Russia would go ahead and try to cause any type of explosion over at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant?
Thanks, Mike. So the question's a little out of line just because we're on Donetsk right now and we're going to get a Kherson next, but I will just go out of my way and say, look, it's no one's interest to spike or to sabotage the reactor. The Russians will suffer just like the Ukrainians will. Maybe not as many, but hundreds of thousands. So I don't think that's a rabbit hole not worth going down. Zaporizhzhia. Eventually, I suspect the Russians will vacate that reactor. All right.
Okay.
We'll get to the south in a minute. We're just kind of going geographically. We've oriented the map, and I've said I'm going clockwise, north, center, east, and then south. So we have one more person come up. Poli science history person. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just sorry. I was just wondering if the Ukrainians taking Izium and Kupiansk, is that the last railhead that is available for logistic supplies, or is Crimea the absolute last place?
Whoa, different ends of the country, so I'm confused. What do you mean?
The railhead in Izium and Kupiansk in the east that was just taken today, that's the railhead that supplied most of Ukraine minus Crimea. That being
no, you have rail access through Luhansk and Donetsk.
I thought those were all neutralized in March.
Yeah, they could be, but they could be I suspect there's movement from Russia into Donetsk. Not a lot, and it's constantly being repaired, but it's also constantly being destroyed.
Okay, so hypothetical. Say that all railway logistics are neutralized in Donetsk. Is Crimea the last bastion of logistics for Russians in Ukraine?
No, you can still move things by truck. Rail's not the only way, but obviously it's the most effective way for them. And if you do bring things over by rail into Crimea, the time it would take you to get it from Crimea to Donetsk or Severodonetsk is just way too prohibitive. The Russians are cut. Their supply lines are cut. It's pretty much all of Ukraine.
Yeah, that's exactly my point.
Yep.
I'm most concerned about Mariupol and southern Donbass, and so yeah, that's why I had that question. Is I saw the territory taken today, and I got very excited, and I thought that Crimea would be the last bastion for logistics. As you know, as far as railway was concerned.
Sure. I mean, either way, it won't affect the battle. I mean, it could, but the reality is that whatever they bring into Crimea can be interdicted by Ukrainian artillery. So, all right.
Thanks, guys.
Hey,
No
poli
worries.
sci guy, I sent you a map just so that you can refer to that.
Thanks a lot.
All right, let's rock and roll. Let's go down to Kherson. So I will announce it. Not that I mean anything to anyone, but the Ukrainians have taken Alexandrivka in the south and west, the most southwestern city previously under Russian occupation, and they're moving east towards Kherson city. It is open terrain, clear, problematic for advances. It requires a lot of suppressing fire and neutralizing from and destroying from from Ukrainian artillery. The corridors are limited. There are a lot of man-made reservoirs that canalize a lot of the terrain. Not the best place to be. A lot of drills have to be undertaken when brigades are moving through canalized terrain. Not good. Slows you down, but it's possible. They're moving eastwards towards the river Dnipro. There are still three ferry pontoon type things, barges on the Dnipro that the Russians have constructed. It would appear that the Ukrainians are allowing for the evacuation of Russian troops minus heavy equipment. And I suspect that if heavy equipment was attempted to be brought over, you'd see those ferries destroyed and those positions destroyed. And then in the north, the west of the Dnipro, in the north and center, Ukrainians are moving cautiously. They are taking piecemeal towns and villages. Looks like a death by 1,000 cuts for the Russians. Perhaps they don't really fancy 25,000 POWs or PWs in that area, but that's the direction the Ukrainians are moving. Russians are fleeing in a certain manner. Not as disorganized as Kharkiv, but they are moving back. They are withdrawing. You see the Ukrainians have a slow momentum, but they have an initiative in Kherson. That would conclude the military update of it. Let's go into the disinformation side. The Russians are saying candidly, through official statements from the Russian Ministry of Defense and from the make-believe provisional governments of Donetsk and Luhansk, that in fact all of this Russian movement is merely a regrouping of forces in order to deliver their 4 and 5D super chess move against Ukraine. I mentioned about the vehicles in Kubansk that were apparently stolen to make it look like Russians were fleeing, when in fact it was just Ukrainians driving around in their trucks. Not true. For the time being, this offensive has been denoted or demarcated. They have demarcated vehicles with a white cross to make it easier, a thick white cross on vehicles to make it easier for Ukrainian forces to determine who are the friendlies. And that is what's going on all three fronts. We have in 4 days enormous gains. Kherson slightly slower, but yet moving. Kherson, and because it does come up, it wasn't a feint in my estimation. It's a regular counteroffensive. The fact that the Russians made catastrophic flaws in Kharkiv Oblast to mitigate the Kherson offensive is irrelevant. All it means is the Ukrainians were well situated and planned and prepared to conduct an offensive operation in Kharkiv and in Donetsk. Is what they're doing. Because right now there's a very sharp scalpel, not a huge frontage, but a sharp, distinct scalpel in Donetsk, in the center of Ukraine, where the Ukrainians are maneuvering in Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. It looks like they have fixed forces in Lysychansk, and they have a rather substantial force pushing down the P-66 into Severodonetsk. These cities are very close to each other, sister cities, in fact. One city, Lysychansk, is more heavily defended and fortified by Russians than the other. And you're looking at Ukrainians attempting to, what I suspect, to fix forces in Lysychansk and come up behind them, or rather come around them down the P-66 and into Severodonetsk, cutting off those Russian soldiers, either destroying them or forcing a surrender, and then orienting their forces eastward to face any Russian counter moves. Is that a good way to start the winter? I suspect so. Are other advances possible? Absolutely. Are they in the cards? I have no idea. I'm only speaking to you based on open source information that we've been able to determine, plus perhaps some tidbits from Ukraine that are floating around Telegram. Usually it's photographic evidence showing Ukrainian soldiers or Russian soldiers doing one thing or another. On that note, this concludes the update. It is 3:33 a.m. on the 11th of September. This is for our audio engineers so they can parse the tape. We do appreciate your support at MriyaReport and your constant vigilance and dedication to the channel. If there are any other questions related to this update, please do ask now. And I hope that helps. Over to you, Domin.
Thank you, Huda. I reckon Robert has a question.
Yehuda, thank you so much. This was incredible. Go to sleep.
No, I'm good. Don't worry. I can stay around for a bit. Stepping.
You're much younger than me.
There you go.
Okay, my question is, I noticed I was looking at firms data, and there were a lot, or well, not a lot, but there were several data points on the peninsulas below, like basically due south of Mykolaiv, that stick out from, I guess, also kind of south of Kherson too. Has there been, I guess, anything that's happened like along those lines, or like, do we know, because all of the maps show them as being red Russian controlled areas, but I guess how are they really controlling them? Like, do they have troops down there, or I guess what is the situation there?
Sorry, where's the situation like in Crimea? I just missed a bit of audio again.
On the peninsulas that are basically like 50 to 80 kilometers south of Mykolaiv, they kind of stick out from where the Dnipro empties into the Black Sea.
Okay, so that's Kherson Oblast, southwest Kherson.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your question? How do we know the Russian controls?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so yeah, the maps aren't always accurate, and a lot of it could just very simply be somewhere the Ukrainians aren't. So if the Russians had control over that territory at some point, regardless if they have company-sized battle position at one part, or brigade-sized element in a region somewhere there. If you could just mute your mic after your questions, you got a lot of background noise. That's kind of how that works in a nutshell. However, Ukrainians have taken Alexandrivka. That would be in that far southwestern area that you're referring to, and they're moving east. Now they're moving methodically. They obviously don't want to be, come under. They don't want to be decisively engaged too far away from the enemy and get lit up by Russian artillery. But they're moving slowly. So yes, if you look at a map, it's not all accurate, and also there's a certain vagary that we're engaging in, just out of respect for the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine, who made it clear they don't want everything on the map there.
Okay, and then I guess my other question was, are the same extreme difficulties the Russians are having supplying Kherson going to make a Ukrainian assault across it difficult, or is that a problem they'd be facing in terms of since they've taken out both bridges, what are they going to do?
Right, it's a good question. So what you've denied to the enemy, you've denied to yourself, is what you're really saying. And yes, however, if the Ukrainians get up to the Dnipro soon and use their counter battery fire to suppress Russian artillery, that would leave for a permissive environment, a safe environment for Ukrainian engineers to fix things or to create pontoon bridges and move stuff over. So it's a double-edged sword for sure. However, if they also conduct in the southern front attacks down south through Zaporizhia, they can go around the Dnipro altogether, or use existing bridges north of there and deliver the same effect, albeit in a more circuitous fashion. But again, we're relying, the Ukrainians are relying for sure on superior counter battery fire, long range fires from their side to the Russians, and I suspect they'll push back most Russian forces far away from the Dnipro, so they can't affect Ukrainian access or control to the river. And that's one of the benefits of the weapons that Ukraine has and the Russians don't.
All right. Yeah, thank you for answering my questions, and you can put me back to listener.
No worries. It's a good question, Stefan. Again, what you denied the enemy, you denied yourself. You blow up a bridge, you can't use it either. That's why bridges don't get blown up by lieutenants or captains or colonels even. This is a divisional requirement, divisional decision based on a much bigger strategic picture. So you might be told to reserve demo to prepare a bridge for demolition, and you might be told to secure a bridge to not let the enemy have it because your commander's commander wants that bridge later for follow-on forces or another offensive from your side, and they need that bridge. Control of the area, ability to conduct engineering operations to bridge an obstacle like that can be conducted as well. Obviously, it would be harder if it was within range of Russian forces. However, I suspect when the Ukrainians are good and ready to do so, the Russians won't pose that threat. So that mitigates the problem of having destroyed the bridge. Thanks for the question. Go to Robert.
Thanks, Yehuda. The peninsula stretching out west to south of Ochakov is strategically, in my humble opinion, irrelevant, but tactically significant if they are launching attacks on Mykolaiv Oblast from that area. So that could be the reason why it is receiving fires data. Parenthetically, Ochakov had a U.S. naval presence prior to the war. I never made it down there because I'm fantastically lazy to take a look and see what it was. But it is a fairly significant second level port on the Black Sea. So that may be why you're seeing fires data in that area.
Okay, fair assessment. Polly.
Yes, good morning. Now that we see that the Russian forces are on the run, what is realistic, let's say, estimate for them to set new defenses in the eastern area towards Svatove? I guess that's the direction Ukrainian forces might want to go, or one main direction. So what is realistic in terms of their equipment and establishing real defense lines in that area? Because I guess they have none existing defense lines there.
It's a good question. The answer I don't know. 2 weeks would be a quick answer. However, the Russians have demonstrated time and time again that they're not very good at fighting. The Russian army is not good at defending. It's not very good at planning. So I suspect whatever defensives they do, I mean, look at the positions that they held for 4 or 5 months. Look how poor they were. And they were able to build those in a permissive environment. They weren't being attacked. And yet they made nothing. They made garbage. So why do I think that this time around, under pressure, they'll create some great defenses? I don't think so. So maybe they'll do some hasty defense Maybe they believe, because their commanders lie to them, that they will have some great follow-on force and reinforcements from Mother Russia to protect them. I suspect that the factors that will limit Ukrainian advance will just be the requirements for defense in depth, forces to defend themselves in depth, and not wanting to expose their flanks. So it's pretty much a Ukrainian decision. The operational design here favors Ukraine. It favors them on their tradecraft, their ability to conduct warfare, and their desire to increase survivability for their own forces. So if it's a piece of land that they might be able to take better in the spring, and in the meantime, they'd trip the Russians over the winter and pound them, that might be an option. But yes, you're correct. That would be the reasonable assumption to make as to where the Ukrainians want to go. And the question is, what will the Russians do to stop that? I just don't know. I don't know what they'll do. I suppose it won't be much, to be brutally honest. I just can't see them doing too much. Hope that answers your question, Polly.
Yeah, really good. Thank you, Yehuda. Thank you for great analysis. Thanks. Really happy.
You're welcome. Next time we'll have crackers for you. That was another joke. North American reference. All right. We're going to take one more question. It doesn't look like there's that much. Paul got it there. All right. Who's next here? And welcome
Axel.
to our friends from Deutsche Welle Conflict Zone. It's nice to see you here. Haven't seen you for a while. Tell Tim Sebastian I was unimpressed with his interview with the chief rabbi of Moscow. It was a little silly. But whatever, we can discuss it later. Axel, go ahead.
Yeah, that was a good hit. Northeast of the Kherson Oblast, where our Ukrainian friends have shaped, pushed, molded the enemy. Is there any news which you can share?
Give me a minute. Sorry, I woke my eldest up. Just give me a minute, please.
Sure, no problem.
Why don't you move on a bit and I'll be back. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, against the backdrop of this larger update as conducted by Yehuda over the past, what's it now, an hour. If you have any further questions or for future updates, please feel free to send us a DM to Doman, regular moderators, myself, whoever is online at that point in time, or directly also to Yehuda, of course. And maybe we can include this as a point of reference for the next updates, which are coming about as the front line progresses and as the Ukrainians are taking back their homeland. And Doman, in the meantime, what do we have upcoming later today?
In just over 2 hours, we will have a big panel on economic matters. We will have we'll have you, Axel, among other, also our friend Finance, good friends of the space, Sergei Sumleni and Alex Kokcharov, as well as our favorite Kazakh Madi. All together, and I think maybe Canberra might be joining us as well. It'll be a big panel explaining, just how sanctions are working, what Ukraine will do after the war, how reconstruction is going to happen, I think, as well. But quite a bit on the effect of sanctions, where things are still to be tightened up a little bit or a lot of a bit to prevent the sort of bypasses that some less scrupulous companies have been engaging in. That would be, I think, a good part of the topic as well. But I mean, you would know more about this than I would because you would actually be a part of the panel. So why am I telling you this? Then after that, in about just over 4 hours time, at 6 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Eastern time, noon UTC. 3 p.m. in Kiev, we'll have Chef Zhenya, who's a star Ukrainian chef, cooked in a bunch of places out in the US, owns a chain of restaurants in Ukraine. And for the past 6 months, he's been cooking on the front lines, volunteering, cooking for Ukrainian special forces, because you can't fight as well on an empty stomach. And then in the evening, evening in Europe, afternoon in the US, at 1 p.m. Eastern, that's 10 a.m. Pacific, that is 8 p.m. in Kiev, we will have Victoria and Anna, two women from Mariupol who managed to get out, had to survive and ordeal through what Russians term filtration camps, but really concentration camps in which they just can't manage everyone, and in which they decide who gets to live and who doesn't. And we'll be talking to them. So that's at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's 8 p.m. in Kiev tonight. And I think that will be another very moving conversation. I hope not, but I fear quite similar to our discussion with Father Basil a couple of nights ago, the priest who was captured on Snake Island by the Russians, taken prisoner, kept prisoner for over 2 months, and tortured for much of those 2 months. So there you go. So that's the lineup for today alone. Then tomorrow at 7 p.m. Kiev time, that's noon Eastern, we'll be joined by Emmanuel Dupuy, who's a international relations specialist, foreign policy specialist from France. He'll be talking to us about some more far-reaching effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, perturbations elsewhere around the world caused by that. And an hour later, which is at 1 p.m. Eastern time, that's 8 p.m. in Kiev, we'll be joined by General Ben Hodges, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General, who used to be the head of U.S. Army Europe. So a absolutely full list of speakers over the next couple of days.
Excellent. I'm able to, sorry, one of my children has a bit of a night tremor. I don't know, what is it called? Night terror, sorry. Axel, back to you, and then we'll go to B. Steve.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I was just highlighting that given the comprehensiveness of the military updates which we've enjoyed from you in recent days, I think everybody's looking forward to having a discussion with General Hodges tomorrow. But obviously, today's roundup is already pretty packed. So today is more economics, finance, and then during the afternoon we'll talk about culture, but also serving the military prior to then entering into what, given the fact that I've spoken to them both before, will be a harrowing tale of both the desire for freedom as well as the ingenuity and persistence and resilience which it takes to escape from under Russian occupation. So, Doman, we shall be ready for it today.
Yeah, before you could have had to jump off, Axel, you were asking about Kherson, I think.
So busy and looking to defer that.
I mean, there is action around there, but I suspect until Dnipro secured, there's very little to do on the east side of the Dnipro.
I didn't mean the east side of the Dnipro. I really meant.
Oh, you meant the northeast, still on the west side.
Yeah, still
Yeah,
northeast.
no, that's
along
closing
our
in.
favorite route.
That's all closing in. Slowly but surely. Well, a lot's going on there. Well, not a lot. There's stuff going on there. Ukrainians are being quite coy about it right now.
As friends of ours said, when this is all over, we definitely, all of us, have to travel to exactly that region because it is so utterly fertile ground, beautiful as things can be along the Dnipro. And then there is this wonderful nameplate of the municipality, Milove, my love.
Sounds good. B. Steve, go ahead. Last question for the update, I suspect. And,
it's kind of related, if that's okay. It's like, Ukraine have seemed to have gathered a huge amount of Russian armor and artillery and whatever from this. I was just wondering how useful it is, given we've heard that the barrels are knackered, and I heard a story of one guy who was in a tank that couldn't fire, and the other tanks around him could fire, but they couldn't move. So I just wondered, in your opinion, how serviceable what Ukraine have gained might be, and how quickly Ukraine could turn it into something that was usable against the Russians.
Yeah, it's a good question, Steve. So, yeah, I mean, we've had that question come up. A lot of people think that it's like a Counter-Strike or Call of Duty. You just pick up the enemy's weapon, you can use it, and you're good to go. Not true. It's not how it works in real warfare. I would suggest that weapons and systems that have been taken by the Ukrainians can be recovered and taken back to Ukrainian lines and fixed and maintained properly. Will it happen today, tomorrow, the next day? Probably not. But I mean, in the next couple of months, if we look at it, Russia could have literally donated 300 or 400, 500 actual working tanks, for example, to Ukraine. Now, are they the ones they want? No. But are they effective? Sure. Can they be out, fitted and kitted out with the proper material that they need? Absolutely. Can the types of armor they want be added to it? Sure. Absolutely. Again, will it happen tomorrow, tonight? No. If engines, as referring to the thing that you read, engines that have oil leaks and can't move very far, can those be fixed? Absolutely, they can. Can they be fixed today? No. If barrels are messed up, knackered, as you said, again, there is a great possibility there'll be regiments of tanks that the Ukrainians can use. BTRs, same thing with BTRs. There are hundreds of them that have been abandoned. But again, they'll have Russian comms in them. They'll have things that the Ukrainians for communication security, ComSec, don't want to have floating around. So they'll have to strip them, rededicate them to Ukrainian usage. But yes, it's definitely a thing.
Sounds like a job for the winter.
Sounds like something to do for maintainers all winter long. Yep, very good point. And you're going to have all of these, recovery vehicles from the Ukrainian army, pulling them off the field, bringing them back to the rear, doing whatever they need to do. And it's not that the Russians aren't able to have mechanics do it; they just didn't do it. The work that was required was never done. It's not that the machines are inherently garbage, but if you take any good thing, if you take your car and never do an oil change, you never take care of it, it could be the greatest car in the world, but it'll be garbage because you haven't maintained it. So there are things that there are obviously vehicles that are far beyond the pale. But I mean, the hull of it is still something that's usable. Ukrainians could strip the engine, fix everything up, put it back in. And ironically, what they also have, in addition to a whole ton of very possibly useful T-72s, T-80s, and BTRs of all varieties and BMPs, is they also have probably thousands actually of armored vehicles of some variety or another that have been partially destroyed and are unusable, but their parts are. So they'll cannibalize from the battlefield. They'll have whole depots set up of cannibalized parts from destroyed Russian vehicles, and those could be used to augment the ones that they intend to use and bring into service. All in all, it's a bit of a potpourri, cornucopia of Russian equipment. Hope that helps, my friend Steve.
Yes, thank you. I'll drop down now.
And then it's no phobia for us. Go ahead.
Hi. First of all, do you hear me well?
Well enough.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank you for this space. So you're keeping awareness that there is still a war going on, and thanks for all the countries and volunteers that help in Ukraine with humanitarian, military, and informational aid. And I kinda was waiting for like 6 or more hours to comment on some topics that were brought up in the past, basically. Can I express it now, or you have some prioritized topics right now?
Go for it. Why don't you tell us your name and where you're from and what you'd like to talk about?
So I'm Dmitro, and basically I'm from Ukraine and currently in Ukraine.
Amazing. Are you safe? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm safe. I'm on the western part of Ukraine. So yeah, as you know, it's kind of safe here.
For sure. Well, we're glad to have you, and Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. So I'm not a military guy, analyst, or like political expert, but I can say that I know Russians, and it was stated before that Ukrainians know who Russians is. And I would bring up topics from before. So it was stated that there was captured some PMC mercenary, and actually there are proofs about all these different PMCs from Russia being a Wagner child companies. So basically they have Avito. It's basically eBay, but not only for like buying some rare cards or whatever. It's basically also a job offering space. So they would put a job offering basically for a driver, for example, and stating that we need a driver and you will go from Belgorod to like border with Ukraine, and basically that's it. But basically they are tricked into going into Ukraine and obviously going into front lines. So I guess at least some of you saw like interviews with Russian POCs, and there are like 3 or 4 interviews with such guys that were tricked into these like frontline battles without their knowing. So basically, that's how it works. Also, on that channel, on the Volodymyr Zolkin, basically, who is doing all these interviews with Russian POCs. They have also like short documentaries about such things. Also, there are like English channels, so if someone interested, you can check it out. Also, there were brought up a topic about Donetsk airport, and yes, it's kind of important, and yes, those people are heroes, but it was stated that that airport were held like for 90 or 100 days, but official statement is it was held for more than 200 days. Obviously, with the occasional rotations and resupplies, but Ukrainian forces were left only after it was basically leveled. So also, there were a topic about Russians' complaints about visas and sanctions. So I knew at least one Russian who were not like typical Russian. He doesn't believe any propaganda and so on. He was like against the regime and all that. Obviously, he didn't go into any protest because of topic that I will bring up next. So basically, as I understood from these interviews, from Twitter, from other social media, from my personal experience, that Russian don't understand why these sanctions affecting regular people.
Hang on. Did you say that the airport has only been held for 100 days?
No, Polisai,
No.
stop. First of all, Polisai, don't interject like that. That's not very polite. It's quite grating for a listener who's just listening. Second of all, no. He was saying that when there was the Battle of Donetsk Airport 8 years ago, that's how long the cyborgs stood. Not that the Russians haven't been holding Donetsk Airport for the last 7 years, but when the battle was happening, that it was.
No, he said 100 days.
He said 200 days. He said 200 days.
Okay,
he said
200 days
people,
is not 7 years.
Yes,
No,
but
he's
again, you're not
talking about-
listening,
I'm done.
Polisai. You're not listening, Polisai. He said that when the Battle of Donetsk Airport was going on, 7 years ago. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Glad
sorry,
we
go
cleared
ahead,
that up.
Oh,
Xenophobia, carry on.
So sorry if I was not clear enough, but I stated
You were
that.
crystal clear.
Okay. So where I left. Yeah. So Russians are, from my personal experience and all the social media that I observe, they don't understand why sanctions are like affecting them, regular peoples. And I, at least with one person, I was trying to explain why, because, for example, all these taxes from visas, for example, from PayPal or whatever, all these tax, not all, but part of this tax were also going to Russian banks and basically Russian budget. But it was not understood and met with criticism and without any logical explanation to it. So, yeah, it's my personal experience. I would not say that every Russian like that, but yeah, it was not a typical Russian, but kind of thinking one. So also, it seems that they very scared of prison, and in Russia, prison is basically answer to everything. Since Russia is USSR, but with internet and global market access, prison is access, not access, but answer to everything. So, for example, if you would criticize your politicians, you can go to prison. If you say that special military operation is a war, you're going to prison. If you will protest against anything and it's not approved by government, you're going to prison. And I've experienced that in personal chat on Discord and Telegram. I was talking to some Russian, and on occasions when I brought some sensitive topics to him and to Russia, basically, he was arguing that I should delete that, and because of that, he will go to prison. So that's the not the answer, but the reason why the morale are low. So basically, tons of these POVs that we can see and soldiers overall, when they want to break up contract with the Russian military, they simply don't want to do that because they will go to prison, out how the commanders said. And also, there are something in Russian military that basically gives some relief on mortgages. So basically, if you will get a mortgage for a house, apartment, or whatever, as long as you're in the military will pay for this mortgage. But if you will leave military before mortgage was paid, you will pay all the all the price. You will pay to military, basically, that the military was paying for your apartment, and you will pay what is left. So basically, those are two reasons why they are basically forced and basically forced to be fighting, and it's kind of stupid, but yeah, that's how the military works. And since we saw that tons of killed in action is actually from depressed regions, you kind of can understand why they are going for money basically here.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there are a lot of Russians that you know who signed up necessarily for economic reasons, and once they're in, they feel they have no choice but to stay in, because if they leave, they have to pay back all of their debts that the Russian army paid for them. In a nutshell.
Yes, I don't know them personally, fortunately, but it's open source information. You can find it in interviews with the POVs or other sources that. So yeah.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't affect Ukraine today. In other words, Ukrainians can't have big tears for Russians that do that, right? Because the opposite for Ukrainians is death, right? The Russian has economic discomfort. The Ukrainian is being murdered. So, I mean, it's nice of you to have that, to delve into why. But as a Ukrainian, I'm sure you don't really care at the end of the day, right? Because it's your
Yes, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's the reason why they have such a low morale. Obviously, there are idle people with idea that there is a Nazi, there is Banderas and whatever. Obviously, they are there, but I guess there are far less than people that went basically for money here. So I guess that's one of the reasons why we see them fleeing.
I think, I mean, look, they're fleeing because they don't want to die, right? But I mean, at the end of the day,
Yes.
I mean, personally, me, I don't really care why they're there. I mean, they've signed up for it. It is a genocidal army. They're killing people, and it's I'm sure at one point there'll be all sorts of psychological studies as to why Russians did what they did, but it doesn't really affect the price of the tea in China, as we say in English, right?
Yes. Also, there are I'm not invested into this topic, but there are reports that basically in Georgia, when Russia invaded, basically they also stole common goods washing machines, toilets, and whatever, and it was also kind of like a butcher.
Yeah,
So
the Russians are used to murdering people. It's not new to them. Now, do many of your friends in Ukraine care about why Russians are doing this, or is it just you?
I don't know. I was just invested into these POVs interviews, and I trying to understand these people, but the far I'm going, I
and just let
don't
the
see
audience
logic
know,
there.
You're referring to the videos, like the pre-trial videos of Russians telling prosecutors in Ukraine why they did what they did, right?
Not prosecutors, but
investigators.
Not investigators. It's just a journalist.
Journalists, okay.
Yeah, those people were all already went through investigation, all this stuff, and those interviews are basically, if you wanna be there, okay, let's talk. If not, okay, go on.
So as a Ukrainian, you're saying that you're watching, you want to know, there's an interest in your mind as to why these people have come to your country to murder people. And you're saying that you're hearing them say that it's because of money reasons only. Do you think that maybe some of them are lying? Do you think that maybe some of them thought that you're a chochol and you're stupid and they can take your country? Do you think that maybe that's partially true?
Obviously.
Yeah, okay.
But those people, I guess, they're lower percentages than people that went just for money.
So you
Because
think that more? You think that the majority of Russian soldiers in Ukraine aren't racist a-holes? They're just there for a few dollars.
yes, $20
No.
is $20.
I guess. Yeah, no, I think though, in order to, you got to know when you join the military, you're going to risk your life. So to risk your life for $20 is kind of a really crappy indictment of how you view the value of life, especially your own.
Well, let's not forget that Russia is basically USSR in modern form, and still there are quotes from Russia is basically females, but in a meaner form, will born new people, and also first orders are executed and then discussed.
Yeah. Do a lot of Ukrainians, do you think, do your friends really care why the Russians are there, or is it just you? I'm curious.
I simply don't know. I never brought up this topic, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just a curious guy.
No, if you're sharing with us, but you're not sharing with your friends. It seems a little strange, that's all.
Well,
I'm curious.
I'm not talking to them that much, and if I'm talking, we're basically playing some games or discussing some like overall situation on the front line.
Right. So do you think, yeah, okay. Well, it's an interesting perspective. I don't know if I'd find too many Jews after World War II or during World War II wondering why Nazis are murdering them, if it's just for money or if it's just because they're racist. But I guess you're a very a sensitive person, I guess. That's very unique.
I'm not sensitive. I don't have any like feelings to Russian. I can express these
Are you
feelings,
mad?
but
You're not. You have no feelings? Are you upset about it, or?
um, let's say I'm furious, but still, if I would say that we need to like prosecute and exterminate all the Russians, this will not be a correct answer, since I would put all the Russians, like 140 millions or whatever, how they, and I will put them all in the same box, right?
Do you feel anyone in this space has talked about exterminating all the Russians, or do you think other Ukrainians talk about exterminating all the Russians? So I've never heard that.
Well, there are many like ideas what to do with Russia. Obviously, people that lost their families and apartments, houses, and everything they got in Bucha or any other place, they would be furious, right? We
But do you
can't
think?
argue with that.
Okay, I know so that's a straw man argument. So I didn't say they're Ukrainians that are furious. I've never heard of one Ukrainian, not one, including my family, that have said they want to murder and exterminate all Russians. So that's just a bit of a weird comment to make. I mean, I've never heard it at all. I've heard
Yes.
Ukrainians say they want to kill the Russians that are in their country and committing genocide. They want to get them out of their country by hook or by crook. But I've never heard anyone, not one Ukrainian, not even a government minister.
Yes.
No one says that. Are
Yes.
you projecting? Do you want to exterminate all Russians?
No, I said that it would be a wrong thing, since if I would say that and I wanna do that, it would be a wrong thing, and I would put myself to their level.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to lose your humanity to act like a Russian, basically.
Yes, it's very thin line, basically.
Well, you're a very ecumenical person, so that's nice of you. It's definitely not a position anyone has ever taken on our panel or any of our guests, really. I think all that, as all Ukrainians, as you know, want is their country to be liberated from Russia.
Yes.
What Russia does after. I've always said Russians are not irredeemable. At one point, they're going to have to see the writing on the wall and realize they can't behave this way. And I think that's a good thing. So, yeah, if there's anything else you want to add, I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that we communicate to the audience that we've never heard anyone advocating for the genocide of Russians. Certainly not, and not like how the Russians are advocating. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is that although I'm going to have to firmly disagree with you on the premise that the majority of Russian soldiers in Ukraine are just there for a paycheck. I know there are a lot of impoverished Russians, but I don't think the impoverished Russians, the Buryat, has a mortgage. Okay, I don't think that the average Buryat is living in a condo with a concierge. He's probably living in his parents' shack without a toilet. Now, that doesn't mean he's got a lot of money, does he?
No, in depressed regions, they basically average salary, I would say around 30 or 20,000 rubles. And in military, you will receive double that. So you kind of don't want to break a contract with military, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're making 20,000 rubles a year and you're gonna make 40,000, but you're gonna die and you know it, I think that's a pretty bad life choice. I don't know. I just don't think that it's all about. I will firmly disagree that the majority. You said the majority of Russian soldiers are only.
It's my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I just disagree with it, and we're allowed to disagree.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's go to finance. I will have to pop off shortly, and I will leave you and everyone here in everyone's hands. We do have a new person to the panel, Saya Bunga. I don't know if that's a play on words, or do you have a question or comment about Ukraine? You're in Durban, RSA, South Africa. De sprak Afrikaans, Sayaba. Siabonga, are you there? All right, 1, 2, 3, three times the lady. Siabunga, are you there? Unmute your mic. It's a little button that has a microphone. It looks red. It should be purple. Purple is the new green. Go ahead. All right, last call, and off you go. Finance, you wanted to jump in? Please do.
Yeah, no, one of the things I think is ridiculous is I have learned as much as possible on the economic side of Russia in this war at a granular level is it's not earn $20,000 and just live as a poor man in the provinces.
Rubles.
Yes, you were correct. It's more like $10,000 or something crazy. It's not just earn your 20,000 rubles and live as a poor man. Doing that tends to have a lot of people picking up microfinance debt, and the suicide rate's pretty high. But the pay discrepancy isn't 2 times; it's 20 times. So it's debt peonage level living versus earn 400,000 rubles and go be an orc for the Wagner group, and and your parents might be supporting you to do this because you're 25 or 30 years old and you're not a married guy without good economic prospects. So worst thing that happens for them is you turn into a lotta, which for what I think is a normal mindset is absolutely vile and disgusting, but for the Russian mindset, apparently this is more attractive and it plays pretty well. So I don't think that this purely economic model of why they go, like, yes, that is the catalyst and the trigger for why many Russian men sign up, but I don't think that that works in a place where you have sort of normal thinking, right? Like that's true, but only in the context of this horrific Russian mindset that leads to all the battlefield atrocities or non-battlefield atrocities, depending on what they're doing when they reach Ukraine. So
And finance, don't you think they have
too.
Finance? Don't you think they have internet? They can tell their friends back home, hey, by the way, it's a trap. We're murdering babies here. It's not worth the extra 10,000 rubles. You'd think, right?
I mean, we're seeing. I mean, besides that, they've had lots of men just die, but we've seen them have significant problems with recruitment. So it seems like a lot of that information is getting out.
Yeah, sorry, agreed. Doman.
Before you jump off, quick question from a listener. Do we have a rough estimate of how many troops, how many Ukrainian soldiers, the various Western allies trained to date? And Zelensky mentioned something like 1 million enlisted in July. Any idea how long it takes to train them up? Very rough
I've heard 10,000 every 2-3 months. The truth is, it depends on their military experience. If they're already, if they've already spent a year or 2 years in the army in Ukraine, as their system got better and maybe not as good as it is now, would 3 months help in UK? For sure. Would 2 months help? Absolutely would it help. Would they be doing the same training as they've done in the past? No. We have a lot of actions and exercises we do and training regimen that's geared towards creating discipline. I suspect all of that has been cast aside for those being trained in the UK. The ones that are there, Ukrainians are there, are geared to fight. They know they're fighting for their wives, their husbands, their children, their parents. So a lot of that stuff that we do, which seems like a bit of a game when you're in the military, you have to eat poop sometimes, you get yelled at and run around and do what we call make work projects and build yourself up and learn how to fight as a team. I suspect most of that has been put aside and they're being treated right away as professional soldiers. When you're not a professional soldier, you do need a period of indoctrination in which to get you situated and understand the profession of combat arms and understand that, this isn't about your personal feelings. This is about the bigger picture. So I suspect that a lot of that stuff, which does form a good portion of basic training, that stuff's not being taught. They're not making them do change parades and get out of the uniform into civvies, back in the uniform, back and forth, fix your bags, sort of this, do inspections of your kit. It's more like, okay, you guys are all here, your country's under attack, your people are facing genocide, smarten up, shut the F up, you're not going out drinking and being a jerk. You're doing all the things you need to do to remain and become better fighters. So they could condense really good training that would last 6 months. They can condense it into 2-3 months. They say that every 2 months, 10,000 troops are coming out. Who knows where else they're training? So wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm sure they're being trained in many places. And these, again, are combat veterans. Like, imagine taking Constantine. Pardon me 1 second. Imagine taking Constantine to to the UK and teaching him. He wouldn't have to start from scratch. He already knows what's going on. But could he learn some really good skills in 2 months straight, working 10, 12 hours a day, even more? Absolutely, he could. He could absolutely benefit from that and become a much better soldier. Now, if someone had experience in the Donbass in 2018 or 2019, they would have significantly better training than someone who worked in 2014. So the majority of the people they're going to take are the ones who just recently fought, and they're teaching them, right? So they can do that training outside of out of Ukraine, and do it in the UK, for example, and gain a lot, and they can fit more seamlessly into the system. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you, Huda. Xenophobia?
Yes, I would comment on comment from Financial, I believe. Obviously, Russian soldiers are not only motivated by money, it's a complex story. For 10 or 8 years, they were fed up with stories like there are Nazis, they're suppressing the Russian language, and also you're the best military in the world. Even the USA is not a enemy to you because you'll go to San Francisco, DC in 5 days or whatever. You will capture Ukraine in 2 days. So obviously it's not only motivation in money, but also propaganda that they were eating all these years.
Yeah, no, fair. But you don't feel sorry for the Russian who's joined up to kill your people, I hope.
Oh, no.
Okay. That's good to know. Listen, everyone can have particular points of view, and I just think that the Russians have there's an imbued sense of racism, a tinge of Russo supremacy. The belief, as you said, that Russians can do everything better, and everyone with a functioning brain knows that's not true because we've seen them not do it better. Jim, if you have a question for me, if not, I will pop off. I want to thank everyone. We've had a good, I think, a good update and a good time, and I think it's, I think it was a good discussion. Thanks for joining us. We're always looking for Ukrainian voices, especially ones in Ukraine, and we do appreciate your coming up here, Max.
Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. I mean, you've been up for the last 17 hours, I think. So yeah, get some rest, man. I mean, what a service you guys are providing, cutting through the BS, helping people understand what's happening. Just to the previous speaker's point about liberation, all the videos we've seen coming out of East Ukraine, where villagers have been coming out to welcome Ukrainian heroes coming in to liberate them, are speaking in Russian. Right, and more often than not, the Ukrainians, special forces, reply to them in Ukrainian. There never was a civil war at any time during the last 8 years. There was no uprising, grassroots uprising in eastern Ukraine. It was simply a Russian invasion, and I think everyone in the West is beginning to understand that, and Russia will have to learn to understand that. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, Jim, well said. We just have to turn the propaganda around and simply display the facts, which is why it matters a great deal that we continue to do so here.
All right, on that note, I will circle back. I did get a couple of hours of sleep, though, so I wasn't up for 17 hours straight. But we've had a great day in terms of highlighting Ukrainian successes, their concerns, constraints, restraints of the Ukrainian military in their offensive operations. And yes, it's who thunk it? We did. 6 months ago, 3 months ago, that at some point the Russian army would collapse in different areas. And they have. They've not disappointed. They've underwhelmed the world, and they've behaved and conducted themselves as I think a lot of us had expected. It only took the first few weeks of video of watching Russian forces engaging Ukrainians to make, I think a very fair, clever assessment that the Russians just are not the army we thought they were. And that's true to their Navy, to their Air Force, to Air Force pilots ejecting the minute they see themselves get painted by by radar on the ground, anti-aircraft batteries. And this is not a motivated army. They're not competent. They're not only not motivated, they don't know what they're doing. The Russians have not invested in their military like they say they have. I don't care about their hypersonic missiles. I don't think they work, and I don't think even their nuclear arsenal is what they say it is. I think they're big fibbers. They are lying, and they thought they could fool the world and bully people without spending the money to do it. Maybe less time on the internet, Sergey, and more time on the battlefield training or training area doing an exercise, because your tradecraft, your field craft, it all sucks. And you know what? That's a good thing. Thanks so very much. MriyaReport, 4:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 11th of September. On this day, our American friends and people around the world lament and mourn the loss of almost 3,000 American citizens killed in the World Trade Center plane attacks and Pentagon and the other flight that was brought down. Our thoughts are with them as well. Thank you very much for joining us at MriyaReport. I will be signing off from Toronto, Canada. Thank you to the team for dedicated volunteers who operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 30 plus volunteers, audio engineers in the back, people fielding questions via email and DMs and texts and all that jazz. And again, we are proud to provide this service to the city and the world. That's my PayPal reference for the day. Thank you all very much, and good night.
Excellent. So contrast this. The Russian army is reliably underwhelming, and we are consistently here. Gentlemen, let's take it away.
Shall we talk about the sudden need for lots and lots of qualified mechanics in Eastern Ukraine, Axel?
Yes, I mean, that is a labor market pull, isn't it? But as we've learned yesterday, what did our wonderful Ukrainian soldiers say? What happens when he goes back with his vehicle impaired?
Gets fixed.
By a volunteer army of people who don't even want to take money for it. Yes, the units and the state buy spare parts to the extent available, but it is a massive amount of civil effort of people who are waiting for the troops and their squadrons, their platoons to come back to the rear, to Kiev, to wherever they are, and fix up their cars.
And beyond cars, what I was really trying to reference is the possibly many hundreds armored vehicles, tanks, artillery pieces, self-propelled guns especially, and the like, that Ukraine has seized as they were liberating territories, chiefly in Kharkiv Oblast, the Russians just left behind, ran out of fuel perhaps,
absolutely.
or whatever other reason. I think it is time for a resolution to be proposed to the United Nations Security Council, condemning Russia for destabilizing the region by supplying so many weapons to a party at war. Just like Russia had proposed a resolution condemning the Western allies for supplying weapons to Ukraine, but Russia's been supplying way more, honestly. There is no country that has supplied so many tanks, so many pieces of self-propelled artillery to the Ukrainian armed forces as Russia has.
No, I agree, and Ukraine should definitely also complain about the fact that Russia is destabilizing the labor market, and one should possibly consider erecting tariffs for the, say, illegal import of radiating steel. Jim, you're not laughing your head off there, are you?
It's wonderful. I think you should add an addendum to that UN resolution, Doman, that to call upon Iran and North Korea to cease all supplies of armaments to the Russian Federation, and it's not reasonable that we should expect the Russians to die to the last Russian. I mean, Iran and North Korea are achieving their aims by murdering Russians. I think it's unacceptable. We should call on them to force Russia into a peaceful resolution and give up parts of east. Certainly Rostov on Don should be considered.
Kuban, of course. But Jim, really, I think it's beyond reproach. It's truly beyond reproach for an irresponsible regime like that of North Korea and that of Iran to partner together to wage this proxy war
to the last Russian.
Yes. Okay, right. Levity over. Whoops, sorry, I think I muted everyone. How was you?
Well, I'm getting on a tractor. I apologize, but did the North Koreans send the Oompa Loompas?
Well, not just the Oompa Loompas. They also sent a large number of artillery shells, apparently, because the Russian ones all mysteriously disappeared in a series of smoking accidents. Jim?
I thought it was a new charity. I thought it was the new Russian charity where they charitably were worried about the Ukrainians running out of that old Soviet shell, size. So they were just create the new amazing hook, right? They just want to help out, right? It's the new donate to Ukraine Russian artillery shell charity. That's what happened.
Exactly. Look, I mean, the realist solution, and I think it's clear for every pragmatic thinker in the world at the moment, would be for both Russia and Belarus to demilitarize. The growth of the Commonwealth of Independent States over the last 10, 20 years has been an unacceptable incursion into Ukraine's sphere of influence in the region, and it's unfair on Russian civilians and troops who are dying to the last Russian to defend North Korea and Iran's interests.
I think they really need some diplomatic help.
The United Nations needs to step in here, and it's perhaps the US can be an intermediary. Perhaps the UK step in between.
Well, that would be a good, sensible opportunity for a new sovereign to extend the courtesy of a bit of British humour.
I look forward to John Mearsheimer pulling his words back. None of them will. I mean, the pragmatists, the realists, their secret agenda was, of course, anti-Americanism. And now that Americans' allies are winning, they won't be able to change their opinion.
I think Mearsheimer should be a realist and do what he always wants to do, and just go volunteer for the Russian army. I think that then he could realistically go support the fighting force he believes in and try to stand up and help them fight. I think he should really start right. Just start right in the Izium front. Who needs 3 days of training like the other guys? Just right in the Izium front. Perfect thing. Don't usually suggest people join the Russian army. Think it's barbaric, but in a few cases, I make an exception. Mearsheimer is absolutely one of them. Right in the front lines for him.
Well, he could go, of course, together with Bernie Sanders and just, on a reminiscence tour of Bernie Sanders' wonderful visit upon his honeymoon to the Soviet Union, sit somewhere with some wonderful Russian war criminals and generals and politicians around, malign the United States and freedom-seeking Ukrainians, and sit there and then later on, if allowed back to Western media, praise the victory of the Russian underground and its metro in Moscow, the beauty of its stations and the public transport, the great facilities of national health in the Tsarist Empire Soviet Union / Russian Federation. I think he and Bernie Sanders would make a great team and bring a realistic view as to the leadership of Russia for the benefit of mankind, wouldn't they?
Be on your right.
I think we should refloat that video of Bernie Sanders and his wife sitting after sauna with people, and his interview sitting in the United States. I'm not quite sure. Was that in New Hampshire? We sat somewhere in a school aula and was telling people how glad he was to have been there and seen the wonderful achievements of the Soviet society and its train stations. There is this continuity of gullible and willing idiots.
Did they not let him stay?
No. They thought he's better as an agent somewhere else. Propagator. Sorry, propagator.
Okay, well, it is how it is. It is how it is. Let's go hear out Shaggy and Jim and David. And then I want to bring our attention, because today is election day. It's election Sunday in several places, and I think we should talk about various polls that are happening and not happening in various places. Shaggy.
Yeah, it's a question regarding Ukrainians not allowed to go into Russia or not allowed to target Russia proper. Once Ukraine pushes all Russians out of Ukrainian territory, what is Ukraine allowed to do then if the Russians still continue to bombard with artillery and stuff Ukraine from Russian territory. On Ukraine.
Oh, that's simple. It's simple. Shaggy, it's counter battery fire. Taking out military targets in Russia, attacking Ukraine proper. Absolutely. They have been doing this since the second day of the invasion, when they targeted Taganrog Air Base, where the Russians had assembled a large force of supplies, supply goods, supply the whole so-called supply train, including trucks and the likes. And yes, they can do this.
So it's a simple case of they're not allowed to send troops into Russian territory, but can send metal objects with explosives in them over.
Yeah, I think nobody wants to invade Russia. That is, I mean,
nothing there you'd want.
Yeah, Shaggy, do you really want them to go across and try to, find a proper cafe, restaurant, or indoor plumbing facility in Russia? Seriously,
No,
come on.
No, I'm more thinking sometimes like special forces going over there to do things which you can't really do with artillery or something like that, and whether they're allowed to do that.
So there was a report last night, and someone can tell me whether that's verified or not, Axel Alex, that apparently a small Ukrainian special forces detachment jumped over the border into Belgorod region, nicked some Russian mortars that were previously shelling Ukrainian positions, and ran back across in like a 30-minute express raid. But they wouldn't do deep incursions. There's no point, right? It just makes them exposed, makes logistics
and
exposed.
who wants those washing machines back?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right.
And apparently there aren't any. That's why Russians are so keen on stealing all the Ukrainian ones.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean going over to like occupy parts of Russia. I just mean going over for a military mission type of thing, and then coming back once that's complete.
Yeah, if it's destroyed the comms tower or destroy some artillery pieces or nick some mortars, sure, but that's very much next to the border.
Military targets from which there's a threat or direct attack are fair game.
Okay, that's perfect. That answers my question perfectly, actually. So military targets, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaggy. Jim.
Yeah, I was to the previous point about realism and whether people will start being realistic. I mean, I look forward to people like Peter Hitchens, as well as Roger Waters, Michael Tracy, Glenn Greenwald, Corbyn, Sanders, Mearsheimer, all of them. I look forward to them stepping up now and being just as vocal as they have been for the last 6 months about asking Russia to surrender their lands, to immediately withdraw from Ukraine, to lay down their arms, and for any country around the world to stop helping Russia in the interests of peace in our time. And I'm sure those articles and interviews will be rapidly forthcoming. Don't we all think?
They better be. They better be. I won't wait for them though. David.
Good morning from Calgary, Canada. Hi. I got two questions, one question, one comment. Do we know what units the Russians are losing? And I heard about 20,000. I can't remember if it was here or somewhere else. And but do we have any division or brigade names to go along with that? And thank you for waking me up. I was almost asleep, and then your lovely British humor woke me up. So in return, I would suggest that we should probably only accept a Russian peace deal if they return the Trump P-tape to the U.S. for them. So anyway, but mostly the first part.
So David, maybe Axel knows the units. Yehuda rattled them off earlier during his update an hour and a half ago or so. But I didn't keep track of the numbers because it's not really my wheelhouse. We will have the recording out in some hours. So when you go to sleep, when you wake back up properly, there should be a recording of it up on our Spotify feed, and you can listen through it. And he explained all the different divisions and armies and whatever else of Russians that got routed. But sorry, I forgot the numbers.
Excellent, thank you.
Jim, do you know the numbers? Also, I have to know, David. So it was only Jim's humor you appreciated, and no one else's.
No. I love the British humor in general. You know, when I was growing up, watched a lot of Benny Hill and Monty Python and that stuff. So, yes, I love that dry kind of. I love it, man. It's well, I just woke up laughing my ass off. So beautiful, good stuff.
Jim.
Thank you, David. We of course invented humor in the 1960s.
Yes, and I am glad to say I am indeed part British and part Welsh and part Irish and half Ukrainian. So there you go. There's a mix for you.
Well, credit to Monty Python and the team. Anyway, I'm sure in terms of anecdotal evidence of Russian losses in the last 48 hours, I'm sure you've seen the latest group photo of the Russian 237th Guards Air Assault Regiment. It was just posted about an hour ago. It's a giant field of sunflowers.
Oh well, at least the farmers are happy.
So yesterday, and I think this isn't actual reporting, but maybe it is. So Thomas Teiner, who's a ex-Italian artilleryman. Now he sounds German because he's from Südtirol, but anyway, he said that his estimates from his sources are that Ukraine captured 1 square mile of troops and 2 acres of officers. See, until now I thought that was POWs, but now I'm starting to think, Jim, that this is in reference to sunflowers. No,
Domin, this is correct. We do measure troops, NCOs, and officers of the Russian army in acres.
Now let me work through this a little bit, because I did some maths, and well, there's 640 acres to a square mile. So that would suggest that there are 300, assuming uniform density of planting, that's 320 non-officers to an officer. When you think of how top-heavy the Russian army is, how too many officers they have, I would suggest that either means that A, the Russian officers preemptively vacated more than just the right bank of in Kherson Oblast, right? Because we heard about that, but we didn't hear of Russian officers making their way away from other places. Or it means that just so many Russian officers got blown up by in very smoking accidents at various headquarters, facilitated by our own Adakam's brand cigarettes.
The Russian cigarettes do seem a lot worse than our Western counterparts. They seem to blow up more, but
absolutely, it's all the smoking accidents. It's not observing proper health and safety protocols, and way too many of them smoke. So that's why the propensity of smoking accidents are high. But really, then I realized what the thing is.
Then you add like a flammable liquid like vodka. It's just an accident.
David, please let me get to the punchline here. So 320, a factor of 320. But then I realized, you know why? It's because the Russian officers are just so exceptionally dense.
Only a chemist could have come up with that. Uniform density of planting. Mate, you have never planted any wheat or barley, have you?
I've never planted any wheat or barley. No, I've never planted a field of grain. That is true.
I give it a B, maybe C, but I'm tired, so I'll give it a B.
Anybody else? Typically, ice skating has one for artistry as well, right? There's the technical grade and the artistry. I think the delivery was great.
Anyway, thank you for answering my question best to your ability. You have a good morning or good night wherever you are, and I'll hop down now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Check out the MriyaReport Spotify feed. Actually, yesterday's military update is up, dated 10th of September. Maybe Yehuda mentioned the unit numbers in that as well, actually. So that may be useful for you.
And now to something completely different.
Jim?
Whereas, yeah, exactly. Jim, please go. And the Atacam's cigarette brand had something to say.
Yeah, and I've seen reports of 5,000 to 10,000 Russian losses in troop numbers, killed, wounded, or captured and or deserted in the last week. But the best updates you can get are from the Ukrainian military. They every day they give a ticker tape basically of how many tanks have been destroyed, how many artillery systems, how many troops killed. Noticeably, there've been a lot more prisoners of war taken recently, which hasn't been the case until recently. But if we're to believe 5,000 to 10,000, that's a full division of soldiers that they cannot lose. So whatever the exact numbers is, we'll know in the next weeks. But it's huge.
Yeah, Oryx's updates yesterday for Russian equipment losses on the 10th of September were, very extensive. No, so yeah, it's a lot of stuff, and we don't even know how much stuff there is really that got destroyed. I would love for at some point for there to be a tally of captured equipment specifically. I think that would be a shocking volume. Only a few countries will have willfully supplied Ukraine with more than that, I think. Finance. Have you crunched the numbers at all?
I was really kind of hoping we had Craig around, only because I want to see his brain blow up as he realizes that the amount of trucks required, square kilometers or more a day, is probably something infinite more than anybody has, let alone Ukraine, who just finds ways to make do with whatever they've got on hand and seems to make it work logistically. And I'd love to somebody who could help me do some math for what the new range is for our fine Atacam's branded products, because turns out the Ukrainian armed forces are significantly closer to more parts of occupied Russia than before. And, even the nice, excellent HIMARS system, I'm sure, has all sorts of new Russian ammo dumps and train stations that they could hit.
I think now some of the harder to reach bits of deep Luhansk Oblast, occupied Luhansk Oblast, are now actually in Gimler range that previously weren't. I think that's the one kind of change here. But it's not much. Pretty much all of occupied territories, other than bits of Crimea, were within Gimler range already. But it's a bit of a difference there. It's very impressive, that's for sure. I'm very glad for one that Ukraine gets to be successful in liberating the territories unlawfully stolen from it by Russia, and I'm glad they're doing it in such an impressive fashion. If only the world media would clue onto it properly, that would be good.
Yeah, it's funny to see that many newspapers this morning, as well as yesterday already, have highlighted that Russia has declared that they're regrouping, and that there was a press conference, and that they're retreating orderly.
At least they didn't use the phrase gesture of goodwill. That one gets forever to be associated with Snake Island. Jim, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been able to look into the Telegraph channels in the last couple of weeks. It was unbearable before, but now it's quite educational. The Telegraph they're all extremely pro-Russian, obviously, but they're pro-military, and now they turned on the Russian authorities. They were particularly.
You mean
angry
Telegram,
about,
right?
Excuse me, yeah.
Telegram.
Excuse me, Telegram. Yeah, not the Daily Telegraph. I'm sure Francis would be too happy about that. No, the Telegram channels where Russian bloggers talk about military advances. Previously, now they're talking about they are openly talking about Russian defeats. in stark contrast to the Russian Ministry of Defense, who came out with the announcement yesterday that Axel's referring to, which was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that even highly pro-Russian Telegram channels are saying this. It'd been better if you'd said nothing. They were criticizing the Russian MFA previously for not talking about the defeats that Russia's suffering, but they said, look, it would be better if you continue to shut up rather than come out with this crap, because it's embarrassing. Everyone can see the rout that is currently happening in around Kharkiv Oblast. So that's very heartening. Those are cracks, right? These are Russian military bloggers with 500,000, 700,000 followers. So the real news is beginning to get through to Russians if they didn't already know, and you could be sure that Putin is beginning to sweat if he wasn't already before.
Please, Jim, think about it. There is a blogger, and he has 500,000 followers, and has recently been constantly doing agitation and propaganda. Yes, he or she, brings this out and knows that the audience is half entertained, but also very giddy and interested and following it for various good reasons. Still, even that military blogger has a bit of an issue because people can read, they can scroll back, and they can see that, well, maybe it's not just the military and the political leadership who've lied to us. Maybe this chap, maybe he got it wrong, not just once, but completely and continuously.
Axel, I have a question here from a listener who seems like a new listener, but asking a few things here. 2 questions are easy. The third one, I have a sub-question to that I think you, Axel, and Jim, being a historian, can help us kind of explore a little bit, and that's to do with an offensive on Crimea. So the first question is, do you think that we are far from the negotiation table? Yes, I think we're about 100,000 kilometers away from the negotiation table. It is only once Russia has been soundly defeated, very clear of Ukraine, that will they be forced to go to the negotiation table and surrender the last little border bits. What would it take if we're still far away? About 100,000 square kilometers, give or take, of Ukrainians reclaiming, liberating their rightful territories. What are Ukrainians' realistic expectations, such as Crimea? Yes, absolutely. The realistic expectations are the territorial integrity of Ukraine and the return of those who were kidnapped. And then beyond that is going to be a discussion. So really, my question here, actually, is in Jim as well, people who understand this and remember this and know this a lot better than I do. Crimea has been invaded, I believe, was it 3 times in the 20th century? Right? First by the Red Army during the so-called Civil War, then by the Nazis, and then by the Soviets reclaiming it. Right? There's 3 military invasions of Crimea. What do we know of those, and what can we learn from those going forward that could be applied to a Ukrainian liberation of Crimea by military means? Jim?
Well, before we go on to Crimea, because I think that's a very important question. I mean, the Ukrainians' demands, if we can call them that, the demands in February 24th, as we could see from Macron's conversation with Zelensky, were please make it stop, right? The demands since, even before the Kharkiv invasion, the Kharkiv counteroffensive rather, were we have hardened our position, and now there's no negotiation whatsoever. I mean, Reznikov said yesterday that there's no question of going back to February 24th start lines. It's 1991, and when we've got nothing to discuss with Russia. Serhiy Kyslytsya, the UN Security Council, Ukraine's permanent rep in the UN, basically said that our interests stop when we decide. When we'll go to the borders and then make a decision on whether we stop, basically. So with regard to Crimea, you're absolutely right. There's been 3 invasions. I mean, there's no doubt that a large percentage of Crimeans won't be happy about being liberated, but then there was a large percentage of Crimeans in 2014 that were very unhappy about being invaded. So it's a question of how it's done. I think that the Ukrainians are less likely to.
Jim,
go ahead.
Let's remember two demographic factors here. A, Russians settled in a very colonial fashion, a very large number of people in Crimea following the illegal invasion and annexation. A lot of people who were longtime residents of Crimea, who might have been a part of Crimea for generations, especially many Crimean Tatars among them, fled, left, abandoned their homes after 2014 for fear of persecution. So whatever the demographics are at the present, those are artificial demographics. So yes, people whose, FSB operatives who moved their families into newly occupied Crimea, Russian-occupied Crimea following 2014, no wonder they would be dissatisfied with it. But then again, they don't get a vote. They aren't rightfully there. They are illegal occupiers of those lands and often those houses in which they live. So that's a very important bit of context to be remembering here. Carry on, Jim.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Russians have a history of Russifying occupied territories, whether it was the Baltic states, who were previously almost entirely Estonian and Latvian, now have 25% Russian ethnic people who identify as Russians as their populations. And it was deliberate. It was deliberate for political reasons. The same thing happened in Crimea. The same thing happened in Donbass. Donbass was entirely Ukrainian. There were just as many Greeks as there were Russian speakers down there in some areas. And it was Russified by Stalin to ensure that he could have example of that. So as I said, I think it's a question of blockade or direct offensive. And then there will be a referendum. But the referendum, unlike Russian ones, will be fair. It won't be done at the point of an AK-47. And Ukraine, I think, will respect the outcome. And if that's the autonomous region of Crimea as it was previously, it certainly won't be given back to Russia. That's for certain, because that was never a legal. It was never carried out in by laws of international relations. So it'll go back to status quo ante, and then a fair election, I think.
Now, many people say, "Oh, Crimea, it's a peninsula; it's hard to get into." Jim, how were these previous invasions of Crimea carried out? Right, because again, we said country. How were they done, and why do then people think that the Ukrainian military today, with precision weapons, with modern technology, just wouldn't be able to do it? Why is there this mistaken belief?
Well, exactly. I mean, the previous invasion that the British and the French made of Crimea was the Balaclava harbour, which
that was maritime, so that's different. Ukraine's not going to follow that, right?
But
I'm just talking about the three during when the Red Army first occupied it, and then during the Second World War, the Nazis, and then the Soviets back. That's the three I mean, because those are all land based, right?
I was going to say amphibious assaults are risky and hardly ever work. No, they were land invasions, and back then those invasions were carried out by million-man armies. These days, with precision weapons, as you say, you don't need so many troops to take and hold ground. The Ukrainians are well able to cross that isthmus from the north directly into Crimea, because the Russians don't look like they're able to hold ground effectively. When you take away their artillery, when you take away the logistics, they don't want to fight man to man with the Ukrainians, that's for sure.
Quite. Thank you, Jim. I have a question here from a listener asking in my quantity and density calculations, did I account for the fact that the Russians are likely to be lying down? No, I didn't. I assumed that because all I was really looking at is the relative proportions of captured officers versus captured, enlisted, and I assumed that both would be disposed similarly on average. The only thing I was looking at is the ratio between the officers to 2 acres, which is 1/320th as much as a square mile of non-officers that was listed. That's the only thing I looked at. Now, if you say that the officers are more likely to be standing up and the enlisted are more likely to be lying down, then it's not equal density, right? It's not, because we're looking at a surface area, not the volume. Clearly, that would be then that would invalidate my uniform density of assumption made there. So there you go. That's the explanation there. Excellent. Thank you very much. Shall we turn our attention a little bit to some elections? Today is election day in many places. One of them is Russia. Another was supposed to be Kherson Oblast, occupied Kherson Oblast. There was supposed to be a referendum. That got cancelled a week or so ago. Much in line with all the previously announced referenda. Did the people not want to become a part of Russia then? Jim?
I understand that the ballot office was blown up, that a number of the pro-Russian politician puppets have been blown up, and that Russian soldiers are too scared to walk down the street. Have you heard the same thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's hard to carry on an election when your election officials are losing their limbs to Ukrainian partisans fighting for their freedom. There's going to be no elections in the occupied regions. That's clear. Putin is scrambling.
And another place with elections today is our friends in Scandinavia. In Sweden, there are now elections being held today. And something very interesting was said yesterday by a representative of the Swedish Green Party, according to a Finnish security analyst. A representative of a Swedish Green Party said that if Germany doesn't run all nuclear power plants it has at full capacity, then Sweden is going to cut the transmission connections from Sweden to Germany. I think that's an excellent statement on so very many levels, right? First of all, it's a representative of the Swedish Green Party. It's a sister party to the German Green Party, which is currently in coalition with the SPD and the FDP. Now, what they haven't taken into account is that the problem really in Sweden are transmission grid within Sweden more than the transmission grid between Sweden and the rest of Europe, and it's a separate point. And if a Swede wanted to jump up and talk about that would be quite appreciated, or another Fennoscandian. But I mean, it's an excellent statement. That really isn't it. It's basically saying, look, get your shit together. Stop being silly. You have a bunch of nuclear power plants. There's a need for more energy. This is clean energy production. There are no real drawbacks to it whatsoever. They're already there. They're already perfectly functional. They're really well maintained. Use them. Stop being so obstinate and use them. And I think it's great to hear that. Jim?
It is great. And look, it's rather serendipitous, or it's ironic that the latest turnaround in global nuclear policy, and I agree. I mean, I think everyone agrees that who's done the analysis. Clearly, nuclear energy is the way forward until we have enough green technology to make sense. But yeah, it was Chernobyl. It was 1986 in Ukraine, the last time that shifted attitudes to nuclear energy for the worse. The Soviet Soviet guided catastrophe that blew up the nuclear power station and irradiated half of Europe. Yeah, the majority of nuclear power station plans were shut down across Europe after that. And the opposite is, of course, now true. That the latest Soviet, Russian-led catastrophe in Europe, the invasion of Ukraine, the Zaporozhye nuclear power station attacks, is going to lead to a geopolitical shift towards nuclear energy. It's ironic and very welcome. I mean, tragic, of course.
All right, and Dorman, you were asking about how to. Sorry, I'm dealing with things here at the log cabin, which are quite heavy. You were asking as to how to take Crimea. I think we should defer this conversation to another segment. Don't know whether we can do this today, but we've had a discussion about how to access Crimea on 3 axes before, and we should probably do this with a couple of maps at hand so people can understand this a bit better. We may be able to prepare this with a couple of bods, including David, Yehuda options, and yes, we can learn a few things, absolutely, albeit that in those days when the last time somebody took Crimea, this was with significantly more air power in relation to the other side, and yeah, the only multi-launching systems that begs the question as to how modern systems, both for interdiction as well as counter battery fire, do change the battlefield. I think Ukraine definitely is significantly better equipped today per unit than, for example, the German Wehrmacht was. That the resistance on the other side, whilst formulated, is almost likely going to be significantly less effective. And as we can see by now, both their kit as well as their overall leadership is not equipped to take on an improved modern army. So from my point of view, this is, yes, it's a matter of time. Yes, it requires armament, it requires planning, but it's eminently doable. Unfortunately, we've been saying this from the very get-go.
I mean, Axel, a lot of their kit works fine when the Ukrainians pick it up, so the kit's only part of the problem.
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, there's a lot of stuff which the Ukrainians are picking up. For example, the S-300 simply is not worth spending the money on. It's delinquent by comparison to what Ukraine can muster on its own side for the purposes of attacking the Russians. But that's neither here nor there. I think that the key element is that the way you use your weapons, the way you do combined arms on the Ukrainian side is substantially more advanced and therefore completely, utterly different than what the Russians bring to bear. And this is how you actually win the battle.
Thank you. I think Pauli jumped up to comment on the threat from the Swedish Greens to disconnect Sweden from the European grid if Germans don't get there together. Pauli?
Yeah, we're gonna go back a bit for the energy topic. I have like one general note and then maybe one question directed to Germany. Yeah, so I don't know how well you know the Nordic like energy sector and the capability, but I would, in general I would just describe that the energy situation in the Nordics is actually quite good. So we have due to the war history in Finland, we have diversified our energy sources. So we have wind, water, nuclear energy, and then solar energy, and also we have coal and like with wood pellet, And in addition to having the normal capability for the winter season, we have several reserve factories, energy plants that can be taken into use during like a crisis or how to say, well, peak demand in the energy. So I think that's a pretty good setting. And in Finland, there are 500,000 summer cottages. I'm at my summer cottage now, just gathering wood. So if there would be like a hard winter or the grid would fall totally, usually I would say that most of the Finns would just relocate to their summer cottages and would be fine, just doing what they do normally. And I think we have similar things in Sweden and Norway as well. And if I'm familiar with the statistics in Norway, they have energy surplus as well. And Finland has just introduced, and we are testing our latest nuclear plant in Olkiluoto called Olkiluoto 3. And when it's at its peak production, it creates 1,600 megawatts. That's the peak production rate. So with the energy, we're set, and we don't need the Russian gas anymore, and we don't want it. And the question I had is, sorry, it was a lengthy intro, but when's the time, or what is needed that the German government will make the decision to overrule the old decision and start all the old reactors or all plants? Because I think we all know that it's something that should be done. Thanks.
Yeah, what is needed is a clarity of mind, I think. It's not, it's not a technical problem. Technically, it's fine. It's not an engineering problem. Engineering-wise, it's fine. Any, minor issues that there are, and by issues, I mean, easily solvable things, the very highly capable, very well-trained, very diligent. I mean, nuclear engineers that Germany has already in those plants, they'll take care of it, and we know that because, I mean, a couple months ago, the leaders of the opposition from CDU-CSU went and visited one of these nuclear power plants slated for decommissioning at the end of the year. And it looked like they were on the set of a children's show. Everything looked brand spanking new. And if that wasn't a good enough advertisement to anyone who was previously at all skeptical, seeing this beautiful with popping colors everywhere, brand new looking thing that looked like nothing remotely that should ever remotely be considered for decommissioning, for anything, right? For any purpose whatsoever. That should have been a real advertisement for it. So again, there's no technical reasons. The only reason there is a lack of political will to do so. And that is because Germany has been very much going in a direction of decommissioning its entire nuclear fleet, not just since after Fukushima Daiichi, but for almost a decade before that already. And this has been pretty much consensus politics across the political spectrum. No party, no real party for sure, really was standing up and saying, no, we should keep the nuclear power plants going. We should have more nuclear power plants. We should certainly keep the ones we have until a reasonable point in their life cycle, rather than turning them off prematurely. No, this was broadly political consensus. The Greens were for it, the SPD were for it, the CDU-CSU were for it, the FDP, I think, were also for it, or at least, they're a fairly minor party, always been, certainly for the last 15 years or so. So it's going against this long time political consensus. It's adjusting when new facts come into evidence. It's also just rethinking the things that you thought were true previously, that they're not actually true, and coming to a realization that you were wrong. For some people, it is very difficult to admit that they were wrong. Instead, they hide behind, no, this decision has been made, therefore we will change nothing, whatever the facts might be, which is incredible levels of obstinacy, of course, right? So this is what is needed. It is clarity of mind more than anything else. And this is where I think it's significant that it was a representative of the Swedish Green Party, because while the Germans, and by the Germans I mean German politicians of all stripes, have long been dismissing the thoughts and considerations of countries to the east of Germany, be they from the Baltics, from Poland, when it came to Russia, and when it came to most other things, when it came to German energy policy and their ever greater reliance on Russian natural gas. They were dismissing the concerns of the Polish government or the Baltic state governments of the real allies, right, to the east of Germany. But at the very least, I would say that the people in Germany, and especially German politicians, would still look at a country like Sweden, a country that they think is more like them, perhaps, a country that something can be learned from sometimes, at least. Right, a country that they would treat as equals, a political class that they would
Are you
treat as their
joking?
equals. Well, at least a bit, more so than the Poles, surely, right?
Are you joking?
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, no, sorry. You know this, I know this. I mean, we can talk about this humorously as long as we like. This German government and these German politicians in government are unwilling to do anything and unwilling to learn from anyone. So,
no, I know it's not going to happen, but at least if it were the Polish government saying it versus the Swedish Greens saying it, the Swedish Greens are at least more likely to be listened to. Now it goes from zero likelihood to barely any likelihood, but at least, right, it looks even worse for them to not be listening to them saying it.
And they don't care. They will tell you that they know what they're doing and that they feel that they are doing the right historical thing in going full to renewables, because they have opposed heavily the European designation of nuclear technology as being clean and CO2 free, which is both economically, technically, and strategically completely correct. But hey, these Greens in Germany, specifically Ms. Baerbock, specifically Mr. Hofreiter, and absolutely Mr. Habeck, and their ideological brothers and sisters, these social democrats, hardened as they are in their position, even some people in the CDU still, albeit that they're stupid, and definitely these wayward and completely, utterly bereft of any sense, lukewarm, milquetoast people in the FDP who can't make up their mind as to how to oppose Morder and how to provide Germany with energy proper. These people have made up their mind and they're boxed into a corner. And unless Daddy comes around, meaning somebody in the White House, takes them out and has them play in the garden for a little while and brings them back in later, telling them, unless this garden is cleared, the lawn is mowed, the carrots are drawn, and those flower beds are treated, they won't get it. You need to do something about it. This requires pressure, not from Europe. They don't care about that. They believe that they are right. This is a strategic decision of generational proportion, and unless the United States of America pushes hard, that's not going to work. As disenchanting and as disappointing as that may be. Because they believe that they have the French on their side. They believe that the French can supply the nuclear power and they can live in their, what we call Wolkenkuckucksheim, the land of cuckoo clocks above the clouds, the land of fantasy, cornucopia. They believe that they can shed the responsibility to develop the only currently available mass present, significant size, utterly clean energy on this planet. Because they want energy prices to be high, don't forget. This is their desire. They project energy efficiency, but what they want is high energy prices because it gives them the comfort that they can therefore rule how industry and society are supposed to work. It's an ideological twist. won't change just because there's a genocide. Trust me. They go far beyond that. And that is the political problem, because it is coinciding with this war. It may have triggered part of that preparation and therefore availability of that becoming a war. But it's an ideological bent, and it's very unfortunate. And as our friend Peter Doran has said often, the complete failure of strategic energy policy in Europe is one of the most worrying signs of our time.
Pauli.
Yes, thank you for great input. Just one short follow-up question. In Finland, it took approximately 1 generation for the Greens party to, how do I say, in captions, accept the nuclear energy. Not say it's all right, but accept it as a fact. So will it take a new generation of politicians in Germany, in the Green Party, to accept the nuclear energy as a good thing, or just say it's all right?
The problem is the so-called new generation has just taken over the Green Party in the last 5 to 8 years. So you are now bound to live with the current level of lack of education. Dorman and I have discussed this here on the space, and it's public knowledge. It's quotable that Ms. Baerbock, when asked about electricity and gas, said, no, this is all about gas. This has nothing to do with electricity. You can't heat with electricity. It is so deeply ingrained in their thinking.
And as though a quite large proportion of German gas consumption isn't burning it up to make electricity. Axel, did your audio fail?
No, you were right, and there was nothing to add, and I decided to jump into the plunge pool to clean myself of the dirt I felt on my skin, given the fact that I'm a German citizen.
No, clearly, the solution is to just build more nuclear power plants in responsible countries all around Germany, because that's clearly perfectly fine, including on rivers that border Germany. So if the French just opened a new nuclear power plant on the Rhine, right across the border from Alsace to Baden-Württemberg. That's fine.
Yeah, but Dorman,
have them run it.
No, hardly any. No. This is and these are French plants, because they've always been so substantially better.
And ironically, that's the worst thing about it. The German ones are widely considered by the nuclear engineering community to be even better run and even better above all standards and beyond all regulations. And it's really a bunch of nonsense. But yeah, that's the other part of it. I think the practical solution probably is just to have more of them in countries that feel responsible and wish to have them, and I don't know, sell electricity to Germans with a higher tax, and there you go. I don't know. It's complicated as anything. Tom from Sweden joined us.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. What are your thoughts on the Swedish Green Party yesterday apparently commenting that they will disconnect Germany from the same grid that Sweden's on? Now, I know that the real problem in Sweden is that the north of Sweden isn't very well connected with the south of Sweden. So the divergence in energy prices between the energy-rich north full of hydroelectric plants and the energy-poor south where most people live is actually a big problem now. But what do you think of that quote now on election Sunday?
Yeah, I was just about to go out voting actually when I heard your comment, and my blood is boiling. So I'm not for you, but for the hypocrites in the left in Sweden. And that line is not the Swedish Greens line. They are 100% against.
Right?
Sorry.
It was just one person from.
Yeah, exactly. So they have from their existence is to try to. It's against nuclear, and yeah, they have succeeded quite well, bribing or forcing the Social Democrats to destroy our very good energy system that we had. So in the last 8 years, they have shut down half of our nuclear, and if they are winning today, they are going to continue that one. The Social Democrats are fantastic hypocrites. I cannot say this as well as Axel. I'm really enjoying his rants, and I feel exactly the same. And the Swedish left is the same level. Putin is like a amateur compared to their cunning. So yeah, it's a very important election we have here. The right want to start building new nuclear, and the left is going to destroy our system more. And now I'm going to vote, and if you have any questions, I'm happy.
I'm just curious about one thing. Has there been any suggestions of building out the grid within Sweden more on an expedited schedule to connect the north with the south better? Because my understanding is simply transmission capacity isn't there. So even though there's honestly an excess of electricity in the north.
We are, but the problem is that if you know anything about energy systems, you need a pulse in it. And when they took out half of our nuclears, that is also drastically reducing the transformation capacity. So it doesn't matter very much. And we have very, very big projects for doing fossil-free steel in the north. And when we are doing that, only one plant that is planned up in SSAB Luleå, it will require the amount of energy like the equal of Denmark. So it doesn't matter anyway. We need everything up north. There is nothing to send down, and we cannot, because it don't matter to have a very big pipe if you don't have the pump. The nuclear system was very cleverly done. It was spread out over the country. So we had a very solid system with pumps in the corners, so to speak. And now we killed the one in the south, and we cannot bring energy down. And we don't produce energy when it's not blowing the wind, and it's not doing that all the time. So it's quite simple. We are fucked. And yeah, it's all the left and the Greens mostly, but they are forcing the other power mongers to the social.
Thank you, Tom. Well, good luck on your trip to the polling booth. But yeah,
thank you very much for all this. I have followed this pod from the beginning, and yeah, it's like a lifeline. So really much appreciated. So Slava Ukraine. And now I will try to rescue Sweden's system so we can produce energy to help you out. That's what we can do. And of course, we will send more weapons if we have the right wing also winning. I can assure you. There's a lot of the Social Democrats voted against giving
heavy weapons.
Our artillery, the archer system. If the right win, we have a much bigger chance of giving that one, because those parties are for that. And as a matter of fact, we have I don't remember the exact amount, but they have reduced our military so much, so we don't have manning for them. We have systems with no new crews, so we can as well send them and build new ones until we are.
Yeah, there's 24 in storage that were initially destined for Norway, but then Norway didn't want to take them anymore because they were a bit late on production. So there's 24 Archers, which are superb, self-propelled, very long-range, excellent howitzers, very modern, very excellent, sitting in storage, doing nothing, even even in theory doing nothing because simply there are Swedish soldiers to operate them. So if only there were somewhere where they could be really useful. If only.
Yeah. I am for sending them, and JAS planes as well, of course, because we have many of those too.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that, of course, Sweden has one of the best independent weapons system industries in the world,
and comprehensive across pretty much all sectors.
Yeah, because independence matters, deterrence capability matters, and God Almighty, what could Bofors do for Ukraine?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, NLAW is mostly Swedish. Also Excalibur, it's developed by Bofors, joint with the US and British, but it originates in Sweden, both systems.
It's a country full of good ideas.
Engineers, that's my profession as well, but I'm building stuff, research.
Tom,
it's time to vote. If do you have questions?
Yeah, go vote. Come back quickly. We'll have a nice discussion here with our friend Finance and everybody else in just 20 minutes. So I don't know how long it takes to vote. Maybe if you're back in an hour or something, you will still be benefiting from this, because we're talking about markets, energy markets, finance, and of course, manufacturing just as well in Ukraine and the likes.
Yeah, I'm back in 20 minutes. So
perfect.
In the meantime, and thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Mange tack. Save Sweden.
Tack. Hej.
Thank you, Tom. Axel, question from you won't, but I think listeners will enjoy this question. Do you know, this is aimed at you specifically, whether Germany would take their family jewels from the drawer and bring Russia to international court for contract breach and demand for damages for shutting off gas flows?
I love the rhetorical questions of our wonderful friends in the audience. The answer is, of course, no. There is a level of spinelessness in that regard, which can only be offset by the clownery.
Yeah, well, there you go. Too spineless to open the drawer. Of course, the drawer is very possibly somewhere deep in the Kremlin and might be inaccessible.
Axel, out of curiosity,
Finance lives.
I've been here. Nothing has been posted to me. There's been no questions directed at me. I've just been quietly listening and making myself some lunch. But I do have a key question for Axel while we're discussing our Germans, friends, and the family jewels. Has anyone found Olaf's balls since this war started?
As noted, as we all know, they're in the third basement under the Kremlin somewhere, apparently. So difficult to access. He sent Schröder to try to fetch them, but he wouldn't be let into the right room.
Okay, I'll say this only once, because this is a family program, right? Mr. Scholz is a reasonably small man. Tendentially, I mean, by tendency, everything's proportional.
So you come down on the there was nothing to find to begin with camp?
Proportional. I went as far as I could go. I would say that my Frisian compatriot in Groningen knows exactly what I mean. Most of the north is tall. Some in Lower Saxony are small.
I think you've
Dorman has
awoken.
fallen off a chair.
Sorry, you're a little bit muffled, Axel.
Yeah, sorry. Did you just fall off a chair?
No, I was saying that you have awoken your Frisian compatriot.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, Axel, Finance, Jim, Tim, Tom, Doc, everybody I see, everybody I didn't mention. Yeah, here in Friesland, in the Frisian, they are all tall, and there are some small, very small.
Zelensky's like 5'6" or something. He's got a brass set on him, so you know, I don't accept this height argument.
Axel, you sound as though you're on the other end of a stadium right now. We hear something, but nothing at all readable.
Well, I'm not quite Bernard's puppy, so I don't have a huge entrance hall in the log cabin. But when I walk through the meadows, it tends to be a bit further away from the bloody phone. I apologize.
So, what happened overnight when I was asleep?
Russians occupy less territory than they did before. That's the short of it. The long of it is I don't exactly know, because the Ukrainians are pushing too quickly for anybody to be quite caught up on just how far they've gotten. Now Yehuda did do an excellent update here for us some 2.5 hours ago, give or take. Who did detail what we know for sure thus far. And then there's quite a big swath of land that isn't entirely clear, that isn't really controlled by anyone properly yet, but that might by now be controlled by Ukraine and will very soon be again controlled by Ukraine. Rightly so, correctly so. Ukraine has advanced very close to Vovchansk, if not into Vovchansk, which is very, very close to the border with Russia, to the north. North by northwest of Kupiansk. It's the major city there. Well, major city. It's a town of maybe 20,000 people before the war. And that's the last major holdout of Russians in Kharkiv Oblast, it seems. It's their capital of occupied Kharkiv Oblast, they call it. All the other towns of significance have pretty much been liberated. Ukrainian forces have liberated the town of Kozacha Lopan. Well, they have entered the town of Kozacha Lopan, which is just to the north of Kharkiv, between Kharkiv and the border, after Russians have left it. Right, simply put, they just left. They packed up and left. There was nothing left there for them to consider doing. So lots of pretty good things, I think, going on. Very impressive, and we don't know probably the half of it because we have time. We will learn when we learn, right? That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you very much. Leva, you have a hot mic.
We keep hearing signs that there is fighting along the Luhansk Oblast, and that possibly there's some more Russian running for the hills in the Luhansk Oblast, but none of that is fully confirmed.
The good thing is that the Ukrainians are still advancing and taking slowly but surely some more territory back from the Rudniks. So that's always good.
What's slow? We can't even get someone to write a map, and then within 8 hours, it's a new map. Like, there's nothing slow about this.
It's just the maps that are slowly being updated. That's what's slow. Someone was asking me yesterday, last night, European time, no, what's the most current map? And it's like I don't know. Everyone I look at, every map I look at is behind, and that's because they literally cannot keep up. They cannot keep up with verification and updating the maps and making sure that they don't overstate things, because then they get complained at by the many people on the internet if they're a bit over eager and declare an area liberated when there's still a couple of Russian squads camped out somewhere in some house, not being sure what exactly to do at this point, but they're still technically there. So anyway, it's going very well. It's going very well for Ukraine. That's what's important. And yeah.
And Dominic, I should add one thing, that at this point in time, the only proper mapping is happening at the headquarters, respectively the battlefield control centers of our friendly Ukrainian armed forces. They know where they are, and that's the most important thing. And at this point in time, they're advancing. And when you compare those city maps drawn and simplified for the purpose of being printed on paper in Western European newspapers, absolutely shoddy work. Nobody there is even educating people as to that this map is outdated. It reflects information from X, Y, Z hour ago. It doesn't say that. And then they simplify the message. And because they don't know anything, they report that the Russian Ministry of Defense had a press conference and stated that this is an organized retreat to realign forces in the Donbass. Give me a bloody break.
We left
Give
behind
me a
hundreds
break.
of tanks and hundreds of artillery pieces. The amount, and I'm still not sure exactly how much stuff Russia left behind during their quote-unquote organized retreat. But I have a sneaking suspicion there's at least a dozen EU member states with smaller militaries by equipment than what Russia left behind during their organized retreat from Izium and Kupiansk.
Yeah, plus the 5,000 KIA at least, plus another, we do not know, 5,000.
Between the killed and captured, it's
5,000
in the many
captured.
thousands.
Yeah,
right?
5,000 captured. 5,000 captured. That's the number which Yehuda also implied earlier this morning. 5,000 KIA confirmed by the numbers as of yesterday morning. And the clean-out operations, meaning going through the woods where units are dispersed, the fleeing troops of Russians, those who are swimming across the Oskil reservoir and the likes, is still ongoing. They are still in the forest between Liman and Izium, going through and searching for Russians who are trying to hide and run.
And there were Russian.
There's 10,000 Russian troops in that salient who have nowhere to go. So please, Western media, give me a bloody break. Read the tea leaves proper.
If you if you check the nest, I just put a thread up there. Don't panic. Don't panic. Just leave all your stuff behind. It's just an endless list of what seem to be probably still serviceable, or at least repairable tanks and trucks and BMPs and all manner of things. Just don't panic.
Have we discussed getting Daryl and maybe some of his buddies a 1 month ticket to Ukraine? I think the Ukrainians might be short on having quite enough tank mechanics to get all this stuff back.
See,
the
good thing is, people who are good at repairing tractors and combine harvesters are also good at repairing other heavy non-agricultural equipment, and that's the important thing here, I'd say. Jim.
Hi, yeah, I'm just about to send you a quick tweet, Diamond. Have you heard about reports of Kozacha Lopan, north of Kharkiv.
That's the one I was referencing earlier. That's the town I was referencing earlier, between Kharkiv and the border. That was the Russians abandoned. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the main railway line between Kharkiv and Belgorod. It's one of the key cities, key villages on their original invasion. And what's important is that whole border area from the Sumu direction across above Kharkiv has been occupied by Russians ever since ever since February, for a very good reason. They don't want to withdraw any further. It looks like they're going to have to, because if the Ukrainians advance another 10, 15 kilometers, that brings them within standard artillery range of Belgorod, which will really upset the residents of Belgorod. So, yeah, a huge, huge strategic loss if that is the case.
No, exactly. It's utter destruction of an organized retreat.
Jim, indications are that the Ukrainians have advanced already. They are extremely close to exactly that point already.
Yeah, there's a photograph of a brave lady raising a flag in the center of Kozacha Lopan, and a number of reports are coming out that the Russians have completely abandoned the settlement, that they were in fact forcibly at gunpoint trying to convince residents to go back to Russia with them as hostages, trying to increase the number of people in Russia. But yeah, I mean that's artillery range to Belgorod, and that is very significant, because they can use their own artillery. They don't have to use the American stuff.
Tim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. I just wanted to add a brief comment on the abandoned vehicles. Right, there's kind of a basic take and a more nuanced take. You know, the basic take is, well, if you're going to retreat, wouldn't it be better to have something to ride in for your retreat? Superficially, perhaps, rather than humping your shit for ages on foot, it might be nicer to have a ride in the back of a Bedford. But the more nuanced take would be that the Russians are so scared of getting in vehicles because their vehicles are so vulnerable to what Ukraine is doing. People who've been in a war will tell you that actually it feels a lot more comfortable to be on foot than it does to be in a gigantic target that travels in a very, very predictable way and can't change direction very quickly. So it's kind of it's a symptom of their vulnerability as well as their panic, I would say. Like they just don't feel comfortable moving columns of vehicles around, and they'd rather just walk.
And full well knowing, of course, that their deflective capacity and their deflective armor is so limited by comparison to what is coming. Because if they have something incoming, Tim, they are toast.
Yep. Lack of confidence in their vehicles as well. I guess that it would be a symptom of that.
Well, those vehicles will become a driving coffin for them.
Jim.
Exactly, Tim. I was thinking just the same earlier. Abandoning perfectly good multi-million-dollar military vehicles. I mean, I saw a video of one small section of the Kharkiv line where 8 T-80 modern T-80 tanks had just been abandoned. There's nothing wrong with them. They hadn't been hit. There's been no shelling, because, as you say, it's much safer for a Russian to change into civilian clothes and escape on a bicycle. You do not want to be in a green truck running away from Izium when the holy trinity of the Ukrainian trident is going to rain hell down on you. Saints, the combined saints of HIMARS, Bayraktar, and Javelin.
Did I just lose audio, or did we lose Jim?
No, Jim said the combined saints of Javelin, Bayraktar, and something, and Lo, I think, in some order.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Ukrainian trident, right, is a three-pronged thing, and you do not want to get hit by any one of those beautiful weapons which are destroying Russian fascists across Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava.
Slava Nazi.
All right, we have guest speakers coming up, so we'll have to clean up the space a little
I
bit.
will
I'm just
go down. I will go down.
All righty.
Nina, go ahead. We have 2 minutes before we start the next segment. Just enough time for you to ask a question and for us to answer it.
I will use 30 seconds. The first headline I read on Helsingin Sanomat today is that Ukraine has taken back more areas in 5 days than Russia has in over 4 months. And then Zelensky said in interview that we have seen the best side of the Russians now. We have seen their backs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. I am very glad to hear the Helsingin Sanomat is doing as other newspapers of record around the free world should be doing, and highlighting the great successes that Ukraine has seen in Kharkiv Oblast over the last few days, and the great lengths that they have gone to, and simply the galvanizing success that this should be for anyone who still thought, erroneously so, that Ukraine had no chance in liberating the territories that Russia has stolen from them, and that Ukraine will do this through superior tactics, superior firepower, etc. And all they need is more weapons that are not currently being in use, because nobody is invading Germany, nobody is invading France, nobody is invading Italy, nobody is invading Spain, and all of those things that were initially bought, they were initially purchased to defend Europe from a Russian invasion. Well, now there is something for them to do, and they should go to where people wish to use them, to Ukraine, so that Ukrainians can liberate additional territories as they want to do. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Nina. Good to know that Helsingin Sanomat is behaving much like the Finns in a responsible and thoroughly sensible manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and finally, they have been not doing a very good job, I think, during the spring. So yeah, I will silence myself now.
Thank you, Nina. Good morning, Madi. I see we have Madi up. We have finance. We have Axel. We just need to get Sergey and Alex as well. Axel, have you sent them invites yet? No. Okay, then I shall do so.
Thanks for that.
Here we go. Speaker invites sent. Hopefully they work.
Yeah, Alex is in London, if I'm not quite mistaken, and Sergey is traveling in the southern hemisphere, but should be with us in a second as well.
Fantastic. Madi, how are you doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
We haven't heard from you, I don't think, since, or at least I haven't. Maybe around when I wasn't. Any big picture thoughts before we delve into economics of Ukrainian successes, liberating large tracts of territory? Most of Kharkiv Oblast, they're still occupied. A week ago has now been liberated. Ukrainians are continuing the good work. Any big picture thoughts?
Not exactly. There were a few things that are happening in Russia that are interesting. On their Telegram channels, their panic is widespread, but the official channels that are affiliated with the states seem to be pushing the same narrative of everything going according to plan. I honestly don't know how the Russians are going to react later on, but should they lose Kherson anytime the coming months or weeks, it'll probably not go so well on the domestic political scene. Something like that cannot be hidden.
Yes, of course, the Russian Ministry of Defense yesterday, I don't know if you heard that bit, said that this was an organized retreat in which they have left many hundreds of pieces of heavy weaponry behind. But this was an organized retreat, organized by whom? Somebody very scattered-brained, clearly.
Exactly. And Putin is still spending time in the Russian Far East, so
is he? I thought he was opening a Ferris wheel in Moscow yesterday.
Oh well, yeah, he traveled back yesterday, but the counteroffensive has been going on for quite a few days now, and he's been acting as if nothing is happening. At least that's the appearance and that's the image he's trying to project to the Russian public.
And he was at a judo hall as well, I think, yesterday. That's, the sort of things you do when your military is losing things that you thought were yours forever, that you were advertising such. Yeah, well, good on Ukraine. Good on the Ukrainian forces for having done what they've done, and they just need more stuff, and they'll do more of the same elsewhere. It is very simple, really. It is very simple, really, and all they ask is more appropriate weaponry.
Alrighty, I think Sergey should be with us in a second. Now, Madi, quick outlook. There's a lot of economic, financial sanctions news, which we're going to be talking about in just a minute. We will, of course, touch upon the risks associated with it, but there's so much stuff happening outside this Kharkiv Oblast liberation. I mean, we could be here for days, but let's try to condense it within 1 hour, fully packed if we can, and then see how it goes. Are you ready?
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty, why don't we start with a brief interest where we are ending up this week in Russia's economic degradation.
So quite a few things are coming out of Russia. They are on the domestic news channels. They're quite concerned with the decreasing financing that is coming from their tax revenues for the regions. They're also banned their regional governments from obtaining any kind of debt from the domestic debt markets, but they're promising that they will find a new source of income for the regional governments. This is actually quite good because this indicates that Moscow is prioritizing Moscow and not the regions. Overall, it will most likely destabilize the situation in the regions as their economic well-being decreases. The Russians also seem to be projecting a lot of hope when it comes to their economic news, because their central bank announced that for the coming year, their inflation rate is going to remain below 7%. Of course, this is absolute nonsense because we've seen many reports from the West and from some of the regional papers indicating that their inflation rate, real inflation rate, is somewhere between 20 to 30%, or in some instances, somewhere in the vicinity of 50%. The 50% number, of course, came out quite a few months ago, and most likely those prices somewhat went down, given that the initial shock of sanctions was a bit driven by the domestic emotions, but the fact remains the inflation rate is somewhere in the vicinity of 30%. Of course, we cannot know the exact number. We're just running out the estimates from the numbers that are collected locally by the good people living in the regions. In terms of other major news, We know that the West is planning to introduce price caps for the hydrocarbons that the Russians are selling. Of course, this kind of news was not taken well by the Russian government, and it was taken as an escalatory move. Obviously, this is in line with all of their knee-jerk reactions to any kind of limitations that the West is imposing upon them. It is yet unclear how they're going to react, but this is critical because as of 2021, we know that 53% of Russia's federal budget was coming from their exports of hydrocarbons. So that includes oil and gas. In terms of other news for Russia, it's not as interesting as what is actually happening in Ukraine. So do you mind if we switch gears to Ukraine? Because I have a
Sure.
feeling that the Ukraine economy is not covered well.
That is exactly the point. And I just wanted to put out the perimeter news, so to say, as to what on earth is happening there, because we can touch base later on the sanctions and the degradation effect. Finance. When we look at the Ukrainian economy at the moment and stabilizing it, how are they dealing with inflation compared to, for example, our Turkish friends?
I mean, everybody except maybe the Argentinians is doing better than our Turkish. I don't even want to call them friends, given the way they're acting. The people in Turkey who deserve better than their current leadership. The AKP, which is doing some sort of Orwellian insanity and just assuming that the market will bend to its will the way that its oppressive policies work for people, except that they're discovering quite well that the world doesn't work that way, and they're running 80% inflation. So the Ukrainians are doing better than that. Actually, I am probably more positive than Madi right now because their inflation rate, which was running at 30-ish%, there's some signs I'm reading that it's moderated slightly, and I'm not looking for them to get down to a reasonable 10% or less while the war is going on. I'm just hoping they can prevent getting to that Turkish Argentinian 75% plus range. I say Turkey and Argentina because those are the only two countries in the world running inflation at 75+%. And you only get there when you have massively, egregiously mismanaged your economy from the governmental level. Madi, I'm sure you have a response to that.
Yeah, the 30% estimate that I mentioned was for Russia. For Ukraine, we actually have the numbers. And whenever the Ukrainian Ukrostat, or the official Office of Statistics, reports numbers, I tend to believe them. We actually have the numbers. As of the official numbers by Ukrostat indicate that August 2022 consumer prices rose when compared to August 2021 by 23.8%. Most of it was driven by groceries, 30.7%, and transportation and logistics, 40.4%. Transportation and logistics inflation, in turn, was driven by the rising fuel prices that jumped 68.1%. Overall, the estimates by the estimates of the Ministry of Economy, the inflation dynamics in Ukraine are gradually improving, according to their commentary. This trend will continue until the end of the year. The reason for the optimistic forecast that they're providing is the decline in world prices for oil and oil products, which in particular fell 10% in August and continue to fall. There's also been a decrease in world food prices for 5 months in a row. According to First Deputy Minister of Economy, Denis Kudin, now the inflation dynamics in Ukraine is gradually improving. In fact, there has been a significant increase in the price of certain goods and services for the last 2 months in a row, taking into account the data of daily monitoring of the price of certain goods. However, the inflationary pressure is lowering. It's worth pointing out that the primary reason why there's inflation in Ukraine is obviously the war.
And that is a good starting point. Now that we're complete, let me just welcome both Sergei Zumleny and Alex Koktarov. Thank you very much for joining our little segment of the MriyaReport group, the Mac Market group for everybody else.
Thank you for having us.
Very much appreciated, gents. I understand that Sergei is currently the furthest away from all of us in the southern hemisphere, but we're definitely very glad to have everybody on board. We wanted to today take the opportunity on a Sunday, on this momentous weekend where Kharkiv Oblast has been liberated, now nearly in full, meaning as close as possible to the borderlines. We can nevertheless look back at this being not only the Ukrainian armed forces pushing through, but their logistics train, their planning being fantastic, and that is only possible by means of the massive amount of also commerce, trade, and economics being essentially war economized. That obviously has a lot to be discussed. We've had many risks associated with it. Marty just, as an intro, touched upon with finance onto the inflation setup, and that there is now some light at the end of the tunnel for that, given the support Ukraine has been given. And on Friday, we saw yet another very large tranche finally assigned by the European Union after the Ramstein meeting having given probably the last little nudge necessary. Now, in that regard, I just wanted to open the whole floor and give everybody a couple of moments to settle in. But Finance and I thought it would be worthwhile focusing on what is the status in the market in Ukraine today, because very few people look at that. Everybody looks at maps. Everybody's excited about what is happening at the moment, and understandably so. But what happens on the ground, what happens with grains, trains, the harvest, logistics, is not often very well known. Maybe a few things to start with in that regard. Sergei, I know that you're traveling far away, but you've lived in Ukraine for quite some time. You've seen how dedicated people have been in recent years to build their livelihoods, the improvements in society, and you've seen also how the IT industry has built itself up. Currently, we're looking at the programmers who are helping the Ukrainian armed forces, but at the same time, we know that many people, even those enlisted but parked for training, are still working as programmers. What do you see in Ukraine for the next, say, few years in reconstruction? I mean, for what the Ukrainian society can actually utilize in their young capital stock of exactly that, the software industry, the service industry, which brings in foreign currency and the likes. Is that one of the boons of hope? Is that the cradle of innovation for Ukraine we're all hoping for?
Invited me. It's a huge honor and a huge pleasure for me as every time to speak on your panel. And yes, like I'm pretty far now from you, but like I'm currently like observing all the information which comes from Ukraine. I would say like your question is a very complicated one. We have a lot of layers of assessment of like how and what we should assess here. First of all, we understand that this war has damaged Ukrainian infrastructure a lot, like you name it, like airports, roads, railroads, bridges. I don't say about like the cities which have been devastated and destroyed, like Kharkiv, Mariupol, or others. Like this is a huge damage which should be rebuilt. And here I would say Ukraine has a huge chance to rebuild like many cities in a very new way. We have experienced it in Germany, like in the 1950s, after the World War II, when we saw that many German industries have experienced a revival, also because of the damages caused by World War II, because when your plant has been completely destructed, and you still have your capital to rebuild it, you rebuild it on the most modern way, using the most modern technology. I hope the same will happen with Ukrainian cities when like all the Soviet heritage infrastructure and buildings which are damaged now will be rebuilt by the most modern ways of construction. We know that the metal industry of Ukraine, steel producing industry, like Mariupol, both Mariupol plants, Ilyicha and Azovstal, but not only them, also the
the plants in Zaporizhia and Kryvyi Rih, which have been damaged somehow, they will they will be lost. First of all, the Azovstal and Ilyicha, and if I'm not mistaken, Azovstal and Ilyicha, they contributed somehow 1% of Ukrainian GDP, and they needed reconstruction. They needed to be replaced. So now Ukraine loses this amount of GDP. But also, once again, it can sound like somehow cynical, but this is what Ukraine will be able to do to completely restructure this part of industry. Well,
so it's fiber optics. It's fiber optics and technology rather than just space industry, right?
These plants, they have been inherited from the Soviet Union. Like the was iconic for the Soviet industrialization in 20s and 30s. It was the main story of one of the iconic Stalinist books, The Old Fortress, which won 2 Stalin prizes in 1952 and 53, responsibly, if I'm not mistaken. And it's about creating steel industry, heavy industry in Soviet Ukraine, and integrating Ukraine into the Soviet industrialist space. So now when these both plants have been destroyed, unfortunately, with that huge amount of human suffering and losses and torture and killings and pain, and I just don't want to speak about it because it is nothing compared to what happened in Europe since Auschwitz. But after this war, these plants will disappear practically, because you cannot build them once again on this scheme, and this will also mean the reduction of influence of oligarchs and so on and so on. But let me put it quick on another industries, like the IT industry. Of course, IT industry is the most flexible one. People can relocate, they can still work. A lot of IT people collect their money, donate their money for Ukrainian army, or develop the new apps for Ukrainian army, for example, for the usage of drones and other equipment. That is good. What we see that Ukraine currently is in this spanning between the war economy and the peacetime economy, because we see that a lot of industries in Ukraine, they work as if nothing happened. If you look, for example, on the on the market capitalization of Mikhailovsky Hlevoprodukt, it is the biggest producer of poultry in Europe. They have dropped from the level of they dropped from the top of May last year or July last year 50%. But compared to the pandemic times, they have dropped maybe 15-20%, which is not that much, thinking about that many of their factories, of their farms, are located in the war zone. So I think that when this war is over, we will see a very fast revival of all industries and of agriculture as well. Don't forget that a lot of agriculture regions in Ukraine are still, they have not been captured by Russians. So the export is suffering, but the areas themselves, they are not infested by landmines or UXOs. They can be operational. So there we will have a revival. So what Ukraine experiences now is the biggest problem is a huge decline on workforce. We see that the country has about 5 up to 7 million of refugees, war refugees. Some of them are inside the country, most of them are outside the country. And these people, they of course they feel somehow connected to Ukraine and they donate for the army, etc. But the question is, will they return after the war to Ukraine? By two factors. First, how fast this war will be over, because if this war lasts for 1-2 years, I personally don't believe it will be the case, but if of course, many of these people will have their new life in Europe, and maybe not all of them will be able to return or will be willing to return. The second question is, what will be their chances to find a new workplace, a new job in Ukraine when they return? If there will be a new reconstruction fund for Ukraine, they will have good reasons to return, to earn their money and to work for Ukraine. Then we'll have like some sort of accelerated, like rocket launching style economy boom. If not, it will be another case. So I'm optimistic. I think that Ukraine has a good base for economic growth on industries which have already been effective. I'm sorry. Ukraine has a unique chance, like Western Germany after World War II, to replace the older traditional Soviet-based industries with the new ones of the same industries. And I think that Ukrainian refugees who left the country, if this will be over within the next months, will come back with all the experience and their will to repair Ukraine, and with some sort of support of Western money, like Europe Recovery Program is the benchmark here. What we did in Western Europe after World War II, they will be able to make out of Ukraine some sort of Eastern European tiger. Yeah, thank you.
Very much appreciated. Thank you. That's a very good start into our topics. I agree with you. There is Schumpeter's creative destruction enforced upon Ukraine, and there is a significant attractiveness to the capital gains which can be made by means of the new developments. Now that brings me to the point, Alex Kokhtarov, you've been looking at say risk and security and the likes. We understand that the defense industry in Ukraine has always been strong, but now it also produces pretty much homegrown, innovative, battle-tested, new approaches. Wouldn't that be a sector where the Ukrainians can actually very easily and very quickly export their way out of it and attract a lot of attention?
Thank you for the question, but I would actually like first to add a little bit to what
Sure.
has been discussing. I think we need to go back to 2014 to look at what has been happening in the Ukrainian economy as the likely road for recovery after this war is over, because after areas, significant industrial centers in Donetsk and Luhansk became captured by the Russian militants in 2014 and 15, and fundamentally were excluded from the Ukrainian economy, we have seen that there has been a gradual shift in terms of the centers of economic gravity towards the West. There has been a lot of investment, including greenfield investments into new factories in Western Ukraine, which traditionally has not been very heavily industrial, but because of the geographic location, very favorable for integrating these areas into the supply chains in Europe, including in Germany. We've seen a lot of investment in industries such as mechanical or electric engineering, where factories would open up in Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Ternopil region to supply components for the German vehicles or other complexes happening already. And I agree that a lot of the Soviet era industry, and I would even argue, some of this industry in Donbass is even, from the 19th century. The coal mining there began in the 19th century, and it has been loss-making in the past couple of decades. So we're not going to see a massive industrial revival of Donbass, because the industry, the heavy industry of that region now operates in a completely different economic environment and is not necessarily can be efficient. So we're going to see much more investments in Western regions, which are very close to the EU markets, and especially with Ukraine now receiving the EU candidate status, it will be even more the case that regions to the west, closer to the EU border, are going to benefit as future locations for future investments, especially in the fields where these manufacturing sites will be integrated into international supply lines. So going back to your question about defense manufacturing center, I think, again, it's going to be a very complex process. A lot of the defense manufacturing is located in eastern and southern cities in Ukraine. This includes Kharkiv, Dnipro, Mykolaiv. There has been a lot of damage done due to the Russian bombing and shelling of these industrial facilities. We know that Russia has been targeting Yuzhmash, which is a major defense manufacturing factory in Dnipro. Russia has been actively shelling Mykolaiv, both industrial and residential areas and infrastructure. One of the major explosives factories is in Shostka, which was occupied by Russia in the early phases of this war. So while Ukraine has a lot of potential, first, at least some rebuilding has to start. And again, I think questions must be asked about whether it makes sense to keep many of these manufacturing facilities for the defense sector so close to the Russian border, or whether it makes sense to build something new from scratch in Western regions further away. But I think there will be a lot of interest, that's for sure.
Yeah, and especially the integration with IT and drones, which now takes place. We understand that there's significant interest in Kiev and the oblast to utilize the think tanks and the manufacturing, and engineering offices surrounding Antonov to actually build out more capability and follow the same path in specialization as Motor Sich has once done for helicopters to use for drones. I think that is a splendid idea, and because these are being battle tested.
Yes, absolutely. And it will be very curious to see, where the factory for building Bayraktar drones will be built in Ukraine. We know that there is an intention to build it, but I would imagine that the location would be chosen further away from the Russian border, potentially Western Ukraine. So I think on the one hand there is a lot of potential, but there will be also questions about the reconstruction of the existing factories, and by finding new locations which are not so close to the Russian border, and as a result are less vulnerable to Russian attacks.
Yeah, that makes sense. Finance.
Two things. Thank you for being here, Alex. I want to respond briefly to Madi and then to Alex. Briefly to Madi, I actually don't have any trust in any projections on Ukrainian inflation rates, because I think it has a lot to do with exactly when financial aid arrives for their budget deficit, which exists due to the war. And until the war is over, there is no way around the fact that it is impossible to balance their budget. And with huge military expenditures, they've pared back what they can. We can discuss what I think are some moves they can make that would help. But even doing all of that, there's going to be a big fat gap of currently about 5 billion hryvnia a month. Maybe they could pare that down to 4 or something, but you're still talking about a huge gap. So the baseline, I think, matters a lot for if they have a bad month or two, because Western countries decide to Schultz the aid. But I think so I care a lot about where we are today, like on a month by month basis, but I don't really look at the projections of how we're going to do until the end of the year, because I don't think they matter. But I do care a lot about like where we are today and how it's going. And any news I see where it goes from 30-something% or 40%, if that drops by 5% this month, that's just a better baseline for if a bad month happens. So that's what I'm looking at. To Mr. Koksharov, appreciate your views. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe there is a lot of unexploited, not impossibly hard to exploit natural gas reserves under the Donbass, which both makes it a useful place for obviously drilling for natural gas, as well as putting it in a very useful geographic location for heavy industry, even if you don't want to have defense heavy industry there for the obvious reason of being right next to Russia. So I was curious your thoughts on that. And I was curious your thoughts on, Poland is trying to direct and increase what they're calling the Valley of the Drones, which is the area near the Ukrainian border where they're building large amounts of drone manufacturing industries, startups, whatever they can. We'll see how successful they are. But I do think that native Ukrainian drone manufacturing, not just Bayraktar, but all their smaller loitering munitions and observation drones, I think that's a huge opportunity for Ukraine. And I was curious your thoughts on that as well.
Thank you so much. There are expected shale gas deposits in significant areas in eastern Ukraine. It's an area of the Dnipro-Donetsk basin, which stretches from Chernihiv and Sumy regions across Poltava to Kharkiv and then Luhansk and northern Donetsk region. I know that some prospecting before 2014 has been done in areas near Izium and Slovyansk and Liman. For obvious reasons, not much has happened since 2014 and is definitely not happening now. But once the war is over, if Ukraine authorizes fracking technology being used for gas production, that can become a viable option for Ukraine to increase gas output. But Ukraine actually has gas reserves not only in shale in those areas, but also there are gas fields offshore in the Black Sea, northwest Black Sea, west of Crimea, and some of the gas production actually has been happening there since the 1960s, and Russia stole the gas platforms from Ukraine in 2014, and has been coming out of those wells since. But there are expectations of more gas reserves in the offshore fields in the Black Sea. And especially now with the better technologies for deep water drilling becoming available, it will become a potential source for gas production. But again, that will be contingent on the end of the war and on return of Ukrainian control of Crimea.
Very good point. And I think we've been looking into this because we always try to create this arc from where we are today and into what is feasible during reconstruction and forward looking, because capital investment for the development of shale gas is something, whilst it can be mobilized swiftly, it still takes time to deploy the personnel, build up the capacity on site, bring the infrastructure up to speed. We have one of our colleagues here on the panel, Ryan, has been working in this industry. He's from Oklahoma and has been in this field for quite some time. We'll come back later to that. But the key aspect there is that the deployment of capital is one thing, but having the staff, the equipment for it, and then actually developing this in a fashion which is, say, commensurate to the territory and the area where it could be drilled. I mean, you quoted Izium and Liman, very, very famous areas. Both there's a national biosphere park. There is the Svyazhsky Donets River, but there's massive amounts which have been prospected beforehand. My understanding is that there are at least one, say, European and one very large American entity looking at it. And Schlumberger certainly will dispatch people there if and when contracted for. In that regard, finance, we wanted to go further as to other topics as well as for reconstruction and logistics and the likes. You want to touch upon this now?
You know what? I think we should let Madi respond because I also said something to him, and then we should go to that.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, finance. I completely agree with you. Making projections right now, either for Ukraine or Russia, is difficult because The economic news these days are determined first by political decisions. But I still remain cautiously bullish when it comes to the Ukrainian economy. I cannot say the same for Russia. And one of the reasons is because the recent GDP numbers that came out for Ukraine, they do look bad, but they do not look as bad as many people had expected. For example, their Q1 GDP contracted 15%, then Q2 GDP contracted 37%, but the expected GDP for the entire year is GDP for the entire year is now expected to fall 33%. This is actually good because it's a lot better than was expected by many, including the World Bank, back in April. Back in April, the World Bank produced a number for the Ukrainian GDP to decrease by 45.1%. So that's more than a 12% improvement. So meeting expectations is critical right now.
They were reading the tea leaves very distinctly, weren't they?
Exactly. So, and I agree, this is primarily driven by the military successes by the Ukrainian armed forces and the people of Ukraine. But given the current trend and how things are going, meaning that if the Western support continues to the same extent or even greater, Ukraine's future does look a lot brighter than Russia's. Speaking of, sorry to switch gears, but it seems like Ukraine in this past week launched a new platform called Ukraine Advantage. 500 investment projects worth $400 billion on the new platform are listed. And this way, the Ukrainians are trying to attract Western investments. Speaking of Western investments or cooperations, Ukroboronprom and Honeywell announced that they will cooperate in aviation, UAVs, radars, and navigation. And unfortunately, no further details were provided, which is a good thing, I guess. But does anyone see any similar trends when it comes to the defense industry for Ukraine and the cooperation with the West in terms of production?
Well, when talking to our friends in the weapons systems industry, both in Britain as well as in Germany thus far, and I haven't touched base with anyone in France, there is massive interest in order to, say, be close soon enough to the Ukrainian armed forces and learn from their experience in using munitions and weapons. And it is highly likely that given the differential in labor cost, the availability post-war of capable engineers, combat engineers, and people who've been actually having experience with ordnance and testing, there will be quite a long-standing trend, not only for the purposes of, say, continually large, and in the very near future, Ukrainian NATO army. There will be a significant demand side, and there will be a significant need for Western European weapons manufacturers to integrate with Ukrainian, say, labor and a means of production, because it is exceptionally beneficial. If you look, for example, at what currently companies such as Krauss-Maffei and BDA, as well as Rheinmetall, are facing, and they've always been going across borders. I mean, Rheinmetall famously also invested twice in Hungary, don't forget, for all sakes and purposes. But BAE does the same thing. Integration, cross-European, say, intra-European integration is massive. If you look at Bofors, for example, and its production facilities in Sweden, Bofors has stated its interest in going into Ukraine. So from that perspective, both the big boys are going there, as well as there's this upward motion of medium-sized and also technically advanced Ukrainian developers. We would, for example, definitely look at, we've discussed this with a number of people, capitalizing on what I highlighted before, Nestor Motors Siege, that there is a significant element of technological prowess and precision engineering capability, even with the University of Kharkiv and its laboratories and its engineering capacity being destroyed and many, many good men and women lost.
there is massive capacity available. The question is, as Alex Kokhtarov quite rightly said, where to domicile this, and whether, so to say, places such as maybe Cherkasy or Zhytomyr or Ivano-Frankivsk might not be better locations to start with. But then again, that also pertains to logistics. Finance?
Yeah, I'm currently, you know, a lot of people talk about. I mean, the VCs are currently already getting into Ukraine on the VC side, where they're financing things in IT that make sense to them. Low levels of capex, high levels of education and people who need jobs. But I'm very curious for Mr. Sumlemi and I believe that's it. Yes, Sumlemi is the last name. Sorry, and Mr. Kokhtarov, what they see around the possibilities for Ukrainian reconstruction, logistics, and defense. I find it absolutely fascinating. The Advantage Ukraine, website, at least government initiative, seems to be trying to propose more private investment into these sectors. They're really trying to build that American style, for lack of a better term, military industrial complex. And I was curious your gentlemen's views on this sort of approach and how you all see this sort of going and where it is at this current stage of existence.
Yeah, thank you. It's indeed like a great question. Thank you so much. Like first, I'm very sorry for mentioning this, but like I have just looked at we have like 5 male speakers on this panel in the advertising, and I'm one of them. So we have like a typical male, which actually makes me great project. Will have more fantastic female speakers. A side note.
Sergey, I can tell you, Ivana Stratna was with us yet again on Friday, and we had a lot of say female voices from both industry and government in recent days and weeks. It's just that this panel for economics and security ended up like this. So it's
fantastic.
Thank
you. So I just had my bad luck. It was like I see now like this panel, and I'm pretty sure that you invite like a lot of great, fantastic female speakers. And Ukraine has amazing amount of fantastic female experts on all possible topics. Like Ukraine is way more progressive in this from this perspective than Germany, for example, which is an IM. But back to your question. I think the crucial advantage of Ukrainian economy and of Ukrainian military and of Ukrainian society is to develop self-organized, horizontal, goal-oriented groups which are united by one goal. This is like clearly been seen during the Maidan time, and after that, during this war, with crowdfunding, with how private business and military cooperated on developing like joint software projects, of how like Ukrainian military train on how they operate, how they act. And this is actually what Russian army could not understand and could never master. Like Ukrainian army is being supplied by grain industry, by the Western economies, and by Ukrainian volunteers who deliver a lot of equipment, crucial equipment there where this equipment is needed, and the Russian army just cannot do it. The same is very true regarding Ukrainian military complex. If you see what kind of the equipment Ukrainian military industry produce, like think about Stugna anti-tank guided missiles, think about the Rim 2 or surface-to-surface missiles, think about how Ukrainian engineers, together with American counterparts, managed to modernize the MiG-29 jets in order to make them compatible with the HARM anti-radiation missiles. There's amazing examples of how flexible Ukrainian thinking is, how out of the box they used to think, and how goal-oriented they think. I think that the like strategically thinking, the presumption of mighty Russian army, which dominated in the Western military schools before this war, was very much based on the examples, okay, of course, of Russian propaganda, but also on the examples of successful Soviet offensive operations from the Soviet Union time. And we were not of these Soviet successes, military successes, was achieved by Ukrainians among the generals of the Soviet army, officers and soldiers. So now we think, now we see that the Russian army is completely disoriented, is stuck to military doctrines which are just like don't suit the reality. And the Ukrainian army is fast learner, is able to use new equipment, is able to adapt its tactics, is able to develop new new strategies of offensive operations, and to perform them. The same is true for the military complex. I think that after this war, Ukraine will be able to offer the world a lot of new weapons, new military services, which will be of high demand. I read today a very interesting saying that Ukraine will export for the next decade. Ukraine will export security to Europe. And I think this will be true not only within the hard security like the equipment, but also the way of thinking. If you think about what kind of NGO initiatives have been developed in Ukraine during the last like 7, 8 years, the anti-troll activities, anti-disinformation activities like Stop Fake, for example, the security-oriented think tanks with a lot of young, progressive, globally thinking experts, like starting from, let me say, like Hanna Shellest or Hanna Hopko or other amazing persons who are like in their 30s and 40s and who are like European class experts on these topics. I think this will be an amazing development of this young nation, and we just need to wait and let this thing grow, because the Ukrainian economy has demonstrated that there, in the areas where the state, also Ukrainian state, did not interfere, amazing development occurred, like IT industry, like service industry, also like the industry of the production, which was like out of the focus of the state interest, like in the production of the spare parts for like some Western industry, etc. So everywhere, or food industry, everywhere where the state did not regulate, the private initiatives and this triangle of business, NGO, society have developed great results. I think the same will happen within the military industry after this war, with all the experience and with all the results. Thank you.
I like it when you praise the impact of free markets, because wherever the state did not overregulate, Ukrainian ingenuity and entrepreneurship and the desire to build new tech has brought exceptional results. Right. Finance, shall we involve some of our friends who have questions in that regard? Alrighty.
Sounds like
Brad.
an excellent idea. Sorry, my mic.
No problem. Brad, you have a question for our panel.
Sure. Although I think there were a couple other hands up before me. If you want to call on them first.
Shoot. Let's go for private equity quick. Brad?
Or you want me to go then? Okay.
Yes, please.
Sure. So I think I joined it right at the end of finance mentioning the business environment, VCs getting involved. And I think you guys are talking about reconstruction and things of this nature. I think Ukraine's very interesting right now. I've been thinking about this for a while, actually. There's going to be a lot of money pouring into Ukraine when all of this is done, both international, reconstruction funds that are being coming in from other countries, potentially reparations from Russia. We'll see about that. But I think you're right. It is the talent in the population is quite interesting. My question would be, as somebody who has never been to Ukraine, what do you think would be the best way to start to get your feet wet in that market in terms of how to network into it? What have you heard of any organizations or I don't know, events or things of this nature that would be interesting networking opportunities? Or I know everything's disrupted right now, but it seems like also right now is the right time. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. No, there is, for example, the very active Ministry of Digital Transformation, which is a very good starting point in that regard. But Alex, Sergey, I mean, maybe you can discuss a little bit as to what kind of options exist at the moment.
Yes, I'll start quickly. Before the large-scale war, which began in February, Ukraine hosted multitudes of various international economic and financial forums, and I would imagine that these will return once the active phase of fighting is over. So look out for the Kyiv International Economic Forum, Kyiv Financial Forum, and others. On top of this, in my view, Ukrainian governments and Ukrainian diplomats tend to be very technology savvy and internet savvy. They are active on social media, including Twitter. So reaching out for the officials is an easy way to do, even on here on this platform. But I'm sure they would respond to requests for information or for phone calls on other media as well. And this includes diplomats in various countries, but also Ukrainian government officials. They are incredibly active. So I would just suggest that you reach out to them directly. Obviously, right now, they might not respond immediately due to the impacts of the war, but I'm sure that initial contacts can be established, including with the embassies in the country where you are.
Thank you. What do you guys think about real estate in Lviv? I mean, on the one hand, I look at real estate and I'm like, okay, this place is getting depopulated, right? And so there are some fundamentals that are really, really shaky, I think, right now for real estate. But at the same time, there are parts of the country that could see a boom in, investment as they start to rebuild some industries. But I don't know. I have a hard time wrapping my head around real estate over there right now. Infrastructure and project finance seems probably more secure. But anyway,
I'd say this is a matter of regional aspects, Brad. For example, the west of Ukraine, as Alex Kucharov has just highlighted earlier, is very much en vogue. And there, the areas such as Ivano-Frankivsk and Lviv, Ternopil are very attractive. And in terms of, if it were just real estate plays, as the typical Western investor would do, they are still feasible there. Kiev, for example, is completely, utterly calm at this point in time. And Kiev is not depopulated. I wouldn't say that. And then, of course, there is the reconstruction play in real estate. So cities such as Kharkiv, Mykolaiv will require massive reconstruction. Odessa is always attractive and has not been impacted or impaired as much. The market in itself has returned already. Yes, grain elevators have to be rebuilt there, but I'd say there is the strongest, say, real estate opportunity, and I think I've discussed it with Marty, with finance, with many other people, and also our colleague Jim Fraser, who's just joined, definitely is logistics, because with a country which has to rebuild infrastructure, you will need massive amount of logistics for goods, services, and the likes. And you will, as we indicated at the very beginning, you will rebuild a country, as Sergey highlighted, from the ground up in certain locations. Kharkiv, which has been hit hard,
as soon as Patriot batteries are there to defend the city, we'll see an infrastructure build out. And that will probably be more fiber optics and more high tech than anything. So you will see a lot of imported goods. You will see significant amount of investments alongside the main rail routes of Ukra-Saliznice and main motorways where those are being rebuilt. You will see logistics centers going up, and both for say storage as well as distribution.
Yeah, it starts to get. Oh, sorry. I was just going to
No,
say it starts to get interesting when you have some type of government or international guarantee, like if you're going to do construction financing or something like that. We do a lot of like construction lending and stuff, so like direct lending. So anyway, at some point I may want to get over there and just like travel around where there aren't very many Russians to kidnap me and check some things out.
Yeah, I think, Brad, that will be soon. All right, Alex Kapchar, you had
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, pretty much I agree with everything you just said. I think that once the war is over, not all of the population which fled the eastern and eastern regions in particular will probably come back to their cities, and this is largely due to the fact that a lot of those cities have been destroyed or seriously damaged, and we've seen, partially this process happening in, since 2014, with population in places such as Kiev and Odessa growing, including through the migration of people from Donetsk and Luhansk regions, which were partly occupied by Russia, and partly susceptible to shelling by the Russian forces since 2014. So not all of the people who fled from, say, Kramatorsk or Popasna or Severodonetsk would want to necessarily come back to their cities. They might want to stay in Kiev, in Lviv, in Odessa, in Vinnytsia, and this will probably increase demand for more residential property. But yes, once the war is over, infrastructural investments will be critical to Ukraine, with new bridges, roads, railways, and so on, and airports, ports. So there will probably be a significant construction boom, which means that construction materials industry, which produces everything from cement to bricks to all other components used for construction, will probably benefit as well. But again, this is not something that is immediate. It will take some time. Right now, with the war ongoing, we see that Ukraine is focusing on reconstructing immediate necessary infrastructure such as key bridges. But we see that a lot of the buildings which have been damaged in early phases of the war, in February, in March, are still ruined or partially ruined, and it's still a long way before they can be rebuilt.
Alrighty, we have a lot of hands up, if you don't mind. K9 Kozak, then George, then Jim Fraser, and then Canberra. K9.
Thank you. Yeah, so Alex has just touched upon the topic I wanted to ask about, which is Ukraine's challenging demographics. I think even before the war, this is quite challenging because it's an aging population, and because there's been already a lot of migration before the war. I think much of that to Poland with the free travel area. And I'm wondering what you think about that going forward, how that might be worked around, or how that might play into Ukraine's growth in the future. Because I was listening to some work by Peter Zahan, and I think he's been maybe unfairly quite seemingly pessimistic on Ukraine's prospects, partly because of the demographic aspect. So with so many displaced people and that aging population, how can Ukraine overcome that? Thank you.
I will touch on this shortly. I'm sure that others, including Sergey, will have their thoughts as well. What we know now is that there are 7 million people who are outside of Ukraine, registered as outside of Ukraine, mostly in Europe. And there are up to 10 million people who are displaced internally within Ukraine. And yes, it raises a lot of questions about the future demographic trends in the country. Probably not all of the 7 million will come back, especially now that children are starting to go to school in these foreign countries, everywhere from Finland to Portugal, from Ireland to Greece. But there is a good chance that a significant proportion of this population will come back. And it will come back from Europe, bringing in personal connections and bringing in languages with them. And I think Ukraine will become much more European in this respect, meaning that it will be much more open towards Europe through many more personal connections. And it would turn itself away from Russia even more because of that. Yes, the demographic trends in Ukraine have been negative, with the population, with fertility rates low, and with mortality high. But we know that some of the societies which experience military conflicts, they experience, after the end of the war, they experience fertility increases. This has been happening in a number of countries after violent conflicts, which have led to a significant number of deaths. And we obviously don't know whether this will happen in Ukraine, but there is a possibility that it will. And also, I think that once the reconstruction begins, the Ukrainian governments will probably be more focused on bringing back the Ukrainian diaspora, which has significant presence, at least several million people across the globe, a lot of people in US, in Canada, and they would try to engage the Ukrainian diaspora to come back. This could be potentially done by extending Ukrainian citizenship to people with Ukrainian ethnic ancestry. If this were to happen, it would potentially bring in more migrants who would want to move to Ukraine and take part in the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine.
Thank you for that. Let's move on to George.
Good morning, good day, everyone. One thing I know that just from people I know that are in Ukraine, that the Ukrainian government is trying to reverse that goofball policy that they inherited from the Soviet Union about the citizenship. They're actually looking actively at activating a dual citizenship for people that have left Ukraine, become citizens of Canada, United States, but were either born in Ukraine or have parents that were born in Ukraine, and to make them Ukrainian citizens. Just like, actually, they're looking at the model that Greece has. So that's a step in the right direction. But I wanted to ask you, because I know right before the war, there was one large company, I'm not going to put their name out there, but they were looking at starting a facilities to manufacture medical equipment. I'm talking about high-end medical equipment, scanners and things of that nature. Have you guys heard anything? I mean, actually, post-war, I guess that would be something that Ukraine can do, because they have the highly skilled, highly educated workforce, and obviously a lot cheaper than building something in the U.S. or Europe. Does anybody have any insight on that?
It's interesting that you mentioned this, George, because Finance and I have looked at a lot of things in recent days together as to
how ideas have popped up and who has both laboratory-wise as well as medical technical equipment, who's been scouting out things, and there is a lot of say considerations by companies such as B. Braun of Germany, who have had to write off a lot of their business in Russia by now to actually enter Ukraine more, say, significantly. Same goes for Boehringer Ingelheim as well as other parties. So I would expect not just the industry giants, but a lot of small to medium-sized companies who typically are under heavy pressure for cost cutting and efficiencies, as well as keeping up good quality when supplying to these companies, to look at Ukraine as a pool of highly skilled labor and organize production there, which in terms of cross-border vertical integration makes a lot of sense.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Jim, I presume this is about real estate, right?
Yeah, sure. And also, hi, can you hear me first?
Not at all. Please go.
No worries. Quickly, before I come on to things like resi and logistics and so forth, to answer Brad, I'm sure you've probably researched this already, but your first port of call for looking at investment into Ukraine, other than speaking to Axel and finance, obviously, who are experts on this matter, is ukraineinvest.gov.ua. They are set up in 2016 for just this purpose, to encourage FDI, foreign direct investment. They will talk to you about incentives, free trade agreements with Europe, English speaking trade body who will give you all the help you need. They'll be able to recommend lawyers and make introductions as well. The second port of call I would suggest, I believe you're American, Brad, would be the American Chamber of Commerce. And I can introduce you to the president there, Andy Hunder, who's a very nice chap, who have been in Ukraine for the long haul and have been encouraging investment into Ukraine for a long time. So it's a very important subject.
Thank you.
No worries, I can certainly help you out. With regard to what Axel was saying about opportunities and what you quite reasonably were talking about in terms of challenges. Axel mentioned logistics. For example, in the west of Ukraine, the cost per square meter to rent an A-class logistics center is about 50% higher than it would be in Krakow, which is a comparable city in terms of size, in terms of engineering graduates, in terms of excellence of its IT technicians, and available land right next to the European Union, which has a trade agreement with Ukraine now. So there's a huge shortage. Even before the war, there was a huge shortage of A-class logistics centers, which is a tremendous opportunity. With regard to resi, you're right. The most important driver of residential development and residential price growth in any economy is demographics, right? If you don't have the people, then it's unlikely prices will grow. But to counter that, Ukraine is a highly urbanized country, right? People are going to the cities, and they have been growing. Even in the war, Lviv itself has seen rental prices shoot up because everyone's moved there. Regional cities, Kharkiv, Odessa, Zaporozhye, Kiev, Lviv, will have price. So yeah, just wanted to bring that up.
Thanks, mate. Canberra, you have a question for the panel or a comment?
Oh, just a comment to sort of firstly, for the broader audience, one of the things they need to understand about economics, which the panel probably takes for granted, is that when you're looking at things like GDP figures, what you're looking at is the comparison on the previous year. So when they quote this figure of, the World Bank figure was going to be down minus 47%, and it turned out it was down minus 37% for that was the peak drawdown the last quarter. I would imagine the next GDP print out of Ukraine will actually be positive. And the reason for that is that what we're doing is they're cycling what are called weak comparables, which means that once you've bottomed, once the worst has happened, even though bad things are still happening, natural growth starts to occur, and because it's on such a low base, you start to get very dramatic growth figures. So we will probably see a positive GDP print out of Ukraine in the next quarter, and it could be quite a dramatic positive GDP print, because the inflation print was around 23%. So most of the negative GDP print was actually inflation. The real, the amount that wasn't accounted for by inflation was only about 10%. So just coming to this sort of issue about, what the economy is more likely to look like after a war, there are a lot of historical examples, and I think it was Alex that touched upon some of them. There's, war is mostly bad and tragic, but for industrial economies, there is one benefit in war, and that is that the amount of destruction in these metropolitan areas provides a platform for planning agencies to recreate economies in a way to meet the demands of the post-war society. So, you saw after World War II that economies like Italy and Germany and Japan, who had experienced massive destruction, much more so than other nations in World War II, had economic miracles after World War II. Now, I know that was partly on the back of the Marshall Plan, but it was also on the back of society being able to cater for its post-World War II environment, which included declining demographics, because those nations also had massive expatriate communities. So you get a number of benefits from these expatriate communities. One is that they bring foreign investment into your through remittances and things like that into your economy, but they also bring trade links because they're bilingual. They know the language of the nation they're from, and they learn to speak in the nation that they are into, that they go to, and that allows greater creation of trade links. And you get things like the creation of industrial parks that are easily able to be planned for, because there's so much destruction of residential areas. And then you get to create your residential areas in ways that are more innovative. So another example would be Singapore, which also had massive destruction during World War II and was able to really reorganise itself in the wake of its destruction. So, I don't know about residential property as an investment. If I was going to be recommending people invest, if you're a bottom picker, this would be the time to get in. If you want to invest in Ukraine, this is the time to start looking around. I'm not going to go around and pick sectors, except to say, industrial land would probably be a better bet than residential property at this point in the cycle. But I think that there are that. Of course, we're still in the war, but once this war is over, I think things look very bright for Ukraine. And the question will be, well, why won't it look that way for Russia? And the answer is because Russia is under sanctions, and it will remain under sanctions. And then the story becomes quite different. If you're under sanctions, it's like having, sugar stuck in the engine of a petrol car. The engine will still go, but over time it degrades and it will diverge. And you're going to see, I think you're going to see a massive, it is going to be very similar to this thing that Yehuda describes about, how the degree to which Israel, its economy dominates areas of the Middle East, despite the fact that it has virtually no natural resources. It's all on its industrial base. And Ukraine can become that sort of economy on the doorstep of basically a petrol station next door to it. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you for the broad explanation, Canberra. And I think a lot of our listeners will appreciate the basic list. Sergey, wanted to redirect you really briefly. for something really brief, what sort of economies would you historically compare where Ukraine is now and where they could go? Like, what would you compare this to? I've personally used the same thing that was said here earlier, the post World War II Germany, but I think there's lots of other good choices. I think Israel's been mentioned. I think I know some people have mentioned Singapore before. I want to know what sort of comparisons you think are effective and what sort of unique about Ukraine could give it opportunities for her own regrowth, and where she could go right. And if you want to say where she could go wrong, sure. But like, what sort of path forward do you see forward that we could think about to understand what we're looking at?
Oh well, it's actually a very complicated question. I doubt I can answer it quickly, but I will do my best. First, I would say that the comparison to Singapore is not the right one with all the political structure of Singapore. Like, we know that Singapore economy is a very booming one with a lot of like private initiative and with like self-engagement, etc. But the political structure of Singapore, the social structure of Singapore, is an absolutely opposite situation of what we have in Ukraine. Like in Singapore, you have like a hierarchical society with all the prescriptions, where is your role, what you do, and when you're designated to do something, you must do it good because that's what you must do. In Ukraine, it's different. Like in Ukraine, you can be anyone, like, and you can try anything. You can change your job, you can change your location, you can change everything because like it's up to you, and you don't have any support from the state, which is scary for many Western Europeans who know like how like social welfare state functions, and Ukraine is the opposite of the welfare state. It's really a harsh society sometimes when you have to pay your bills, but this society gives you all the opportunity for the growth. So I would say it can be compared to a certain extent, of course, to a certain extent, I need to stress it, to the US, especially in the 20s and 30s, when you could start your capital and earn your fortune, or you can fail. But anyway, like all the ways were open for you. But of course, this analogy is very flawed because it's on a scale, and Ukraine is located very close to the EU market. In the case of the US, there was no market, a foreign market, which would be located very close to the US. The US was oriented on the internal market as well. So in Ukraine, you have the economy which is oriented on initiative, self-initiative, which is oriented on the horizontal links within the community, within your friends, your neighbors, your city, your village. It is somehow oriented on traditional values, which is hard to understand in Germany, maybe except in Bavaria. But the traditional values like the roots, like what is your region, what is your understanding of the society, what is your understanding of the links with the neighbors, your responsibility towards them, your language, your country, etc. And it is very high tech. Like, Ukrainians have skipped a lot of stages of economic development regarding like things which we still use in Germany, like we still send our documents to the authorities via fax, or we still send our receipts via post, like on paper. Like if I want to charge someone, I like print out the bill, I sign it, I say, okay, like please transfer that sum to my account, and I send it per post. In Ukraine, you do it by digital payment systems, like no one in Europe, maybe except of Estonia or Finland. So Ukraine is a very interesting mixture of a very low influence of state into both social and economic parts of your life. Same time, very strong ties, very strong connections within the community. Same time, very progressive ways of production, digitalization, and all the means, and very flexible way of doing things. People quit their jobs very fast. People switch employers very fast. People also fire employees very fast. So this is an interesting mixture between Europe, the US, maybe Asia. I'm not an expert in Asia, but it is something very new in Europe and something based on understanding of freedom, initiative, and responsibility. And I think this is essential because this is exactly the mixture we miss in Europe. In numerous developed European economies like Germany or France, there is responsibility, but there is no initiative, and sometimes even no responsibility. And Ukraine provides you with the economic fundamentals, which are based on these essential economic pillars. And I think this will be the reason why Ukrainian economy will grow next years. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Sergey. Absolutely perfect. Because I would have given also the highlight is that Ukraine is Estonia on steroids, because Ukraine, no matter whether there is displaced people at the moment, no matter whether Ukraine currently has lost 7 million people as displaced people abroad in terms of available population, Ukraine is so free and soon enough so competitive on such a fertile ground for the innovation required in this century that it can take the digital transformation of its society much further to reduce transaction cost massively, which is what Estonia has done. And it was the only path for a small country to not replicate bureaucratic overburdening and overboarding regulation, and therefore grow itself out of the potential depression of a transformation economy. And Ukraine has so much more available in terms of natural resources, people, space. It is in a unique position for growth. I fully agree. Marty.
Thank you, Axel. Just a quick note on the GDP numbers. Yes, the numbers I provided or cited are actually nominal values. So 37% decrease in Q2 is nominal. So to get a real GDP decrease, you have to subtract the inflation rates, which is estimated to be currently 21%. So real GDP contracted only 60% in Q2 of 2022. These numbers are not a quarter on quarter, so they're comparing the current quarter against the comparable quarter of the previous year. So in Q3 of 2022, I would not expect an actual growth. Contraction will continue, simply because back in Q3 of 2021, there was no full-scale genocidal invasion by the Russian Federation to Ukraine. So overall, the nominal GDP is still expected to decrease for the entire year by 33%, according to the National Bank of Ukraine. Of course, these estimates could decrease depending on how the Ukrainian military actually performs over the next few months. Moving on to other numbers, in the next year, the Ukrainian economy is expected to actually return to growth. Of course, this is driven by the fact that the numbers will be compared against the GDP numbers of 2021, when the Russian Federation was waging the genocidal war throughout the entire year. Regarding demographics, I would not be sowing doom and gloom just yet. As Alex Kacharov correctly pointed out, there are many factors that could actually be driving Ukraine's population growth up. Something that was not mentioned is simple market forces. The return of the displaced Ukrainian population will be driven by the jobs that they're going to be offered on the Ukrainian market. If all the correct decisions are to be made by the Ukrainian government and by the European Union and other Western allies, there will be a significant economic growth during reconstruction, which might actually attract population from other countries of Europe. For example, Southern European countries were not performing well since 2008. So I would not be surprised if people, for example, from Greece or Italy actually start coming to Ukraine after the war is over.
Very good points. Thank you very much for that. Alex, can you speak to what Sergey just highlighted? The how shall I put this? An economy vested so much in freedom and transactional speed as Ukraine, in how it developed in its recent history, even under the suppressive effort of Russia and its invasion since 2014. It seems always that Ukrainians have been hyper competitive in that regard. Do you agree?
Yes, I think so. And again, if we think about the positive destruction which this war might have in terms of the impact on the Ukrainian economy, destruction of a lot of the Soviet era heavy industry, especially in the east, in Donbass, might actually contribute to the oligarchization of Ukraine eventually. Smaller businesses, especially in the services sector, but also in manufacturing and agriculture, but smaller scale, would actually be driving the economy, and not the Soviet era industrial behemoths, many of which have been damaged or destroyed in this war. So I think that if we're trying to find something positive in this development, it might profoundly change the way the Ukrainian economy operates in the future, and this will definitely be a positive development, with the oligarchs no longer be able to play their outsized role in the economy, but also in the media and politics in Ukraine.
Absolutely agreed. And
I'd
don't
like to
forget,
jump
small
in.
and medium-sized. Yeah,
Thanks.
one second.
Yeah.
Small and medium-sized companies employ, on average, double the amount of large companies all across Europe. So it wouldn't be a surprise, Yehuda.
Yeah, it reminds me, Natalia Kalmakova was here, gentlemen, and ladies, if panel not seeing your room. She was with the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. She was talking about a microloan program for veterans, for small business, for in general living expenses, but also for small businesses. It's a major, and that's mandated straight from Zelensky's office. And we were talking about the program. We'll talk about it more, and I'd love to connect with you and Sergey later about it, because it's a really interesting endeavor, and it looks like a plan to revitalize or to kickstart some kind of a movement to assist in exactly what Axel was just highlighting. And it's amazing that people talk about, as you know, people have been naysayers for many months, and we've been accused of being quite bullish when it comes to assessing Ukrainian capabilities and assessing Russian lack of capabilities. Well, the Ukrainians have proven militarily to be on the forefront and several tactical bounds ahead of everyone else. When it comes to the economy, hearing Natalia speak about it for months to me privately, and also on the space yesterday, it's a very big, big issue and concern with the Ukrainian government. They're looking at post-Russian invasion rebuilding of Ukraine, and trying to lay down the tools that will enable small businesses in Ukraine to really pick up. And this is just one part of many initiatives. I don't know if you'd heard of it, Sergey or Alex. It's a pretty interesting endeavor. Has that come up yet at all? Have you heard of this Veterans Affairs program? And their rationale is, by the time this is over, there'll be 500,000 young veterans who might be disabled, have a missing leg, an arm gone, and they're trying to plan out ways right now to help reintegrate them into society and make them functioning members. These are people in the prime of their life. This is the future of Ukraine, and there's a whole ton of them. I'd love to hear your take on that, Sergey. Or Alex.
Would you? I'm very sorry. Would you shortly repeat the question because I had a problem with my connection?
No worries. So we've had. Did you hear the part about Natalia from the Ministry of Veterans Affairs? Nope. Okay. So in a nutshell, there's a good friend of ours here who, for several months, we've been working on a strategy to kickstart a plan to have Ukrainian veterans, a 21-year-old missing a leg, from being in the military for 3 months, fighting the Russians. When they go back home, there's a big concern, and this comes right from Zelensky's office, the First Lady's office, to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and then by extension to a friend of ours, Natalia. So what they're doing is they're making a microloan program, all sorts of programs to assist veterans who will constitute a large number of young people going back to work after the Russian invasion is defeated. And it seems that as the Ukrainians are very astute military planners, and they're always several tactical bounds ahead of the Russians and Western talking heads' expectations, they seem to be very focused on a post-war economic situation with the hundreds of thousands of veterans who could very well be disabled. And so it looks as though the Ukrainian government is very, very keen on kickstarting programs, creating initiatives to help veterans, Ukrainian young men and women who are ostensibly disabled, by providing them with microloans, business help, all sorts of support and structure. I think it's very, very important, and it's very it's a lot. It demonstrates a lot of foresight on the Ukrainian government's part. They're already planning on how to help their wounded soldiers. Natalia was in here. Natalia's been talking about this with me for months. We're doing all sorts of events in the States to support it, but she came into the space yesterday to talk about it. We had a lot of feedback from people. So just wondering what your take on that was.
I think that this problem is unfortunately larger than we can imagine. First of all, Ukraine will face the situation with much more veterans suffering from not only from physical disabilities but also from PTSD after this war. Of course, there will be the veterans of the army which has won the war and won the war against the enemy, which like 99% of military experts in the world believed is not to be defeated. So they will have like some sort of an emotional high ground, but still they will suffer from the stress and from the injuries, both morally and physically, they have experienced during this war. And the number of these veterans suffering from PTSD or physical injuries will be way bigger than any European or US American army has experienced during the last decades. Maybe it can be compared to Vietnam War in the US, but I'm not sure, frankly speaking. So I would have here the benchmark, the World War II. Is it possible to support that much veterans with targeted loans, mini loans, and some other like economic benefits when you don't have like 0.01% of population? You don't have like, let me put it very clear. The US Army had this program for the veterans after the Iraq War and Afghan War, but it was about like thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people in an economy of 300 million people and the world's biggest economy. We have in Ukraine a population of 40 million and the army of, let me say, 150,000 people, and every single person will suffer from something, and tens of thousands will suffer from physical injuries. It is impossible.
Just so you know, this isn't the whole program. This is one of many programs. So we're just talking about.
After that, let me elaborate on this. We have some hundred thousands of civilians who have suffered through the occupation, the worst type of stress when you are not anymore you cannot control your life anymore. You depend on the occupants, and this is a terrible stress. I don't speak about like physical injury of all the people who have been raped or tortured or harassed. I talk about like about the moral hazard of hundreds of thousands of people who lived under occupation. You have millions, literally millions of people who were IDPs or refugees. I know numerous stories of children, like 5 years old children, 10 years old children, who could not suffer a sound of airplane engine. They fall on the ground every time they hear in Germany. When they live next to the airport and they hear how a plane starts, they fall on the ground and cry and have stress. So you have a nation which underwent through the worst terror a nation can experience. It is an experience of being a target of a genocide. Every Ukrainian knows that he or she was a target and had to be killed because he or she was Ukrainian. They have experience of shelling. They have experience of missile attack. They have experience of bombing. They have experience of fearing like the sound of car engine or like male voices in your yard, etc., etc. So we really cannot blindly hope that any program of mini loans or microcredits or jobs for veterans can solve this problem. I think it is way deeper, and I, frankly speaking, I don't know how to address this program. We really don't have that experience in Europe since World War II, and I don't know. Really, I don't know. I think maybe some nations like Jews have experience in dealing with that. And if I would be asked, like, have the Jews relieved themselves from the trauma of Holocaust, I would say, hell no, of course not. This trauma will sit in generation of Jewish people for the next decades, and I think that Ukrainians will carry on this trauma 2 generations further, unfortunately.
100%. And just for clarification, these are just one of the. There are probably going to be hundreds of initiatives, but it's basically to assist people just coming back from the front lines. Some of it will be forgiven. Some of it is just it's a matter of trying to help with these microloans, or trying to help people get on their feet again. It's not really about the money. It's more about the program, and it's more about the difference, the many different programs. Obviously, Ukraine will have to assess all the damage, or try to assess the damage, both physical and mental, and that'll take decades as well. You're 100% right. I just want to let you know that I find it interesting that already, regardless of the initiative, that Ukraine's already thinking that far ahead. And that's a good sign. I think the fact that they're already realizing fully just what you just said, how problematic the future could be, that by ringing the alarm bell now, it can help Ukraine be further ahead of that problem once the Russians are back where they belong in Russia. So I just wanted to point it out. Thank you, Sergey. Perhaps Natalia could come on later. We don't know, but I just wanted to interrupt and drop that in. Thanks for your input on it. Definitely, it's a huge problem, and it's something that we can't ignore. Thank you, Sergey. Domin.
Canberra, do you have any thoughts on this, perhaps?
I do. So before I was mentioning about how one of the benefits, the only benefit really, I guess, of a war of this, this scale of destruction, is that you have the capacity to rebuild and to plan your rebuilding. And so if I had anything that I would urge the Ukrainian government to do now, it would be to develop building codes that accommodate a workforce that is likely to have a high number of people with disabilities, residential codes that accommodate for people. Somebody's got a hot mic. I think it's Yehuda. Residential codes that have a high degree of accommodation for people.
1 second. Axel, your mic's hot. Sorry.
Residential codes that have that cater for people with disabilities. They have to have robust industrial relations laws that prevent discrimination against people with physical and mental disabilities. And they have to have investment in human infrastructure in terms of counselling for psychological rehabilitation throughout their communities. And you might look at that and you say, well, that all sounds like it costs a lot. Well, it's not. Firstly, it's infrastructure, so it's an investment in the productivity of the population. So it will add not only to GDP growth, it will add to GDP growth per capita. That's the first point. The second point is that they will become experts in this area, and it's an area which is a globally growing need because as populations age, disabilities increase globally. So it will become an export industry for them if they develop sufficient expertise. But thirdly, Yehuda was talking about programs, and programs to some extent, they kind of, they will address very targeted or tactical needs, but they won't do the strategic job. The strategic job needs to be done around the ensuring that regulations ensure that all infrastructure caters for these people who've given their bodies to the nation. And the nation can't view that as a cost. They have to, it has to be culturally inculcated that is an investment.
Yeah, but Canberra, that's something that's existed since 2014. There are thousands of disabled. This isn't new for Ukraine, right? So it's not unusual to go down the high street in Kiev and see people with missing legs and limbs because of their fighting in Donbass, right? So it's definitely something that's already there. So these are all programs.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't really start criticizing one program when it's one of many, and they got to start somewhere, right? So
I'm not criticizing the program. I'm just saying that the opportunity will arise now where you don't just get to do programs, where you get to introduce things into society which will forever make improvements and ensure that these people can be productive members of community. I just got another couple of things. Earlier on, Sergey said that GDP was, I think he was confusing nominal GDP with GDP. GDP, when it's quoted as a statistic, is real GDP. So the inflation-adjusted GDP was minus 37% for the year, and that's right, that's the quarterly print. If the quarterly print next quarter comes up at 15%, that means the quarter-on-quarter, if it comes up at minus 15%, that means the quarter-on-quarter print is positive. Even though the annual GDP will still show as negative, it means that the economy has rebounded. And I believe that the next Ukrainian GDP print will be a lower negative figure than 37%. Thanks very much.
Yeah, much appreciated, Canberra. I agree with that. And thanks for the clarification as well. I think this is more directed to Marty who quoted numbers, but that's fine. We'll have additional input from Piotr and then from Jim. Piotr, you have a question or comment for the panel?
Hi, Axel. I have a couple of comments, and then I would appreciate hearing Sergey's perspective, and Alex, who I actually will be meeting for a coffee later, so I'm looking forward to that. Just for a bit of context, I'm Piotr. I live in London, but I work in DC as well, working in the World Bank. And I don't know if one of the co-hosts can include the report above that I sent to you, Dominic, but this piece I've been working on as part of a response force in the World Bank called the Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment. So this came out in around about late August, 25th, 26th, it was released. This is the first comprehensive financial assessment of the war impact since it started in February. Some of the data is obviously a little bit outdated because of the rapidity of the conflict, but it was done in collaboration with the Ukrainian government and the EU Commission, and I was doing a little bit as part of that. But if you're interested in it, it will give you a pretty in-depth overview as to the physical damage, infrastructure, and the long-term reconstruction needs of the country, including also the mental aspect of post-war PTSD, as was referred to earlier. Just on the demographic point for a second, that is hugely important in any wartime situation. Mass immigration is often, we've seen in the past, seen by a return migration because of people's willingness and desire to want to reconstruct the country. We saw that in the Balkans, we've seen that in Syria even, and other parts of the Middle East. There's been quite a large array of diaspora networks growing to support that. Ukraine, as it stands, generally isn't as bad as other Eastern European states, like say Hungary, in terms of its threat to depopulation, but it is still a part of that post-Soviet Union world where generally total fertility rates are remaining under the 2.1 number you need to replace the population. So one hopes that the war would, how to put it reasonably, we could see hopefully a stabilization of the population. The other thing on that is you've also
Which,
got
Piotr, it's a typical effect of post-war that say populations rebound reasonably quickly within a decade.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Then you've also got the Stabilization and Association Pact, which is this system process in place that the EU provides applicant states or candidate countries. So that is something that the Ukrainians, as far as I'm aware, are exploring quite actively now, given their candidacy earlier in the year. And then the last thing, just in this report, it's pretty clear that you're going to need upwards of, the World Bank puts the cost at around 349 billion. That was based on June measurements, though, with around 50 billion of that going towards specifically housing. Then you've got things like municipal services would require 6 billion. Transport is another large one at about 174 billion. That's actually the largest proponent. Things like water, sanitation, education, and health are all around 10 to 15 billion. So it varies dramatically by sector. And the other thing that's important to keep in mind is that the amount of post-reconstruction within one sector doesn't necessitate it being felt in other sectors. You have to treat each one individually before you can start doing it in an integrated way. And I think the Ukrainian government themselves have put the post-reconstruction at above $1 trillion at this point. So these estimations are out of date a little bit, unfortunately, but it gives you an idea of where the Ukrainian economy is going to need to go and where the most amount of help will be felt. And I think what's really also important is is to keep in mind is just the inconsistency of funding from certain countries, and that this would be an opportunity, I guess is what I'm trying to say, is a post-pandemic recovery, an opportunity to build completely new infrastructure that is carbon zero, net zero, which would obviously be even more expensive, but it allows, much like we saw with the British or the other countries in the Marshall Plan era, to shift from a manufacturing dominated economy to service-based. And this would be something that would greatly inject boosting into the Ukrainian economy over time. But very curious for Sergey, if your thoughts on that. I appreciate your work very much as well, and bringing attention to the Germans' inconsistency as well. So thanks a lot for letting me share.
Sergey, yeah, I don't know whether Sergey heard the question. All right, let's go.
Oh, I was going to comment that yes, increasing a consumer-based economy is always excellent, but manufacturing sector, even if it is a smaller growing portion of your total GDP, is excellent for capital creation, job creation, and the kind of things that will raise the standard of living across your economy, especially if it's not just used internally, but for export as well for a country that we do see has increasing levels of property rights and integration with the EU and other parts of the world. So one could hope for increased trade, at which point production and manufacturing would also go a long way to increasing the total size of the consumer sector, unless I've totally missed something here.
Right, we just lost Alex. He's about to hop off anyway, and we still need to get to the coffee with Piotr at a later stage. But in the meantime, we have hands up from George and from Jim. So let's start with George.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's good to hear that they're being proactive, thinking about the economic issues they're going to have with the veterans. You know, they're going to need this post-war care. Obviously, the ones that have been injured severely, you know, missing limbs and things of that nature. Also, the psychological effects of it, because I just remember from the Iraq War in 2003, 2004, people were coming back, and you know, for whatever reason, the administration and the VA was just not prepared for the amount of people that were coming back injured and with TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, and emotional trauma on top of the physical. So it's good to see that. Are there? And I heard from Yehuda. Yehuda's been talking about there's a group coming. I guess they're coming to DC, and is that so they can perfect like a veterans administration or get insight or ask for help? And I also know that there's a lot of obviously medical
Lobbying
facilities.
and advocacy, George. It's lobbying and advocacy, raising awareness, and meeting with both administration and congressional leaders.
Okay, so now is because I can't remember. So in Ukraine, are they looking at building facilities specifically for these people, expanding? Because I know well, in the areas that were occupied, most of the medical facilities were reduced to rubble by the mongrels. So I guess there's going to have to be a lot of money spent in rebuilding those facilities, right?
I don't have a perfect answer for you, George. Yehuda is not here, so he'd be able to give you a better insight into this. But if we can put a pin into this and move to Jim,
Sure.
we'll come back. All righty. Jim, you have a question for Sergey. Alex has already had to step off, but then again, we're still here for a few more minutes up until Shevchenia arrives.
No problem. Yeah, no, I'm pleased. I think it was Piotr or Alex who pointed out and yourself actually, you pointed out that within 10 years, externally displaced people do tend to return to their mother countries, and particularly with cash, right? With skills, with an understanding of working in advanced economies, and that will have a huge rejuvenating effect on Ukraine's economy. And we haven't even touched on the existing diaspora, the very powerful Ukrainian diaspora, which is one of the largest in the world. There are over 6.5 million people of Ukrainian descent living around the world. That's not counting the 3 million living in Russia. There's 1 million in the United States, 1 million in Poland. There's 1.4 million in Canada. And I know that Yehuda and Colonel Melanie Lake obviously are behind the MriyaReport, and the links that the Ukrainian descended people who've moved away and worked will have on Ukraine recovery is immense. And to a previous point about comparisons, right? Taking countries who've survived a vicious war. South Korea is a very good example. The miracle on the Han River, very similar to the miracle on the Rhine in West Germany after World War II. They had an aggressive, saber-rattling neighbor on their border. They still have, and that didn't hold Samsung and LG back, right? They transformed a broadly agricultural economy, which Ukraine still is, of comparable size. It has doubled since the 50s, but it's around 50 million now, with massive FDI, particularly from Japan. Infrastructure modernization, roads, railways, etc. A focus on manufacturing, export promotion, which finance brought up for balance of payments. Promoting science, tech, and in 2010, South Korea acceded to the G20. And I expect this to happen a lot quicker in Ukraine. Thank you.
With our next guest already here for the section I'm most excited for, the cooking section, Chef Zedyan, lovely to see you. I'd like to finish up to push this question to Sergey before he goes. We have the economics panel. Sergey, thank you for being here again. I would like to actually ask you if you've done any research or you know any of good research that we could look at or talk about around, I actually think there's a lot of opportunity here for sort of upside surprise around the Ukrainian diaspora returning in a economically dynamic Ukraine in the next decade. I was curious if you have any research around that or thoughts around that for how that could sort of play out with lots of people who have outside educations and connections. This has been talked about already.
Oh, well, I think that Ukrainian diaspora has always been one of the undocumented sources of power and for liberation. In Ukrainian social networks since yesterday, a picture is circulating of the current British or future, like he's not yet crowned, British monarch, the King Charles III, who is dancing Ukrainian hopak dance with a Ukrainian group of dancers of a diaspora in 1981, and like people commented with some sort of humor, saying, "Look, like we have the support of the British monarchy since at least like 50 years." But jokes aside, we know that the Ukrainian diaspora was a group who supported Ukrainian independence in 1970s, 1980s in Canada, and addressing the world leaders with their urges to sanction the Soviet Union and to fight for Ukrainian independence. We know how strong was the support from Ukrainian diaspora towards Ukraine during the war times, 4 years, 2015 and later. We know how much money has been raised. We know this pressure on the Canadian government, on Justin Trudeau, and on other members of the Canadian Parliament and the government have been produced by Ukrainian diaspora. So we know that Ukrainian diaspora is the source of money, power, and support for Ukraine. One of the best Ukrainian ministers, Uliana Sufrun, was a member of Ukrainian diaspora in the United States. So I don't think they will change something in this support within the next years. Quite the opposite. I think the fascination of Ukraine and the wish to support Ukraine will just increase. What I personally cannot understand is why the government of Petro Poroshenko, the president who I value a lot, I think he was a very good president for his time. I think that a lot of success of Ukrainian military, which we have witnessed within the last months, was done by President Poroshenko. What I don't understand why he didn't start a program of inviting the representatives of Ukrainian diaspora to Ukraine, or at least like spreading giving out the passports, because many of these people, they were refugees from the Soviet Union after World War II or earlier. They have never willingly canceled their Ukrainian citizenship. They were all the time Ukrainians in their minds, in their way of life. So exactly as Germany provided the exiled Germans from this former Soviet Union with German passports, I think the same program should have been started for ethnic Ukrainians abroad. Not in Russia, of course, because those Ukrainians who deliberately choose Russia as their country where they want to live, they do not feel connected with Ukraine. But those who live in Canada, in the US, in Germany, in other European or American countries, why not? I think it would be something which what could help Ukraine to get more influence worldwide. One could even like make this program self finance, like saying, okay, like those Ukrainians who want to get their passport, they pay, I don't know, like 300, 500, 1,000 US dollars as a fee. So this program can be like self-financed. So Ukrainian state, which has other reasons to spend money, doesn't spend money on that. I think those people who would like to have their Ukrainian passport finally in their hand with Ukrainian trident on the cover, they would be ready to pay this money. So I think this is the question of future years. And I think this would be a very wise decision by the next Ukrainian government of the next years to say those Ukrainians who feel connected with Ukraine, who live abroad, who had to leave Ukrainian land because of Russian or Soviet occupation and terror, they never canceled, they never like renounced their Ukrainianship. So they need to have a chance to obtain their Ukraine or reclaim their Ukrainian citizenship. And I think that these ties with the West through Ukrainian diaspora are very important and essential for the future of Ukraine. We know that everywhere where Ukrainians put their food on the soil of a free land, they reached success. They developed. They started good enterprises. They got rich. They got influential. They started new communities, democratic communities, and that is actually a sign that the Ukrainian way of thinking, how they organize their society, is a very democratic and Western-like. It's not like with the Russian citizens who normally like dissolve in the society. They either like be anti-society or assimilate in the society, which is a sign for me that the Russian attitude is not compatible with the EU. It can be either in the opposite to Europe or to the West, or to be absorbed by Europe or the West, but never can exist as the Russian way of life within the Western society. There are no cases how Russian communities could survive in the West without being in the opposition to the Western values. So I think that's Ukrainian community will be an important part of the revival of Ukraine after this war, and I think it will be wise and important for the next Ukrainian governments and president to tap this source of power, money, influence, and other resources. Thank you.
That's very much appreciated, Sergey. Thank you. I agree with you. I think the example of the three Baltic states, which managed to harness the power of their diaspora, the people who fled the Soviet army, and then returned and helped people to share education, money, ideas, and invested back into their countries. And it's a very, very good piece of guidance in that regard. And I'm quite sure that Ukraine, with its strong diaspora, will have the right resources and the right global network. We can see it already. Everything, as we've continued to say here from the very beginning, is downstream from culture. And Ukraine's culture is a very fertile soil in every single way. Thank you very much, Sergey, for joining us here today. I know that you are at a completely different time zone, and it's ever more appreciated. It's a real pleasure having you here.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having invited me. It is indeed like it is already like 8 p.m. Where I am. I had a pretty tough day today. So thank you very much for having invited me and enjoy the day and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you so much. All right, and with that, our first inaugural MacRunok Group on Economic Finance, Commerce, and the Future of the Ukrainian economy and its markets has ended. I think it was pleasant. It was a good start, and we shall do this again and again and again. That's what Sundays are for. We'll do markets, economy, culture, and when it comes to culture, we'll go to cooking. But before we go to our friend and Chef Zhenya as our special guest, Dorman, we have a very brief update on what happened in Kharkiv.
I have a very brief update indeed. Apparently, the Russian MOD has decided to forego all the territory that they were illegally occupying in Kharkiv Oblast altogether. They are now retreating whatever remaining troops they have in whatever remaining border regions, especially they have. They were still holding on. They're using artillery fire and airstrikes to cover their retreat, so as not to have them interceded by Ukrainian troops. Of course, quite a lot of Russian troops in occupied Kharkiv Oblast, under recently occupied Kharkiv Oblast, don't get to retreat because the Ukrainian forces simply will not let them. It is not entirely clear if they're also retreating from the little sliver of Kharkiv Oblast to the east of the Oskil River and the Oskil Reservoir. However, this does mean that Ukraine liberated well over 8,000 square kilometers. Well over 8,000 square kilometers, possibly close to 9,000 square kilometers in a matter of just a few days with this fantastically well planned and fantastically well executed counteroffensive. Starting off with Balaklia, going on to Kupiansk, Izium, and now Vovchansk. So there's just a little bit of an update. Here we are now joined by Chef Zhenya, a star Ukrainian chef, now volunteering by cooking for the Ukrainian Special Forces somewhere in Ukraine near the front line. So tell us all about that. Very warmly welcome, Chef Zhenya, back to the MriyaReport.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to Ukrainian diaspora. I'm actually a living proof of of that process because I lived in LA for 5 years and I was married in Los Angeles to an American girl. I lived in the US for 6 years overall, and had I not divorced and had the revolution not started in 2013, I might have not returned and lived a long, happy life in the United States. But, one thing led to another and the revolution started. So I decided to come back, although I was on my merry way to getting American passport. So that's funny how things play out in the end.
Thank you very much, Chef Zhenya. Let's actually start there. Maybe can you tell us a little bit more about your life journey in that respect? When and why did you leave Ukraine in the first place? What did you do when you were outside of Ukraine? And then, as you highlighted, it was only because of the revolution in 2014 that you decided to return back to your home country.
Okay, so I'm 37. That means I was born in the USSR in 1985, a year before Chernobyl, and I'm from the generation that still got a glimpse of the USSR. When it happened, both my parents were teachers. So my mother is a teacher of Russian, or rather was a teacher of Russian language and literature. But she graduated one of the finest universities we have in Kiev, Tarasa Shevchenko University, and she was the good girl of the Communist Party, let's say that. But now she's a Banderovets, as people would say, because she's speaking only Ukrainian, and I think she has very different views from what she had back then, and. So I started from there because my parents were basically grooming me for immigration. I started learning English when I was 4. I started learning French when I was 11. I learned a year of Korean. I went to the best language school there is in Kiev. It's right in downtown of Kiev by the president's administration. And I went to the United States for the first time when it was 1995. Traveled to at least 20 different countries before I was 18. And my parents definitely wanted me to leave. So in 2004, the Orange Revolution happened. And because I was working in downtown, I became a part of the Orange Revolution because it happened like literally next to me. And I was working night shifts at one of the most famous computer game clubs. If you're a fan of computer games, and you know Navi Team, that's the computer club where Navi Team and people who founded Navi Team originated. And if you're into cyber sports, that's a very famous place in Kiev. As I was working night shifts over there, and during the revolution, it was the first time when we experienced the phenomena of tetushki, which is hired people that would just go around the city and picking fights with the people who were pro-revolution, the people who were pro-democracy. So I ended up being beaten by at least 10 guys when I went out in the night to get a sandwich. And that's my first experience of Ukrainian revolutions. And after that, I decided to become a chef after like landing a number of nowhere jobs. And I were actually thought that this could be a career for me. But when I realized that I'm good at cooking, I went from one restaurant to another, and I saw that there was basically nobody. After less than a year of working in restaurants, I saw that people knew very few things about cooking, believe it or not. So I decided to go to an American college. Went to, we had a college fair at Hyatt Regency Hotel, where a bunch of colleges presented the universities in America. I went there, got a visa, and within 6 months, I was in a college prep program in the United States. So that's I know that's like 37 years summed up into 10 minutes, but that's how it was.
Thank you very much, Chef. So when you got to the US, you then went to culinary college of right there, and it wasn't the CIA, was it?
I actually, so the way you apply for a visa in college visa in the United States, I had to spend a year doing a college prep program, and during this year, I translated my paperwork from Ukraine. I had to do a bunch of tests. I had to pass the English language test, and then send out the application to all the colleges, and then wait at least 4 to 5 months for the colleges to respond. So I sent out, this was 2008, by the way, when the crisis struck. So I sent out a college application to Culinary Institute of America, to Johnson & Wales, to Culinary Institute of New England. I get accepted into all of them. Not because I'm such a bright student. I'm like 3.1 average if you translate it into America. So I'm basically like a B student. But I got accepted because I was applying for international programs. And for Culinary Institute of America, 1 year tuition for a culinary program was $67,000. So I did not go with the CIA. And landed into a Long Beach City College Culinary Institute program.
Yeah, I was just asking about the CIA because, as you know, the Culinary Institute of America is very famous nowadays for cooking up all of these Shiba Inus on Twitter that go chase out Russian trolls.
The funny thing is, if you go to my company website, and we run a chain of ramen shops in Kiev, the menu of our ramen shop is actually placed in the Historical Culinary Institute of America Museum of Menus. They have an archive of 40 or 50 years worth of menus, and our menus is in New York.
Oh, that is fantastic. I should yeah. Anyway, should go try to go have a look at that sometime. So let's talk about your ramen shops. You came back after the Revolution of Dignity into a very different country from the country you left, right? A country that was even more staunchly pro-European, but also a country already scarred by Russia stealing Crimea, starting to wage a war in the east of Ukraine. Um, how different did it feel coming back to such a different country, such a changed country after you were in the US for a number of years?
Well, actually, I came back on February 18th, 2014, and went to Maidan straight from the airport, and Maidan was on fire. And basically, the first thing I saw when I came back home, or rather the next day, was at least more than 100 people getting shot by AK-47. So when our president was retiring, and that happened like right in front of me. So I thought that one of my plans was to go in the military because I was applying to get my American passport through military service in the United States. And funny enough, last time I was supposed to be here, Malcolm Nance just appeared all of a sudden, and the attention got to him, which I have no problem with because I was applying for Navy cryptology in the United States. And I couldn't get that program because you have to be like a second or third generation American. And I was waiting for a program to kick in. But I tried to do the same with the military service in Ukraine. And through some weird bureaucracy, because I left Ukraine for a bunch of years, I didn't have my paperwork filled out for the military. They lost some of the paperwork. The military recruiting unit in Ukraine moved, blah, 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 and nobody could find my documents at the end. So I decided to do the next best thing I could do, and I came up with a plan for my own restaurant. Spent a few months, doing catering gigs, and then found a partner and launched my own business, and decided to help the country in that way. Business is important as well.
How did you choose ramen? Obviously, you were in Southern California for quite a while. Southern California has a whole world mixture of cuisines available to one, and of course, ramen is among them. And obviously, for anybody listening here, we're not talking about the sort of instant stuff that students in dorms traditionally get and pour hot water over it and eat. It's a lot more of an involved process. It requires cooking down the broth for many hours to get it just right. But how come you chose ramen as opposed to anything else, really?
It's a weird thought process that goes into any chef menu decisions or recipe decisions, right? So I lived in Long Beach, California. If you ever been in Long Beach or anywhere in LA, you know that like pho is one of the one of the most spread out foods. You can find pho in basically any city in the area of Greater Los Angeles, and that's like my favorite food. But also, I'm pro. Like in cooking as a chef, I'm trying to think how to create food using only local ingredients, and right now I'm going as far as making my own soy sauce. Right. So when I was thinking of what to cook in Kiev, I obviously took into consideration all the popular dishes, everything that people like, what Ukrainians like, what flavors they like, and stuff like that. And I honestly wanted to create something that that would look like pho, but Ukrainian doesn't have that much rice culture, and we have big problems in producing rice noodles. Right, so I came up with a recipe for a wheat noodle, and when I started pulling on the thread of ramen, I went into the history, and I realized that ramen became famous in Japan after the Second World War.
With cheap American wheat.
Yeah, with cheap American wheat, because U.S. and the USSR were fighting for the hearts and soul and minds of the Japanese using the wheat. Right, and what does Ukraine have? We have a fuck ton of wheat. Right, so it all came into a bowl of something that resembled pho in the beginning, but now it finally looks like ramen after 6 years of cooking it.
That's so beautiful. That's a wonderful story. Hot food for Cold War. Can I bother you in telling us which one is that most favorite of your ramen recipes in your restaurants, and how it fits those Ukrainian tastes that you are talking about, and how the Ukrainian taste differs from, well, the American ones, which I guess you know pretty well as well.
Yeah, I think we talked about something like that last time I was here. Is sometimes I'm even thinking like cooking just one dish in my restaurant, nothing else. It's my spicy, it's my spicy ramen, because everyone we have like a ramen challenge based on the spicy ramen project. We have people eating 2.5 kilos of spicy ramen within like 6 to 7 minutes, competing for having their portrait on the wall of our restaurant. But basically it's a ramen with kimchi, spicy broth, pickled egg and corn, and you would add any kind of meat to it. And I found that pork is the best addition for this ramen. And once you eat this dish, it really reminds you of like a lot of Mexican flavors, right? Because especially when you have cabbage mixed in with corn and pork, it really resembles like a deconstructed taco in a way. So I think Ukrainian cuisine and Mexican cuisine are very much related. And the further south you go in Ukraine, the more you find people liking spicy food and chili pepper for some reason. I don't know really why that happens. It's a lot of research still needs to be done in Ukraine to find the what's and whys.
Okay, you mentioning the kimchi makes me think of something, because I may have a wrong image of Ukrainian cooking, but I do associate it a lot with cabbage. How is it to introduce those new cabbage recipes to your Ukrainian customers?
Well, actually, sauerkraut that people have in Germany, right? And we have the same kind of sour cabbage recipe that people enjoy in Ukraine. We have hundreds of pickled carrot recipes and like pickles. I don't know if many people know this. This is one of the most interesting things. Watermelons, right? We pickle a whole watermelon, and in the biggest markets in Ukraine, you will find weird pickled stuff, right? So I think that it wasn't hard to introduce kimchi to Ukrainians. First of all, because, and I'm not sure about the years that this happened, but I'm positive that this immigration period transpired. Somewhere between 200 and 300 years ago, there was an immigration wave from Korea. And a lot of Koreans actually moved to Crimea and then further north into the continents. If you follow the events on Nikolaev city, their mayor his last name is Kim, right? And we have a lot of Kims in Ukraine. And the Korean culture here is very vibrant. You can find a lot of Koreans completely, they are already completely assimilated in the society, sometimes going as far as 4, 5, or 6 generations speaking fluent Ukrainian. But still keeping to their Korean roots. And like I said, when I was in school, there was a educational agreement between the Korean government, I think, or some kind of Korean organization that invested in the construction of our school, and in return there was a free Korean language program, which I actually took for 1 year, and I studied Korean language for a year. So at the basic level, Ukrainians already knew Korean food and Korean culture. So it's kimchi is our next thing. Like we have so many chefs right now making their own kimchi, you wouldn't believe.
Fantastic. Okay.
Ben, did your audio drop?
Nope. I'm just not able to press on the right button. I was saying that I had to rush because I need to get my hand on those watermelon pickled right now. I cannot live without it. So it could be a good moment to get finance to ask this question.
Google it, pickled watermelon. I dare you.
Yeah, I actually need to eat some pickled water. Can you make this spicy? Is this like a spicy pickled watermelon, or do you I have to eat this when I make it to Ukraine? This you've captured my attention. Besides that, I love kimchi and we'll eat that anywhere. I really want to know what pickled watermelon is like. What do you eat this with? Is this like a standalone? Does this go with things? Like, do you pair this with something? Like, how does this work?
It's actually a very difficult thing to do because you need to balance the pickling liquid with the sweetness of the watermelon. Otherwise, and a lot of times you would buy pickled watermelon, cut into it, since it's pickled whole. You cut into it, and the marinade penetrates through the sweet part of the melon. And if the marinade is too salty, the whole thing becomes salty. But if you choose the right marinade and you hold it for a proper amount of time, you'd get a really so it basically keeps the whole watermelon intact. It's not soggy shit if it's done properly, but it has the sweetness of the watermelon and the saltiness of the marinade and whatever flavors you put in the marinade. It's actually very difficult to do properly, but if it's done properly, it can go with anything, and like it turns dark red color. The same thing, it would be the same color if you take a slice of watermelon and then vacuum pack it at the highest vacuum point. It will become like densely dark red. So we can go into. I'm not sure if a lot of people want to listen to this, but they can go into.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We want to listen to exactly this. So what would you normally flavor it with? Right? A lot of pickling is done with things like dill. Is dill an appropriate flavorant for watermelon?
Well, it's at the end. It all depends on how you're going to use the product, because obviously nobody just sits down to a bowl full of pickles. That's just not normal. So you would use pickles as a condiment to whatever dishes you like, and like and winter table in Ukraine looks like different kinds of grain. Like mostly it would be buckwheat, or it would be like boiled potatoes or fried potatoes. Actually, rice is. So you would have these pickles as I think in Korea it's called a buncha, right? If you have a variety of different kinds of pickles and you combine it with whatever starches and proteins you have. So you can, there are literally no rules. You can use anything, dill, black pepper, but mostly, yeah, people use dill, black pepper, and garlic.
Okay, there's a lot of hands already risen, but I think I'm not mistaken when I'm saying that watermelon is actually originally from Africa and has only been imported into Europe relatively recently. And I really wonder how it became a staple of Ukrainian culture and food. If you know, wonderful. If you don't, we'll move on and maybe ask Joseph to contribute.
I honestly don't know the whole story of how watermelon traveled to became the staple and the basis for molasses, and then went into U.S. Food culture. I probably at this point I know less about the Ukrainian food culture than the American food culture because there's literally just not enough literature on this. But if somebody else knows, I would love to listen. You said there was going to be a Ukrainian historian here, or he couldn't make it?
Unfortunately not. He couldn't make it today, but he's sending his best regards. And anyway, I don't think he would have known that sort of things. But Joseph, you had a question regarding this. You said you need to know that Domen knows everything about everything, so there's always a real chance that he can answer any question.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So first, I would ask our listeners, it's great to have Chef Zhenya in the space. If everyone could please do retweet, let people know that we got Chef Zhenya here. I think, there's a lot of people who enjoy cooking, maybe work in the food industry, might be interested in some of his insights. So yeah, definitely please do that. And yeah, so Chef Zhenya, I was wondering, there's a few social media accounts that I follow that are of Ukrainian, I guess, like field cooks. I'm not really sure the official term, but I was wondering, I don't know, do you follow any of these accounts? Have you seen any of these videos of Ukrainians cooking on the front lines and some of the like devices they've rigged up and some of the methods they use? And has anything particularly impressed you?
Well, before I moved south and started cooking for the special forces, I was the head cook or head chef of whatever you call it for the military logistics headquarters here in Kiev, and I staffed their entire cooking department with chefs from Kiev who volunteered. So I talked to different chefs from Kiev. Four of the best chefs that cook right now for our headquarters are they're still employed by Hilton Hotel. But there are 4 sous chefs who are basically feeding all the top military in the logistics HQ. It's not the headquarters of the general command, but it's the division right under them that's responsible for logistics and transportation, including food. So I've sent at least 10 cooks to the Ukrainian military that are right now a part of Ukrainian military. And before that, I worked in rehabilitation programs for military veterans, particularly with cooks, and reintegrating them back into society. So I definitely see a lot of pictures they're sending me with different kinds of. I'm actually right after this. I'm probably gonna post some of the pictures they've sent me with I've a German field kitchen that's running on diesel fuel, and I've seen another one. I think it was Czech or something that's running on burning wood. And there definitely a lot of our archaic post-USSR field kitchens that need to be thrown away. Basically, I'm because I cook for special ops and I have the luxury of more investment that the military cooks could afford. I'm using like professional gas equipment with stainless steel, something that a lot of cooks at the front lines could probably only dream of. But I'm still fighting and trying to get them better supplies and get them better equipment so they have better cooking conditions. So to answer your question, I have seen a lot of the pictures from the front lines. I'm actively participating in helping those people in the front lines. And I've seen a lot of gnarly stuff that they came up with to make something at least edible at the front lines, considering the resources that they have, which are dire, in my experience.
Thank you, Chef. At this point, let's dive into maybe what you do now. You say you're cooking for the Special Forces right on the front. How does that look like? How does cooking for the Special Forces look like? Also, maybe how different is it from cooking in a restaurant? It must be very different cooking out close to the front lines in food truck as opposed to cooking in a nice restaurant where you can have all the stuff, where you have a fixed address for months and years for things to get delivered to. What are the challenges also involved in what you do now?
I think some of that I already said the last time I was here, but I can definitely repeat myself for those who couldn't listen. So right now I'm cooking for special ops at one of the special ops temporary rear base, which is basically located in a forest. With some living conditions made, so like there's a place to sleep, a proper place to sleep, like a room. It even has a shower, believe it or not. And I use a food truck to as my like hot kitchen where I cook all the hot items, and then I have a large room. Which is basically my prep kitchen, my storage unit, and even the gallery where people eat. Right. So that's basically how we're set up. We only have like limited space and limited refrigeration and limited freezing units. So weekly we go on supply runs. We purchase stuff for the rear base and then cook it for the people who live at the rear base. There's also a forward operating base, which we supply with already cooked food. So once or twice a week, we would cook big batches of portioned food and take it to the forward operating base, along with some raw foods, because guys over there enjoy cooking for themselves. We'll see how this will go in winter, because in summer they've been on a holiday trip. Well, of course, there's artillery fire going on, but mostly the atmosphere were like they were camping, right? In winter, I think the situation is going to change, but they enjoy barbecue in summer, so that's why we sometimes would bring them. We do like 3 supply runs to the forward operating base, and they would use their equipment. So they have like a gas stove over there, a barbecue, and like a refrigeration unit that's powered by a diesel engine. And after the forward operating base, there are literally, so the special ops don't sit in the trenches, right? Because those are special operation forces. But there are guys who sit in the trenches, and there are special ops tasks that need to be fulfilled within like 3 to 4 days. So from the forward operating base, they would take a bunch of food with them. Those are mostly kinds of food you can fill in your pockets, right? And that wouldn't be too heavy, because they, as you probably realize, have a whole bunch of equipment they need to carry, grenade launchers and shit like that. So there's very few spaces left for food. and I'm basically I have assembled a team of volunteers, and my charity organization is constantly negotiating with farmers and vendors. One of our best suppliers is Metro Cash and Carry, a German chain that gives at least 10,000. 250,000, I'm sorry, hryvnias every month to buy supplies, food supplies for the guys. And we're cooking and supplying them. And basically, I'm involved in the organization process. I'm involved in logistics, and at least a week out of the months, I'm cooking myself for the guys in rotation with other cooks. So that's it, I think.
Fantastic. Returning to the ramen, I've got a stupid question. What type of wheat is growing in Ukraine? Is it durum or is it spring wheat? It's summer wheat. And which one is good for the ramen, or can both be used?
Yeah, going off topic here, we don't really have a lot of durum wheat, which is predominantly even imported from Italy because of how we don't really have enough of it. The best pizza houses are ordering wheat from Italy. But for ramen, you can use the cheapest kind of wheat because when you create a ramen noodle, it's an alkaline process in which involves alkaline solutions and salt working with the glutens inside the wheat, which is very different from the pasta making process, where you extrude wheat and you use basically the eggs and in the flour. So the cheapest wheat can be used for ramen because of the gluten activation process.
Okay, thanks a lot. I was not aware of this. Well, Finance, you have yet another question.
About food indefinitely. Chef Xenia, when you're cooking for the forces, what kind of things, obviously you're going to have logistical constraints, but you're also going to want to try to make stuff that they can enjoy while they're fighting. So what kind of things do you cook for these guys? What kind of things that do you cook for them if they actually come back and tell you they like? How do you balance these things so that they can travel obviously with them, especially for some of the gentlemen you're cooking for? Sort of, could you give us some sort of thoughts around the logistics and then some of the rest, maybe a recipe or some of the major popular meals amongst the troops?
Yeah, it's it's a trial and error process, especially in the beginning. Like the military unit I'm cooking for, it actually it was never supposed to have it was never built to be in a war, right? So it's a special ops unit that is mostly designed to go do their task, return back to base, and spend the night at their houses, right? So they never had like a full-on field kitchens, and they were never designed to fight in the war. So when we started working with them, they were like, "What the fuck is going on here? Like, we have a kitchen with, we have chefs cooking here, and how does this work? What do we need to do? Do we order or like?" So there was basically, it was really awkward, like when you lose your virginity. So you don't really know what the fuck is going on. So that was kind of the atmosphere. But then we worked a bunch of things out. I started with like making separate dishes for them as if it was in the restaurant, and serving like already prepped dishes for the entire table. But then after maybe 2 or 3 weeks, we we realized that a lot of the guys have different preferences in what they want to eat and what they don't want to eat. But some of these preferences were, of course, that because they, a lot of these guys are like literally some of the task is to storm ahead. So you like, if you imagine. Obviously, they're not shaped like American football players, but there's some big motherfuckers over there. But the bigger they are, the weirder they eat, and they basically eat like babies. So sometimes I would have to like hide olives inside the sauce because they wouldn't eat olives, and they like the Mediterranean diet basically is one of the best diets in the world, and it's hummus and olives, for example. So I started using them as spread in sandwiches, and they would eat them. So some of it is you have to balance between not giving them the like full dishes that they have to eat, and not disassembling dishes into like different kinds of ingredients that they have on the table because they just wouldn't take them from the table. So you have to balance their diet and give them proper meals. Otherwise, they would just live on a diet of M&Ms and Coke.
Oh, that's amazing. So, what do you cook for them? What do you end up cooking for them that they'll be, broadly accepting of it? And does everybody eat the same? Does the whole, I don't know how many you have there. You probably can't say it. It doesn't really matter, but it's more than 5 guys, right? So, does everybody eat the same, or do different guys get different stuff?
No, like I said, it's hundreds of guys that we're feeding, and we came down to a system that's basically like a hotel buffet system. We actually take a picture every time we set up a table. So I have over 3 months worth of pictures that have been taken 3 times a day. So at least 100 pictures every month that we have of every table that we put. So I can show you the picture so it's better understood. But basically, yeah, it's a buffet style setup. They would have like a breakfast setup with like standard choice of cereals, vegetable milks like cow milk, and then the guys like wheat milk and like oatmeal flavored milk and buckwheat flavored milk. So we have like 3 types of milk constantly and a bunch of cereal and granola, and then we add like a morning spread of cheese and meats, or cottage cheese and fruits, or pancakes and stuff like that. That's for the breakfast. The standard setup for for lunch would be like a soup and sandwich, or a soup and salad, or a salad and sandwich, or a full entree. Just for lunch with like at least 5 to 6 ingredients, like so you would have like rice, hummus, veggies, and like a piece of fish or a piece of meat. And for dinner, we try to do light dinners, so less focus on the starch, more focus on the greens and vegetables. So it's like a basic spread of pickled vegetables, raw vegetables, fish or meat, all kinds of any kind of sauce you can pair with the fish or meat. I usually make a particular I like to have a better more flavor in the evening, and more starch and the vitamins for lunch. So I made like a guide for cooks that cook in my stead when I'm not there, so they understand like the thought process that needs to go in setting up the table, because we can't really afford having a still menu, because the supplies are always different. So sometimes we get the food that we get. This food was brought from the farm, so you have to use your skills, your imaginations to cook this food and make something edible of it. Other times you can go in the shop, but for example, like you wouldn't get a supply of oil or you wouldn't get a supply of butter. So instead of like getting stuff that would work in your menu, and if you have a set menu, you would need to like buy different items instead. So it's a very creative process, but it's like a forced creativity that makes this particularly difficult for cooks who don't have like a lot of experience in cooking. So
It sounds almost a little bit like Iron Chef, if you remember that program. Like you're given.
You don't know what you're working with, and that's the problem with like getting more volunteers and more chefs for this job, is just because you like literally every fucking week you have no clue. Like I'm right now I'm in Kiev, and I'm returning to the southern front lines in 4 days, and I'm taking like a two-ton vehicle with me, and I'm getting like a 1.5 metric tons of vegetables from a farm on my way down south, but I have no clue what those vegetables are.
So, just a quick question before you go to lunchtime, George. How many people do you have working with you? Say hundreds of guys. You're clearly not cooking alone, right? That's too much stuff merely to move for one man on his own every day, 3 times a day. So, how many people do you usually have working with you at the base that you have set up?
Well, believe it or not, it's only one cook per shift. Well, like one person who knows cooking. So 1 week it would be just me in charge of the whole process, but then we would have between 2 or 3 guys who wash dishes, do the prep work and stuff. And if we have to load and unload, the troops they come and help us. Like I made it clear to the command that we have no days off and we have no rotations. So once if a truck comes with 2 tons of water or 3 tons of vegetables, you guys will have to help, so the soldiers chip in.
Okay, good. But they're strong kind of chaps, right? It's easy for them to come and grab a few bags
right?
and move them around. Yeah, right. It's good.
That was obvious.
Excellent. Thank you, Chef. Lunchtime, very appropriately named, a British friend of ours.
Hi, Domin. Thanks. Chef, it's a pleasure to talk to you. I'm just wondering, I'm in London, and traditionally on a Sunday, I would roast a chicken, roast some potatoes, that sort of thing for Sunday lunch. Is there a Ukrainian equivalent? Do you have a recommendation for a Sunday meal?
This is exactly what I have on Sundays. Like throughout my entire childhood, every Sunday, my dad would roast a chicken and roast potatoes and make like a tomato green salad. For 14 fucking years, I had that when I was growing up, and then when I started cooking and going to school, I made a particular. I made it like my. So 1 week I would cook borscht, and the other week I would roast a chicken. When I was cooking in America for 6 years, every week I made it my quest. And when I worked and studied in the States, I literally worked 7 days a week. I worked 3 jobs. And my day off was when I was working just 1 job instead of 3 jobs. So this was one day I had for cooking for myself. So I would make either borscht, dumplings, or roast chicken to get proficiency in those 3 items. So as you know, in cooking, you can't be a jack of all trades. The jack of all trades is cooking. In cooking, basically means you can't do shit properly. Right, so if there are things that I know how to cook, that's roasting chicken, making borscht, and making dumplings, and of course ramen now. So basically, I worked quite a lot of time in a steakhouse, so I know how to grill steaks, and I know how to work any kind of fish fillet. So it's like basically in 18 years, I gained proficiency in under 10 food items and cooking techniques. and I still think that's a lot. I should have narrowed it down to like 5.
In common then. Brilliant. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, I make fish and chips for the guys regularly. They love fried fish and batter with. I make like a garlic sauce with like half and half mayo and sour cream, and I put pickled cucumbers and dill in it. They love it.
Oh God, that
I will
sounds
say
delicious.
there were some great pictures on Chef Genia's Twitter account. So if everyone, please do give Chef Genia a follow. He does post some pictures of delicious food. Gentlemen.
Oh, just better go to my Instagram. It's the same Instagram at Chef Genia, and I post stories from when I'm cooking regularly, and I have a bunch of pictures there.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, I have a question for a chef about his field kitchens, but really quick. The watermelon was introduced to the Black Sea area about 2,500 years ago by Greeks, and then was reintroduced to the area probably around 1000 AD by the Ottoman Empire. And Western Europe got it from the Moors in Spain and then in Sicily. But anyway, about your field. So is your field kitchen now? You lived in the States, so do you remember the food trucks that the States used to have? I don't know. You said you lived in the South. Do you remember the food trucks that were like kind of like self-contained mobile kitchens? Is that what you're using? Is that the setup, or do you have something else going on?
I lived in Southern California, so Los Angeles. But and I know a lot of about food trucks from Los Angeles. But right now, I wish I had the second option you said. This is I actually need my charity organization is gathering funds right now to buy one mobile prep kitchens, like a 20-foot container that has like a walk-in refrigerator, walk-in freezer, and the prep area. I wish I had that, but right now I'm running on like like a burger truck with 2 flat top grills, and I threw out the fucking fryer because it didn't need the fryer. I can make a fryer in a pot if I want to. So I throw out the fryer and I put like a 4-burner stovetop.
Okay, so my other question is, or really quick now. So you said that when you go to the front and you're feeding the soldiers, you're using your own plates, or are they using metal plates? What are they doing with that?
At the rear base, we use the metal trays, like the army grade metal trays.
Okay, so I was gonna say that I don't know, like, because you say you have to have people to wash these things. I don't know. Have you ever seen like in the U.S. military, what we used to do is we used to set up like a mobile kitchen or whatever. We used to use 55-gallon barrels, right? 4 of them, and then what would happen is it was made the cleaning process a lot easier, and you saved a ton on the water. I don't know if you seen them. So what they use is a 55-gallon drum, and what they would do is they heat the water in the first one really hot, and then everybody would just dip their tray in there and get all the slop off of there. And then the second tray had like water with a chlorine soap solution, to clean it. And then you would just rinse them off in the last 2. So by the time they got to the last thing, they were pretty clean, and you just had to wipe them down. I don't know if that might be a setup you guys could set up to make it easier for you guys.
Yeah. I know the setup is actually the same. It kind of like the same process was in the USSR food department, and by the California state food regulations, is every restaurant is still obliged to have the 3-sink system, even though they don't have to use it, but you still need to have those 3 sinks installed to repeat that.
Yes. So you're looking now to buy more trucks. Is that what you're looking for? Like a ready-made food truck or something that would make your life easier?
It's basically a mobile container that you attach to whatever to like a Ford 350 that can move it around, and it works from the generator, and it has built-in prep kitchen inside with plastic walls and stainless steel furniture, and it has a walk-in freezer and walk-in fridge. Because right now we're not mobile, so if the amount of work that needs to go into transporting our setup is just insane, and I want to put the whole show on wheels because we're going into offensive now, and I'm thinking maybe 6 to 8 months we will need to relocate further down south.
Do you have a link? Do you have like a fundraising link on your Twitter? I haven't had a chance to look. I'm sorry, but if you do, then that would help you raise the money a lot quicker. Because let me tell you, here on Twitter, shit gets done. Believe it or not.
I'll put it up. I'm a very bad fundraiser, I have to admit.
Look, make a tweet, pin it to your Twitter profile, right at the top. So every time somebody goes onto your Twitter, that's the first link they see. You pin it to the top, right, with the fundraiser and what it's for. And hey, we'll spread the word, man. You guys are doing good work. We'll help you guys out. I'm sure everybody on this site will pitch in. You know, we'll get the word out. Yeah, trust me. It's happened to a lot of people that have been here.
Roger that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Chef. Kylie, go ahead.
Hi, Chef Genya. It's nice to hear from you this morning. I have kind of a simple question. You mentioned previously about the fish and chips dip. And I'm a huge advocate of dips and sauces, and I often think that they're some of the most difficult things to make, even though they're rather simple. So I was wondering if you can maybe talk a little bit about how you experiment with different types of dips and sauces, and maybe go into some traditional Ukrainian or Korean or anything combinations that you've used that people like at the front line. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. That's by far sauces are one of the hardest things to make. If anyone here tried to make beurre blanc sauce, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's basically very very difficult to emulsify vinegar and butter, and when done properly, it's a really good sauce for fish. But in war, I have found that you know, even the simplest but really good tastes are already a luxury, because a lot of times you like I said, you don't have access to what you need, you have access to what you have, and a lot of times you don't know how many people you would be feeding up until like a few hours. It's a thing for the special forces. That's you can't really know whether or not the guys will be like on time for dinner. So it's one of the hardest parts in working out the system with them. Let's say how many people to expect. Otherwise, we would be cooking either too much, right, or too little, or food will get spoiled if we cook too much, right? Or people would go hungry if we cook too little. So it's it's difficult. So we have to like figure out how to cook just the right amount, you know. And if and obviously stuff always is left over from previous meals. So whether you want it or not, whether any chef wants it or not, so he has to work with a lot of leftovers. So obviously, well, one of the obvious things is the pasta. What do you do with the pasta leftovers? The pasta salads and and stuff like that. So you have to figure out how to incorporate all ingredients into like future salads, or use them up in soups and stuff like that. So you can't really create elaborate dishes because they would be unusable in future, right? So if you create if you don't disassemble your line. So I usually put like tomatoes separately, cucumber separately, olives separately, lettuce separately, so people can mix their own salad with ingredients that they want. And because if there are ingredients left over, I can use some of them for the next day to make like olives. I add them to a hummus spread and make a sauce out of them. Like make like a hummus olive spread for the sandwich. Or I would use like different kinds of meat left over for the next day in the soup. Any greens we would like first blanch them, and if they're not eating blanch, we would like fry them for dinner. And if they're still not eaten fried for dinner, we would chop them down and use them like in a salad for the next day. So it's always like a creativity game where you try to make food that people like and save food, so you're not wasting it. And at the same time, like kind of stroking your ego, trying to create food that wouldn't then you wouldn't feel bad about, because you're the guy who's cooking the food, and you try to make like your best when cooking this food. But if talking about some of the favorites, there are two dishes that I make with imitation crab meat, right? I don't know if everyone here had imitation crab meat. It's basically like, it looks like a white and red color stick that you can chop. And I make an imitation crab meat salad with like corn, cucumbers, and green peas. And then I make basically, I incorporate the same salad into a imitation crab meat chowder, which is basically a New England clam chowder with potatoes, but then you have an imitation crab meat instead of oysters and bacon. So those are the two dishes guys like, and they mop up the sauce after the chowder with bread, and they love the imitation crab meat salad because it's a post USSR cliche, and everybody has it for New Year's anyway.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Chef Zhenya. A listener just messaged me that it's amazing that Russian social media is going mad over Russia withdrawing from Kharkiv, and here we are discussing dips. It's a good counterbalance.
Oh, Ukrainians! I think Ukrainians are funny. So right now we're on the offensive, and a lot of Ukrainians obviously are supporting. Like, oh yeah, we're kicking the Russian asses. But in the front lines with the soldiers, like one of the groups, operative groups, just went into rotation, and the other groups just coming in. And it's all the same routine for us, so nothing really changed for the soldiers. We're working as this mundane everyday machine, show up for work, which is good. I think, like, if you can manage this sort of everydayness in your life, soldiers come back for their meals, and they have their rotations, and they rest, and they come back for war, then we can fight Russians indefinitely.
Chef, there's a question here for you. Sorry, Bernard. I'll get to you next, I swear. But one of our listeners was asking, how close do you get to all of your guys? And do you try to make them feel at home, specifically on a very personal level as well?
It's it's the relationship game is weird, because some of the guys, like one of the guys is coming here after rotation, and I'm in Kiev. We're supposed to meet here tomorrow, and to have lunch with. So, with some of the guys you connect, and then there's other guys who are up in, so they want to maintain like professional distance with you, but from our experience, the more time we spend together, the more time this closeness is inevitable, because in so it's 4 months now we've been fighting in the south. We have celebrated birthdays, we have celebrated promotions, we have celebrated children being born, we have celebrated different kinds of things, and you can't you can't share this celebration with strangers. And of course, in every celebration there's food involved, and it's just impossible to maintain your distance for so long. So with some people who've gotten really close, others not so much, but there's definitely different level of connections with everyone. And I don't know if it's good or bad, but so far we haven't lost any of the guys, and I hope this will be a positive trend for the future.
That's really great to hear. Thank you, Chef, and hope it stays that way all the way until Russians are back in their own country.
Knock on wood, man.
Björnade.
Yeah. So food and social media always goes great together, and maybe we can support you a little bit. I don't know if you remember, in the last years there was a kind of outdoor cooking going viral, where people were like outdoors and cooking meat or digging holes and making fire in there and something like this, and grilling steaks. But let's be honest, most of this was in a professional setup with professional camera and everything, and they wanted to make it look like guerrilla cooking or something like this. You said you have like so many of thousands of pictures. Take these pictures, good old tradition, make a book with a few recipes, and I think this is authentic. You know, people on the front cooking for the soldiers. I think people would really like that.
Oh, definitely. I think a few more years of this war, and I'll have a really thick cookbook to go with all the pictures that we've made.
Brilliant. Chef, I've got a question regarding Ukrainian cooking in general. What would you say is a typical meat that goes with? You mentioned chicken for Sunday, but is there like it's well known? You've got pork everywhere, or you've got mutton everywhere, because after all, a mutton often goes with wheat fields. So which one is the basis of Ukrainian cooking?
I think hands down it has to be pork. Pork, definitely. I mean, every village, and they have this from summer, at least 1 month of every summer I would spend with my grandparents at the farm, like 60 kilometers from Kiev. And every village has this tradition of making like before winter. They would gather around and what's the proper way to say? I don't know. Kill a pig.
Slaughter.
Slaughter a pig, and then in this day you would make blood sausage. You would make you would cure pork salt cure pork fat, and will take a whole day, and you need a bunch of people at your house to invite all the neighbors, and so if you have a bunch of houses around you, like within 2 months you would have like either weekly or bi-weekly someone would kill or slaughter a pig in their house, and you would go to their house to help them out. And in general, I think a lot of Ukrainians eat pork, We have lots of national chains have pork sausage recipes in their stores and make them daily. But chicken is an obvious staple. But I think Ukrainians eat eggs. They need chickens for eggs, and they need pork for meat. So this at least is my feeling.
Oh, fantastic! Thanks a lot. Because it's quite interesting. Because pork requires a lot of wilderness, either for free ranging or even if it's kept, if it's stapled, it needs to be fed usually with acorn. Traditionally, of course, not anymore, but it was fed with acorn and this sort of things, which had to be harvested in the forest. So only a country which still has quite a lot of forest and quite a lot of a wild area can be considered as pork country, which I guess tells us a lot about the relative recent demographic expansion of Ukraine over since the 16th century? Am I saying something stupid? Domin, 16th century, thereabouts.
Yeah, I'm not sure about acorns, but my grandfather used to go out and gather nettle. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing like this.
That's perfect.
Weird. Yeah, he would gather nettle to feed the pigs, and and it had to be gathered. It could be gathered by virgins in midnight if you want to keep the tradition. But no, I'm just joking. But there's a lot of. I'm not sure we have wild farms for pigs in like culturally in all the small villages, but I know that there's the special breed of black pigs. They're like really furry. I'm not sure what's the breed is called.
They're related to Mangalitsa of Hungary, right?
Mangalitsa pigs, and there are some crazy fucking farmers in Karpate that are growing like a lot of the Mangalitsa pigs there, and they have flooded the Ukrainian markets like about 3 or 4 years ago. Everybody was cooking something. Like I was disgusted by every fucking menu because it became so popular, and like before it's popular, like everybody's like looking, like all the chefs are talking like, oh, I got a shipment of this really cool pork meat, like, and 3 years later, like even Puzata Khata, this is like the national fast food chain that we have here. I think even they had Mangalitsa on their menu. So it's those farmers are pretty ambitious in terms of how they market their product, but I think you have to kind of like maintain the coolness of the product. Don't ruin it by spreading it everywhere, but maybe get better recipes, get better traditions. Like in our village, we would have the village itself is not particularly famous for like any culinary tradition. It's just everyday life. But we had really good recipes that people made from and passed from one generation to another. But then if you have a product that appears and that just floods the market and everybody just starts cooking with it, even if it's a good product, a lot of people just ruin a fuck ton of pork meat that's prime pork and really cool breed of pigs, but they just started like cooking everything with it, which I think just defeats the purpose.
And this is just a personal note, but Mangalitsa is really fantastic. It's like the Wagyu beef equivalent, but pork, right? It's really great. It's really marbled, really flavorful. Kind of like the almost flavor a bit like wild boar, but without the little bit nasty bitterness sometimes that you get, or slightly stink that you get in a wild boar. It's really great. That and the Iberico, right? Really.
You mean the
excellent.
Omaha steak of pork?
Sure. I mean, compared to whatever you will, but just one of the better options there are. That's the whole point. Finance.
Oh, I was just hoping we could, as a gentleman who doesn't eat the pig, it's the Jewish heritage of me. I know there's a lot of Jews in Ukraine, so I was hoping maybe you've had any experience cooking for some of my fellows and the Jewish Ukrainian tradition, which is pretty long, and you could tell us any recipes that you either of yours that you've adjusted for the non-pork eating contingent of the country. I know there's also many Muslims there who may also not, and anything else in sort of how you work with the different culinary restrictions of the many members of your society.
Oh yeah. My life is funny in a way. Like, so I've been divorced twice, and both my first two wives were Jewish. So I started by in Los Angeles. I used to cook in the synagogue, and then I would sit through all the family events, reading Torah for years. And in Kiev, my second wife was also Jewish, and after we divorced, my mom started working in a place where they teach rabbis, little rabbis. It's like she's working with children that are 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, and they're reading Torah when they're 3 on daily basis. So we have a vibrant Jewish community, and funnily enough, my life in one way or another has I've known a lot of Jews, but I don't know why this happened to me. But although I'm not Jewish, but I learned how to cook a lot of Jewish home recipes, the latkes, the matzo ball soup, and stuff like that. And I don't know if you consider hummus and falafel and all this Mediterranean food. I worked in Lebanese restaurants a lot. So I think hummus is definitely associated with Jews as well as falafel. And it's all part of my culinary repertoire. So everything I cook, I don't cook things that I don't like to eat. And since I've cooked my first dish, I think I was 6 years old. I made. So when I was 6, I found a stash of cookbooks like on the top shelf in my kitchen, and I opened the cookbook, and I was looking for cookies, right? And there were no cookies, so I found a cookbook, and I was looking for a cookie recipe, and I made cookies from a cookbook, and it just was obvious to me when I read the recipe how to make it, so I made it. And then I think when I was 7 or 8, I was already able to like make deviled eggs, to like make more complex recipes from cookbook. Right. So the funny part about it is I ate everything myself after I made it. So I didn't make it because I wanted to make it. I made it because I wanted to eat. And this is my thing. Like, I only make things that I enjoy. I don't really give a fuck if someone else doesn't like it, as long as I'm satisfied with it and I like it and I think it's delicious. I'm happy. So I'm not sure if it's a good answer, but it's my answer.
But that's how you know it was good, right? Because he ate it all.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, you can't satisfy everyone. So this is what every chef needs to know. You can't satisfy everyone. There will always be people who don't like your food, and that's normal. But if you don't like your food, that's bad. You're fucked up, my friend.
Love it. Finance clearly good. Excellent. Let's go to Christopher. Good morning, Christopher.
Hey, good morning, Domin. I think Joseph was first.
Was it really? Right.
Okay,
Joseph.
Okay. Yeah, Chef Zhenya. So I think a lot of our listeners, of course, are very interested in this counteroffensive, which is not just looking like an offensive at this point. I don't even know if it's there's anything counter about it. So I'm just wondering, you briefly mentioned because of this, you're going to have to sort of get the show on the road in some way. You're going to have to, take your current operation and start making it more mobile. So I was wondering maybe if you could just elaborate on that for a little bit, this sort of the counteroffensive from your perspective. That seems to be your main concern. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in my experience in this war, and I think many people who have been in the military can relate to that. I think because it goes into every military organization there is. So you kind of have to like guess what the command will do in many ways. And when the orders come, and if you're not ready for the orders, you kind of like have to suck it up and deal with it. So doing what we do in this, everyone in special ops logistics knows it. Like the order will come, and we will have like 2 days or tops, maybe not even a day to do what we need to do. And it's even in Ukrainian military, not the special ops, who obviously aren't used to having like food stations attached to their units, right? This is something we came up with because of war. But my friends who cook in the military, sometimes they would get orders and they would say like, yeah, it's 8 a.m. by 4 o'clock you have to get ready and be on the roads. And my friend says, fuck you, I can't be on the road. I have like 2 tons of meat, 3 tons of vegetables, 4 field kitchens. They're all fucking hot right now. I can't fucking pack all that and be on the road by 4. So when there's definitely communication problems, and I try to anticipate these communication problems, and I try to understand what's going on around us. And the facts are that we're going into offensive, and at some point so right now most of the guys are driving to war. They're going to work. So when they go to work, they have to drive. Sometimes they drive 70 kilometers. Sometimes they drive 100 kilometers. Sometimes they drive 120. Well, if the front line moves another 100 kilometers, they're not going to be driving back and forth 250 kilometers every day, right? So the rear base will need to move. And that's what we're trying to prepare for. And I'm trying to also prepare for, any kind of humanitarian problems, because if we move 100 kilometers forward, we're definitely going to be in villages that we're helping right now. So I go to Arihiv a lot, and Arihiv is being shelled every day. And the last time I was here, I literally had to get in between artillery rounds. So the artillery stops shooting, we drive in, we unload, we drive out, and I already hear artillery shells dropping behind me. So we will end up in these villages that have been shelled, that have civilians there, that need food, and it's someone will also need to feed them. So I'm trying to make plans for that as well.
Thank you very much, Chef. My grandfather was actually a chef in the Army National Guard. I don't know. He had a lot of stories for me about cooking in the military. Anyway, back to you, Doman.
Cheers. Christopher.
Good morning, Doman. How is everybody this morning?
We are well. Go straight ahead with your question for Chef Zhenya.
No worries. Thank you kindly. Chef, thank you. I can completely understand about having to reuse ingredients and balance things out. And the way you serve your salad is the way I serve my salad, because when you start, as soon as you hit vinegar into this lettuce, you're not going to be able to reuse it within a couple of hours. I kind of had a question concerning, and now I know this is difficult. Actually, I have a few questions, but on the idea of standardizing recipes within your own shop, how do you find that that's able to do? Because I'm sure that you have a rotation or volunteers or new cooks, and you don't always have time to stand by them, and it's much easier to hand them a recipe of what you want to have happen. And how do you find that you're able to do that? And then I have a couple of others.
Well, standardization is hard as it is in a restaurant environment. If you know what I'm talking about, it's really difficult. And there is a chef, Alain Passard, in Paris, who's famous for running a restaurant that has no fucking menu, no restaurants. He just takes cooks, looks at the ingredients, and cooks whatever they want, whatever he thinks is gonna be good with these ingredients. So I have much appreciation for cooks who know how to work like that, and I'm constantly looking for people who don't need to be, whom I won't need to explain like simple things that every cook needs to know how to do. So we were only able to standardize things like boiling oats, for oatmeal porridge. We have standardized the amount of water, butter, milk, salt, and sugar, and like we showed people how many times you need to stir. So like basically a monkey will be able to do it. But when it comes to making, I don't know, like even frying fish is difficult because people don't understand a lot of processes involved in frying, temperature, and how to like get the Maillard reaction working. So in terms of more complex ingredients, it's mostly HR work and not culinary work. So you have to standardize the HR work. You have to have people with certain experience, people working in certain restaurants, people working in certain stations. Like, for example, if any guy who hasn't worked like 2 to 5 years saute or another year or two a grill station, he would never be able to do what I do because, like I said, there's only one chef. And at some point, where we were 1,000 portions a day, I only had one professional chef for every 300 soldiers. So, and those people were real chefs who could pull their weight, and everybody else is just a commie, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, I totally understand that. Have you received anything? Do the soldiers bring you anything back? Like some deer meat or a wild boar or something? And if so, what was some of the things that they might have brought you to work with?
They have not so far. So far, they are only bringing me trophies like like war trophies. I almost assembled the full uniform of a Russian soldier, brought to me like piece by piece by different guys, and I have the latest edition was the suicide drone, the American version. I forgot the name of it. But
Switchblade.
So yeah, Switchblade. I have a Switchblade in my collection. It's already been used, so it's just the tube from a Switchblade. But when the war started, and the story came from the previous rotation of the guys. So they usually rotate every month, and the previous rotation showed me pictures. They were basically on February 24th, on February 22nd, they were sent to Donetsk region to do like a cover-ups mission in that region, and then in 2 days a war started. And they were forgotten by the command for almost a month, and they were living in the forest. Well, not like forgotten, but like nobody had time to deal with that because of the fucking invasion. So they lived in the forest for a month, and they showed me pictures. They hunted deer, they hunted boar, and they showed me pictures. I'll post it also online of what they were eating, and they were so happy. Like literally the first day I cooked for them when they got located at our positions. They said that I'm cooking like their mom, and they gave me a knife as a present for cooking for them on the first fucking day, because they were afraid that they would come back after their rotation to do their job again, and they would be like put in the same conditions where they had to hunt and basically cook for themselves.
Oh, that is awesome. I have one final question. If you have to do a boxed lunch at any point in time, what might be some of the ingredients and stuff that you put in? I'm sure that it's all dependent upon what you have from the night before, the night before that as extra. I never like to say, I think my favorite saying that I learned somewhere along the road was it's extra production. It's not leftovers. Leftovers is something that was on somebody's plate. But let me know about that. And oh my goodness, I'm so happy to hear you. Thank you so much. You are everything that you say thinks and resonates in my head. And I am so appreciative of that. And I wish you the best of luck. And please let us know about any donations or anything in a way where you can help.
Oh yeah, cool. I really appreciate that there are people out there who like think about things like that, because in midst of war, sometimes we're left thinking that we're on our own here, because our budgets is spread thin and mostly goes into buying ammo, as you probably know. But some of the staples that I cook, because they're easy to cook, so I would like pack meals to go, and it would be like a salad and either like a tuna. So I often make pasta salad, bean salad, and potato salad, and I would have like either a tuna sandwich with that, or a salami and cheese sandwich, and everybody loves it.
Thank you again. I'll drop down to listening.
Thank you, Christopher. And we have our friend David.
Good morning, Doman. Thank you very much for hosting. And Ben, I'm MriyaReport. Encourage everybody to retweet and share the space. Visit MriyaAid.org. Thank you very much, Chef, for joining us. I had a question just from listening. I really do enjoy when you're with us and when you share the inside look or behind the curtain as to how these things happen. So thank you very much for sharing your experience, not just your time. I'm curious, where are you going to go? Not where. What kind of food are you going to get tomorrow for lunch when you go out with your buddy from the front line? I'm curious what kind of food you're going to have.
Like I said, I'm in Kiev right now, and I'm going back on the 15th. So on my way down south, I'm gonna stop by a farm. There's a family that lives there. I've held connection with them for about 8 years, and they are one of the weird people who practice natural farming. I think it's mostly spread by a Japanese farmer who practiced gathering and planting rice without turning the soil. So these guys are practicing the same in Ukraine. I'm gonna stop by the farm and get about 1.5 metric tons of vegetables. I still don't know what vegetables. So
That's awesome.
Even if I would be going there today, I wouldn't know actually what I would cook tomorrow, because there is no set menu, and we always think about what we have left over from the previous production cycle, how many people we're expecting for any particular day, and what food can be like needs to be used first, right, in the rotation cycle of production. We have a lot of ingredients frozen, obviously, because it's the only safe way to keep them, because we don't know the numbers we're feeding at any given week. So it's always a surprise. So like someone said, the Iron Chef, it's like Iron Chef show every day.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Chef. I'll drop back down and let others ask the questions. If you're listening, please retweet and share the space. Thanks very much.
Thank you, David. We have a how's your reception doing?
It's
Yeah, it's all right. Okay.
pretty good. Thank you, Domin, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone listening. It's fantastic to hear you, Chef, on what you're saying and how much work you put into feeding your guys. And I just want to quickly just say how over the past 7 months, my appreciation for Ukrainian food has just gone from strength to strength, and it's probably now my favorite food because it's so fresh and you've got such a variety of dishes. And I was lucky enough to be invited to an evening last night with a professor of cardiology, and she was amazed in that we don't have buckwheat in the UK and how we can survive without Grechna.
So the question was about buckwheat, or
Yeah, we don't have buckwheat in the UK. It's not popular, and it's the lady Luda, the lady, she was so surprised that she just couldn't understand how we can survive without. Is it? Am I pronouncing it correctly? Grechna.
Grechka, yeah.
Yeah, and I say I find it's so different because the ingredients in Ukraine are so fresh, and you don't really have a lot of processed foods. Everything is sort of done fresh, and it's a totally different way to how we tend to eat it.
In particular about Ukrainian food, I I don't think that over the years we have developed per se, right? We touched on that the previous time I was here. We didn't, because of our history and because of all the wars that Ukraine was involved in, because we were always in the midst of conflicts between different empires. We never actually gotten to the part where we were able to develop our own cuisine with like an elaborate representation of our own different recipes. But we have developed a number of techniques for cooking the simple ingredients. Like, for example, in my experience, like cooking buckwheat is a lot like cooking rice in the ratio, like water to grain ratio. And when I lived in the States, I worked in the kitchen, obviously with a lot of Mexicans, and some of the guys taught me their recipes, and there was one particular recipe that a technique, rather a cooking technique for rice in the frying pan. So you get large pieces of onion, a few garlic cloves, and put it on hot oil. Basically blacken the onion and the garlic in the oil because of how hot it is, and then you throw in the it and cover it with a lid. And maybe some people use tomato paste, some mix in the tomato paste with the rice and the water, so the rice turns red. And this in fact, like a number of cooks showed me that technique. So now I apply it to cooking buckwheat, and I make kind of the same stuff with buckwheat, only without the tomato paste, and it comes out really good. And since we don't have ovens or rice cookers at the front lines, obviously, making something in the frying pan just covered with lid can really help out.
It sounds fantastic, and I might even try that when I get back home to Wales. So I was lucky enough to the lady gave me some buckwheat to take home with me, and yeah, definitely going to give that a go. And I'd just like to say thank you again for all that you're doing, and we'll win together. Slava Ukraini, and I'll drop down. Thank you.
Yeah, always remember to wash the buckwheat before before you cook it. It's a proper course of actions, because it's the process for making buckwheat is not as clean as making rice, so that you always need to wash buckwheat before cooking it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chef. And Sean, by the way, in every Polski clip in the UK, you can get buckwheat. No problem at all. Sonic, Chef Sonic is another British friend of ours. He actually spent quite a while in Ukraine recently, training some Ukrainian frontline troops on how to operate some fancy new drones. Sonic?
Hello, Chef. I've actually been to one of your restaurants in Kyiv as well while I was there. And we had a conversation about fish and chips. I still maintain you need chips, although the fish did look luxurious. But anyway, my question was, we had a conversation about your menus, and I thought that I could maybe use your published menus as open source intelligence, but you saw through me. But what you said was that you did celebratory meals where you treated the guys to food they may have had before, but done in your interpretation. I wonder if you've done any celebratory meals lately, and what was the menu?
Well, every time there is a celebration, I think like the only thing people usually default to is a barbecue. So it's roasted meat every time, and first time the guys wanted to so because it's a big tradition to go out in the forest in Ukraine, especially in summer, or go to the rivers anywhere and like make your own barbecue. Usually it's kebabs. But lately we've gotten a lot of merchants in Ukraine who are selling like American barbecues, Weber, and stuff like that. So people have been using more and more barbecues in their day-to-day life. So every time we have a celebration, guys want something cooked with smoke, cooked on fire. And the first time they tried doing it on their own, they fucked up. So they burned a lot of stuff, and obviously, I every time like I want to. I almost want to make them cook their own meals, so they have more appreciation for what we do, because sometimes they mess up bad. And after that, we started doing the barbecues on our own. And one of my favorite recipes is barbecuing chicken thighs, and they do a really simple marinade with it. So they use American yellow mustard, and I debone the chicken thigh, so it's left sitting on the bone. So I like take out the bone from only one end, on the other end it's attached to the thigh. So once you roast it on the barbecue, it can be used as a handle to hold the thigh, so you can eat it off of the bone. And I don't use anything else except mustard. So marinate it for like 5 to 6 hours in yellow mustard, and then throw it on the grill. And last time we served the chicken thighs, I also made I barbecued some sausages, the pork sausage, and we roasted corn, because it's corn season, and I get a lot of really good corn. So that's the menu.
That's smart, giving a handle to chicken thighs. And possibly a bit of a word of advice: soldiers don't burn stuff on barbecues; they just well caramelize.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate you coming to my restaurant. It's really cool.
I really enjoyed it. I think trouble is I was a little bit worse for wear with some, I don't know, some cherry alcoholic beverage I had too much of before, I'm afraid.
My ramen restaurants are best the day after. So you go to bars, and the next day you come and get your cure at my restaurant.
It's all the collagen.
Noted. I'll try that.
Jim, this is where we have to go when I come to Ukraine with you. It sounds like his ramen restaurant is absolutely required for us.
Yeah, and I have a very detailed map of bars you can go to as well. I need to publish it at some point.
So this is kind of along the lines of a question I was kind of saving Chef, but let's open it up now. So my background isn't so much in cooking; it's more in the wine side of things, and wine and other alcoholic beverages are definitely a big part of many European cuisines, right? And they're a big part of life. But obviously, out on the front lines, there are other things that kind of take precedence, and you can't just serve liquor with everything. Is there a substitute that you have adopted to kind of introduce that segment of normality into the lives of the soldiers that you work with, that you cook for as well?
Actually, the special ops organization we work for has very severe rules about alcohol, so no alcohol is allowed.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Any substitutes for alcohol? Any alternatives that still kind of like a more special beverage, perhaps, that goes with things.
Oh yeah. I make a particular. In my menu, there's a particular segment that's dedicated to drinks. So we make one of the favorites is uzvar, which is basically dried fruit that you extract flavors from in water. So I use a mix of dry and fresh fruit, which could be mostly it's apples and plums. But then you can use any other kinds of dried fruit, and I use the peels from oranges as well to make that. Then I make a lot of karkade, which is the Egyptian tea, the red tea. It's good both hot and cold. I make. I have a bunch of jars of kombucha. We make in all of my restaurants. We make kombucha. It's basically a fermented drink, which comes from, the name comes from Japan, I think. But it's basically you can have any kind of liquid with this. I think it's a fungus. It looks like a fungus. Right, and if you put sugar in this liquid, the fungus starts feeding on it, and it creates like a bubbly soft drink of sorts. Then we use different kinds of teas. Like in my restaurant, one of our famous drinks is Thai tea, which is we use black tea for it. In Thailand, they use orange tea, but we use black because it's cheaper. You you add spices to it and keep it with spices overnight. So the spices is mostly star anise, cinnamon, and clove. Yeah, star anise, cinnamon, and clove. And then after it's cold, you mix condensed milk with it. And I buy a lot of juices for the guys: tomato juice, orange juice, apple juice. we try and keep away from soft drinks loaded with sugar. So I try to use complex sugars that come from fructose and fruits and berries. I try to not to put soft drinks in the diet of the guys because they buy it themselves and they drink plenty of it. It's actually, like I said, it's been a hard time teaching them how to eat properly, and many of them, especially the ones who have been fighting since 2014, appreciate what we do much more than those guys who have just joined the fight maybe in 2018, 20, and stuff like that. So because the hardest period was between 2014 and 2016, and a lot of the guys have stomach problems and different health issues because of how bad the supplies and the food was in those years.
Thank you very much, Chef. This is even much more in depth and much more complex than I even imagined. That's fantastic. All of this talk earlier about barbecues spurred some of our American listeners who are now waking up all across the US to ask a bunch of questions about what kind of barbecue do they prefer, what kind of barbecues do you use. Now, obviously, you've lived in the US for a long time. You understand the plethora of different kinds of barbecue across the US, but also in Europe, it tends to be a little bit drier, a little bit simpler often. So what did you try different versions with the guys? What did they like best? What kind of barbecue do you tend to help them out with if they're trying to do it on their own as well?
Honestly, we don't have the luxury of picking amongst a selection of barbecues, so I use the cheapest one I could find, and barbecuing is well, in my belief, is a skill of a person doing the barbecue, right? The eyes and the hands of the person holding the skewers or looking at the grid and rotating the meat is more important than the producer of the barbecue. If you know the technique, and if you know what the end result should look like, it doesn't matter what you use. But since we started talking about it, I wish I had a broiler I used at my steakhouse for 2 years when I lived in LA. Man, that was a beast of a machine.
Thank you, Chef. Much along the same lines, a friend of ours from Montana is asking if you've ever prepared bison, and that he'd be very happy to introduce you to their stock of North American bison up in Montana when the war's over, saying that it's really lean and really tender both at the same time, which is hard to do. Any experience with bison?
Yeah, I worked at 555 East Steakhouse in Long Beach, and we, amongst many things, we used bison meat as well. In Ukraine, I don't think I've seen bison in restaurants, but honestly, I've worked more with bison in the States.
Yeah, of course. There's the European bison isn't really there anymore, and there's some up in the northern border between Ukraine and Belarus probably, but it's not really something you get to cook a whole lot, not nearly as much as bison in the US. Thank you very much, Chef. K9 Kozak.
Yeah, hi. I wondered, now with the front lines moving so quickly, what kind of adaptations is Chef Zenya going to have to make in the way you do things if the commuting to work, as it was put before, becomes longer? How can you adapt to that? And also, what kind of food do you give the guys to take out with them on the day as well?
Well, like I said, we anticipate the command to tell us where we need to be located, and obviously, command puts a lot of thought into where exactly we need to be located. Once we get the orders, we just execute, move to the location, and deal with it. Like to the best of our ability. From previous experiences, when we've gotten to this location, so basically an abandoned building in the middle of a forest, we had nothing to work with except for like basically a space that was protected from the outside nature, right? So it's a secluded space, and we put the food truck next to it as the hot kitchen, and then started developing from there, bringing in some of the equipment, slowly but surely improving the situation for the troops. And now, since we've accumulated in the past 6 months, not only equipment but also experience. So I think we've been good at adapting, been good at gathering experience and applying this experience to any future situation. So that's what we will do once we get the orders to move. And logistic wise, it's getting to the front lines. Like I said, there's a rear operating base and the forward operating base, and then from the forward operating base is basically anywhere between 1 to 2 miles to the trenches. And we commute constantly between rear operating base and forward, and gather supplies and get supplies, run supplies, and the guys have refrigeration spaces, in both situations. In terms of what they bring with them to work, it's mostly like either sandwiches that can be wrapped, or a wrap that can be wrapped in plastic and put inside a pocket in your bag or in uniform, and all sorts of power bars. Well, basically, they live on a really bad food when they not in bad in terms of quality, but bad in terms of health influences. So it's mostly heavily processed food loaded with sugars that doesn't really have a lot of vitamins. So they need to come back to either one of the bases to get like hot meals and properly balanced meals. As once they go out to do their job, it's not that much of a food party, but it's our duty to provide nutritious and balanced meals once they come back, and keep cooking those meals as long as they spend time at the base. Because once they go out, like I said earlier, the guys went out last time, and they had to spend a month in the forest hunting most of the time, and providing food for themselves. So it's being on the base is a luxury, but they need to work on their nutrition once they're on the base, because they don't know what's waiting for them ahead.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thank you very much, Chef. I realize now that you've already been here for 2 hours. I trust you must be getting tired slowly but surely, and we don't want to take too much of your time. So if you'd be all right with just one last question, and then we will be all right with letting you go. And thank you so much for all the time that you gave us.
Yeah, thank you for all the attention. I actually need to get back to work, as while I'm in Kiev, I need to do a fuck ton of paperwork. And that's what I'm going to get back to. I appreciate Maria and for you giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'll answer the last questions, but I just want to, before I go, I want to thank everyone for listening. Thank you for caring and taking interest in the subject. It's not the most popular of the subjects. Like my impression is that food in civil society, with all the chefs and top chefs and all the shows and food networks and so on, is in military it's the complete reverse, at least in our military, and very few people are actually concerned with the food. And want to spread awareness, so maybe someone in the command will finally listen to us, and we will start improving this. But that's definitely a lot of talking needs to be done. A lot of people need to be interested for that to happen.
So
Frederick
that's
the Great, Chef Genya, always said an army marches on its stomach. So what you're doing is not just a great service, and it's absolutely necessary and fantastic. So thank you for that. So Doman, the last question.
so it's exactly along these lines. Shockingly enough, one of our friends who's in the military is asking if, after Ukraine wins, if you have any interest or any plans to work on redesigning the MREs and making sure that future generations of soldiers in Ukraine, but possibly other allied countries as well, will eat better and healthier and be better ready to fight because they've had better food.
I actually have an idea of what needs to be changed in the military and how, because in LA I've been working on large events. We've been feeding 50,000 people in stadiums. Been working for a company catering at USC Trojan football games, so I know what kind of work goes into feeding 50,000 people within 4 hours. And I have a pretty good understanding of what needs to be changed in the military because, like I said, I have been cooking for I have been cooking for the HQ, for the logistics HQ. I have been to a number of military bases. I have seen the facilities that we have at the best military bases in Kiev. And I have seen the facilities we have at the edges of the front lines. And those are two different military bases, but both have the same in common. They have been all designed by USSR. And even I have at home the guide book by the Ministry of Defense. That's actually, you can't get it in open source, right? It's a secure document of how to architecture a military kitchen, military cafeteria, and how to run it. And it's just a translation of the same issue by the USSR since 1978. They have just updated and translated in 2001, and but they have not really made any changes. And I'm talking to a lot of people in Ukraine, people in the army, people in GUR, which is our military intelligence, people in other special forces units, about how to do that. It's a tedious work, but I am, even after the war, I have plans to go on to make changes in that, and if our military will be interested in my service, I will be happy to help, as I have told them on many occasions.
Thank you so much again, and it's really fantastic to have had you with us. And just as you said, I completely agree. Food is often overlooked, and it's such an important part of life, culture, society, and it's really important to be highlighting that as well. So thank you very much yet again, Chef Genya, and as you know, drop in literally anytime.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate everything. And have a good day, afternoon, night, evening. Thank you, guys, and thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Chef. Real quick, you said your Instagram is where you post most of your stuff. Could you just tell our audience once more, what's your Instagram?
It's the same, at Chef Genya. It's the same as my Twitter. You go on my Instagram and type in Chef Genya.
Chef,
I'll post it.
we'll give you a plug, and whenever there's a possibility, we'll highlight this further. You're doing the Lord's work.
Appreciate it. I'll post the links online. Thank you for giving me the tips on how to be a better fundraiser. I feel like I really suck at it.
Well, maybe we can help with that. I'll have a chat with the boys, and we'll come back to you.
And girls.
Oh, sorry, the chaps.
And chapettes.
Bloody hell.
Anyways.
Thank you, and I'll see you later, guys. If you want to hear me next time, I'll be back in the end of October, back in Kiev. I'll be able to join you again.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. At this point, I just want to quickly say I see that there's a notable Ukrainian chef who's been listening to us throughout. And I'm not going to call you out, but I'm going to say that I did message you. And if you are ever interested in jumping up for a segment, just like Chef Genya did, please talk to me, because we'd really love to have you, because just as we stressed here with Chef Zhenya, culture is a really important part, and food is a really important part of culture, and we want to bring that closer to the many people listening here from around the world.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. I just want to give a bit of an update. We have some Ukrainian guests I'm arranging currently to come onto the program. I'm not sure if anyone would like to speak to the newly appointed military commander of Ukrainian forces for Kharkiv Oblast. If you're interested, let me know, because coming on the space. And for those who don't know, in Ukraine, in Kharkiv Oblast, for the last 4 days. So I didn't let anyone know yet in Signal Chat. I thought I would surprise you in the main Maria report. Probably a pretty nifty person to talk to. We're going to have to be careful, not get carried away and ask questions that might not be appropriate. So that means CJ can't ask all of his super smart questions. No, I'm just kidding, CJ. What units were involved and where were you exactly? Grids are appreciated. No, CJ, they're not appreciated. Okay, okay, go ahead, CJ. What do you think of that? Can you explain to the audience the importance of a guest like that?
Like the operational commander or just a ground commander? That would be insanely huge if it was the overall commander.
Yeah, it's the operational commander for Kharkiv Oblast. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, right? Like in Gulf War, Desert Storm, or some sort of other NATO conflict where countries from NATO at least were involved, they would, if they were doing press, it would be very much restrained. You couldn't ask any sort of intricate questions. The fact that we could get them on the space to talk a bit about it would be incredible, not just to give up off, I guess you jokingly said, but just to describe the scene to so many people who have been listening for so long. And I think our listeners know much more about this conflict than, say, an average person watching TV any other time. So everyone's going to get so much value out of it.
Yeah, it's going to be hopefully great. There's not 100% confirmation, but someone from his team reached out and said, "Would you like him? Would you like him?" I'm like, let me think about that. Does he have time for us? I guess they're having a bit of R&R. No. His exact rank and title hasn't been said to me. I'm going to get his, but apparently he's newly appointed, so I suspect he might have been someone involved in the situation, and then therefore he's been promoted. Usually, it's a sign of a good thing, and so we're looking towards that. And then some other Ukrainians involved in sanctions advisory roles to the president of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky. And they will be on as well. So finance and some of the other people who do the finance stuff, Axel, can chat with them beforehand and try to figure out what they'd like to talk about. I didn't broach that topic because I don't know nearly enough about it. So we'll set up put a different channel on our offlines on our other net to talk about the economic portion. And but the military side, that's where we're at, and that's pretty awesome. So CJ, over to you. I don't know if you heard our update yesterday.
I've been following along as closely as I can, but it seems like finally, after 5 days, it's slowing down a bit, which it was bound to. So now's a great time. It sounds like you and John have an update ready, because I have certainly a lot of questions, more planning, sort of big picture. But whenever you guys are ready, please take it away.
Fair enough. Let's grab David before we start. David.
Good morning, Yehuda and CJ and John and Joseph, Finance, everybody, Ben, and Chef Zhenya. Thank you very much for spending the last couple hours with us. It was an absolute delight to have you. And I said it earlier, I really appreciate you sharing with us, not just the ins and outs of the military cuisine, but your own perspective and your humor as well. I find you a very funny man. So I hope you have a good month, and look forward to hearing you back here at the October time, like you said. The question really more not speculative, just I guess you guys have spoken about having like an after action review and having that conversation here. But I suppose my question is about the Ukrainian use of artillery, specifically the more advanced. I pretty much asked the same question every 9 days for the last couple of months. But I just think it's probably something very crucial that it's a compounding factor that only has more and more numbers of advanced units and more harm and other smart munitions arriving on the front. I just imagine it to be something that is probably chipping and whittling away consistently. And I wonder, could anybody here more educated or more experienced speak to that, if it's appropriate? And just retweet and share the space. Thank you very much for MriyaReport, and MriyaAid.org is my preferred charity. If you had a second, please go along and give what you can, even a couple of bucks, a couple of pounds, a couple of euros. It does help a lot. It's the smaller incremental donations really do add up and make the most impact over time. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the answer.
Well, I heard artillery, so that sounds like it's for me, unless Yehuda or Doman, you want to take it away.
Oh, I prefer an expert, please, CJ.
I'll just jump in real quick and say, actually, if you can please promote someone else to also be co-host, because I have 3 people who aren't speakers anymore, but still appear as speakers on my screen. So I can't actually add anyone who's requesting. And right now, there's no second co-host who can add people in my stead. So when you have a chance, you can promote someone else. But CJ, artillery, yes, you're the expert on things that fly really fast, really far away.
Pick Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph could, John could, everyone here is pretty much an expert at this point now. What I would say, David, is what I was going to really ask in the space is a question relating to this, because although I've been in the Army for a few years now, this is what we're seeing right now is pretty unprecedented. So
ask the better question. Please ask the better question.
No. So if you think about it, right, when you're in the offense, like Ukraine's been in the last week, you don't necessarily need a lot of ammunition, because you're trying to move and you're trying to leverage the capabilities your vehicles bring, which obviously require a lot of fuel. So you're trying to get behind the enemy, you're trying to take them by surprise, and the reality is artillery takes a long time to set up, a long time to be effective. So if you're trying to move very quickly over vast stretches of terrain, you're not necessarily using that much artillery, which is why it's so incredible that in the past week, Ukraine's captured at least 1, if not 2 brigades worth of artillery, right? Between 100 and 150 guns. It's
hard to get your head around it, really.
Well, yeah. And the problem for the Russians is the Ukrainians know how to use these pieces. And as I was talking to some of the other moderators earlier, these pieces, these self-propelled guns that are brand new that they captured, and these BM-21, Grad launchers, they all are require less people than towed artillery. So you think 777 technically requires 9 people, and some of the other smaller guns require 7. But a Mista or an MRL like a Grad BM-21 only requires 3 or 4 people. So you have a situation where Ukrainians who have long known how to use these things now have a chance to split off crews and continue to fire them. Now, granted, the ammunition, the logistics is going to take a while to get set up, but it means they can immediately put these into action, which is important. But what's more important now is the fact that Ukraine has advanced so far in such a little bit of time, and they have now twice, if not 3 times, the artillery just in this sector alone than they did when they started. So the defensive lines around Lysychansk and other areas in Luhansk that have been prepared for 6-7 years, perhaps, now are under much more threat than they would have been otherwise. And also, too, I'll point out, and maybe John and Yehuda will get into this a little bit more, the way Ukraine is about to be attacking further southeast towards Luhansk and Donetsk is from a direction that Russia did not prepare, right? They're almost coming from, the side, the flank. So Russia has to either pull troops off of their front that they've been fighting on for 6-7 months to protect from this new angle, or basically the same thing is about to happen again. But this time it's going to happen with a lot more artillery and be a lot worse for them, which is kind of incredible to imagine, considering the fact that Russia probably lost in this week span 10,000 people to either POWs, people being wounded or whatever. I mean, a gigantic loss. It's maybe half the troops of all of Kharkiv and Luhansk gone in a matter of a week. So that's not easy to replace overnight. What do you think, Yehuda? Or John, if you're here.
I think Yehuda might have dropped down, but I was going to comment. I know I'd mentioned this somewhat offline, but if you look at the map, the front line went from, anchored in the south front from Balaklia, all Seversky Donets River and the Seversky Donets Reservoir to the northwest of Kharkiv City. And now you're going to have a front line that's directly along the at least for the moment, is directly along the western bank of the Oskil River and reservoir. The issue for the Russians there is that most of the forces that they would have had between the original front line and the new front line, if they were south of Kupiansk, there's a decent chance they became pocketed in Izium. And if they were north of Kupiansk, there is a decent chance they fled in an absolute rout and total chaos and disarray back over the Russian border. And so, those units that fled to north, that's potentially recoverable depending on how much equipment they abandoned, on the way back to Russia. But for those trapped in Izium, a good portion of those units are likely in the process of being destroyed if they haven't already been destroyed by the Ukrainian armed forces. I know the 80th Air Assault Brigade is down there right now, and according to Yuri Butazov, an extremely reputable Ukrainian journalist embedded with the 80th Air Assault, there are literally thousands of Russian troops currently trapped in that pocket that they are currently engaged in destroying. And those that are able to escape that pocket, depending, it appears that they would have to abandon most of their heavy equipment to escape. The status of that bridge over the Oskil River in the town of Oskil itself is unclear. I took a look at the SAT imagery, cloud cover over that area, so I couldn't get a good read on it. But I know there was at least one Russian source that had reported it had been destroyed about 48 hours ago. And then there's another bridge over the Seversky Donets River itself, south of Izium, south of of that portion of the SD River that's to the east of the Oskil. There's a pontoon bridge there in Yeremivka that should be intact, but I don't know if how quickly Ukrainian forces are able to advance to that position because it was pretty close to the front line. So, if they had to go
How far, John, how far is that from Oskil itself?
Give me one moment to pull out my distance measuring tool. It's not horrifically far, I don't think, my memory serves, but
it's far north.
Yeah, so give me 1 second.
It's just south of the border on the east bank of the Oskil River. It's closer to the border than it is to Kupiansk, I think.
Yeah, so Yeremivka is found it. It is approximately the straight line distance is about 9 to 10 kilometers, but that's from essentially the north bank of the Seversky Donets at the end of that bridge to the the east bank of the Oskil River. So the opposite side of the river from the town of Oskil itself. Yeah, about 10 clicks.
CJ, what would you do given the fact that Ukrainian troops have advanced Oskil?
I would, try and get as many people over the river as I can, even if it's in a very sort of light setting, meaning, not having many vehicles, because with the massive amount of artillery support, and now that they've brought HIMARS up to bear, basically infantry troops without their normal vehicle support on the eastern bank could hold off against a force much larger than they could otherwise, because the reality is, Ukraine did not attack in this area with many people. They probably honestly had less than Russia did, which is just an incredible feat to add to their successes. But now that they have so much captured artillery and the HIMARS that they had already, of course, originally, and the Mars and MT-70s, they now can defend a much larger area than they would have with just those troops alone. So I think they could probably take some risk pushing forward, east across the Oskil, because, what is Russia going to muster at this time, right? Ukraine could just get a battalion of infantry across. Basically Russia would have to somehow find 5 or 6 BTGs that haven't surrendered or are running for their lives in this area to try and threaten them, and they simply don't have that at this time.
If I could quickly add, Ukrainian forces, at least light elements, have already crossed the Oskil River, at least in the north. I'm not sure towards the south or Izium, but at least in some areas they had definitely crossed the river. It's unclear if they have any pontoons up. It appeared to just be some light vehicles, so it could be some sort of, recce force.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important that they got there so quick, because it prevented the Russians from retreating to the south or north. Even if the troop presence on the river for the last couple of days was not large, I bet at this point it's pretty locked down, considering how far north from Kupiansk they moved at this point.
So attrit them, keep them at bay, and a few days later, force them to surrender.
Yeah, I don't know if you've already talked in the space, Axel, about the intercepts that have been going on of troops trying to call the Ukrainian hotline for surrendering. If that's to be believed, which I do, believe it, because all the Russians got a text message to their phone saying, "Hey, retreat, and you'll be treated fairly." And the Russians were asking if this was true. So there's a chance that it's already underway. We may not have much visibility on it, but it's definitely happening.
They're not gonna cut my balls off, are they, CJ?
Yeah, they were asking if they were to get chopped up, and they said no. the operator on the phone said, "No, we have something called the Geneva Convention. We're not going to do that." And they're like, and the Russians said, "Oh, okay, good."
If I could ask
Geneva's the
Oh man.
But it is. There's the Geneva Research Station there. Sorry, John. I'm very sorry.
No worries. CJ, what I wanted to ask you was, I've seen it reported, mainly in hysterical screeching from Russian sources, specifically our friend Igor Yurkin, that apparently the water level in the Osko River is quite low at the moment. And when I was looking at that satellite imagery, it definitely does appear that the water level in both the reservoir and the river itself is quite low compared to this time of year historically. So given that that's the case, how much easier do you think it's going to be, for the Ukrainians to put up a pontoon there? And I guess, kind of to preface that, really, do you think we'll see the Ukrainians attempt to put up a pontoon over that bridge and, attempt a crossing with significant force as quickly as possible? Do you think that that's in the cards?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, I think the main difference with the river being lower isn't necessarily the distance that has to be crossed, but it's the fact that it's a much weaker river in terms of the speed. The current is what I'm trying to say. Jesus. Since the current is a lot slower, it is a lot easier to do pontoons, and also since the river is pretty long in terms of the area Ukraine controls, there's a lot of crossing points. So even if Russia were to try and target a pontoon, Ukraine could just shift down to multiple other points, and it doesn't seem like Russia can really do anything in terms of an air attack due to a mixture of the Bukes that have been brought up, the other Russian air defense systems that have been captured, and of course, what The Economist calls the main key winner of this battle, the Gepards. Axel, could you believe it?
Yeah, I can. And I would really, really love to speak to the new operational commander of the Kharkiv Oblast, who may at least shed some light on it, given the fact that the rumors are out there that mobile anti-air defense has been advancing fast with the Ukrainian troops, which is pretty much what we once discussed it could do.
I'm sure we've all seen those videos, or at least that one of that Ukrainian Buk just, forgive my French, just hauling absolute ass through that field in Kharkiv.
Yeah, they're doing magnificent stuff. But this is actually what this piece of kit was built for. I mean, both for very, very capable mobile defense, quick camouflaging, getting out of the way, forcing aircraft, fixed wing and helicopters going down to our deck, where then men pads in a proper diamond around the Gepard, spread out, could take out whatever is flying at it. So it's perfect.
And to that end as well, Axel, one of the benefits of the Gepards is, so what we saw in the withdrawals in Kyiv and Chernihiv and Sumy early on, in the end of March was Russian troops retreating, similar to how it is now. But the difference there was they were able to bring up a lot of attack helicopters and, close air support to kind of cover the withdrawal. And so they just kind of blindly fired at the Ukrainians, which was relatively effective and kept the Ukrainians from biting at the heels. And so when they tried to do it this time, everything that came up was shot down. So now the troops had no close air support or anything to protect them, and it's why they fled so quickly. And I think that the main line of thinking now is why there's so many vehicles abandoned is because the Russians in this area had been there for quite some time, and they had stolen civilian vehicles, and they knew those would be a lot quicker, and they may not be shot at because they look like civilian vehicles, and that's how they were able to get out of there. But it's really just a shame they didn't spike all their vehicles. Aid militarily in the last week from Russia than any other country for the past 6 months, so we love to see it.
If it weren't that tragic from a soldiering perspective, it would be hilarious.
If I could ask as a follow-up to the earlier point regarding the Russian units that are trying to escape this pocket in Izium, what kind of strikes me as a little bit of the wild card here is the advances of Ukrainian forces to the north of the Seversky Donetsk, to the northeast and the northwest of Sloviansk, because we've clearly seen irrefutable evidence that Ukrainian units are operating at an absolute minimum to the direct south of Lyman. They've captured a number of settlements to the south of, or I should say liberated a number of settlements to the south of Lyman, and the status is unclear. I've seen some reports that they've taken it. I've seen other reports that indicate that they're still fighting, that Russian forces initially tried to abandon it, but decided to actually commit to an urban defense situation that's kind of unclear. But, you have this grouping of Ukrainian forces there. And alongside that, I believe I saw one report that Sviatohirsk, so that is the next town to the east along the Seversky Donetsk River from Borodichnyi. So it's probably about 10 kilometers from Yaremivka, where that one bridge is. I'd seen a report about 2 days ago that Russian units had abandoned that town, and then within about 6 hours of that initial report, that it had potentially been liberated. So for CJ and Axel, if Ukrainians have established significant bridgeheads around both near Lyman and more geographically relevant Sviatohirsk, what opportunities does that afford them to disrupt the retreat of Russian units across the Seversky Donetsk and across the Oskil as they attempt to try and escape this pocket?
I mean, we'll get Yehuda back here to get his take on it. But normally I would tell you, John, if I were to answer this, that it would really impact the planned withdrawals that were, of course, planned by staff in case things got bad in order how to get out. But I think since the fact that it doesn't seem like Russians really planned to ever retreat or go on the defensive in this way, I feel like it almost doesn't matter. It's going to be just as bad as it would be normally, if not slightly worse, due to the fact that these sort of new directions are taking place. Because, what's interesting is when all of the Russians moved from Izium and Luhansk after, Luhansk was quote unquote captured, which is laughable. And after, they basically said, we're not going to be able to advance anymore from Izium. And they moved these troops to Kherson. They went completely on the defensive. They just kind of sat there. They didn't really do much other than shell the Ukrainians. And so they maybe got lulled into a very false sense of security, unlike in Donetsk, where even as late as 2 or 3 hours ago, they are still trying to take ground in Bakhmut, which, again, the time for taking ground is much long past. They need to be throwing everything at a defensive right now if they want to try and not have this be over in a month.
I mean, currently they're being rolled out. If I'm not quite mistaken, the Ukrainian troops actually guarded already Oskil, Lutsi, Studenok, down to Sviatohirsk. So that is closed. And moving further from Liman, and as you just said, they're taking villages one by one, and the Ukrainians now have the benefit that they can move their own remaining helicopters to supply both ammunition, small arms, to those forward troops, and they can have them as close air support. I mean, this is the first time, because the Russians have left so many manpads, so much equipment lying around. They're fleeing. I mean, you have to pursue them like kingdom come.
Is it time for questions? I think it's time for questions. Then John.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I don't know if this is a question or comment or reflection, but for a long time we've been talking about the need for MBTs, IFVs in order for Ukraine to make a big offensive. And now they've done it, basically without those NATO vehicles. And the question is how? How is it possible? It's obviously amazing, but anyone who can talk to that?
I'll just quickly say, and now there is talk of, oh yes, maybe finally there will be movement, right? Because success breeds, galvanizes forces, and maybe there will actually be some Western-made MBTs coming in now. Right, Axel, I'm really sorry. I need to drop and restart my phone because I have no speaker slots, even though I should have 4. And I'll come back in a couple minutes.
Worries. Sure, easy, no problem. Ice your phone. CJ, please, you want to give it a go?
Well, of course, they still need these vehicles to continue the offensive. And I think this actually will strengthen the cause because, as we heard from Michael Weiss a few days ago and others, the better Ukraine does, the more reliable of a partner they are militarily. So it should increase, not necessarily maybe the quantity, but definitely the quality of the aid. So it will be very interesting to see what is given next. This is kind of controversial. We could get into it or not, but the thing about it is, NATO vehicles and NATO donations did make this possible to a large degree, not just the artillery pieces. Like, again, there's been 777s in Izium for 5 months or so, or since April at least. And if Ukraine didn't have these, they wouldn't be able to continue to, keep pressure on Izium and stop the advance. American MO-13s and other armored vehicles that were given, even though they're 50 years old, they were used by very skilled Ukrainians who had the will to win. Humvees, everything of the like this. The vehicle force that hit in Kharkiv was in a large part donated. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's the majority of vehicles was donated, but or sold to, but it was an instrumental part that made it possible. And so looking forward, I don't see that changing necessarily, because again, at the end of the day, it's Ukrainians that are taking the risk here, right? Not just with their lives, but for basically the continuation of their country. So I'm not trying to say that NATO helped them, but what we have to keep in mind is Ukraine's in a very delicate spot, right? They don't really have the organic capability right now to make all these vehicles they need unless they capture them, which is great because it really helps out. But it's still is the time to get more things to Ukraine, like better vehicles, like better tanks, like better aircraft, because Russia is still shelling Kharkiv from their side of the border, right? So this thing is not ending anytime soon, even if Ukraine captures all of their territory back, which again is an incredible first step. But I don't know, maybe I might be overselling the importance of the NATO vehicles here. Maybe others have another opinion.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on, CJ. And all the reports we're getting back is that the M113s have been exceptionally helpful. But if, of course, Ukraine had Bradleys, they'd be pushing them now further. There's the operational reach as well as the capacity to really manifest a proper frontage and support these valiantly fighting, courageous, and very well professionally trained Ukrainian infantrymen requires IFVs. If you want to make a significant difference and do this also, not just in the Northeast, which is important, absolutely, strategically, tactically, everything, but if you want to support them, you have to give them IFVs and you have to give them main battle tanks. You have to just, everybody look at the map. The Oskil is one thing. And then you follow the Severodonetsk River all the way down. You follow the national park forestry all the way down to Lugansk. Taking this in the same methodical fashion as before will be a slower process unless the whole Russian front line rolls up and breaks, which it may or may not. At the moment, there is momentum, there's pandemonium on the Russian side, confusion, all of it. But from time to time, you have to stop, regroup, set your troops up accordingly, take the next steps with the same kind of good planning, and move forward. but the territory there in the northeast is wide. It is deep. You can't control all of that. And if you want to pass through it and take Lugansk, you will need significantly more trained troops. You will need significantly more IFVs. You will need more artillery, and you will need to have more air assets, plus main battle tanks. All of it, the whole shebang. If we have it, we ship it. Now is the time. When you have the advantage, you have to be able to press the advantage. Ukraine is there. Ukraine can be trusted. The Leopard 2s need to come. The decision has to be made today. There is a National Security Council meeting with the Germans. They have to finally man up. And I would throw in some Gripen and some Eurofighters for good measure, whilst we're at it.
Yeah, I mean, Axel, think there's a joke going on in the U.S. military Twitter community yesterday, which was, when are Ukrainian officers and NCOs going to be attached to NATO brigades to advise and assist them on preparing for large-scale combat? And I think everyone was pretty... Yeah, I mean, imagine, Axel, Ukraine and NATO, it might be much sooner than we could have ever imagined. I mean, this is going to be the most potent combat-tested force with, at that point in time, the equipment to really prevent any country from ever threatening Eastern Europe for the foreseeable future. Again, history goes through waves, but at the same time, I mean, Jesus Christ, NATO was never really tested for 80 years in a major way until this. And, at the end of the day, it wasn't even a military conflict on their end, right? It was one of economic sabotage. It was one of giving aid to a country that wasn't even a part of NATO. It was about, doing the right thing. And, despite a lot of people dragging their feet, I think it generally is trending and showing that, it was always a good idea to have everyone on the same team, despite what people are saying. In some military communities, it said this showed how weak NATO was, and I think nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, and the mistake has been made in 2008. It should never have come to this. When the Obama administration was in transition, they failed to see the signs. So much is evident. There was a possibility to push Miss Merkel over the fence. I know it would have been a hard push. It would have needed somewhat of the stature of today's Lloyd Austin to do it. But then again, that's just weight, bit of weightlifting. Push her over the fence, push the French. The Brits would have taken it. Ukraine and NATO at that point in time, that would have changed everything. We could have prevented hundreds of thousands of deaths and displacements. So, of course, Ukraine will be in NATO, and it will be sooner rather than later. I'd even find ways to pause the NATO membership of Turkey, if necessary, in order to Ukraine in. Who cares about the bloody Bosphorus if you can just put the Sixth Fleet there somewhere in the Med and make sure that nobody goes through? It is completely irrelevant what Erdogan thinks, says, or does. Ukraine is us. We are with them. They will be part of NATO, and yes, they will be a strong force. And think about that, CJ. You have the Finnish army. Well, it's not battle tested at the moment, but training like there is no tomorrow. You have the Polish army, built up, properly trained, now definitely on a more alert status, with, like the Finns, massive amount of artillery, good amount of tanks. And you have the Ukrainians, plus NATO's commitment to the Baltics. Please, if that's not enough deterrence, I think we should look for different things. This is how it's going to be. Russia will be contained. The Eastern Front is the Eastern Front, not a flag. CJ.
Sorry about that. I was a very important tweet about Ukrainian tractors because it seems like after their first harvest, they're back in force, helping the Ukrainian army reclaim all of this gear that was mostly made maybe in Kharkiv some years ago. No, it would have been a hard sell. Hindsight is 2020. I think we all know that. My question for, on this topic, before we move on to everyone here, especially those who know more about Russian, military strategy and political strategy, is I would say in order to prevent, Ukraine from ever joining NATO and really, to hold on to some semblance of victory, they're going to try and hold on to some strip of land in Ukraine, just like, with Transnistria, just like with South Ossetia and Abkhazia. They already have the BS reasons, of course. Russian speakers, we all know it's just a straight lie at this point, but that doesn't mean that they won't try. And so I wonder then from the military point of view, at least from the tactical point of view, what area it is that they will try and defend or try and call a ceasefire for and defend. Is it going to be a slit of Kharkiv? Is it going to be somewhere in Donetsk or Luhansk? Is it going to be Crimea plus a little bit more in Kherson? That's what I'd be really interested in. And so that Ukraine can make sure that that doesn't happen, because obviously their ascension to EU is pretty much guaranteed, and we'd want to make sure that at this point, if they want it, their ascension to NATO is also guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously clear that they will try to do both. Luhansk, they can't hold Donetsk for long. We know this. They know this. They'll lose Donetsk. The location is not easily defendable. Lugansk, they will try because it's close enough to their border. I'm sure they will try to hold on to Mariupol for a while. They're going to lose it. And then Crimea, this is their ultimate stand, and they'll lose it. The Ukrainians know how to take it. It has been done before. And once that was at a different time and with more air power, but who knows? Soon enough, Ukraine may have sufficient amount of air power. And nobody can tell me that you can't go through Armenians.
If I could quickly add on to that, I don't think they're going to try and hold anything in Kharkiv. Ukrainian forces, it's now confirmed based on video that's come out, Ukrainian forces have liberated Kozacha Lokal, and that was one of their main strong points in that little sliver of territory they occupied northwest of Kharkiv city. It looks like a full withdrawal from the entirety of Kharkiv Oblast to the west of the Oskil River. So I suspect, given that there was almost certainly a delay in the release of that video and imagery, that the ZSU is already on the border, likely across the entirety of Kharkiv Oblast.
Yeah, and now we are going to hear the Russians say that this was all a feint, that they never wanted it anyway, that they destroyed about 7,000 Polish tanks in the process, and that they're going on Warsaw tomorrow. This is what I saw in my crystal ball this morning. Hey, it is how it is. Okay, let's go to David, who's had his hand up for ages, and then let's go to Joseph and Athena and George. David.
Thank you very much, Doman. Good morning. Thank you, Axel and MriyaReport for hosting. It's a lovely hot morning here in Florida. There's people on bikes going by. Sorry about that. I urge everybody to retweet and share the space. And if you get a second, go to MriyaAid.org and give what you can. It's the 100% all donations go to frontline aid. That is, there's no overhead costs, no staff costs, no shipping costs. In fact, people donate their time and money to work with MriyaAid. So it's actually a contribution people give. So if you get a second, visit MriyaAid.org. My question, if I might zoom back to the Oskil River and the interesting question, I don't know if anybody remembers, but there was a mention of bridges earlier on. And I think for months now it has been remarked in this space that the Russians are losing their bridging units at a rate which they cannot replace, which I think we saw at their latest attempt a couple of weeks back at Kherson to do a pontoon. They've lost all that material. So if this is a game of hopscotch over rivers, well, surely, number one, Ukrainians can choose not to take down some bridges, but they could also use whatever bridging equipment that they would have that hasn't been destroyed, unlike the invaders, which has been treated for months now. And the second thing I was going to say, just wonderful to hear what John has just shared with us, that in fact, entire Kharkiv Oblast has been liberated. And I wonder, with the length and the potency of the advanced artillery that Ukraine now have, once peace is re-established and Ukraine is liberated and her people have been returned, and the nation rebuilding. I wonder, would it be appropriate for a DMZ zone as deep as 300 kilometers into Russia? Just on basis of the fact that the Ukrainians can touch them if they want, so they might as well make it official. I might be getting ahead of where we are today, but speaking of getting ahead, I think one of the greatest mistakes may be the miscalculation on the Russian side that, well, they can afford to lose their men in the field or have them surrender and taken POW. And, you know, there's been propaganda pushed that, it's a stroke, they're going to suffocate the Ukrainians and they can't deal with all these people. I think it's a fantastic way of introducing a Trojan horse. You just denazify these folks and you make them learn trades or go to education for 2 years, 2.5 years in camps in the Free West, and then you send them back to Russia and see what happens. They'll be part of the reconstruction, but I do subscribe to the view that there will need to be a severe weakening and a maintenance of this weakening of the military and industrial capacity of Russia. But yeah, my question was about the Oskill and the bridging capacities that the Ukrainians will still have left, although the Russians don't. Thanks very much, and retweet and share the space.
Thank you, David. Joseph.
Well, I think real quick, maybe John, did you want to speak to sorry, did you want to speak to David's question real quick about the bridging capacity?
So that's a very good question. So I don't actually know how much bridging equipment the Ukrainians have.
See,
And if
I was giving
This is excellent.
John and
Yeah,
CJ. I was giving John and CJ time to look stuff up in the meantime, Joseph.
yeah,
That's
exactly. That's what
It
I'm
is
doing
exactly
right now as I'm
unknown,
talking.
but we know that the advancing out, the retreating enemy has lost an awful lot of their specific bridging capacity, right? Their special units.
I would imagine that, I'm not sure how much has potentially been abandoned and captured, but I know a significant amount has been destroyed in failed bridging attempts.
The subsurface service, yes.
Yes. So the thing to consider is, based upon all the imagery that I've seen, the Ukrainians have been using Soviet standard pontoon sections. They've been using the PMP and the later upgrade of it, the PMP-M, which is the exact same pontoon sections that the Russians use. So presumably, if they were to capture any somehow, or if the Russians somehow had, pontoon segments lying around in Kharkiv that they'd captured, they could make easy use of them. How many they had pre-war is even how many they had pre-war is a total mystery to me. I have no insight into it. I have no idea if they've been provided with pontoon sections of any type by NATO members or countries that have access to NATO standard bridging equipment. That's an unknown to me. But I can briefly speak to the status of the bridges over the Oskil River and Reservoir. So the road bridge from Hovatka, which runs up to Borova, that bridge has been out since at least mid-May and was confirmed to still not be repaired as of early August. The bridge in Sinkovi, I'm not sure what the status of that one is actually. That's what I was trying to look up as I was talking. The bridge from Kupiansk to the western side, the eastern side of Kupiansk, that's on the obviously the east bank of the river, that was destroyed by the withdrawing Russians. I think there's one or two other very small, maybe they're just pedestrian bridges over the Oskil and Kupiansk, but their status is unknown to me. There is also a bridge up near, I think it is in Dovorichna, which was just confirmed to be liberated earlier today. I believe that there is a road bridge, potentially two road bridges that are adjacent to one another. Or maybe that's just a road bridge and pedestrian bridge. I'm not sure what the status of that one is. I'm trying to pull some satellite imagery up and dig through various channels and Twitter to see if there's any on-the-ground updates as to its status.
Oh yeah, and real quick, all I was going to say, John, is it is a very special holiday today in Ukraine, isn't it?
You'll have to remind me, Joseph.
It's Tanker Day, John, and what a special what an apropos time for Tanker Day, huh? I heard there's a little joke about the 93rd right now, John. Could you share that with the audience?
Oh yes, so the 93rd Mechanized Brigade, for those who are unaware, it is the unit that our dear friend Roman Ratushny served in. They have been deployed as part of this offensive. They have been involved in some very successful fighting to the north of Izium, if I'm not mistaken. And there is a joke currently going around that so much Russian equipment has been left behind in Izium that the 93rd entered Izium a mechanized brigade and left an armored brigade.
And quite frankly, I mean, it's almost not a joke. I mean, if we look at the amount of captured equipment, I mean, over 10 tanks captured. I want to say at least 20 at this point, but I haven't been really keeping track of the numbers. I don't know how well you have, John, but I mean, it's safe to say there's been dozens and dozens of photos taken of captured Russian tanks and other equipment, eh?
Yeah, it's massive, as CJ said. From the artillery standpoint alone, it's enough to equip multiple brigades, and there's probably a brigade's worth of armored vehicles of various capacities, be it APCs, IFVs, MBTs, etc.
Happy Tanker Day, everybody. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Joseph. Happy Tanker Day. Sorry, I'm going to go to Athena first and then to George, but happy Tanker Day, George. Athena.
Hello. I just have a comment. First, maybe later something else. I think NATO will beg Ukraine to be a member.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. The joke was always that NATO would join Ukraine. I think that's not far. Athena. George, now that your favorite goddess has spoken, and happy Tanker Day, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the Ukrainians do have a lot of bridging equipment, and they've actually captured about 30 pieces of Russian bridging equipment. They had about maybe 60 sections of the PMPs, the pontoon bridges, but they also had wheeled and tracked bridge laying equipment. The foldable bridges that you see, and they also they got 5 more modern beavers from Germany. Those are already in country, with a total of 16 probably getting there by the end of the year. But yeah, they do have the engineering capacity to cross those bridges. Obviously, look at what happened at the Inlets River. They were able to cross them and actually maintain them, under fire. Remember, the Russian artillery sucks ass right now. They couldn't hit the blind side of a barn from 100 meters out. So, yeah, they'll be able to cross the bridges. What I wanted to ask is about NATO. What are the chances that the Poles and the Ukrainians actually, after the war is done, devise of maybe joint brigades, for the mutual defense of not only their own countries but also the Baltics, with the Baltics pitching in?
Yeah, the Baltics are well defended, and they're already covered. Germany covers Lithuania, Canada covers Latvia, and Great Britain is responsible within the NATO command structure for Estonia. All 3 countries participate in this heavily with their own investment, plus their support nations such as the Dutch, for example, who are assisting. The Spaniards are pitching in. So for the Baltics, there is a multinational setup, and that is beneficial. I don't think that the Polish army has to defend anything more than Poland, for that matter. But in terms of combined forces and combined and joined brigades with the Ukrainians at the eastern border, the Polish eastern border, respectively, the Ukrainian Belarus border, I think that I could imagine that absolutely. There is a French-German brigade, albeit that it's just one at the moment, and they wanted to dissolve it. I think what the Russians mistakenly call международная дружба, meaning international friendship. This is certainly something.
Thank you, actually. Yeah, because a lot of people don't understand, like, in West Ukraine, I mean, they understand Polish and vice versa. Actually, the languages are tend to be more similar than Ukrainian and Russian. So
It's called the dialectical continuum.
yes, Doman, thank you for that precise vernacular to explain that. Oh yeah, and happy Tanker Day to everybody else.
What is Tanker Day? Someone help me out here.
Like tank forces.
Anybody who's served in anybody who's ever served in an armored or mechanized infantry unit, some mechanized infantry units do have a small assortment of tanks with them. Depends on where you serve, but yeah, if you were in a tank unit, yeah.
So it's not celebrating all of the new tanks that Ukraine has liberated today. That's not what we're celebrating.
That would be really good because the other thing I saw, which was really beautiful, I just saw pictures. They've recovered a lot of surface-to-air missiles intact, still in their cases. The cases are actually full. So this offensive has actually given, I think the last number I saw was 47 more missiles for the Ukrainian OSA and the Buk systems. Really good stuff.
How many did you say? I didn't see that. Can you send me the link to that? That'd be great.
Yeah, 47. I'm counting from different links.
Nice.
That's why yeah, 47 missiles. So 17 were done in one spot. So
sweet.
And
That's
then
amazing.
11 T-80U tanks so far is what that guy the guy that does the counting helps do the counting for Oryx. So
that's crazy. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, Russia really should be reprimanded for destabilizing the region by supplying so many arms to Ukraine. It's ridiculous. Anybody who didn't know that's a reference to Russia submitting a motion to the Security Council that the Western allies should be reprimanded for supplying so many arms to Ukraine. But clearly, I mean, Russia is far and away the biggest supplier of tanks and armored personnel carriers to Ukraine. Well, I don't know. It's close with Poland, right? There's the 1 and 2 for tanks. Hammer, on the point of Poland. Hammer.
Hi, everyone. Wish you good morning and good afternoon for Europe. I actually have a question because when I'm looking to the last 10 days and the advance of the Ukrainian forces, can we say that Donbas or Luhansk is shaking? I mean, all these soldiers who tried to run away and got run away from the front line, they basically went to Russia or ended up in Luhansk or Donetsk. And they're, I don't know, the psychology, let's say, they took from the front line it can be crumpling, or I don't know, will it affect the rest of the troops that they interact with? That was my question. And
I think CJ wants to answer. Yeah,
yeah, I know CJ cannot wait. I want to say one more thing. Finance, I will give you a kebab recipe after cooking my dinner.
Very good. CJ, military movements. You've studied these things at some point.
Yeah, all I would say is, if the Russians are retreating en masse, no one told the Russians outside of Bakhmut, which at this point in time is mostly Wagner, and they don't really care that other Russians are retreating, right? They probably inflicted the past 24 hours more casualties on Ukrainians than they have at any other point in the 2 months, because in order to make this counteroffensive happen both in Kherson and Kharkiv, Ukraine had to pick and choose where to put ammo and where to put supplies. And the reality was, these areas in the Donbass, specifically Donetsk, are very heavily fortified because they've had 8 years to plan and protect. So they're not necessarily a priority for ammunition and things like that. But the situation is still very dire. I mean, these Wagner guys and some of the VDV and Spetsnaz, they're, while the rest of the Russian army retreats, they're gonna keep causing problems until they're forcibly removed from the country. So. There's been some talk of mutinies. I mean, there's been, I don't know, at this point in time, I've heard 40 or 50, so-called mutinies that are going on, either with the conscripted forces of the LNR, DNR puppet states, or with the Russian army itself. And, I'd much prefer just to see a collapse like we're seeing now, and Russia out of Ukraine and the war over as soon as possible. So I wouldn't worry too much about Russian morale. Obviously it's super important, don't get me wrong. And you have clearly seen how the Russian morale at Verbivka affected Balaklia on day one, of course, and then how Balaklia falling affected the troops in Izium and Kupiansk. And then, of course, when those fell, basically the whole oblast was evacuated and still is being evacuated right now. So morale does play a huge factor, but Russia's going to try and hold on to the Donbass as long as they can, even if they're just paying mercenaries to do it at this point. You know what I mean? So it's just so important that the captured equipment, captured gear, captured ammo gets to these guys ASAP so that they can not only hold better, but so that, obviously the counteroffensive can keep sweeping down, because as Axel and others said, now they have more vehicles, they have more fuel. They're really not limited necessarily by some previous constraints. So they should be more able to go on the offensive than they were at the beginning, because they have so many people in reserve. That 700,000 number was no effing joke, right? No. Even if they're not super well trained, it doesn't matter necessarily, because they have, training on the new equipment. They obviously have the will to fight. And the reality is, they've probably been conscripted in the past 8 years if they're fighting now. And so they have enough experience to go forth. And there's a lot of ways you can spread veterancy across the force, which is really good. So people that have been in the Donbass or Kharkiv fighting for 6 months can be rotated through other units in order to spread the institutional knowledge that they've gained if they've survived that long, which many have. And so you get in a situation now where, you have the first echelon that pushed for 2 or 3 days. A second one came in behind them, maybe even fell on their equipment, right? So this is something you could do in a RIP or a relief in place, where the unit coming behind you can drive up literally in civilian trucks or Humvees, get in your tanks, sign over all the equipment, find out what the last updates are, and then keep going, right? Because the equipment doesn't need to rest, the people do. And then now we're in the third rotation, right? But now the third rotation is coming on brand new Russian equipment that's even better than their own in some cases, especially with the case of the artillery. And guess what? At this point in time, that first group that came through has the rest, and now they're back. And now you know what I mean? And so this thing can go for quite a long time.
Son, I did want to add that just for on the planning side, I suspect that the Ukrainians were quite confident that Izium would be their objective. So they certainly had enough fuel and ammunition to get them to that point. To exploit further, one of the key factors points to remember rather is that at Balaklia existed already pre-invasion one of Kharkiv Oblast's largest ammo depot. So retaking that is a much easier task for the Ukrainians to bomb up again, or to bombing up, resupply individual soldiers and units with ammunition. So that flash to bang is a lot shorter now, just because of Balaklia. I just want to say that there are reports, just to the panel, we should talk about this. There are conflicting reports now of general orders for mass evacuations of all of Donbass. We do know that in the last 24 hours, Russian authorities have rejected or blocked people from leaving Luhansk into Russia. However, now we don't know if this is a PSYOP operation from the Ukrainians. We don't know if it's just mass confusion on the Russian side. I suspect it might be more of the latter. However, it's really important news. So there's a lot of movement in Russia itself. Perhaps other oligarchs who don't want to die are looking to jump ship. And it could be, obviously, as now we've heard John Sweeney, friend of the show, big reporter, has said that there are rumors of a mutiny. We can't confirm that. We cannot confirm. You do have large amounts of Russians deserting or leaving their posts, or just spreading out. For example, from the Izium salient, they were filtering southeast into Donbass. So there's a lot of movement going on, and a lot of people speculating that this means something. I would caution that people not jump on that bandwagon. just yet. It's one thing to talk about Ukrainian capabilities, and it's nothing to guess about what Russians will do when they're confused and in panic and scared. But that looks like it is a strange situation, and there will be more to follow. But we're just going to be cautious with it because I see it's like kind of blowing up on the internet here. I do want to let the panel know Malcolm Nance, in addition to the Kharkiv commander, Ukrainian commander, sometime this week, Malcolm Nance is coming tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to MriyaReport. It's if we can get the speaker card up. This is the fastest way to get everyone's attention. So Malcolm Nance doing some crazy things. In fact, where he is where there's stuff going on. So let's leave it at that. And he is asked to come on tomorrow at 10 a.m. I hope the speaker are Doman, yeah, Axel. So we're looking at 10 a.m. But that's a watch and shoot timing. We're not 100% on it. Okay. So that'll be a very interesting call. Maybe if CJ's around, it could be 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It could be 10 or 11. We'll have to see. He's coming off of a little operational pause of 12 hours and another few hours to go, and so we'll go from there. Good news, just generally a general malaise in the Russian lines. I think it's a fair thing to say. What it really means, we'll find out. And on to the next next bound, right, CJ?
Yeah, I mean, sort of what we were getting into a little bit earlier was just how let's just assume the worst, right? Let's assume Russians have planned the last 8 years to defend their areas they'd captured previously in Donetsk and Luhansk, and let's assume the worst, that they planned really well, to defend the new areas they occupied, relative to these in the last 6 months. Do we think that they also prepared to be hit from, basically Kharkiv? And I would answer probably not, because if they've lost Kharkiv, it means they've lost a very vital supply route from Belgorod through Kupiansk to these areas that no longer exist. What do you think? Do you think they plan for that contingency?
Not only that, though, not only do they not plan that, but I understand that a lot of the positions on the Russian positions in and around Izium were not even sighted, and they didn't even have defensive positions oriented the right way. They were facing west, so they came in behind them. I doubt that if they had not done that in Izium, that they certainly are not doing that north of Severodonetsk. So if you look at Crimea, this is a very interesting choke point, and it looks like it's going to be a big problem for the Russians moving forward. I think you're 100% right. I think there is very little to stop the Ukrainians as they thrust it. We did it in the update yesterday about Ukrainian forces about to seize Crimea at the time, and that would cut off the P-66, which drives right into the rear of Russian lines at Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. The majority of Russian forces actually miss a chance with their armor. And that's because there's not much left at Severodonetsk. Coming up right behind them and cutting them off. It could be, when I hear there are calls for an evacuation, that would make sense to me, in the sense that they would realize what happened at Izium, what happened at Lysychansk as well. And as you know, there's a concentration in Lysychansk of Russian forces. So the rumors, the speculation jives with the map. It does make sense. It does look right. So I guess the truth is we'll have to wait and see. And they're, as usual, MTF, right? CJ?
Well, no, I just came upon a very interesting piece of news relating to this, Yehuda, sort of about the scale of the withdrawal, because of course, our eyes are oriented southeast, right? Because that's where a majority of the Russian armor is, as you just mentioned, and of course where the rest of the captured territories are that need to be liberated. But for John's attention, if he hasn't seen it, Goptovka, in between Uday and Ternova, in northern Kharkiv, has just been liberated. So it seems as if this order, which allegedly was given a few hours ago to abandon Kharkiv Oblast, is not just happening in this sort of new area, the counteroffensive, but also is happening north of Kharkiv. And this is very, very important if this is true. It's important because it means basically Ukraine can be 20 kilometers away from Belgorod. It means their air defenses of Kharkiv city itself can be much more effective. And it means Russia will not really be able to use Belgorod as an effective staging area any longer. It means the liberation of the oblast could be done within a couple of days, which is sort of
CJ, if I could, video was released about 2 hours ago of Ukrainian forces in Kozachalo-Pon. That's 5 kilometers from the Russo-Ukrainian border. That's closer than Udi. And that what was the name of the settlement that you mentioned?
Goptovka. It's like due north. It's on the highway going from Kharkiv to Belgrade.
That's right opposite Belgrade.
Yeah, I think that Kozachalo-Pon may actually even be closer to the border than Goptovka, the name of the place that you mentioned. So yeah, that's the reason why I said earlier is that, if they've liberated Kozachalo-Pon, that means that the ZSU is already on the border, because Kozachalo-Pon is literally from the center of the town to the border. At its closest point is like 4.5 kilometers.
And this, because as we know,
Lipsy is also fallen, right? Lipsy.
Yes, Lipsy has been liberated.
If we look at, basically the past 7 months, closely, we saw, of course, Russia using staging grounds in Belarus and, southwestern Russia to attack over the border, using just artillery pieces, right? They would basically bring them up to the border. They would try and shell Sumy. They'd try and shell Chernihiv. They would try and, shell Kyiv if they could, but at least with Tochkas and Iskanders. And, basically they're still doing this, but to a much lesser degree. They're still doing air launched cruise missiles from these areas, but it's few and far between. So it makes me definitely a bit more hopeful that Kharkiv might finally get some relief if Ukraine can control the border, because basically if they can control the border from Belgrade to Kharkiv city, then they have, twice as much interception time, right? It's still very short flights for those Iskanders and, airdrop munitions that are coming from Belgorod to Kharkiv city. But John, we'll have to look into this, because this could be huge news for Ukraine, as they can post, air defense right outside of Belgorod city and really do some damage if Russia continues to strike at the city itself.
And also, just for, the Russians have what they call an FCA, forward concentration area, at Belgorod on the outskirts, and we're looking at denying them access to that. This would not. In every sense, not just the material supply to the south, which can't occur obviously through Ukrainian territory, but it would affect all of their, as you've said, their artillery and their air operations. It is an all-round very strange situation for the Russians, because it looks as though it's becoming more and more obvious that this push, this wedge from Balaklia eastwards to Kubansk really opened the door, literally. And we suspect that it's clear that there's 3 motorized rifle brigades that were in that pocket that were sent to Kherson. And it looks as though the Russians didn't bother to stretch out any defenses to replace, or very few. It's coming to our attention that many of the towns that the Ukrainians pushed through, and that's why they went through so fast, actually were being abandoned by Russian forces at the time. And then afterwards, the Russians called an evacuation, or what's called a retreat or withdrawal under pressure. So some of the units that were engaged, apparently, these are pretty decent, I would say. Two of these firefights were actually initiated by Ukrainians chasing the Russians because they were leaving, and they engaged in them, decisively engaged and destroyed them. So apparently it's this, if people want to use the word rout, I mean, it's a collapse for sure. It's definitely not planned. It's definitely the Ukrainians have exploited the situation. They've seized the opportunity, as we'd say in a layperson's term. But that's what's going on. And it's rather glorious, CJ. I'm not going to lie. There's a smile on my face. Over to you, CJ.
Yeah, last thing I'll say, because I know we're talking a lot about this, but it probably is one of the most important things of the war so far. Last thing I'll say, too, is, so we know, of course, a lot of Russians are retreating under varying degrees of pressure back north, but there's also the Russians that are retreating east, right? East from Kupiansk, east of the Oskil River. And it's just come out that over the past 12 hours, these troop concentrations that were regrouping on the eastern side of the Oskil have been hit by not only captured BM-21s, but also by HIMARS, which are operating near Kupiansk. So Russians that aren't going back to their country and are still trying to figure out how to stay in Ukraine are getting wiped left and right on basically from all angles. So this is going to make it a lot easier for Ukraine to cross the Oskil, because those troops are no longer in play.
Considering Oskil, again, I'll dovetail onto that. So last night we confirmed that 6 sorties of Mi-8s and 26s transport helicopter. The 26th, the largest I think they have. I don't know what they call it. and they were interdicted in Borova. They either failed or they did deposit their load, and those troops were destroyed by Ukrainians who'd cross over going to Borova. So that was a bit of an attempt, but nowhere near. You can't, whatever can fit on even 6 Mi-26s isn't going to stop three mechanized brigades rolling through. So I think people don't realize just how many Ukrainian soldiers have been spooled up for this, and all those who said they don't have the defense in depth capabilities, or they just don't have the the combat force. I think we all know they were wrong. I think that's what we're seeing, right, CJ?
No, definitely. But yeah, wow, look at all those hands. And Yehuda, we could do this all day, I think.
Let's do it. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, sorry. Whoever was next, go ahead.
Rick.
First time speaker from Winnipeg, Canada. Shout out to all you other fellow Canucks. I don't know if you guys have been talking about this the last couple hours. I just got on a little while ago. So one question I have, a very important question. Why, if the Ukrainian forces have HIMARS and ATACMS, why are they not taking out the Kerch Bridge? I don't get it.
CJ, do you want to answer that? It's
Yeah, I mean, to put it pretty simply, Res right now, there's a lot of civilians still leaving the Kerch Bridge via the Kerch Bridge from Crimea every day, and also on top of that too, when Ukraine eventually gets Crimea back, they want the retreat of the Russians to be as orderly as possible. So as we saw with Ukraine declaring 3 months ago that Kherson was the first objective, what it did was it drove all Russian troops into Kherson, which has been mostly depopulated, down to about 10 or 15% of its pre-war population. So this actually was it was a safer place to have Russian troops than anywhere else, safer than Crimea, safer than obviously the Donbass. And so there's probably some planning going on to that end, that it's better for them to be there and then to try and run through the Kerch Strait Bridge, because, taking out the bridge now prevents those 40,000 Russians that are in Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Crimea to leave in an orderly fashion, which you do want to give. You want to give, as Sun Tzu says, which is not always the best thing to reference, but you want to give your enemy a golden bridge, or whatever the quote is, to basically retreat. So there's no real purpose. Now, I would say if Russia wants to contest Crimea when Ukraine gets there and they're using it for vital supplies, then that's a different equation. But as of right now, I mean, it's still 300 kilometers or so from the Ukrainian front. So taking it out, Russia would just use ships, and it wouldn't necessarily degrade too much. Whereas it could really help the Ukrainians get Russians out of their country once again.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hans. Hans? Hans? Okay, I think Hans is indisposed for a minute. Let's go to Shylock.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my question. I actually have two questions regarding the recent offensive. One is, as a number of people pointed out, a large amount of material has been captured or liberated from the Russians, but I'm assuming the Russians know where all these stockpiles of ammunition and equipment are. Wouldn't they try to eliminate them with, say, long range or tactical ballistic missiles? So would the Ukraine?
That's a really bad assumption.
Sorry.
Let them go on.
Yeah, I was assuming that would the Russians, knowing the disposition of these things, would the Ukrainians have plans to immediately move them out of those areas? And the second one, kind of also related, is we've recently heard that the Russians are requesting people from occupied territories to, and I say requesting in quotes, leave and go to Russia. Are we afraid of a depopulation of these areas? Thank you.
Yeah. So just for the first part, I mean, you would think that someone would use some kind of, artillery or what you said, rocket artillery. What they would more easily do is destroy it in place. If they haven't done that, I doubt they're going to blow it up later. You see what I'm saying? What's easier? You're located with the ammunition. You either destroy it yourself. So we're not talking about a disciplined force. We're not talking about people that know what they're doing. We're talking about chickens with their heads cut off. That's really what we're looking at. So what are the chances that chicken's going to grow the head back and it's going to have a big brain and then decide to do something? I'd say pretty much close to zero.
If I could
That makes
also
sense?
take a shot at that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, from the military side, that the only answer would have been destroy it to deny the Ukrainians that item, but that's it.
Yeah, just you're 100% correct, Yehuda. I just wanted to quickly mention that in the event that, just as a hypothetical, if they were to attempt to, strike them and destroy them after the fact, their inventory of long range precision fires is limited. If they're just, launching unguided, MRLs, rockets from their multiple rocket launch systems, it's not likely they're going to be able to actually hit the thing. Their inventory of guided munitions for their MRLs is incredibly limited. Their inventory of, cruise missiles and remaining ballistic missiles, setting aside the horrific accuracy issues, limited, vulnerable to Ukrainian air defense.
Too granular, John. I think the questioner was basically not aware of the types of ammunition. It was just saying, why don't they destroy it from a distance? And the reality is, I think we're just more of a big picture here. If they're not going to destroy it close up, they're not going to destroy it from the distance, even if they had the weapons. This is just an example of complete mismanagement, complete not knowing what they're doing, not having field craft experience, not knowing. Everyone knows. CJ, if he's gone. If someone's going to steal your guns, you blow them up. You don't let the enemy have them. It's not rocket science. It's funny. It's rocketry, but it's not rocket science. So, that's the question. Your first thing. Obviously, John's giving a very granular answer, and it's all true. But I mean, this is more about theory. This is more about practice and doctrine and overall training. The Russians just don't have it. They just don't have it. All right. Hope that answers your question.
Oh, sorry. I also asked about the announcements that like the Russians have requested people, leave from the DNR, LNR, and go to Russia. Are we afraid that they might force a depopulation?
No, I don't. They can't even control their own troops right now, so they're not going to be able to force people to leave. They're just telling people to leave, probably because they want to make it look like to their population that they care about people, and this wasn't a big joke and a big scam. So they're pretending that somehow they're open-minded. I don't buy a word of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hans.
Next there, John.
Hans, can we hear you now?
Yes, I think so. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or what have you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Carry on, Hans.
Great, thank you. Do we know logical public relations effect in that, as far as we can gather, the Russians seem to not particularly be moved by the number of 50,000 dead or 52,000 or 53,000. That's a number. But if there were a huge prisoner of war camp, acres and acres of white tents, all containing Russian prisoners, photographed, and of course this would be seen in Russia, I think that would have a wonderfully stimulating effect upon the mood and the morale of the Muscovites. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, if anyone wants to address that, it makes sense to me.
Do you have a guess at the numbers of how many POWs were taken over?
Oh, no, I was going to say the numbers of KA are too low. I suspect they're closer to 65 right now. And
no, POWs the last week. Guess?
No, say again?
Do you have a guess for how many POWs were taken the last week?
Yeah, I was just clarifying that the questioner said that there are about 52, 53 killed. I just wanted to update them and say it's closer to 65 now from the last offensive. POWs Numbers are anywhere between 5 and 12,000.
Yeah, that's
just the last 5 days.
That's your photo op, Hans. Nina.
Thank you, Domin. It's been a pleasure to hear all these news and a pleasure to read the Finnish media also. And if I can just shortly say what they said in Helsingin Sanomat about this these week's happenings, that during the past week, Ukraine has succeeded in its counterattack in Kharkiv region in northeastern Ukraine at a pace that numerous warfare experts have announced over the weekend that they consider completely exceptional. For example, the Defense Forces General Staff Major Mika Mäenpää wrote on Twitter on Saturday that Ukraine's counterattack seems to be a top-class example of the use of brilliant intelligence, deception, and informative information warfare. On the other hand, Antti Pihlajamaa, strategy teacher at the National Defense University, estimates that at the moment the idea of which Russia is waging this war is missing. Exact information about the progress in Kharkiv area is partly still unclear. Ukraine has been able to recapture completely or almost completely, for example, the cities of Balaklia, Kupiansk, and Izium. The Russian Ministry of Defense admitted on Saturday that Russian forces have retreated from Izium and Balaklia. Izium and Kupiansk are strategically important destinations. Russian troops have used Kupiansk as a supply connection to the city of Izium, from where the route has in turn passed to the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, the front line of the battles in eastern Ukraine. So,
do you know what this sounds to me like, Nina? That major that you mentioned? That sounded an awful lot like some stuff Yehuda's been saying. I think Yehuda's been moonlighting as a major in Finland. When did you find the time for that, Yehuda?
I don't know.
Well, but my point is just that I wanted to say that there are, sometimes they even get it right in Finland in the media, even if it's like, sometimes they get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, I think they maybe get it maybe a little bit more often than some other places. Thanks for that. George, I think, was next.
Yeah, I was going to say on the comment of like a large POW camp and tents and things like that. I don't know if that would work, obviously, because the Russian media would just say it's fake and all the other nonsense. And about the KIA, so far, very few of them are from the Moscow or Leningrad regions. So the Russians haven't really cared, except for now, their own state media is starting to fret of what's happened in this offensive. They're trying to spin it as a tactical retreat and all this other nonsense, but I don't know how they spin it. I was going to ask you, Huda, at what point do you think or is there not a point where the idiots in Moscow wake up to the reality of this?
I don't know what wake up to the reality of it really entails, but I'll tell you this: those old little timers our moms used to have on the stove, so green or yellow or white.
The egg timers.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, someone's turned that in Moscow. I suspect. I think there's too much that's happened. There's too much that's happened in the last week alone, where, I'm sure Putin's has a lot of personal protection going on in Moscow right now. It seems to be very, very strange, and conflicting orders, wild retreats, telling civilians to evacuate, turning them back at the border. If it sounds like the Russians don't know what they're doing, then I think you'd probably be making a fair assessment of the situation.
I heard that Putin's refusing all soup and tea, though.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. It doesn't really matter. He can't fly from windows either, right? So. All right, let's go to Dan G. G-Man Dan.
Hey, thanks for taking my question. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we got.
Great. Yeah, so I was wondering, everyone's wondering what Russia is going to do next. It seems like their forces are tactically depleted and maybe strategically. What do you guys think Ukraine is going to do next? Since now the situation's actively changing hour by hour, but at some point they don't want to overstretch. Their supply lines are now maybe 50 or more kilometers longer. The border they have to defend is also much longer now that they have this square shape against the Oskil River. Do you think now they have the initiative, they continue to push for the short to midterm, or at some point do they have to regroup in this area?
Can I jump in on this, Yehuda, real quick? I think we should ask Malcolm Nance tomorrow because he just put it up yesterday how he got it right when he was speaking in Davos at the WEF months ago. When was this? May. That there's going to be a significant, thorough defeat of the Russian army in Ukraine in September. What month is it? It's September.
Right. So let's just talk about the supply lines. They're not 50 kilometers back. So they've been moving up their A1 and A2 Esh with their fighting Esh as they're supposed to. In fact, they've gotten a leg up because they've captured some of their old ammo storage facilities in Balaklia. The distance that they have to guard from or place a guard would be about a maximum 80 kilometers. You're just not aware of how many Ukrainian troops are in Kharkiv Oblast right now. To say there are a lot is an understatement. There are a lot. They are doing what they need to do. Follow-on forces have come up. People are rotating out. And Russians have actually left Kharkiv Oblast in the north altogether. So, yeah, that's what they'll do. They'll just keep winning, I suspect, Dan. I think they'll just keep on winning. All right. Let's, I guess Nia has another question. I got to make a phone call soon. So, Dominic, I have to pass it off to you.
Sounds good.
Yes,
We're here.
If you can retweet the space, everyone. We're talking about the winds of change, and it's not Gorky Park this time. It's a lot closer to Kyiv. We've seen the Ukrainians conduct an amazing counteroffensive in the Kharkiv Oblast, starting at Balaklia, moving to Kupiansk and Izium and Liman. It's basically bad news bears for the Russians, and they like bears, so it's kind of personal. So we're looking at up to 15,000 Russians taken prisoner of war, another 5,000 to 10,000 possibly killed, stragglers here and there and everywhere, equipment strewn about, orders given to evacuate the civilians being turned away at the Luhansk border with Russia. Up is down, down is up. Doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense, but that's where we're at. And, there could be a lot of changes in the air this coming week. Incredible changes, sea changes of regimes. There's definitely a price to pay, a bill to, an accounting to be made by Mr. Putin. The question is, how much longer will his generals and his soldiers and his FSB cronies, how much longer will they tolerate Putin's adventure and bringing all of Russia into a ridiculous quagmire that they started and they've supported? So that's what's going on, and I'll leave it to our good friends Domin and Axel. And again, we're looking at this week between Tuesday and Thursday, and a visit by the commander of Ukrainian ground forces in Kharkiv Oblast coming onto this space. We'll have a translator, and that'll be amazing because he was just recently appointed the commander of those forces. Possibly had something to do with what we just saw in the last 5 days. And I'm sure he can't share everything, but I'm sure he can share some things. That'll be a great conversation tomorrow as well. Malcolm, he'll actually be on the way to do more things at that time. So that looks to be a promising interview as well. Once again, thank you for joining us here at the Mirror Report. We've been here for over 6 months. broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to Ukraine and the world. And it is our pleasure to provide the help we provide for you. We are not paid. We are volunteers. We will not ask you for money. We do ask those who can donate to worthy causes to help Ukraine and help them in survive this genocide. Thanks very much. This is Yehuda. It is 11:39 Eastern Standard Time on the 11th of September. Thank you, Domin and Axel. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Domin. Maybe John Rich can answer this because CJ is not here, or maybe somebody else. Domin.
Did you just recruit poor John into the artillery whilst he is such a decent up and coming rocket scientist?
Yeah, rocket artillery is a kind of artillery.
Yeah, and this is rocket science. Yeah. So my question is, first of all, where are the Wagner groups, the Wagners sitting, and how many are they? And what is the? Sorry to ask many questions. What is their driving force? Is it only that they are so crazy, or is it that they want the money, or what is the impact of the Wagners wherever they sit? I would like to know where they are and how many they are. John, sorry, many questions.
Okay, so let me take a shot at this. So, to my understanding is that Wagner has been deployed in a number of places. Their most significant deployment has been in Donbass, specifically in the vicinity of Bakhmut to the east and southeast of Bakhmut. That's where we've seen, I believe, the majority of Wagner units. I'm pulling up some maps to double check that statement as I speak. I want to say that there was potentially some Wagner units also somewhere in the south, maybe. I think there were some between, directly north of Melitopol, arrayed in that general area of the front line there near Orehiv and those kind of settlements that are, between Melitopol and Zaporizhia city itself, because the front line is essentially about that, roughly at the halfway point distance-wise between them. And then I believe that there may also be a handful of Wagner units. I don't think it's very many in Kherson. I believe there has been at least one indication that, I misread this. And this is actually the point I was about to lead into. I don't think Wagner's in Kherson. Let me retract that statement. But there is another Russian mercenary group called Redut. It's much less well known than Wagner. It's also much smaller. I believe there is at least one Redut detachment believed to be operating somewhere near Kherson. And Redut was also observed to be operating in Kharkiv because one of their personnel, I believe he was Uzbek from Uzbekistan, go figure, was captured and taken POW by the Ukrainians. So that's kind of the broad disposition, according to my information from the various open source stuff, is small numbers of Redut in Kherson and Kharkiv, and then with Wagner mainly concentrated in Donbass, again mostly to the east southeast of Bakhmut. I think there might be some maybe closer to Seversk as well, and there's also a number of Wagner units, I believe. Maybe I want to say there's one other place along the front line in central Donetsk Oblast that there might be a handful of Wagner units, but again, majority are in the vicinity of Bakhmut.
Thank you, John.
And in terms of their motivation, I would say that broadly speaking, it probably comes down to two things in the majority of cases. There's obviously going to be some outliers that have their own reasons, but in the predominant reason I suspect is probably for financial gain. especially given the influx of new recruits that they have. Well, I should be careful my wording here. I don't mean, when I say influx of new recruits, I don't mean that they've had a massive surge of new recruits. What I'm more so referring to is the fact that the Russians have directed their recruitment efforts towards Wagner, particularly their recruitment efforts for individuals such as, the homeless, convicts, including currently serving convicts, and other non-ideal populations for military service. They have been mostly shifted to Wagner instead of the regular Russian army. So that's kind of what I'm referring to there. In those cases, I suspect it's likely financial compensation, because in a lot of these cases, and this is also true of regular Russian army salaries, for most of the rural areas of Russia, the salary, at least the promised salary on paper, for signing one of these contracts is vastly higher than the average local salary, like multiple orders of magnitude. I've seen at least one example where I want to say that the salary from signing a short-term contract with the Russian army was either 50 to 100 times greater than the local average salary in that area. So financial motivation definitely has a lot to do with it. And a lot of these, impoverished rural regions of Russia, in principle, the only source of income that these people can hope to, reasonably survive off of is joining the Russian military. There's, in many cases, just the local employment market does not have large enough salaries for them to be able to survive. So essentially, they're forced to, join the Russian armed forces because of that, or potentially Wagner by extension. Some of the older Wagner members, I suspect most of them are probably being killed by now, were former, GRU Spetsnaz, FSB, Spetsnaz, etc. These guys that first joined back in 2013, 2014, 2015, in Syria, or that were involved in Syria and other places. I'm not sure about their motives. I suspect it was financial to some extent. There may be some ideological stuff, or maybe it was just bloodlust from severe psychological issues as a result of previously serving in the Russian armed forces or security apparatus. And then there's also another subset that are definitively ideologically motivated, Rusich being the most obvious example of that. This group is mainly composed of literal neo-Nazis and Russian ultra-ethno-nationalists that want to murder the entire Ukrainian population. So yeah, that's kind of the third main subset. And then I imagine there's probably, a smaller group of outliers that have a diversity of different motivations for joining. Maybe it's just out of strange sense of patriotism, et cetera. But those are kind of the main points in my understanding.
Thank you, John. And a follow-up. If the Russians leave, let's say, completely from Kherson, and there are only Wagners, are they going to go with the Russians away, or are they just going to stay until the bitter end?
So make no mistake that that Wagner is under the control of Russian armed forces. There's no distinction there. There is, in theory, some kind of legal distinctions, because of the fact that the whole reason that Wagner was originally created as a PMC or as a mercenary group was to provide essentially direct kinetic action capability to the Russian Ministry of Defense, while maintaining plausible deniability. So that way they can just, so that way Russia can do stuff in Syria, and the Russian government and, foreign ministry and Ministry of Defense can then turn around and say, oh, that wasn't us. That was this, random private security group. It totally wasn't us. But in actual practice, they are, completely under the authority of the Russian general staff and, actual, command of the Russian armed forces. To get a little slightly more granular, and then I'll stop talking about this because there's other hands up. Redoute is slightly more integrated than Wagner, is my understanding, because Redoute was not created with plausible deniability in mind. It has always been directly and openly subordinated to the Russian Ministry of Defense. So it is technically a little bit more integrated, but both are, there's minimal distinction between, in many cases, between Wagner and the regular Russian military. So if the rest of them withdraw, Wagner would presumably withdraw as well. Now, as to coordination with local units and assaults on the tactical level, that's a whole different story.
Thank you, John, for educating me.
Thank you, John, for educating us on what some of the bloodthirsty criminals that Russians sent to Ukraine are doing. Martina, go ahead.
Happy Sunday, everybody. I have two questions. And sorry if it was already discussed. I cannot always listen to you guys, even though I listen very often. But so with all the changes now, so how many Russian soldiers are still in Ukraine? So do we have any estimation on that? That was one question.
I'm going to guess 150,000, 200,000. Way too many. I mean, if it's 200,000, it's about 200,001 too many, but still.
Yeah, okay, so 200,000. Yeah, that's
lots,
still a lot.
Many tens of thousands. That's, I don't know. Slavo Kalini, do you have a better estimate than that?
Actually, I think you're right. It's a lot of the Russians, a lot. More than we have this count. It's thousands. Domin, actually, I think he's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Slav. Karen, Martina. Sorry, I just wanted to cover that quick.
Okay, great. And second question was, I saw the long lines of people trying to go to Russia. And so I read somewhere that Russia doesn't let them in. So do we know why? Because, I heard they kidnap Ukrainians and force them to go to Russia. And now people want to go to Russia and now they don't let them in. So it seemed to be weird. So I didn't know if there's any information why that would be the case.
So it's not straightforward. It's a little bit complicated. Let me try to explain this. They occupied new territories. They kidnapped masses of people and took them to Russia to depopulate the area that they newly occupied. This is something that various versions of the Duchy of Muscovy have done over the centuries, because then they can empty out the previous population, spread them out over vast territories, and bring in other population that is loyal to them. And this way, they make sure that the newly occupied territories don't, start rebellions and the like. So that's part of it. The ones that want to go to Russia are usually from the long-time occupied territories who didn't spend some of the past 7 years trying to get out, and are probably fairly thoroughly brainwashed. Or more likely, they are people who directly collaborated with the Russian occupying forces and actually like Russia. Now, there's very few of them, but Russia doesn't actually care for those people. They sold them. They sold them a story that they're Russian. They're just like them, but they don't actually think that. They were just using this as a nonsense reasoning to go and invade neighboring countries. So it's complicated in that sense, I guess. It's complicated in that sense. But yeah, it's different sets of people. This isn't people they want to kidnap and possibly enslave or just dump off somewhere, or steal their children and re-educate them in a very Janissary-like style. Yeah, they don't care about these. They don't care about the collaborators. So there you go. That's why.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. So I would have thought that they are happy for everybody who wants to voluntarily go to Russia.
No.
But then it seems now for those people nobody want them, because the Ukrainian don't want them and Russia also doesn't want them. So now they're kind of stuck.
So there you go.
Can I add something to that, Domin? if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Hammer.
I have
and I think Slava and Joseph as well. Go ahead.
My childhood friend is married to a Russian lady. Actually, she's from Donetsk, but in her childhood, they moved to Moscow area. And last time when I was in Antalya, actually, she was telling me that even though they were, how to say, bloodline from Russian, and as a language they were speaking Russian, they were always like humiliated by being called as, like, you know, everybody knows, as a hohol, even though where they moved near to Moscow area. So as you said, Domen, I don't believe that Russian Federation, Russian people will take these people with open arms, and they will say that, hey, you are one of us, welcome to your father home. You know, I don't think so.
There you go. Thank you, Hammer. Slavo Karini, any thoughts? I think we're kind of in line, right?
Героям слава and слава ЗСУ. Yes, it's absolutely clear for Ukrainians that no one trusts traitors in Ukraine and in Russia. Russia always use people. It's not, they promise a lot of the money, promise the power. Some information that head of the Crimea already left off from his position, but information not completely checked, not completely clear yet, not verified. But no, Russia just use people, and they don't trust anyone, and most likely will not gonna trust anyone from the Ukraine. They do not trust Russian people. So this is like the paranoid state always on, and this Russian mafia. So it's not gonna change. I just wanted to share like a good news. I see Kharkiv, title of the space, really like on the topic right on the time. It's like I know you like a professional. You've followed this, and just half an hour ago, so I saw the video translated like a Ukrainian soldier, and I think it's like an important thing. He said that today we walk about 60 kilometers toward our border, meaning Ukrainian border with the Russia. 100% that today the Ukrainian border in the Kharkiv region will be under the control of the armed forces of the Ukraine. So this is like I don't really like how this counts, but 60 kilometers, maybe CJ can calculate how this like a true, how this like a align with this situation, how it's happening. But what the soldier said for me is like a really groundbreaking, like a serious thing. So anyone, thank you.
Thank you, Slavo Karini. Maybe Konstantin's with us now. Maybe Konstantin can comment on this, because you know, he's from Kharkiv. He fought the Russians, not quite around Kharkiv, but close enough. And you know, Konstantin, how does it feel that your home oblast is getting liberated and cleared out of the occupying invading forces?
How do I feel, or what was the question? Sorry, I missed it.
No, I'm asking about you, honestly, more than anything else, or anything else you'd like to share about Kharkiv Oblast, really.
Oh, I want to. I have so much to share. It's such a beautiful.
We'll see.
Morning.
There you
go. It's such a beautiful morning. Just like Russian Nazis are running away from entire Kharkiv Oblast. They have lost command and control, and the only order that they could give is run away. This is around the same that was happening in Kiev or Chernihiv or Sumy a couple of months ago. They absolutely lost critical mass and simply could not anymore execute any orders and could not achieve any objectives, neither defense or onslaught. And the only decision and it was right decision for them, was to start running away from absolutely every position that they have in Kharkiv Oblast. So we will see lots of more news coming soon about them retreating. The locals hate them, and we've seen from all the videos, you know, there was some lots of people were thinking, the Russian propaganda is going to brainwash them, and those areas are going to be hard to liberate. But as you can see now, as soon as you kick the Russian troops in their up their ass, they will start running, and locals will support Ukrainian troops. They will come out, and they will, just feel liberated and do everything they can to support our troops. Right now, the troops, are being welcomed. And every local is waving Ukrainian flag. They're giving Ukrainian troops food, and they're welcoming them because they are their brothers. It's not only most of the troops, like the core of the troops that were liberating Kharkiv region are from Kharkiv. I have lots of friends who are fighting there right now, liberating, and they all are from Kharkiv. They are fighting, not even, in another region. They're fighting for their cities, like Izium, for example. I know, I have so many people from there, and they're just happy, But unfortunately, they don't have time to take and enjoy this rest, because the oblast, the region is large, and they have to, when you come to your own house and you open the door and you see your mother standing there, that she was waiting for you, it's a touching moment. And there are multiple occasions of this happening right now, but the troops don't have time, for sentiment at the moment, because the war still rages on. So they have to move. And if you read the news, more and more villages liberated each day in Kharkiv, and it's a tremendous job that's being done by them. And if we talk about collaborators, in absolutely any family, you will always not in absolutely any country, you will find idiots, useful idiots, or just the idiots, or just evil people who would support genocidal war, and some idiotic ideas. You have those people, even in the United States, even in Canada, anywhere in the world, and for those collaborators, they should be treated according to the law. But at the moment, this is a lot of the names are known of those collaborators. There were they filmed meetings. They filmed how they happy with Russian flags, like couple of them, and we know all the faces of those collaborators. We know all of them, and I will give you an example right now. My friend, he said that he sold his house in Izium. One of his he has two houses over there. He sold one of them, and the person who bought it was a collaborator. And he found this out like yesterday, and now he's like, I don't know what we're gonna do with this, but hopefully he's just our criminal justice court will take care of this. We don't want to put our hands on those guys, even though we want. We cannot do this, and they will be treated according to the law. And we will see. It's good. They will get. I hope they will get maximum punishment for that. And that's what we all are praying for right now, for the collaborators. But no one is gonna, lynch them, kill them, or torture them. We're a country of law. We're a country of freedom, and we deeply believe that laws should prevail, and not emotions. Even though everyone feels very, very emotional.
Thank you, Konstantin. That's really beautiful to hear. Everything that you told us now as well. It's really a momentous day for people from the region, right? And it's really making a whole lot of a difference that Russians are finally leaving the areas that they've been occupying, in some cases for over 6 months now. By the way, the next place that seems to be up on the list for liberation, according to some suggestions, is actually Mariupol, because there's some Russian military bloggers panicking that Ukrainians might be clearing some minefields in a particular part of the front that might allow them to attack. incidentally, in just 1 hour's time, just under 1 hour, we'll be joined by Victoria and Anna, two women who survived the siege of Mariupol by the Russians earlier this year, and then went through the filtration camp process, eventually managing to make their way through. So if you wanted to hear how it actually was in Mariupol, how filtration camps look like, what they do in filtration camps, then listen to us in 1 hour's time when we'll be talking to Victoria and Anna about their horrifying experiences. Joseph?
Yeah, thanks, Domin. And I would ask our audience to... Oh, go ahead.
Joseph, before that, actually, I need to ask you this because, Konstantin, with the liberation of territories in Kharkiv Oblast, there have already been reports of Russian atrocities there. Is there anything that particularly caught your eye that you've managed to catch up on already? I know it's still early where you are, early in the day, but if there's anything that you'd want to touch upon in this regard, please do.
So I don't have much to add. The only thing that I know is one of the my friends, he told me that there was a problem that food was taken from the locals at the beginning because Russian troops had nothing to eat at the beginning. Then the things were, a bit. They fixed their logistics a bit, and also the cars were being taken. I have not yet heard, any reports of murders and tortures, but hopefully I will not. But this is Russia, and I can imagine that a lot of things are going to be uncovered really soon. But that's not the job of the Ukrainian armed forces. We have special agencies like Internal Affairs and SBU that will take care of that.
Thank you, Konstantin. Sorry, Joseph, I just really need to get that in. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem, Domin. So just real quick, I would ask our audience, please let people know that we're going to have two speakers who survived the siege of Mariupol and also survived filtration camp in Russia. If you know anyone who might be interested in that, please reach out and let them know that that's going to be coming up in the next hour. And then, so I had a question for Konstantin. You had kind of an interesting tweet the other day, Konstantin, I think maybe 2 days ago. It's just about the Russian Air Force, right? So it's been kind of, we've been sort of thinking out loud just in terms of the Russian Air Force underperforming, we might say, or I guess like our just general assumption is they've been kind of afraid. They haven't been using the planes to their full capacity. And it seems like now that they're genuinely, under their positions are clearly under threat in this way, this would be the only time if they are capable of using their Air Force, they would. And it seems like they sort of have been trying based on like the especially the tweet you gave. So you said like, as far as I recollect, and feel free to correct me, you talked to some of the people and at night they're using their Air Force, they're using a lot of planes, but they can't really see anything. They can't really hit anything. Their strikes aren't effective. And it's, eventually they're just going to burn out on their planes. Like they're losing planes because of this tactic. And, we've seen videos of planes going down pretty regularly since this counteroffensive started. So, I mean, that seems to track. So I'm just wondering, Konstantin, if you had anything you wanted to add to that, in the subsequent time. It's been, go ahead.
They've been trying to use their force, just like you're saying, to the max extent, and they're using it to the max extent. It's not as effective, as one can imagine, because flying too high they cannot, because they will be shut down by the air defense systems. Flying too low, the pilots really don't see anything. If the pilot has to find the target himself and shoot at it because he does not have exact coordinates. If you fly too low, it's like you're flying with the 1,000 kilometers per hour. It just one of you blink and you fly over your target. What are you gonna do? You don't have time to go around and try once again, because you're gonna get shut down, because we have man pads, and using them at night is complicated, but it's still possible, and they cannot just they do not feel free in that airspace. So it's for them. It's just almost impossible because their combined arms failed. The airplanes basically flying without any air defense suppression, and their airplanes are not some magical things that are that cannot be shut down. It's just a plane. Plane is a plane. It's not made of some magical kryptonite material or whatever. So they just it's really hard to use, and they are failing to use it effectively, but they still use it. So that's and they bomb just whatever they see, and it makes life of the soldiers on the ground really hard. Not only because you can actually be killed, but also because when you hear the plane operating, you gotta you're not gonna relax relax if someone had ever heard a plane flying over enemy plane, and I don't think we have people here like that. I did not have that experience, but I've heard a lot of when you have enemy planes flying over your head, it's a terrifying experience, and you feel pretty much helpless because you don't have anything to counteract, and of course if it's a night, you don't understand where that plane is going, so it's it creates lots of problems. But also it creates problems for their troops as well because they don't really know if it's their plane or it's Ukrainian plane.
Right, thanks. And Konstantin, we know as most of our regular listeners know, you do you get some equipment that some of the guys need in the 92nd Brigade specifically, and then also a couple artillery brigades. So recently, you got some winter gear. As far as I know, that fundraiser is complete. So I'm just wondering if you could give us like a general update. Do you have a new project you're working on? Or are you still working on getting that stuff over there? If you could just give us like a brief update, go ahead.
So without breaking too much OPSEC, I've been asked by the 92nd Brigade, 1st Battalion, the one what was liberating Kupiansk. They asking me to get them a drone, and right now I'm trying to find a way to this is not just a DJI Mavic. It's still DJI, but the one that is more expensive, and I'm just trying to find trying to to understand how that can be done and working out, thinking what I can do at the moment.
Konstantin, can we get you in touch with our friends?
That would be perfect. If you can, I will just hug you. So that would be really
Send
great.
me a message.
Okay, will do.
In the meantime, Konstantin started talking about new equipment that some of your friends might have been getting. Do you have any sort of a grasp of just how much heavy weapons Russians left behind in their orderly, highly organized, well-planned, and intentional retreat from occupied areas of Kharkiv Oblast?
So I am I don't have the numbers, but I hear from everyone they just drop everything and run away because moving heavy equipment in a hurry is really hard because of the it requires lots of fuel. It requires to be properly maintained, and another thing is that when you're running away on the huge armor, we've seen what usually happens. We've seen all that video, right? With a tank, with the troops falling from the top of it, and then the tank smashing into the tree, and that's how orderly and organized that is. So they drop a lot of equipment. A lot of it is not in proper condition and needs repair. But that's how general condition of Russian equipment is at the moment. So it's not because they only dropped a broken equipment. No, it's like almost all of their equipment, I think, right now is barely working. But on top of that, the ammunition. You cannot, if you've been stockpiling, for example, 152 mil rounds, or you've been stockpiling Grad missiles, you cannot just if you're a Grad battery, you cannot just pack them all and leave, right? Because you have stockpiles to last weeks, and your truck can take a stockpile to last like three barrages. That's it. So they left lots of ammunition depots. I know that one of this is the guys who saw this specifically, and they said they discovered like a huge